Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 396 to Chapter 446. At the critical moment, Huang Caishan's expression turned serious. His eyes narrowed into slits as he took a step back with his right foot. His right hand clenched into a fist, and a berserk dark yellow Xianyuan condensed into a huge Xianyuan beast head. The beast head had two long dragon whiskers on its mouth, and its eyes were as big as lanterns. As it roared, the air swirled like water, forming funnel-shaped whirlpools. Scarlet Water God Fist, Dark Beast Roar. Rumble. In the next moment, the sword chi slashed out, tearing apart the funnel-shaped whirlpools and exploding violently. The water condensed from the water yuan chi sprayed out in all directions like a fountain, covering a range of over 4 li. The black-robed old man in the middle of the attack hurriedly retreated. The moment he retreated, the water splashed out several meters deep holes on the ground. It had to be known that even if the ground was not made of special metals, it was still made of expensive metals. The aftermath of the battle between the two could pierce through the metal plates from several li away, leaving behind several meters deep holes. If it landed on the old man's body, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Roar. The Xianyuan beast head and the sword chi clashed together, letting out a miserable howl. The horrifying sound wave caused the air to fold up, distorting the scenery. Just a mere sword chi, don't even think of making me take a step back. Break for me. Huang Caishan had misjudged Yi Chen's strength, and was quite shocked. Immediately, he pushed his Xianyuan to 100%, and the Xianyuan beast head became more and more realistic. There was even a sticky Xianyuan liquid dripping from the corner of its mouth, falling on the ground and creating arm-thick holes. Pung, the sword chi exploded, and the fine sword light cut on the Xianyuan beast head. The huge recoil made Huang Caishan's right arm tremble and gradually go numb. Fortunately, the sword chi was just a rootless source, and it would eventually be exhausted. On the other hand, the Xianyuan beast head was closely related to Huang Caishan, and had enough Xianyuan to support it. B****, I've underestimated you. Dispersing the Xianyuan beast head, Huang Caishan hid his right hand behind his back. Without anyone noticing, Huang Caishan stretched his fingers, calming the numbness on his palm and arm. His face was extremely gloomy. Yi Chen did not follow up with another attack, and said indifferently, "If you only have this much strength, you should step down from the stage. You can't stop my winning streak. I admit that I have indeed underestimated your strength. However, don't think that you can contend against me with just this. You are still not qualified." As the numbness in his arm disappeared, Huang Caishan grinned, revealing his white teeth. An incomparably domineering aura rose. "I was going to teach you a lesson casually, but since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness and are so arrogant, don't blame me for making a fool of you." As he spoke, Huang Caishan's aura became stronger and stronger. Powerful auras collided with each other, forming a funnel whirlpool. Just now, Yi Chen's sword chi had indeed made him suffer a little, but it was not enough to change his expression. In terms of battle strength, he was at least in the top 8 of the wavy cloud region, and there were only 2 or 3 people who could truly convince him, including his big senior brother, the Red Water Miner Master. If his big senior brother knew that he had lost to a nobody, he would undoubtedly be very angry. Moreover, he had not even used his most powerful attack yet, so he did not think that Yi Chen could do anything. Yi Chen shook his head. This person really doesn't know how high the sky is. Never mind, I will let him lose cleanly and see who will be the one making a fool of himself. Are you done yet? I will make you step down from the stage in 3 moves. Huang Caishan's expression froze. For a split second, then turned gloomy like water. He stared at Yi Chen, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Very good, within 3 moves, I want to see how you can make me leave the stage. But, the premise is that you can survive the 3rd move. Dong. As soon as he finished speaking, the stage shook violently. It was actually Huang Caishan's foot stomping on the surface of the arena, creating a powerful movement. The thick metal arena cracked open, and Huang Caishan turned into a dark yellow beam of light, rushing out at an extreme speed. His surging Xianyuan condensed into a massive demonic beast behind him. Taste my red water sex low-rank profound martial art, water beast fist wave. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, in an instant. Huang Caishan threw out 18 punches, each of which condensed a Xianyuan whirlpool. The 18 whirlpools were like the source of a flood, surging and exploding. 3 by 3, the fist energy suddenly increased by 3 times, enveloping Yi Chen's position. Yi Chen could neither retreat nor dodge, so he could only face it head-on. The red water sex water beast fist wave is something that even the leader admires. It combines defense, attack, and locking into one. After 3 moves, the one to step down from the stage will not be Huang Kaishan, but Yi Chen. Mysterious Moon Prince had lost the 66th battle, so he was not in a good mood. Right then, he was watching the battle with the attitude of watching a joke. He seemed to have already seen Yi Chen's miserable and pale face. In another VIP room, Qingzhu mumbled, "I told him not to be so cocky." Now, his defeat at Huang Kaishan's hands is already a foregone conclusion. The battle is not over yet. Just keep watching and you will know. Although Feng Yanro said that, she was actually a bit worried about Yi Chen. Although his power did not seem to be weaker than his, he did not have any powerful killing moves. If the Ice Snow Sword domain focused on defense, then the Water Beast Fist Wave focused on offense. Moreover, the speed was not faster than Huang Kaishan's fist speed, which meant that he could not dodge at all. In the audience seating, everyone had a regretful look on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Chen's 29-win streak was the limit. After all, who would know that Huang Kaishan would appear on the 30th battle? Huang Kaishan was the second disciple of the Red Water Martial School after all. How could there be an idiot from a famous martial school? Unfortunately, if it were not for Huang Kaishan, Yi Chen would have at least reached 40 wins. Even 50 wins was not impossible. What a pity. The air froze, and even time seemed to have stopped. The 18 whirlpools combined into 6 bathtub-sized whirlpools, completely sealing Yi Chen within. The whole space was under the attack of the fist power. It seems to be even harder to deal with than the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist of the Black Dragon Empire. Yi Chen did not move at all. He still had the time to analyze the mysteries of the Water Beast Fist Wave. It was the same as the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist, both required one to comprehend the Water Profound. However, the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist completely used the Water Profound for offense. Because it was purely offensive, it was harder to comprehend. Therefore, the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist performed by the Black Dragon Empire's prince was obviously not as good as Huang Kaishan's Water Beast Fist Wave. Green Lotus Sky. Quietly increasing his sword intent, Yi Chen held the sword with both of his hands and poured the pure green lotus Xinyuan into the long sword. The sword light shone brightly. As he slashed out, a 10-meter-long hole appeared in the frozen air, breaking the sealing power of the Water Beast Fist Wave. In the next second, a thick sword light swept out like a crescent moon, instantly landing on the 6 Xinyuan whirlpools. Crackle, the whirlpools shattered one after another, unable to stop the sword light at all. The sword light took root in the air, growing stronger and stronger. A horrifying energy chi suddenly wrapped Huang Kaishan up into the sky. Impossible. The Water Beast Fist Wave broke. The teacup in Mysterious Moon Prince's hand exploded. Qingzhu's mouth was wide open, his face full of disbelief. Feng Yanro's eyes were filled with a strange light. Yi Chen had first broken Qingzhu's Ice Snow Sword realm, and now he had broken Huang Kaishan's Water Beast Fist Wave. His sword was indeed powerful. Breaking my Water Beast Fist Wave? How is this possible? Impossible. Wrapped by the sword light, the demonic beast shadow outside Huang Kaishan's body quickly dimmed down. His eyes turned red as he roared. The demonic beast shook, shattering the rich sword light. Before his body landed on the ground, Huang Kaishan pushed up his Xinyuan and drew a low arc in the air, attacking toward Yi Chen again. His sharp Xinyuan ripple tore out a deep ravine on the platform. Take another fist of mine. I will beat you. 18 whirlpools appeared, condensing into 6 bathtub-sized whirlpools. This time, the whirlpools rotated even faster, sucking out all the water yuan qi in the surroundings. Go back. This time, Yi Chen did not plan to break the attack again. The longsword in his hand danced, creating countless green lotuses. The explosively expanding sword light bloomed one after another, turning from weak to strong. The huge sword flower almost covered half of the platform. Not only did it cancel out Huang Kaishan's fist power, it also pressed him down onto the ground. Huang Kaishan still wanted to counterattack, but Yi Chen had already lost interest. Open! Holding the sword with one hand, Yichen chopped down vertically. Boom, the sword chi had not yet arrived, but the roaring sword wind had already rushed out. Huang Kaishan was extremely shocked. He could feel that from the void, there was a huge sword that could split mountains descending. If he did not escape, he would definitely be killed by the sword. Although killing was forbidden on the platform, how could he hide the fear in the depths of his heart? Run! Not caring about his dignity, Huang Kaishan exploded with his unprecedented potential. He shot out, fleeing in panic to avoid Yi Chen's attack. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up. He had been waiting for Huang Kaishan to go down himself. After all, this sword attack was used to scare the opponent, lest the latter thought that he had won by a narrow margin and caused many troubles. After Huang Kaishan left the platform, Yi Chen did not have to worry anymore. Crack, in the void, a 1-mile-long, 300-meter-tall transparent sword curtain appeared. The sword curtain had divided the platform into two. The sharp chi flow leaked out, tearing open hideous sword marks on the ground around the platform. This horrifying chi flow, every trace of it could definitely cut the hard metal into powder. As Yi Chen threw out his sword, the hearts of the audience on the opposite side suddenly stopped. Even from 10 miles away, they could feel the horrifying power of this sword attack. They suspected that Yi Chen would split the entire audience in half and turn them into minced meat. So horrifying. This is a sword artist with incomparably powerful attack power. This sword attack seemed to have hit my heart. Damn it, I almost died. Just when the audience's hearts were about to recover, the special metal cast platform suddenly cracked open, and the 2 miles long and wide platform tilted to the side. This time, the black-robed elder was dumbfounded. The platform was 2 miles long and wide, and also 100 meters thick. Although it was not as hard as a low-rank great weapon, it was more than 2 times stronger than normal metal. What kind of attack could split the platform in half? That broken section was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror, making people's hair stand on end. The attack power is indeed not bad, but this is your trump card, right? Stupid. Mysterious Moon Prince showed a cold smile on his face. Didn't they say he killed 13 late astral reaching experts with one sword strike? You guys didn't believe me. Now, do you believe me? Someone in the spectator stand said. Don't you think it's too absurd? Moreover, you said he used a fast sword strike, not a powerful one. Yeah, indeed. Although this strike could also kill 13 late astral reaching experts, it was a crushing attack. At that time, he passed through 13 people, and all 13 of them had their throats slit. It was definitely a fast sword strike among fast swords, different from this one. Don't tell me he was hiding his strength? Frightening, truly a frightening sword artist. He seems to be only 21 years old. How many peak geniuses around 21 years old do we have in the southern sector? There are a lot of peak geniuses. Among them, there is the head disciple of the Red Water sect, Little Taoist Red Water. However, he is already 24 years old, and the head disciple of the Snowdrift Hall is also 25 years old. Finding someone around 21 years old is very difficult. However, these two are the first tier of peak geniuses. I reckon that even Yi Chen can't compare. In the eyes of the spectators, Yi Chen was at the same level as Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro. Of course, because Yi Chen only had 30 wins in a row, the majority of the spectators were more optimistic about the two. Once Yi Chen reached 60 wins in a row, he would have the qualifications to compete with the two. Huang Kaishan was forced off the stage by Yi Chen. His face was a mix of green and red, and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was a fierce look hidden in the depths of his eyes, but when he thought of the power of Yi Chen's sword, he felt a lingering fear. Although my water beast fist wave has reached 10% mastery and can increase the fist force by 3 times, the fist force is not perfectly combined and can be easily scattered. The true effect is only 2 times the fist force, otherwise he would not be able to break it. However, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Water beast fist wave becomes stronger when encountering strong opponents. It can only be perfected in battle. Next time, I'll make you pay me back with interest. Not having the face to stay on the stage, Huang Kaishan's figure flickered and entered the VIP lounge. It seems quite powerful. But, senior sister Feng, you should be able to suppress it, right? Qingzhu turned her head and looked at Feng Yanro. Feng Yanro shook her head, do not underestimate him. That sword attack just now, he purposely slowed it down by half a beat. It is obvious that he has full control of that sword attack. You should know that for people at our level, the true ultimate killing attacks are not something that we can control completely. Feng Yanro was a sword artist, and an extreme astral reaching realm one at that. Therefore, she could see more things from Yi Chen. In the arena, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. This Huang Kaishan can barely be counted as an extreme astral reaching expert. If he were outside the arena and equipped with a mid-rank defensive and offensive artifact, he would be considered average among extreme astral reaching experts. He would be a bit weaker than Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro. Unfortunately, he could only force out 30% of my strength. With 50% of my strength, I could easily suppress an astral reaching paragon. Among the young generation and even the older generation, there has never been an existence that could reach the level of paragon without an upper rank artifact. Perhaps there might be, but it would be meaningless. Perhaps there might be, but it would be meaningless. Yi Chen was very clear about his own situation. His battle power was twice that of an astral reaching paragon. If it was spread out, it would be extremely shocking. Therefore, he did not want to be too ostentatious. The tallest tree in the forest would be blown away by the wind. This logic was very true. If he exposed his true strength and made enemies in the future, it would be hard to guarantee that no Sea of Soul Realm warriors would chase after him. After all, he could only compete with the lowest level Sea of Soul Realm warriors, and his chances of winning were not high. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that he had already suppressed most of his power, but the others still thought that he was too ostentatious. If he wanted to be ostentatious, even 10 or 20 extreme astral reaching realm warriors would not be enough. 30 wins in a row represented the end of Yi Chen's battles for the day. It was already the next morning. The continuous battle against Feng Yanro had begun. Since the Mysterious Moon Prince's battle had come to an end, ending at 65 wins in a row, all of the extreme astral reaching realm warriors of the Blue Mountain Nation had gathered in the Blue Mountain City's battling arena, wanting to end Feng Yanro's winning streak with everyone's power. The Blue Mountain Nation did not allow too many people to reach 70 wins in a row, which was their bottom line. In the audience seating, a lot of people who thought that they had the power did not even have the time to stand up and challenge Feng Yanro. It was because the extreme astral reaching realm warriors of the Blue Mountain Nation had entered the arena one after another, without any pause in between. The purpose of the continuous battle was to not give the opponent any time to rest. In the first 3 battles, Feng Yanro had won rather easily. She did not even need to use her Ice Snow Sword realm. In the 4th battle, Feng Yanro had used up too much of her battling power, so she had to use her Ice Snow Sword realm to protect herself and beat her opponent off the stage. All in all, she had an easier time than the Mysterious Moon Prince. It was not that the Mysterious Moon Prince was not as powerful as Feng Yanro, it was just that in terms of stamina, he was slightly weaker than her. The martial arts of the Mysterious Moon Pavilion were mostly based on the word mysterious, which allowed them to change their styles and methods constantly, making it impossible for their opponents to see through them. Therefore, in the early stages, the Mysterious Moon Prince had an easier time than Feng Yanro, and he had won in a clean manner. In the later stages, Feng Yanro was more powerful than him. The more powerful the opponent was, the more it showed the toughness of the martial arts of the Floating Snow Palace. Especially the Ice Snow Sword realm, which seemed to cost a lot of Jin Yuan, but after a battle, it could completely block out the opponent's attacks without needing to use other martial arts, which saved a lot of Jin Yuan. Seeing that Feng Yanro had won the 5th battle, the Mysterious Moon Prince's face looked a bit bad. No matter if Feng Yanro won or lost, 65 wins in a row was already set in stone. If she won even one more battle, then the champion of this year would naturally change hands, which made him very unhappy. Speaking of which, it was not that he did not have feelings for Feng Yanro, but it was because of this that he would not allow her to beat him. It was a matter of dignity between a man and a woman. Huang Kaishan forced a laugh, fighting one-on-one, she would not be your opponent. Still, you cannot underestimate her. Breaking through the Ice Snow Sword realm will be very hard. But, no matter how powerful the defense is, the body will still have a limit. Although the mysterious Moon Prince said that, he already had an answer in his heart. Battling with Feng Yanro, his chance of winning would not be more than 50%. Of course, he believed that he would win in the end, because he valued winning more than anyone else. In the sixth battle, Feng Yanro was having a hard time. The opponent's power was much weaker than her in her normal condition. Unfortunately, she was not even at 60% of her normal condition. She was completely relying on the intricacy of her martial arts, and could not fight head-on. With the patience of a sword artist and the ability to find flaws, Feng Yanro bit her teeth and threw out a deadly attack, breaking through her opponent's defense. The sixth battle, she won. Up until now, Feng Yanro had already won 66 battles in a row, one more than the mysterious Moon Prince. She was ranked 14th. The seventh battle had not yet begun, but Feng Yanro had already given up. If it were a life-and-death battle, she would have the confidence to win the seventh battle. But, she would also be wounded badly. But, this was the challenge tournament, not a life-and-death battle. 66 wins in a row. She has surpassed the mysterious Moon Prince. Impressive. I wonder who will be able to break this record this year. Now, only the challenge tournament in the Blue Water City is left. Perhaps we can find the answer there. Once Feng Yanro's battle ended, a lot of people lost their interest. What they wanted to see the most was how far Yichen could go. Yichen did not watch Feng Yanro's battle, since it did not matter anymore. From 60 to 70 wins in a row was the hardest part. After 70 to 80 wins in a row, it would be a bit easier. At least, the challengers would be the previous batch of extreme astral reaching realm warriors, and he would have some understanding of their styles. In the Blue Water City's battling stadium, everyone in the audience seats shook their heads. 40 wins in a row. This is too easy. Every battle is finished within 5 moves. It does not cost any Jin Yuan at all. Over there, Feng Yanro has stopped at 66 wins in a row. Let's see if Yichen can break it. Another day passed. On this day, Yichen expanded his results, turning 40 wins into 50 wins in a row. The 8-peak astral reaching realm warriors sent by the Blue Mountain Nation did not give him any trouble. The remaining 2 were warriors with 50 wins in a row, and their strength was at the extreme astral reaching realm. Yichen played with them for a couple of moves before winning easily. Inside the VIP room, the old man surnamed Wu's face turned serious as he said in a low voice, "We misjudged him. This person is even more troublesome than the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro. Then, should we start the tag battle in advance?" The people beside him asked. "No, we can't do it right now. The tag battle is set between 60 to 70 wins in a row, and it is not without reason. At least, with the extra 10 battles, we will be able to see more things." "You're right. I really don't know where this kid came from. One mysterious Moon Prince and one Feng Yanro are enough to give them a headache." The old man surnamed Wu suddenly thought of something and laughed. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. He will definitely not surpass 70 wins in a row." "What do you mean?" Everyone was confused. After watching for so many days, they still could not figure out Yichen's bottom line. The success rate of tag battle was worrying, as it was only 70% at most. It should be known that when they were fighting against the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, they already knew that it would succeed. Their success rate was above 90%, and it was almost impossible to fail. In fact, it was indeed so. The mysterious Moon Prince had lost in the 6th battle, and Feng Yanro in the 7th. Not to mention, there were still several battles waiting for them, each one more deadly than the last. The old man surnamed Wu said mysteriously, "We only have 70% certainty. What if we add in the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, or even a few other warriors with 50 wins in a row?" "You mean, put them all into the tag battle formation?" "That's right. Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro's power are much higher than us individually. Those warriors with 50 wins in a row are also stronger than half of us. With them, how high do you think the success rate will be?" 100%, definitely 100%. Haha. Everyone in the VIP lounge started to laugh. In the history, the most powerful warrior who had won 100 battles in a row was the one who had won 100 battles in a row. Although he had lost, he had still made his opponent feel bad. Compared to that warrior, Yichen was not worth mentioning at all. It was like the difference between a child and an adult. Mysterious Moon Prince might have a chance, but I don't think Feng Yanro will agree. A couple of days ago, she and Yichen met in the tea house. Someone suggested. The old man surnamed Wu said confidently, "No, you are wrong. Since they are all young warriors, they definitely have the heart to compete. Mysterious Moon Prince will agree, so will Feng Yanro. Plus, even without Feng Yanro, our success rate will still be 100%. Mysterious Moon Prince has accepted half of the tag battle, and he alone is equivalent to 5. With him, there will be no problem." Yichen still did not know that a group of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation were planning a powerful team to stop his 70 wins in a row. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Right now, all he could focus on was the Soul Stone reward. For 30 wins in a row, the Soul Stone reward for the first battle was 1,400 mid-rank Soul Stones, 2,400 for the second battle, 3,400 for the third battle, a total of 59,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. For 40 wins in a row, the Soul Stone reward for the first battle was 1,600 mid-rank Soul Stones, 2,600 for the second battle, 3,600 for the third battle, a total of 61,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. For 50 wins in a row, the Soul Stone reward for the first battle was 1,800 mid-rank Soul Stones, 2,800 for the second battle, 3,800 for the third battle, a total of 63,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. Adding the Soul Stone reward for the 10 and 20 wins in a row, Yichen had already earned 290,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. There were still 50 wins in a row before he could earn 500 top-rank Soul Stones. For a normal astral-reaching realm warrior, they could probably earn that much in their lifetime. Under normal circumstances, having tens of thousands of mid-rank Soul Stones on them would already be quite good. This world is indeed a world where the powerful ones are respected. The same astral-reaching realm warriors can earn 10 or even 100 times more. Yichen suddenly felt very emotional. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors were still worried about not having a mid-rank great weapon, while the astral-reaching realm warriors at the top of the pyramid would have enough soul stones to buy 10 mid-rank great weapons. As for himself, buying 50 mid-rank great weapons would not be a problem at all, and that did not include the value of the treasures he had on him. For example, the gold armor was a top-rank defensive great weapon. If there was a market for it, it would not be a problem to sell it for 50 or 60,000 top-rank soul stones. Just one gold armor would be more than all of his wealth. Experts who have won 10 matches in a row will not receive spirit stones as a reward for participating in the competition within 3 months. However, their winning streak will be counted. Warriors with 20 wins in a row would not get any spirit stones as a reward for 9 months. Warriors with 30 wins in a row would have to wait for 2 years, 40 wins in a row would have to wait for 5 years, and 50 wins in a row would have to wait for 10 years. It is indeed very strict, preventing some of the powerful warriors from trying to earn a fortune through the battles. Plus, the higher the winning record, the longer it would take for them to get the spirit stones as a reward. As for those who are trying to find loopholes and not getting 10 wins in a row, the Blue Mountain Nation should have a way to deal with them as well. After all, the top 5 Sea of Souls realm warriors are not there for nothing. Think about the consequences of messing around. No matter how many spirit stones you have, it would not be as important as your life. Since that's the case, let's earn as much as we can in one go. Yichen put away the 50 winning streak token and 29 boxes of medium-grade spirit stones before he turned around and left the battle arena. Mysterious Moon Prince, what do you think? Inside a private room of a restaurant, the extreme astral-reaching realm warrior from the Blue Mountain Nation, the elder named Wu, said with a smile. The Mysterious Moon Prince glanced at him. You guys have indeed made a good plan. Asking me to help you stop Yichen. If I am not wrong, you guys have also invited Feng Yanro, right? This way, the success rate of this battle would be at least 100%, and there would be no chance of failure. Prince, you are right. Miss Feng Yanro is also on the list. How much is the reward? He had been wanting to meet Yichen for a long time, but he, the Mysterious Moon Prince, would never do meaningless things. So, there had to be enough reward. The old man surnamed Wu raised 3 fingers. If you join the battle, we will give you 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones right away. The other 200,000 will have to wait until you win against Yi Chen. If I win against Yi Chen, I will add another 100,000. The mysterious Moon Prince said without hesitation. The elder hesitated a little bit. In fact, this time, the Blue Mountain Nation had given the mysterious Moon Prince a starting price of 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones. He did not expect the mysterious Moon Prince to be this greedy and ask for 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones right away. But, the mysterious Moon Prince was a key figure, and Feng Yanro was not sure yet. Alright, it is a deal. The elder paused for a second, then asked, I wonder which battle you would like to fight in. The 65th battle. Setting it at the 65th battle was not completely meaningless, since the mysterious Moon Prince would lose in the 66th battle. In the 65th battle, he would prepare to beat Yi Chen. On the second floor of the restaurant, Feng Yanro looked away from the mysterious Moon Prince, while Qing Zhu, who was standing right next to her, had a shocked expression on her face. In order to deal with Yi Chen, the mysterious Moon Prince had actually come to invite her sister Feng. Was that Yi Chen really that hard to deal with? She thought that the mysterious Moon Prince was also on the list. Inviting my sister Feng, you should at least give some reward. Qingzhu interrupted first. The extreme astral reaching realm warrior in front of her laughed, Miss, you are thinking too much. If Miss Feng agrees to this plan, there will be no less than 100,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Plus, if you win against Yi Chen, there will be 200,000 mid-rank spirit stones. In other words, if you win against Yi Chen, you will get 300,000 in total. This is not a bad deal. Sister, why don't you agree? Qingzhu looked at Feng Yanro. Feng Yanro shook her head, I do not need any reward. The mysterious Moon Prince's expression changed, then he forced a smile. You misunderstood me. I do not need any reward. But, I will challenge Yi Chen. Just put me in the first place. I want to have a fair battle with him. Feng Yanro had her own principles. Yi Chen could already be considered as her friend. Although it was just a normal kind of friendship, a friend was a friend. How could she do something that would harm him just for a reward? Therefore, accepting the reward was wrong in itself. As for accepting Yi Chen's challenge, it was her own idea. In the young generation, no one would be afraid of anyone. If she did not challenge him, it would mean that she was afraid, and subconsciously did not want to battle with him, which would not be a good thing for her. Hearing her, the mysterious Moon Prince revealed a smile. As the night fell, a guest arrived at Yi Chen's hotel room. It was Feng Yanro. Pouring a cup of tea for her, Yi Chen observed her expression. What do you want to tell me? Feng Yanro nodded. The day after tomorrow, I will challenge you in the first battle. If I have guessed it right, then there will be the mysterious Moon Prince as well. Oh. Yi Chen rubbed his chin and laughed. This time, the lineup is indeed powerful. Are you not worried at all? Worried about what? Feng Yanro glanced at Yi Chen and thought about it. Perhaps I came in the wrong place. But, in the day after tomorrow, I will give it my all. I will face it seriously as well. After sending off Feng Yanro, Yi Chen revealed a strange expression. Shaking his head, he closed the door and walked into his bedroom. The battles on the second day went without any surprises. Yi Chen went through all the challenges and got 60 wins in a row. Some of the more observant people noticed that there was not a single drop of sweat on Yi Chen's body. This made the extreme astral reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation who were observing Yi Chen in the VIP room feel a bit depressed. But then, thinking about the addition of the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, they felt relieved. Luckily, this time would be different. Feng Yanro would challenge Yi Chen in the first battle. Even if she lost, she would be able to use up half of Yi Chen's power, since Feng Yanro had gotten 66 wins in a row. She also had the extremely powerful Ice Snow Sword realm, which had an unimaginable defense. Trying to break through that powerful Ice Snow Sword realm would be enough to give Yi Chen a headache. In the 65th battle, the mysterious Moon Prince would appear. By then, Yi Chen would already be exhausted, and there would be no chance for him to win. In other words, Yi Chen's victory would most likely end in the 65th battle. 90% sure. What is there to worry about? The elder named Wu picked up his teacup and took a sip leisurely. Over at the audience seating, as Yi Chen had gotten 60 wins in a row, the crowd started to get excited. Finally, 60 wins in a row. Not many people had expected this. Yeah, 50 wins in a row is already impressive. 60 wins in a row, and there were only 3 of them this year. Normally, it would be impressive if there was one every year. But, the real test will be coming. Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro both lost between 60 to 70 wins in a row. I wonder if Yi Chen will have any hope. There is definitely hope, but of course, it is very small. What I am more concerned about is how many battles Yi Chen can last. Mysterious Moon Prince lost in the 6th battle, and Feng Yanro gave up in the 7th battle. I feel that Yi Chen might be a bit more powerful. I had the same feeling as well. Not necessarily. Being powerful in the early stages does not mean that he will be powerful in the later stages. After 60 wins in a row, everyone would be at the extreme astral reaching realm. The pressure would not be small at all. Perhaps Yi Chen would not even be able to last until the 5th battle. This kind of intense discussion continued all the way until the next morning. It was early in the morning, and the battling field was already packed with people. A lot of people had spent 50 mid-rank soul stones, but did not even have a place to sit, so they had to stand on the empty ground. Yi Chen is coming up. Right after one person had finished his 7th win, Yi Chen jumped onto the stage. As for the people who had just won, they had to step down temporarily and wait for Yi Chen's battle to finish. The winning record would be counted as one win. Standing in the middle of the stage, Yi Chen looked in a certain direction. Crack, the door of the VIP room was opened, and Feng Yanro walked out. What? The first challenger is Feng Yanro? What is going on? Feng Yanro is the first challenger? The chance of Yi Chen reaching 70 wins in a row is unimaginably low. Feng Yanro's power on the surface is no weaker than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen might lose the first battle. Even if he manages to win, there would be no hope for him to win the 2nd battle. It was too unexpected. A lot of people were still in shock. They thought that it would still be the same group of extreme astral reaching realm warriors challenging Yi Chen. Who would have thought that Feng Yanro would be the first one? Everyone knew how powerful Feng Yanran was, especially her ice snow sword realm. Shoo, flying onto the stage, Feng Yanro put her right hand on the handle of the longsword from the Blue Mountain Island and said, "Sorry for the offense, please." Yi Chen nodded, "Go ahead." Flying Snow Sky. Taking out her longsword, Feng Yanro performed the top-rank Earth Realm sword art from the Snowy Martial School right away. The sword movement Flying Snow Sky was performed by Feng Yanro, and its power was 2 times more powerful than Xianxia's. One could only see snow falling in the air as the sword chi brought up waves of blizzard, attacking towards Yi Chen. Boom, the blizzard was shattered, and the sword chi exploded. Yi Chen, who was wearing blue robes, was not injured at all. All of the incoming attacks had been sliced into nothingness by his sword attack. Ice flower competition. Feng Yanro frowned as her body flew into the air. She waved out a sword attack, and countless ice flowers appeared in the air. Under the sunlight, the ice flowers shone with a colorful light. Along with beams of sword chi, they spun and attacked towards Yi Chen from all directions. "Miss Feng, I think you should use all of your power." Yi Chen walked forward, the long sword in his hand waving casually in the air, shattering a huge chunk of ice. The sword chi wave had opened up countless cracks on the platform. Occasionally, 1 or 2 sword attacks had even shaved off a corner of the platform. The good thing was that the platform was made of countless metal cubes. Even if it was damaged, it could be replaced on the same night, ensuring that it could still be used the next day. Therefore, before that, the platform would be perfectly fine, and would not collapse in a short period of time. Feng Yanro gritted her teeth as she performed a sword spell with her left hand. A shockingly powerful Jinyuan vibration spread out, and the intense chi field caused her long black hair to dance in the air. The snowflake pattern on her forehead shone once, and a layer of slightly silver-white light shield appeared out of her body. Inside the light shield, the sword light was moving, its head connected to the tail. Its speed was twice as fast as Qingzhu's, but its size was a bit smaller. However, the smaller the sword light was, the tighter the layers of defense were. It was so tight that it seemed to be unbreakable. Under the pressure from Yi Chen, Feng Yanro finally performed her ice snow sword realm. It would have been better if she did not fight with Yi Chen, but once she did, Feng Yanro finally felt the hopelessness of being in control of the situation. Each of Yi Chen's sword attacks seemed to be very simple, but it was this kind of ease that was the scariest. You would not know when he would suddenly attack, or when he would find your flaws and chase after you. If there were different types of sword artists, some of them would be like wolves, who were tough and unyielding, some of them would be like snakes, who would kill once they moved, and some of them would be like tigers, who would be aggressive. However, Yi Chen was obviously a fully armed hunter, and the whole situation was under his control. Feng Yanro had never felt this kind of soul-piercing pressure from any astral-reaching realm sword artist. Today was the first time. Therefore, after throwing out 2 sword attacks, she had to perform her ice snow sword realm. With the sword realm protecting her body, Feng Yanro's sword aura increased drastically. She waved her sword, and the whole platform was covered in sword chi. Swoosh! 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 Facing the overwhelming sword chi, Yi Chen suddenly stretched out his left hand with a calm expression. Everyone watching the battle was confused, not knowing what Yi Chen was going to do at this critical moment. Could it be that he was going to catch that rain-like sword chi with his bare hands? What a joke! With the amplification of the ice snow sword realm, every beam of sword chi that Feng Yanro shot out was extra sharp, like steel needles. Feng Yanro was also confused. Her eyes locked onto Yi Chen, while the long sword in her hand seemed to have disappeared into the surreal space. Hiss, raising the index and middle fingers of his left hand, a stream of soft sword chi suddenly appeared. Following the trajectory of Yi Chen's fingers, the sword chi spread out and cut the space around him into pieces, crisscrossing. This ribbon-like sword chi was evolved from the green lotus sword chi inside Yi Chen's body. It was originally as thick as a finger, but now it was like a steel wire, shining with a green light. Pitter-patter, the next second, endless sword chi attacked down, almost drowning Yi Chen in it. However, from Yi Chen's perspective, those steel needle-like sword chi had all been cut open in the middle. None of them landed on Yi Chen's body, as they were all cut open by the stretched green lotus sword chi. Crack, with his left hand activating the sword chi defense, Yi Chen's right hand was not idle either. He waved down, and the sword chi tore open the air. On the ice snow sword realm outside of Feng Yanro's body, a beam of sword light went right in front of her. It went over her head and then behind her. At first glance, people would think that the ice snow sword realm had been cut open. After backing out for 10 steps, Feng Yanro finally stopped, her face a little pale. He is so powerful. He has suppressed me so easily. Feng Yanro was shocked. She operated her mind art, trying her best to suppress the boiling chi and blood in her body, recovering to her peak condition. Green Lotus Chi. Unlimited combo. Keeping his battling power at around 35%, Yi Chen stood on his tiptoes and floated into the air. He waved his Blue Mountain Island longsword in the air. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 huge green lotuses were formed, floating in front of Yi Chen's body. These 5 lotuses were all made of sharp chi flow. With a slight shake, they turned into thousands of chopstick-sized sword chi, shooting out. If Feng Yanro's sword chi was like a storm before, then right now, Yi Chen's sword chi was like a flood. The sword chi flood crashed into his opponent's ice snow sword realm. Pooh! 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 All of a sudden, Feng Yanro did not even know how many times she had been attacked. Her ice snow sword realm was on the verge of collapsing. Not good. The ice snow sword realm is about to collapse. No matter how powerful the defense was, there would still be a limit. 1 drop of water might not be able to pierce through a rock, but after a long time, even a rock would be pierced through. Feng Yanro could already hear the struggling screams of the ice snow sword realm. Ice snow sword realm, Feng Yanro was about to change her ice snow sword realm into its attacking mode to break the situation, but Yi Chen seemed to have read her mind. His sword chi was even more aggressive and dense, pushing her back continuously. With each step she took, that metal platform would crack and turn into powder. Swoosh, a cloth-tearing sound was heard one after another. The ice snow sword realm had been broken through. Over at the audience seating, everyone was shocked. What was power? This was power, not giving his opponent any chance to fight back. Since the Ice Snow Sword realm had a powerful defense, then he would use 10 times or even 100 times more powerful attacks to tear it apart. The sharpness of a sword artist had been fully displayed by Yi Chen. I have lost. Feng Yanro was sad. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would not even be able to fight back in a battle with the same cultivation. No matter how powerful her attacks were, if they could not land on her opponent, then what would be the point? In the VIP room, Qingzhu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Could an astral-reaching realm warrior really shoot out that many sword chi? Using the amount of sword chi to break through an even more powerful defense, inside the VIP room where all of the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation were gathered. It was completely silent. Everyone was speechless. The elder with the surname Wu came back to his senses, rubbing his temples. We have still underestimated him. Perhaps, we will have to wait until the 7th or 8th battle before we can succeed. The 7th or 8th battle? The people next to him were shocked. We have Feng Yanro and the mysterious Moon Prince on our side. Why would we need to wait until then? Yeah, although he had beaten Feng Yanro, he must have used up a lot of Jin Yuan. Elder Wu, you are worrying too much. Am I really worrying too much? The elder with the surname Wu had seen way too many young warriors, but none of them were as calm as Yi Chen, as if everything was under his control. Perhaps I am worrying too much. From the 2nd to the 4th battle, we should be able to see something. The sword chi disappeared as Yi Chen said, your sword is broken. Just as he finished speaking, the longsword in Feng Yanro's hand exploded, turning into thousands of metal pieces. With an unnatural blush on her face, Feng Yanro asked, please tell me, is this your real power? She had thought a lot about this battle, and the biggest possibility was that Yi Chen had not revealed his real power yet. For a second, she saw an extremely cold sharpness deep inside Yi Chen's eyes. It was the kind of sharpness that could tear apart everything and ignore everything, which made her heart stop beating. This person was extremely frightening inside. Maybe, maybe not. Yi Chen did not answer directly. I got it. He had already given her the answer. After Feng Yanro left the stage, the second extreme astral-reaching realm warrior went up. As soon as he got on the stage, he attacked Yi Chen with all of his power. He was afraid that if he did not attack first, he would not have the chance to do so. Yi Chen was still as calm as before. After dispersing his opponent's attack, he counterattacked again and again, until his opponent admitted defeat with a pale face. The third extreme astral-reaching realm warrior was a lot more cautious. Up until now, it was not that they had not studied Yi Chen's characteristics and style, but the conclusion they got was that he did not have any characteristics or style. The only thing he had was sharpness. Instead of wasting time on studying, it would be better to delay the battle as much as possible and waste his opponent's Xin Yuan. After 5 attacks, he lost. He lost even faster than the previous one because he was too cautious. He did not want to fight with Yi Chen head-on, so he tried to increase the distance and fight from a distance. In the end, he only received 5 attacks before losing completely. Don't play with tactics. None of us are his opponent. His battling experience is already at the master level. The elder reminded the 4th warrior. Yes. Even without Old Man Wu's reminder, one of the participants knew what to do. On the stage, Yi Chen watched the 4th warrior challenge him with a very cold expression on his face. Up until now, his battling power had been suppressed to around 25%. Feng Yanro's Ice Snow Sword realm was too powerful, so he increased it to 35%, trying to create an absolutely balanced battle. Unfortunately, with the same conditions and battling power, there were not many people who could last more than 10 attacks. But, he was also clear that it was not because these people were weak, but because his battling techniques were too powerful. Immortal sword art, destruction sword art, and slaughter sword art, he had learned 3 great sword arts at once. Although his battling power did not increase directly, his battling techniques were horrifying. Battle King, Iron Sword King, and Double Sword King, which one of them was not an existence that could look down on the whole continent? If Yi Chen could combine the 3 sword arts together, he would be able to reach the ancient Sword King realm when he entered the life and death realm. Ding, dang. Dang, after exchanging 5 attacks with the 4th warrior, Yichen broke his opponent's weapon with one sword attack, and the tip of his sword was on his throat. Is he a monster? Winning all 4 battles without any difficulty? Indeed frightening. It gives me goosebumps. Everyone was discussing. Right then, the sound of the door opening was heard from the VIP room where Mysterious Moon Prince was. Mysterious Moon Prince is on the stage. I wonder if he can beat Yichen. Shoo, like the moon in the water, Mysterious Moon Prince's body flashed, and the air rippled. Without a sound, he arrived on the stage. If this is all you have, then you will have no chance of winning against me. I wonder if you can still keep this calm attitude after you lose to me. Mysterious Moon Prince was not Feng Yanro. He did not have the Ice Snow Sword realm, but he had a low-rank profound sense martial art that could compete with it. In his opinion, facing Yichen, defense alone was not enough. Therefore, Feng Yanro, who was at the same level as him, had lost. His attacks were all illusions, which made them even more unpredictable. Whether or not I can do it depends on my power. You are walking on the illusion Tao, which can disturb my mind and move my will. Let me see if you can shake my will. Yichen had seen the Mysterious Moon Prince's battles before, and he knew that his movements were complicated. It looked like he was defending, but he was actually attacking. It looked like he was attacking, but he was actually defending. Attacking and defending were both unpredictable and unpredictable, without any clear dividing line. This was the illusion Tao in the martial arts, which used illusions as the main theme and the core to drive the others. Everyone can talk big, but only a few can actually do it. There is no point in talking anymore. Take my water moon palm attack first. His body floated up into the air as he threw out a palm attack towards Yichen. The palm wind was extremely powerful, and the air was folded. The power of the broken moon spread out in all directions. Damn. My eyes are going blurry. Which one is the real killer? The Mysterious Moon Prince is indeed worthy of his name. Normal people would not even be able to use 80% of their power when fighting with him. Everyone had never seen the serious Mysterious Moon Prince before. From 60 to 70 wins, it seemed like he had used all of his power, but there was a difference. For example, in the first battle, he did not even need to use all of his power to beat his opponent. In the second battle, he did not need to use all of his power either. In the third battle, he had used up a lot of his Jin Yuan. Even if he had used all of his power, it would not have been his usual power. However, right then, he was in his peak condition, and his Jin Yuan and spirit were all very abundant. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be to fight with him in such a condition. Why do I need to guess your movements? You should be the one defending against my sword attacks. Yichen's mind was as clear as a mirror. He was very clear that if he were to be like the spectators in the audience seats, focusing on defending against the incoming attacks, then he would be at a disadvantage, and would be led by his opponent by the nose. A real powerful warrior would make the others follow his rhythm. If he wanted to attack, he would attack, and he would do whatever he wanted. It was not the other way around, but the other way around. The sword chi tore apart the sky. With his body following the sword, Yichen directly broke through the palm wind and drew out an arc of light in the air that covered half of the stage. A surprised look flashed through the Mysterious Moon Prince's eyes. Although he had tried his best to belittle Yichen with his words, his actions had already listed him as a powerful enemy. That water moon palm attack was used to test Yichen, and there was no lack of attacks during the test. However, who would have thought that Yichen would not care about it at all, and would use his own pace to start the attack, which was completely different from his previous style. No special characteristics, no style? However, my illusion Tao includes the deceit Tao. The Mysterious Moon Prince sneered. His wrist shook rapidly, and his palm power surged out. He did not seem to want to change his strategy. Pitter-patter, the sound of energy exploding rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and these dozens of blows belonged to only one move. Sly stab. All of a sudden, Mysterious Moon Prince took out a chopstick-sized iron spike from his sleeve. The iron spike shot out like an aurora, piercing through the chi field between the two of them. The water moon palm attack was the obvious attack, while the sly stab was the hidden killing power. Normal warriors would be killed by this one attack. My sword Dao does not care about the existence or the non-existence. It only cares about the result. All the process is just like the moon in the water, the clouds in the sky. Yi Chen was not fooled. He shattered the iron spike with one sword attack and continued to attack, as if nothing could affect him. Or, in other words, he did not care about what kind of attack his opponent had performed. For him, all of the attacks were not important at all. What was important was the result. What? The mysterious Moon Prince looked shocked. He turned his body, and like a beam of light that had been refracted, he left the spot he was standing at, which made him deviate from Yi Chen's attack path. I told you, it is useless. Yi Chen's face was cold. While moving at a high speed, he turned around and waved his sword. The sky-tearing sword chi had cut the space on the stage into two, making it impossible to dodge. Damn it! Flower Moon breaking heart palm. Overlapping his left and right hands, the mysterious Moon Prince pressed his palm into the air in front of him. Boom, it was like a super bomb had been detonated. The whole stage was blown into the air all of a sudden. Metal pieces the size of human heads shot out everywhere, spreading out at an extreme speed. What kind of F***king battle is this? It is so scary. If I go up there, I would not be able to handle one attack. No, not even half an attack. I would be killed instantly. Besides the gap in power, the gap in techniques is even bigger. They are miles ahead of us. What a horrifying young generation. I have heard that this is the era of martial geniuses. Not only in the southern regions, but also in the other three regions. Especially the central region, the Sky Martial region. I have heard that there are two super powerful martial geniuses who are not weaker than Xianxia. I did not believe it before. How could it be that easy to have martial geniuses? Since the ancient times until now, it has only happened a couple of times. But now, I believe it. This is only the Blue Mountain Island, and there are already such horrifying battles. What about the whole True Spirit continent? Who did you hear it from? I have searched the entire southern regions, and a lot of people have been talking about it. That is really impressive. Could it be that this is really the era of martial geniuses? Over at the audience seating, everyone held their breath and did not even blink their eyes. They could not hold it anymore, so they took a couple of deep breaths and chatted with each other. As they chatted, their blood started to boil even more. Although the era of martial geniuses had nothing to do with them, being in this era, they might have the chance to witness the miracles of the ancient times. They wanted to see how these countless martial geniuses would grow up, and how many of them would be left behind. Green lotus sprouts. The more powerful it is, the more powerful it becomes. On the stage that had disappeared, the battle between the two reached its climax. Of course, Yi Chen had suppressed his power, wanting to beat his opponent with the same level of power. His long sword sliced through the air, causing lotuses to blossom in the air. The sword chi sliced through the air, tearing apart the foundation of the stage. The hair in front of mysterious Moon Prince's forehead and the clothes on his body had been reduced a bit. His eyes were cold as he activated his Jin Yuan, using his own Jin Yuan to suppress the air around him. He controlled his own realm, fighting against Yi Chen's sword realm. Right after that, waves of mirage-like palm power shot out, spreading out for thousands of miles. This was the battle that he had fought at his peak. This battle had started because of Yi Chen, and it would also end because of him. If he won, he would be able to reach a higher level and compete with the martial geniuses at the top of the pyramid. If he lost, he would definitely be quiet for a period of time in the future. Yi Chen, you will lose this battle for sure. Mysterious Moon Prince yelled. Yi Chen paid no attention to him as he performed the sword step. Yes, it was the sword step that belonged to Yi Chen. He had comprehended one part of each of the three great sword arts, and combined them into one. The sword step was the first one to show results, which was a battle step. With one step, the air around him would shatter, turning into a sharp sword chi. It was like an arrow on a bowstring, waiting to be shot out. Using the sword step to fight against mysterious Moon Prince was a bit overkill. But, without actual battle experience, the sword step would lose its meaning. His opponent's illusion art was indeed harder to deal with than normal opponents, but it was exactly because of that made him a good grindstone. Once the sword step was performed, the chi field that Mysterious Moon Prince had created was shattered into pieces. Mysterious Moon Prince's mind was on the verge of collapsing under this attack. Tearing apart the air, Yichen appeared in front of Mysterious Moon Prince within a second, waving his long sword. Mirror Flower Water Moon! Mysterious Moon Prince yelled out while his body was shattered into pieces. It was like the moon in the water, shattering upon contact. They were not in the same realm. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. Countless huge green lotuses appeared outside of Yichen's body, wrapping him in the middle. The lotuses bloomed, and the sword chi spread out in all directions, covering everything in the sky and on the ground. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Shoo, Mysterious Moon Prince's body kept flashing. Every time he appeared, he would move away immediately to avoid being pierced by the sword chi. All of a sudden, he looked like he was in a mess. His clothes were torn apart, and blood spilled everywhere. Mirror Flower Water Moon. True Attack. The Mirror Flower Water Moon was one of the low-rank profound sense martial arts of the Mysterious Moon Pavilion. There was reality within the illusion, and the reality within the illusion. Without a real flower and moon, where would the Mirror Flower Water Moon come from? Everything would be created based on reality. It was a realm that even life and death realm warriors could not reach. A bright moonlight poured down. It was so real that people would not want to destroy it, because it was so real that it gave people the feeling that it was an illusion. This attack was the most powerful attack that Mysterious Moon Prince had. My sword art, one hit. Performing his sword steps, Yichen flew in the air, leaving a clear sword mark in the air. It moved forward with the long sword in Yichen's hand, forming an extremely sharp aura. The moonlight was shattered, but Yichen did not care. He only had one target, which was the Mysterious Moon Prince, who was in between reality and illusion. Swoosh, blood spilled out like a sickle. Yichen brushed past the Mysterious Moon Prince and landed behind him, putting his sword back into its scabbard. Kneeling on the ground with one of his knees, the Mysterious Moon Prince was sweating profusely, soaking his clothes and long hair. His mind had already been broken by Yichen along with all the wounds on his body. In a short period of time, his condition had fallen to a new level. If he could get past this level, it might be a brand new future for him. But if he could not, then it would be an eternity of despair, and he would no longer be a top martial genius. The competition between martial geniuses had always been this cruel. Because martial geniuses did not allow their bodies to fail at the same time. Even the Mysterious Moon Prince could not stop him? What is going on? Inside the VIP room, all of the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation looked at each other. This kid's achievement in sword art is unimaginable. Feng Yanro and the Mysterious Moon Prince were both defeated by him. Within one day, he had defeated 2 top martial geniuses. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Could we not stop his 70 wins in a row? 5 battles. He would have to use up some of his energy. I do not believe that he could win all 10 of them. In another VIP room, Feng Yanro said with a low voice, the Mysterious Moon Prince's illusion art had also been broken. My sword art had met his sword art, and it had lost even more badly. The South Ridra region had fallen for hundreds of years in exchange for the glory we have today. Give him time, and he alone would be enough to challenge all the martial geniuses in the world. Sister Feng, what are you talking about? Qingzhu came back to reality, blinking his eyes. Feng Yanro warned, right now is the era of martial geniuses. You have to work hard, unless you get married and have kids in the future. I do not want to get married that early. I want to make a name for myself in this true spirit continent. Qingzhu sneered. Then you are still far from it. Our head disciple went out a couple of years ago, and he has been in closed-door training ever since he came back. Do you know why? There are more martial geniuses out there than we can imagine, and it is even more horrifying. The Central Region, the Sky Martial Region, is the holy land for martial geniuses. The 6th battle began. The challenger was a flirtatious young married woman. Of course, the lifespan of astral-reaching realm warriors was twice that of normal people. Although she looked like a young married woman, her real age might be even lower. Perhaps she was already in her 60s or 70s. Little brother, I admire you very much. You have to go easy on me. The young married woman winked at Yi Chen. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Huh. Right then, the young married woman's body flickered as her sleeves expanded. A long whip covered in bone spikes swept out, attempting to entangle Yi Chen. Up until now, no one had managed to attack Yi Chen. After some research, everyone agreed that Yi Chen's defense was his weakness. Indeed, they had guessed correctly. Compared to his attack and speed, Yi Chen's defense was undoubtedly weaker. Plus, he was not allowed to use weapons on the stage, which further decreased his defense. However, it was only relative. Don't forget that Yi Chen had already trained his Green Lotus Sword spell to the peak of the 13th level. Even if his cultivation base had not reached the peak of late astral reaching realm, the quantity and quality of his Jin Yuan would be more than most of the warriors at the same level. Yi Chen did not need to be arrogant and use his defense to block out the young married woman's attack. He could tell that this attack of hers was mainly about entangling and then pulling with all her strength. The long whip wriggled, and the bone spikes on it were 100 times more horrifying than a blender. Combined with the martial arts she had trained, it would be enough to break through most of the warrior's defenses. Once the defense was broken, the people inside would be at their mercy. After all, the more they struggled, the tighter the long whip would be, and the bone spikes would definitely kill them. Lifting his left index finger, a strand of Green Lotus Sword chi shot out, cutting onto the bone spikes and creating sparks. Soon after, Yi Chen's right hand lightly held onto the sword hilt. The flirtatious young woman didn't panic even though her attack had failed. She took advantage of the situation and dragged her long whip on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. A large piece of the ground that had been leveled to the ground was torn out. It flipped over and stood vertically, like a metal wall several meters thick, between the two of them. With a triumphant smile on her face, the flirtatious young woman flicked her wrist, and the bone whip became taut. It spun rapidly and pierced through Yi Chen, who was behind the metal wall. Puff, it was as if the metal wall was made of tofu. However, she no longer had the chance. The moment the metal wall was erected, Yi Chen's sword had already been unsheathed. A dazzling sword light flashed, and the metal wall was sliced in half. Yi Chen showed no mercy. With the Blue Mountain Island's standard longsword infused with Green Lotus Jin Yuan, it was unstoppable. It instantly broke through the protective Jin Yuan of the flirtatious young lady. At this moment, the young lady's long whip had just pierced through. Fast, extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, the flirtatious young woman had been defeated. The flirtatious young woman was taken aback. She hadn't expected to be defeated so quickly. The battle hadn't even begun yet. Little brother, you're not being honest. I told you to be lenient. At the very least, you should give me a chance to show off. The flirtatious young woman stomped her foot angrily. Yi Chen spread out his hands. I was just about to say yes, but you've already attacked. The flirtatious young woman was speechless. She only wanted to catch Yi Chen off guard, but she didn't expect things to turn out the way she wanted. She had lost even faster. If she had known this earlier, she would have just fought honestly and completed the mission. In other words, this brat was simply invincible. He has won 66 battles in a row. Is he not tired at all? It's hard to say. I'm afraid that even a continuous battle would not be able to stop him. All of the extreme astral reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Island were quite helpless. In the 7th, 8th, and 9th battles, Yi Chen won all of them within 10 attacks. The reason why Yi Chen was able to win 9 battles in a row was not because of his abundant Jin Yuan, which was only comparable to Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanrou. However, every time Yi Chen fought, he did not use too much Jin Yuan, because no one could exchange dozens or even hundreds of attacks with him. Not even one, including Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanrou. Therefore, after 9 battles, Yi Chen had only thrown out hundreds of attacks. In a battle between astral reaching realm warriors, it would not be a problem for them to exchange hundreds of attacks. Of course, once Yi Chen showed signs of his condition slipping, then it would be a vicious cycle. Slipping meant that his power was slipping, which meant that he would have to throw out more attacks to beat his opponent. After battles, he would be exhausted to death. But of course, this would not happen, since Yi Chen had never shown his real power, so there was no possibility of his condition slipping. Right then, the audience did not think that there would be anyone who could stop Yi Chen. He had won 9 battles in a row with ease, and he would not be able to make it through the 10th battle as well. Once the consecutive battles were over, the next 80, 90, and 100 wins would be within reach. After so many days, I did not expect that there would be another warrior with 100 wins in a row in the Blue Mountain Island. Yeah, it is almost in the bag, unless there is an astral-reaching realm warrior who is even more powerful than Yi Chen. But, I do not think there will be one. There is definitely no one in the Blue Mountain Island. Even if there is, it would not be here. Excluding the top of the young generation, the powerful astral-reaching realm warriors are all hidden in the rank 5 martial schools with life and death realm warriors. I heard that some of the astral-reaching realm warriors who are close to the end of their lifespan have already trained their low-rank profound martial arts to 40 to 50%. If they take one more step, they might even be able to learn the profound directly. Comprehending low-rank profound martial arts to 40 to 50% is quite frightening. Low-rank profound martial arts at 20% would already be equivalent to the strongest attack of a top-rank Earth realm martial art. 40 to 50% would be several times more. Who in the astral-reaching realm would be able to block it? Rank 5 martial schools are indeed rank 5 martial schools. Experts are as common as clouds in the sky. But, it is not surprising. They often receive pointers from life and death realm warriors. It would be impossible for them not to be powerful. Rank 5 martial schools also have their limits, such as Cultivation realm. This is a problem that no one can solve. If one's cultivation base cannot be raised, then one's comprehension will be affected. Speaking of low-rank profound martial arts, the Wavy Cloud region has 3 people who have reached a very high level, and the Misty Snow region has the head disciple of the Misty Snow region. These young warriors already have the qualifications to compete with the top geniuses of the other regions. They are indeed very talented. But, the 4 regions near the Blue Mountain Island still have the Thunder region's Thunder Princess as their leader. The Thunder Princess is already close to being a monster. I simply cannot imagine what kind of level she is at. As the crowd continued to discuss, the 10th battle had officially begun. As the most powerful warrior among the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors in the Blue Mountain Nation, the elder named Wu still had some tricks up his sleeves. He did not participate in the previous battles against Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, because he was ranked 10th and did not need to participate. But now, he had no choice but to participate. Yi Chen had challenged all of them. Thunder Wind. The elder named Wu's weapon was a huge sword that was as thick as an arm. The huge sword carried a thunderous might, tearing apart the sky and causing the air to explode. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen crossed his 2 swords and slashed out, the bright sword light clashing against his opponent's attack. Pung 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 pung. The domineering old man surnamed Wu was not much weaker than Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro in terms of power. His attacks were big and powerful, and each of his sword attacks seemed to contain the power of a mountain. With a mountain compressed into a small sword, one could only imagine its power. Yi Chen's sword was even sharper. No matter how powerful his opponent's attacks were, his sword would always be able to cut through them. Moreover, at the critical moment, he would be able to block the elder's rhythm, making him unable to use his full power, or only able to use half of his power. The old power had been used up, but the new power had not been generated yet. It was the elder named Wu. Dang, the sword attack missed, and the elder named Wu did not have another chance. His huge sword had been sliced into pieces by Yi Chen, and one of the pieces flew past his face, bringing up a trail of blood. I have lost. Congratulations on your 70 wins in a row. The elder named Wu had already predicted this result, so he did not think too much about it. After the 10th battle, the whole audience was excited. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Chen's performance in the next 3 days. After 3 days, whether or not he could win 100 wins in a row would be revealed. The next day, Yi Chen did not disappoint and won 80 wins in a row. As for his opponents, they could only be described as normal. They were not even close to the ones that could take turns to fight. The Blue Mountain Nation had only sent out a couple of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors to stop him. Right after that, Yi Chen had won 90 wins in a row. Even if he could not reach 100 wins in a row, with 90 wins, he would already be ranked second in the Astral Reaching Realm Challenge competition. Of course, it would be impossible for him to not reach 100 wins in a row. On the third day, Yichen won his 10th battle, and the entire Blue Water City was shaken up. 100 wins in a row. Another 100 wins in a row had been born. It seemed like it had been almost 7 years since the last one. After 7 years, he had finally won his second 100 wins in a row. A warrior with 100 wins in a row represents the Blue Mountain Nation to build a golden statue for Yichen. The Blue Mountain City already has a golden statue. This time, it will be the Blue Water City's turn. This is an honor that will last for a lifetime. In the future, whoever comes to the Blue Water City will see a golden statue of Yichen. Yichen did not care much about the honor of winning 100 wins in a row. The power gap was too huge, so there was no excitement in winning 100 wins in a row. The only thing that piqued his interest was the reward for 100 consecutive victories. 60 wins in a row. The first battle would be 2,000 mid-rank soul stones, the second battle would be 3,000, the third battle would be 4,000. Altogether, 65,000 mid-rank soul stones. 70 wins in a row. The first battle would be 2,200 mid-rank soul stones, the second battle would be 3,200, the third battle would be 4,200. Altogether, 67,000 mid-rank soul stones. 80 wins in a row. Altogether, 69,000. 90 wins in a row. Altogether 70,000. 100 wins in a row. Altogether, 70,000. Altogether, it would be 345,000 mid-rank soul stones. Adding the previous 290,000, it would be a total of 635,000 mid-rank soul stones. It would definitely be a huge fortune. In addition, for 50 and 100 wins in a row, besides the mid-rank soul stones, there would also be top-rank soul stones as rewards. 50 wins in a row would be 500 top-rank soul stones, and 100 wins in a row would be 3,000. Yichen was in need of top-rank soul stones to increase his cultivation. Now that he had 3,500 top-rank soul stones, reaching the peak level late astral reaching realm would only be a matter of time. The battles had come to an end. Next, Yichen was going to explore the ancient ruins. He had already promised Feng Yanro that they would go to the bottom of the Star Region Lake to search for the ruins of the puppet school. 3 days later, almost everyone in the Blue Mountain Island knew about Yichen's 100-win streak. The history of the Blue Mountain Nation was very long, spanning thousands of years. However, the Astral Reaching Realm Challenge tournament was only created hundreds of years ago. At that time, it was not that popular, and there were no powerful warriors participating. It was only in the recent decades that it started to gain popularity, attracting countless warriors' attention. 7 years ago, the first 100-win warrior was born. His glory was condensed on a golden statue, which was located in the Blue Mountain City for everyone to look up to. After 7 years, the second 100-win warrior was born. Compared to the first warrior, the second warrior was so young that he looked like he was only 21 years old. It was hard to tell the age of an astral reaching realm warrior, but that was only for most of the normal astral reaching realm warriors. Yichen looked like he was 21 years old, which meant that he had reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 21. Clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to slow down the aging process. According to the growth speed of martial geniuses, Yichen should have reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 18. Astral reaching realm warriors could live up to 200 years, and their appearance would increase twice as fast. From 18 to 21 would take 3 years, which would be 6 years. 18 plus 6 years would make him 24 years old. In other words, Yichen was definitely younger than 24 years old. Perhaps 21 would be his real age. Regardless, being younger than 24 years old was already quite young, and being 21 years old would be even more shocking. To be able to become the second 100-win warrior at such a young age would undoubtedly be more convincing and legendary than the first one. Once the golden statue was built, it would be unforgettable. Looking at the foundation of the golden statue, Feng Yanro revealed a rare smile and said, "Right now, you are a legend in the Blue Mountain Island." Yichen shook his head, "It is just a title." I think there should be a few people in the young generation of the Misty Snow region and the Wavy Cloud region who could do it. Xianxia pursed her lips. Of course, if my eldest senior brother came to Blue Mountain Island, winning 100 matches in a row would be a piece of cake. 1 year ago, I had a fight with him. At that time, he was barely able to win. As for now, I have no idea. As for the Wavy Cloud region, it is said that Huang Kaishan's big brother Red Water Little Man is the #1 warrior among the young generation of the Wavy Cloud region. I think he should be able to win as well. As for the others, they are about the same level as me and the mysterious Moon Prince, and they are not that strong. I don't think it is possible for them to win 100 battles in a row. She did not overestimate her head disciple blindly. In her opinion, her head disciple might not be able to beat Yi Chen, unless he had made some shocking progress in the past year. Hearing her, Xianxia was very depressed. Just like her senior sister Feng had said, 1 year ago, her eldest senior brother was indeed a bit of a stretch. Right now, he was probably at the same level as Yi Chen, which meant that Yi Chen was indeed very powerful enough to be mentioned in the same breath as her eldest senior brother. This made her, who still had a grudge against him, a bit annoyed. Of course, she did not hate Yi Chen, she was just being a little petulant. Let's not talk about this anymore. Going to the bottom of the lake to find the ruins of the puppet school is more important. Yi Chen said. Yeah. Feng Yanro nodded. She had heard that there was a branch of the puppet school near the Blue Mountain Island, but she did not know the exact location. Therefore, for the past 3 to 4 days, the two had been working on the plan to find the branch, and had only started to move now. Leaving the Blue Mountain Island, the three appeared on the vast Star Regional Lake. Feng Yanro said, the east side of the Blue Mountain Island has the most ancient ruins, both on the surface and in the dark. There are at least 10 of them. The possibility of the ruins being there is very small, so we will rule it out for now. There are a lot of spirit plants and tricolored pearls at the bottom of the lake on the south side of the Blue Mountain Island. There are a lot of warriors going there every day, so the possibility of it being there is very small. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. You and your sister disciple will form a team, and I will form a team myself. We will split up and meet here at noon. We will report our results to each other. Yi Chen suggested. Yeah, we will go first then. Feng Yanro and Xianxia flashed their bodies, turning into 2 beams of light and diving into the bottom of the lake. After dozens of blinks of an eye, they had disappeared from Yi Chen's soul power. I think it will take at least 10 days to half a month to get any results. Yi Chen let out a breath and dove into the bottom of the lake from another angle. The pressure in the lake had increased drastically, and the deeper he went, the more intense it became. Reaching 5,000 meters, Yi Chen could not even maintain 2 times the speed of sound anymore. 10,000 meters, he could only maintain 200 meters in a second, which meant that the consumption of Jin Yuan had increased drastically. It was about 3 times more than on land, and it was still because Yi Chen had trained the Green Lotus Sword spell, which was extremely sharp, which made it easier for him to travel in the water than warriors at the same level. The Blue Mountain Island had a radius of 10,000 miles. After reaching 10,000 meters, one would be able to see the bottom of the island, which was in a slope shape. There were a lot of fish at the bottom of the lake, and occasionally, there would be traces of beasts. These beasts seemed to have realized that Yi Chen was not someone to be messed with, so they all took a detour or dove into the mud. Making a mark at this place, Yi Chen released his soul power and moved forward. His plan was to travel 50,000 miles in one direction, and then continue moving forward in a straight line from 80 miles to the side of the mark. As for why he wanted to do this, it was because his sword spirit embryo had given birth to the light of will, and the range of his soul power had increased to 80 miles. Therefore, he had decided on this plan. With a speed of 200 meters in 1 second, or 3,000 miles in 2 hours, Yi Chen moved at an extremely fast speed. Occasionally, he would find something strange, and then he would stop to study it. During this time, he had also seen some warriors who were exploring the bottom of the lake. Once the 2 sides made contact, their faces would change drastically, and they would immediately run away. Yi Chen was the second warrior with 100 wins in a row in the Blue Mountain Island, and this place was the bottom of the Star Region Lake. If Yi Chen had any evil intentions, it would be too late for them to cry. The days of exploration were extremely boring. By the end of the day, it was already noon of the second day, and Yichen had only traveled 25,000 miles. Of course, that was because he had to get back to the starting point at noon, so he had to be a little bit earlier. At the gathering point, Feng Yanro said, "I have not found anything here." "Me too. This is a bottle of 100 spirits pellet for Jinyuan replenishment. You take it first. The Jinyuan consumed at the bottom of the lake is beyond my imagination." Feng Yanro handed over a jade bottle. Yichen glanced at him and reached out to take the jade bottle. "Many thanks." The 100 spirits pellet was not a pellet that could be found in the market. In terms of Jinyuan replenishment, it was already a top-grade pellet. According to the grade, it was definitely the top of the mid-rank pellets. One pellet was worth 500 mid-rank spirit stones, and this bottle contained 20 pellets, which would be worth 10,000 mid-rank spirit stones. For a consumable pellet, its value was ridiculously high. Since the two of them were working together, Yichen could not just reject it. After all, once he found the ruins of the puppet school, the value would be way more than this bottle of 100 spirits pellet. After resting for a while, the three continued to dive into the bottom of the lake. After half a month, there was not even a shadow of the puppet school left. However, Feng Yanro managed to find a smaller ruin and found some small stuff, which was a kind of consolation prize. Yichen did not come back empty-handed either. He had found some rare metal ores in the deep part of the mud, which contained metals that could be used to forge great weapons. It might be useful in the future. On the 18th day, Yichen continued to move around the bottom of the lake. Although we have divided into two groups, we have not even explored 1% of the area so far. We can only try our luck. Luck was the most important factor in exploring the ruins. Without luck, even if you worked 100 times harder than others, you might not be able to find anything. But with luck, you might be able to find something in 1 or 2 days. 10,000 meters below the lake, time seemed to have slowed down a lot. It was completely silent, and a blue light spot was moving at a fast speed, looking very small. Taking out the huge water bottle, Yichen frowned. It was almost time to gather, so he decided to go back first. Eh? Yichen was about to move up when his soul power suddenly sensed a wave of intense vibration. Tear. Cut. What kind of vibration is this? Out of curiosity, Yichen approached the vibration quickly. The closer he was to the vibration, the more Yichen could sense how horrifying it was. This vibration had the power to threaten top astral-reaching realm warriors, and it was only Yichen's initial estimation. The real power would have to be seen with his own eyes. Soon, Yichen arrived at the vibration site. In his sight, there was a huge black crack on the bottom of the lake. Inside the crack, white gold chi flow shot out. Wherever this white gold chi flow went, the lake water could not even get close to it. All of it had been turned into nothingness, turning that area into a world of white gold chi flow. Taking out a low-rank weapon from his storage ring, Yichen threw it into the white gold chi flow. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Shoo, something shocking happened. The extremely hard low-rank weapon started to break down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, it was only the naked eye. With his soul power, Yichen could clearly see that this chi flow was made up of countless tiny needle lights. The low-rank weapon had been cut into pieces by the needle lights, then disappeared completely. Bone disappearing chi. This is the bone disappearing chi. Yichen took a deep breath. With the rich knowledge of the Battle King, Yichen immediately knew the name of this white gold chi flow. The chi flow was actually also yuan chi, but it was made up of 2 or more types of yuan chi. If more yuan chi was combined, then it might turn into a godly light. For example, before the lake outside of the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, there was a 7-colored destructive godly light. The destructive godly light only existed in the 3rd level of the Heaven Top Sky, and could even kill Sea of Souls realm warriors. Although the chi was not as powerful as the godly light, it was still quite dangerous. Some of the chi that had combined 3 or 4 types of yuan chi already had the possibility of killing Sea of Souls realm warriors. The bone disappearing chi was made up of the gold yuan chi and the wind yuan chi. The gold yuan chi was extremely sharp without even thinking about it, and the wind yuan chi was only second to the gold yuan chi. The combination of the two types of yuan qi would have a horrifying destructive power. Once touched by the bone-disappearing qi, one would not be able to describe it as being cut into pieces. It would be hundreds or even thousands of times worse. The body would be turned into nothingness within a second, which was why it was called the bone-disappearing qi. Of course, no matter how powerful the bone-disappearing qi was, it was only made up of two types of yuan qi. Yichen was still confident that he could handle it. However, he did not know how powerful it would be down there, so he would have to be extra careful. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape at all. Let me explore a bit first. Yichen swallowed 100 spirit pellet and pushed his Jin Yuan with all of his power, forming a blue protective layer outside his body. He then entered the white gold qi flow at a moderate speed. Pap. Pap, pap. Pap, all of a sudden, his protective Jin Yuan had been attacked countless times, and the outer layer of Jin Yuan started to thin out. Fortunately, Yichen kept on operating his green lotus sword spell to maintain the balance. Activating his Jin Yuan, Yichen slowly descended, diving into the huge crack at the bottom of the lake. The consumption of Jin Yuan is way too fast. It is more than 100 times faster than in the water, and 300 times faster than on land. Yichen was shocked. Every second, a huge amount of protective Jin Yuan would be destroyed by the bone-disappearing qi. If he did not have Jin Yuan replenishing pellets, he would run out of Jin Yuan sooner or later, and be sliced into pieces. After diving down for a few thousand meters, Yichen arrived at a massive underground world, which was filled with the bone-disappearing qi. Behind the qi, there was a light silver light shining, which was a hemispherical silver light cover. The silver light cover was unbelievably huge, and under Yichen's soul power, it was at least dozens of miles in diameter. Inside the light cover, there were countless buildings that were built one after another. These buildings were different from the normal ones, as they were all made of hardwood. Occasionally, through the broken walls, one could see countless gears stuck together, and some places were inlaid with spirit stones. Gears, spirit stones. It is most likely the ruins of the branch of the puppet school. Yichen did not rush into the silver light cover. Right now, he needed to inform Feng Yanro, since he was not the kind of person who would take all the benefits for himself. It did not fit his sword art. Getting out of the crack, Yichen increased his speed. After leaving this place, he rushed out of the water, just in case the others found the ruins. At the meeting point, Feng Yanro and Qingzhu were standing there. Senior sister Feng, it has been 18 days. What if we still cannot find it? Qingzhu asked. Feng Yanro said, no rush. Be patient. Qingzhu was about to say something when she saw a blue light shooting over from afar. Landing on the ground, Yichen said, you too, I have found the ruins of the puppet school. Really? Qingzhu looked happy. The past 18 days had been too boring for her, and constantly using her spirit power had exhausted her. Hearing Yichen's words, she felt happy for the first time. Feng Yanro smiled. It seems like inviting Mr. Yi was the right choice. There were two meanings in her words. One was that Yichen was very lucky. Without him, it would have taken them forever to find the ruins of the puppet martial school. If he was unlucky, they might not have found it at all. The second meaning was that Yichen had found the ruins of the puppet martial school and came back immediately to inform them. It was obvious that he was a worthy friend. After all, how many people would not be greedy when facing the ruins of the rank 5 martial institution, the puppet martial school, which used to dominate the whole True Spirit continent? No wonder his sword art is so terrifying. Even the puppet school's branch ruins could not shake his heart. Feng Yanro sighed in her heart. She admired Yichen even more. In order to not attract attention, the three of them dove into the bottom of the lake when they were still tens of thousands of miles away from their destination. Then, the three of them put a small distance between themselves and each released their mental powers, working together to set up a huge mental power detection net. Anyone who approached would be detected by them. After a while, the three of them arrived at their destination. Feng Yanro frowned. Is this not the bone-disappearing qi? Yichen nodded, indeed. This is the bone-disappearing qi made from the combination of the gold yuan qi and the wind yuan qi. Without the defense of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, it would be destroyed soon. Of course, Miss Feng does not need to worry. Miss Qingzhu, you will have to use your ice snow sword realm to protect yourself. Is it really that scary? Qingzhu did not believe it. She took out a low-rank spirit weapon from her storage ring. Without Jinyuan, a low-rank spirit weapon's toughness was almost the same as her protective Jinyuan. If this low-rank weapon was undamaged, it meant that the bone-disappearing chi would not be able to threaten her at all. Swoosh, within 3 blinks of an eye, the low-rank weapon had been broken down completely. Oh my, it is real. Qingzhu stuck out her tongue. Feng Yanro said, alright, stop messing around. Hurry up and use your ice snow sword realm. Let's go down together. Just like that, Qingzhu followed behind Yi Chen and Feng Yanro with her ice snow sword realm protection, disappearing into the white gold bone disappearing chi and moving downward slowly. It is indeed the chi. Its power is at least 4 times more powerful than the pure gold yuan chi or wind yuan chi. Luckily, it has only combined 2 kinds of yuan chi. With one more, its power would increase exponentially. Only Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to enter this place. Feng Yanro frowned as she thought to herself. Inside the underground world, the 3 each took 100 spirit pellet, maintaining their Jin Yuan at all times. It is indeed the ruins of the puppet martial school. However, most of the buildings here are made of wood. Of course, these are not normal wood, but the extremely rare psychic wood. It has its own spirituality, and its yuan chi flow is almost the same as a great weapon. That gear should be controlling some kind of mechanism. Feng Yanro's mental power shot into the silver light cover, and she was shocked. This silver light cover is not simple. Perhaps we will have to think of a way to get in. Yi Chen approached the silver light cover and touched it with his hand. Sizzle, the light cover and the Zhen Yuan touched each other, bringing out electric sparks from the friction. Its power is about the same as normal Sea of Souls realm warriors using their protective Zhen Yuan. Yi Chen continued to say. Qingzhu yelled, the protective Zhen Yuan of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. Then, we would not be able to get in. Do we have to go back to the floating snow martial school and ask for the great master? Feng Yanro looked around and said hesitantly, this silver light cover is not man-made. I think there should be a weak spot somewhere, right? Yi Chen chuckled, indeed, I have already found one. But, this weak spot is not completely weak either. It is sometimes calm and sometimes intense, and the time it stays calm is 10 times longer than the time it stays intense. We will have to break it when it is at its most intense. Let me do it. It was not that Feng Yanro was being arrogant, but judging on power, she was naturally not an opponent for Yi Chen. But, when the ice snow sword realm turned into its attacking mode, its power would be extremely powerful. Even extreme astral reaching realm warriors at the same level would be badly wounded if they were hit by this attack. Yi Chen did not say anything. If she could break it, then it would be great. But, if not, then he would have to do it himself. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yanro performed her sword spell. A circle of white gold light appeared out of her body, replacing her protective Jin Yuan. This time, she did not let go of her protective Jin Yuan first, since it was surrounded by the bone-disappearing chi. If her protective Jin Yuan were to shatter first, then she would not even have the time to perform her ice snow sword realm. Her spirit power spread out to the weak spot that Yi Chen had mentioned. Feng Yanro closed her eyes and carefully felt the vibration there. When the vibration was the most intense, it would be the time for her to attack. The first vibration was extremely intense, but Feng Yanro did not attack at all. It was the same for the second time, and the third time, she had finally grasped the pattern. She took out her longsword and threw out an attack a blink of an eye. Sword realm cut. The sword light inside the ice snow sword realm followed Feng Yanro's sword aura and poured out, landing on a certain spot on the silver light cover. Cracking noises could be heard as circles of patterns spread out. The light cover was getting thinner and thinner at a visible speed. However, it seemed like the sword light was not enough to shatter it all at once, since the silver light cover was trying to replenish its energy. Right at that moment, Yi Chen took out his destruction sword and threw out a sword attack. It was the perfect timing. Pooh, the light cover was shattered, and a 1-foot-long hole appeared. Yi Chen pushed his power and sliced it open, extending it to the height of a human. You guys go in first. Feng Yanro and Qingzhu knew that it was a rare opportunity. Their bodies flashed, entering the light cover within a second. Yichen was like a parasite, following them closely. When Yichen turned his head back, the cracked light cover had already been repaired. A rank 5 martial institution is indeed a rank 5 martial institution. Even a branch has the protection of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It is kind of like the protective shield of the demon-resisting fortress in the Blood Demon battlefield. Yichen shook his head and focused on the inside of the light cover. The first thing that entered his sight was a huge palace in front of him. The three arrived outside of the palace. They hesitated a little bit before stepping in. The palace was very spacious, with 2 red wooden pillars supporting it. There were 18 of them in total, each of which was thicker than a table and 33 meters tall. Flowers, birds, fishes, insects, dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and leopards were carved on the surface. There seemed to be a light flow of light shining on them. Crack, the wall on the side of the palace suddenly cracked open, and a human figure shot out at an extreme speed. His whole body was covered in red chi flow as he threw out a blade attack toward Yichen. Eh? Yichen frowned as he shook his wrist. The destruction sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, crossing over with the red figure. Crack, a round object fell down. It was a head, made of wood. Its eyes were 2 unknown gems that shone with a red light. The light was dimming down as if it had lost its life force. Looking at its body, it was also made of wood, and it was wearing an expensive armor. The armor was a perfect fit with its body, and some parts were even connected to each other. Now, this headless body was quietly standing 3 meters away, and it didn't fall. It is the puppet warrior from the puppet martial school. Feng Yanrou's eyes brightened. Yichen did not know any less than Feng Yanrou. The puppet warrior was the most common type of puppet in the puppet martial school. Its power was equivalent to an astral-reaching realm warrior, which was way more powerful than the wooden men from the Skycloud martial school. With a puppet warrior right next to him, an astral-reaching realm warrior would have an extra powerful warrior that was no weaker than him. However, first, he would have to leave his own spirit mark inside the puppet warrior's body, and he would have to constantly replenish it. Once the spirit mark was weakened, the puppet warrior would not be able to be controlled. Besides, the puppet warrior needed a huge amount of top-rank soul stones as its power source. Mid-rank soul stones would not be able to support it at all. Unfortunately, this puppet warrior is already useless. In this world, there are not many people who can fix it. Feng Yanrou thought to herself. At the same time, she was shocked by Yichen's power. Judging on battling power, although it was only as powerful as a normal astral-reaching realm warrior, its defense was extremely powerful. Even an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior would only be able to leave a wound on its body, and would not be able to cut off its head instantly. In her eyes, Yichen was extremely mysterious and powerful. No one knew how powerful he really was. Qingzhu said sadly, "You are too wasteful. A puppet warrior is worth hundreds of times more than that chicken puppet, and you just destroyed it like that." Yichen forced a laugh. "I think there should be more than one puppet warrior in this palace." "You are right. Let's keep going." The building of the puppet school is a huge mechanism, and it has a lot of connections with the puppet warriors. Once we touch the mechanism, we might be able to see a second one. Yichen's guess was right. As the three continued to walk for another dozen steps, another crack appeared on the wall of the palace, and the second puppet warrior rushed out. It was wrapped in a light blue chi flow, with electric currents flashing around it. It stabbed out a spear towards Feng Yanrou, who was the closest to it. Feng Yanrou yelled, her long sword blocking out the spear in her opponent's hand. Thousands of electric flames exploded. Ting! Right then, Yichen flicked his finger and shot out a beam of green lotus sword chi, blowing away the long spear in the puppet warrior's hand. After losing its weapon, the puppet warrior was still as aggressive as ever. It clenched its fists and continued to battle with Feng Yanrou. Feng Yanrou did not use her ace attacks either, but instead, she was playing a war of attrition with the puppet warrior. Before the top-rank soul stones inside its body were used up, there was no way to stop it, unless it was destroyed directly like what Yichen did earlier. This battle lasted for 15 minutes. Towards the end, the attacks of the puppet warrior were getting weaker and weaker, and its movements were getting more and more stiff, which was the sign of running out of power. Feng Yanro switched her sword to her left hand and pressed her palm on the chest of the puppet warrior. She pushed out her palm power, which not only blew it away for dozens of meters, but also created a thick layer of frost on its body. This frost contained the ice element Xianxia, which was sturdy enough to block out a full power attack from a top astral-reaching realm warrior. No matter how much power the puppet warrior used, it could not shatter the frost at once. As it continued to use its power, it was getting weaker and weaker. Eventually, the light blue chi flow disappeared completely. Feng Yanro let out a breath, looked at Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, then I will not be polite anymore." Yi Chen nodded, of course. Although he was the one who found the ruins of the puppet school, without Feng Yanro, he would not have known that there was such a ruin near the Blue Mountain Island. In the end, it was Feng Yanro who did the most. Plus, this puppet warrior was taken care of by her as well, so it should belong to her. Walking to the unmoving puppet warrior, Feng Yanro shattered the frost and started to practice her mental branding art. She left her own mental mark on the core of the puppet warrior, which was located at the heart of its chest. Soon, Feng Yanro had successfully left her mark. "Sister disciple, why don't you put in top-rank soul stones and try?" Qingzhu urged. Feng Yanro nodded. She placed her palm on the chest of the puppet warrior and heard a cracking sound. A neat hole appeared on its stomach, which was filled with top-rank soul stones that had lost their yuan qi. Roughly speaking, there were more than 20 of them. Yi Chen, who was standing behind her, sensed it slightly and knew that there were 24 of them. Half of them were dark like rocks, while the other half had a light color, which was obviously a sign that they had just used up their yuan qi. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. Before this, the puppet warrior had already used up 12 top-rank soul stones yuan qi. When it was battling with Feng Yanro, it only had 12 top-rank soul stones left. In other words, the real battle time of the puppet warrior was twice as long as 15 minutes. Digging out the useless top-rank soul stones, Feng Yanro filled in the ones with more yuan qi. The next second, a bright blue light shot out of the puppet warrior's eyes, and the energy vibration inside its body was obvious. Fight. Feng Yanro urged her mind power and ordered the puppet warriors to attack Qingzhu. Xiao, with a flash of blue light, the puppet warrior appeared in front of Qingzhu quickly. It clenched its right hand into a fist and punched at Qingzhu fiercely. "Aya!" Qingzhu jumped back in fright. "Alright, stop." Feng Yanro smiled lightly, making the puppet warriors quiet down. "What a marvelous skill." Yi Chen sighed with emotion. His chicken puppet could already be considered as the crystallization of intelligence, while this puppet warrior was countless times more complicated than the chicken puppet. Especially the energy inside its body, it was not as simple as drawing out the yuan qi from the top-rank spirit stones. Instead, it had to go through a special channel to turn it into an even more powerful energy. Although this energy was not as powerful as Jin Yuan, which would slightly affect the puppet warrior's strength to the level of an ordinary astral reaching expert, if it were filled with extreme rank spirit stones, its battle power would certainly increase by a large margin. It might even reach the level of an extreme astral reaching expert. Of course, no one would use up extreme rank spirit stones like this. Regardless, one puppet warrior was worth way more than 10 mid-rank weapons, which could only increase the power of an astral reaching realm warrior, while one puppet warrior was equivalent to an astral reaching realm warrior. Besides that, the puppet mechanism spell had almost been lost, so these puppet warriors could definitely be used as valuable collectibles. Yi Chen believed that even Seas of Souls realm warriors would be tempted by them. "Hurry! Let's go! I want a puppet warrior as well." Qingzhu could not wait anymore. Putting the puppet warrior into her storage ring, Feng Yanro said, "Don't worry. This should be the first time someone has stepped into the ruins of the puppet school. There should be quite a lot of puppets here." The palace was deep and dark, and the three had only walked 1/5 of the way. When they were 2/5 of the way, the walls on both sides suddenly cracked open, and 2 puppet warriors rushed out. One was green and the other was gold. The puppet warrior with golden chi flow shimmering around its body attacked toward Yi Chen, while the other one with green chi flow attacked toward Qingzhu. Qingzhu was a top astral reaching realm warrior after all, so it would not be a problem for him to suppress the puppet warrior. As for Yi Chen, he did the same thing, flicking his finger and shooting out a beam of green lotus sword chi that had blown away the huge golden sword in the puppet warrior's hand. His body flashed as he threw out a punch at its chest. Boom, the puppet warrior fell down from the sky. As Yi Chen's sword art had become more and more powerful, his sword art had become more and more powerful, and his 5-mountain godly fist art had almost become useless. But right now, it was the perfect time to use it. Using that rich fist power to land on the puppet warrior's body, it should not be broken that easily. Feng Yanro stood on the side and watched. Sometimes she would look at Qingzhu, and sometimes she would look at Qingzhu. Gradually, she realized something. They were both trying to suppress the puppet warrior, but Qingzhu only knew how to burn out the energy inside its body. But Yi Chen was different. Every punch he threw out contained a vibrating power. This vibrating power worked on the puppet warrior's body, forcing it to spend more energy to cancel it out. Besides, Yi Chen was not only trying to suppress the puppet warrior. When the puppet warrior threw out a sharp punch, Yi Chen threw out a punch as well. An extremely powerful suction force appeared in the center of his fist, sucking in the puppet warrior's fist and forcing it to compete with him in terms of energy. This is so horrifying. Not only is his power not as powerful as him, but his battling skills are not on the same level at all. He is really only 21 years old. Feng Yanro could not help but feel a chill down her spine. After a little more than 7 minutes, Yi Chen had burned out all of the energy inside the puppet warrior. As for Qingzhu, he was still in the middle of the battle. The energy inside this puppet warrior's body is the gold element energy, which focuses on sharpness. Together with the huge sword, it should be better to call it the puppet warrior. After leaving a mental mark at the core of the puppet warrior's heart, Yi Chen reached out his hand and made a suction force. The huge golden sword that had fallen on the ground in the distance flew over, and Yi Chen stuffed it back into the puppet warrior's hand. He then turned on the switch and dug out the useless top-rank spirit stones, replacing them with new top-rank spirit stones. Mission accomplished. Between his eyebrows, Yi Chen pushed his mental power and ordered the puppet warrior to attack the surreal space in front of him. Shoo! The puppet warrior's eyes shone with a gold light as it bent its knees and bounced up. The huge golden sword in its hand was waved out with an explosive speed, tearing open a vacuum sword mark in the surreal space. Indeed, my soul power is powerful enough, so my mental power is naturally powerful as well. Using the puppet warrior is even easier now. Yi Chen believed that if he controlled the puppet warrior to fight against Feng Yanro's, she would only be able to block out 3 attacks at most. Speed would decide the outcome of the battle. Of course, if a real battle broke out, he would not be able to control the puppet warrior at all, so he would just let it fight on its own. Therefore, it would not make much of a difference. It is done. On the other side, Qingzhu had finally finished with her puppet warrior. After leaving a mental mark and filling in new top-rank spirit stones, Qingzhu controlled her puppet warrior to move back and forth, having a lot of fun. Then, the 3 of them each got 2 more puppet warriors, which meant that each of them had 3 of them. Yi Chen's 3 puppet warriors were a sword warrior, an axe warrior, and a shield warrior with a sword and a shield warrior. Each of them had the power of a normal astral-reaching realm warrior, which meant that he had gained 3 useful helpers all of a sudden. Qingzhu was very playful, so she insisted on using her puppet warrior to fight against Yi Chen's. But, her mental power was not as powerful as Yi Chen's. After 2 or 3 attacks, she had lost completely. Feng Yanro shook her head helplessly. Stop messing around. Let's keep exploring the ruins. Huh. Not fair. It must be because his puppet warrior is better than mine. Puffing up her cheeks, Qingzhu followed behind Feng Yanro with a depressed face. Walking out from the back of the palace, the 3 searched through every single building, and found quite a lot. Excluding the difference in attacking power, Yi Chen had gotten a set of 108 high-level wooden men, which had the power of a top-condensing reality realm warrior. 10 puppet spears, with low-rank spirit stones, could shoot out light beams to attack enemies, which would be able to break through a condensing reality realm warrior's defense. 3 puppet cannons, which had the same function as the puppet spears, but were much more powerful, able to break through a clasping Yuan realm warrior's defense. Other than that, there were also some puppets that had nothing to do with attacking power. For example, a puppet house that could survive in the wild, with tables, chairs, and a bed inside. When not in use, the mechanism could be activated, and it would shrink into a 2-meter wide cube. The most valuable thing was that the puppet house also had a protective cover mechanism. With some mid-rank spirit stones, it would be able to activate a protective cover that could block out attacks from clasping Yuan realm warriors. For Yi Chen, who was always on the move, it was a good thing. At least, when he was resting in the wild, he could sit with his legs crossed and meditate. If he had a girlfriend, it would be even better. Feng Yanro and Qingzhu had also gotten a lot of puppets. Qingzhu was so happy that he could not stop laughing. Thinking about the fight with Yi Chen for the chicken puppet on the Blue Mountain Island, he felt a bit embarrassed. Gradually, the three arrived at the core area of the ruins. There was nothing in the core area, but the three's breathing had slightly increased. They had found the warehouse of the ruins. Without even thinking, they knew what the warehouse was for. It must be a puppet, and a high-end one at that. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to enter the warehouse. Before entering, they would have to go through this thousands of meters long tunnel in front of them. Taking out a low-rank weapon, Yi Chen threw it into the tunnel. With Yi Chen's Jin Yuan pouring in, the low-rank weapon's speed was as fast as lightning, reaching 4 times its normal speed. The ear-piercing sound was extremely ear-piercing. Pooh, a dark purple light beam shot out from the side, accurately hitting the low-rank weapon. The low-rank weapon exploded instantly, its broken pieces shooting everywhere. Qingzhu was secretly shocked. It seemed like the dark purple light beam was even more horrifying than the bone-disappearing qi. Even she did not have the confidence to go through it smoothly. Without any surprises, the dark purple light beam would not stop attacking until the object was destroyed. This was the real problem. I wonder if we can find the mechanism that controls the tunnel to attack automatically? Feng Yanro frowned. To be honest, although she was confident that she could make it through, it was more of an uncertainty. Without confidence, it would mean that she would die for sure. No one would not value their life, and she was no exception. Yi Chen's expression did not change. He touched his storage ring and took out another item. It was not a low-rank item, but a real mid-rank one. Pouring his green lotus Jin Yuan into it, Yi Chen shot it out at the same speed. Pooh, pooh. Pooh. Pooh, the hardness of a mid-rank item was way higher than a low-rank item after all. The first light beam did not manage to shatter it, but it was followed by the second, third, fourth. A total of 13 light beams landed on it. The mid-rank item that even Yi Chen could not destroy finally exploded. The explosion of flame dyed the whole tunnel red, a bright red. This is impossible. Qingzhu's mouth was wide open. Feng Yanro also shook her head. She did not have any hope anymore, unless they could find the mechanism. But, if the mechanism of the puppet martial school was that easy to find, then it would not be the puppet martial school anymore. Yi Chen said lightly, the speed of my low-rank item is 4.5 times the speed of sound. The mid-rank item will be hit by the light beam when it reaches 420 meters, and the mid-rank item will be hit as well. If I increase the speed to 6 times the speed of sound, then it should be hit at 560 meters. Think about it, if I reach 560 meters and am not hit, would I be able to make it? Of course. At 6 times the speed of sound, there will be nothing to be afraid of in the first 560 meters. If I am not hit at 560 meters, then I can travel another 560 meters at once. But, how can I not be hit? Also, if I am not hit at 560 meters, can you guarantee that I will not be hit at 570 meters? Qingzhu was not that stupid either, so she asked a couple of crucial questions. Yi Chen said confidently, I can use something to block out the light beam attack. But, it needs to be big enough to cover one side of my body, since you do not know where it will attack you. Therefore, a mid-rank defensive item would not be able to guarantee my safety. Cover one side of the body, and it will be able to block out one attack of the light beam. Puppet warrior. Feng Yanro was very smart, so she immediately said the best option. Yi Chen nodded, indeed. Just like I thought, the puppet warrior's defense is powerful enough to block out one attack of the light beam. This time, it was Feng Yanro who asked, but, just like you said, the puppet warrior can only cover one side of the body. Will the light beam come from the other side? Once it does, it will turn you into a hornet's nest. Yichen laughed. The low-rank grade item that I threw out earlier was aimed at the center of the left side, and the light beam came from the left side. The mid-rank grade item was aimed at the center of the right side, and the light beam came from the top. If I am not wrong, it was aimed at the center of the right side, and the light beam would come from the right side. The four sides of this tunnel are equal, which is a square. If you connect the two opposite corners together, there will be 4 triangles. Let's not talk about the bottom triangle for now. Let's talk about the top 3 triangles first. When we are inside one of the triangles, we will be attacked by the light beam from the wall that is connected to that triangle. Simply speaking, whichever wall we are close to, we will be attacked from that side. As for the bottom triangle, if we are close to the left side, we will be attacked from the left side, and vice versa. Impossible. You have only tried it twice, and you have already found the pattern? Xianxia did not believe it. He took out some useless things from his storage ring and started to experiment. In the end, the result was exactly the same as what Yichen had said. Whichever wall we were close to, we would be attacked from that side, and we could completely predict the direction of the attack. Mr. Yi, have you experienced something like this before? Feng Yanro asked confusedly. Yichen shook his head. This is a mechanism. Mechanisms are different from puppets, as there is a pattern. If it were puppets, then I would not be able to do anything about it. Puppets were even more powerful than mechanisms. Without a doubt, the smaller the loopholes, the better it would be. But no matter what, there would always be loopholes. The key was whether you could see them or not. He did not know what the creator of this mechanism was thinking. If it were him, he would make sure that whichever wall we were close to would be attacked by the light beam from that side. Without this rule, once a person entered, they would be attacked by the light beam from all 3 walls, and the loopholes would be much smaller. Perhaps, the creator of this mechanism was trying to save energy, or maybe he was trying to train his disciples' thinking ability. No one knew. Let's go in then. Xianxia was eager to try. Not yet. There is one last experiment. Yichen took out 2 low-rank weapons, one big and one small. He shook his hand and shot them out. The 2 low-rank weapons were in an absolutely parallel position, with the same height and speed. They were close to the left wall, with the big one covering the small one. Pooh! A beam of light shot out from the left side of the wall, shattering the large low-grade artifact. The small low-grade artifact was unscathed as it passed through the passage. This time, Yichen had shot it out at 6 times the speed of sound. Now it is done. Yichen let out a breath. You are so smart. Xianxia realized that she had started to admire Yichen. Just like what she had said before, if they could not attack from 560 meters, then what would happen from 570 meters? But in the end, Yichen said to use the puppet warrior to block the attack, which made her forget about the rest of the possibilities. Indeed, the puppet warrior could help them block the attack, but only if they continued to fly and did not get hit by the light beam. Otherwise, everything would be useless. As for controlling the puppet warrior to block the attack, it would be even more unrealistic, since the power of the light beam would make the puppet warrior crash into them. Feng Yanro also admired Yichen a lot. Normally, even if they could find a way, it would take them a long time. Plus, it would be hard to tell if they could stay calm all the time. Let me go first. Yichen stood outside the entrance. 6 times the speed of sound might be hard for other extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, but Yichen had learned the sword steps, so it would not be a problem for him to increase his speed to 6 times the speed of sound in a short period of time. Plus, ever since he had condensed his sword intent into the shape of his sword spirit, it also had the ability to increase his speed. However, it was his ace card, and he would not reveal it. Easily. Shoo! Extending his body, Yichen shot into the tunnel within a second, leaning towards the wall on the left. When he reached 550 meters, he made a preemptive move, taking out an Axeman puppet to block on the left. The second the puppet appeared, Yichen was already 560 meters away. Pooh! A beam of light landed on the puppet, and Yichen dropped it. His speed did not decrease at all as he continued to fly forward at an extreme speed. Finally, Yichen reached the other end of the tunnel. Under the attack of that beam of light, the Axeman could not handle it and exploded. Seeing that Yichen had succeeded, Feng Yanrou and Qingzhu had no reason to worry about anything else. As for 6 times the speed of sound, they were not afraid either, since the Wavy Snow Martial School had a lot of secret arts that could increase one's speed. Of course, it would only be for a short period of time, but it would be enough. Actually, it would not matter if they were slower, but they would have to do it in 2 batches, which would mean losing 2 puppet warriors for each person. They would not be willing to do that, unless they could find something hard enough to replace the puppet warriors. After losing 2 puppet warriors, the 2 successfully passed. Feng Yanrou was about to talk to Yichen when she saw him staring at a certain place. She could not help but follow his gaze. There was a sign in the corner with a line of words written on it. Congratulations on finding a way to pass through the death tunnel within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. You are now qualified to pick a top-ranked puppet. Our puppet school needs disciples like you. Feng Yanrou said with surprise, it is actually used to test the disciples of the puppet school. I see. No wonder it was so easy. Yichen still felt that this mechanism was too easy for Feng Yanrou and Qingzhu to think of. First, it was because the time was too short, and they had not calmed down enough to think about it. Second, they did not know that it was a test, so they did not treat it as one. Of course, there would be a lot of people who could not think of it within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Without thinking about it, Yichen said, since we have passed, let's go in and have a look. Top-ranked puppets are 1 rank higher than puppet warriors. I wonder what kind they will be. Taking back his sight, Yichen walked into the warehouse. The warehouse was divided into a lot of rooms. Walking past one after another, the 3 did not look too good. They had worked so hard to get in, but there was not even a single puppet inside. Soon, the 3 arrived at a room in the corner. Opening the door, the room was not empty. Instead, there were 5 puppets neatly arranged inside. These 5 puppets were all very large. On the left were 2 bird-type puppets, and on the right were 3 beast-type puppets. Whether they were bird-type puppets or beast-type puppets, they all had wings, which meant that they could fly high in the sky. These were puppets that could be used for traveling. 5 top-rank puppets. Top-rank puppets would have a speed close to Sea of Souls realm warriors. Once they are filled with extreme rank spirit stones, it would be easy for them to surpass Sea of Souls realm warriors. Feng Yanrou was shocked. Yichen laughed. 5? How should we split them? He would definitely not want to take one, so he threw the question back to her. Feng Yanrou said, although I was the one who told you about the ruins of the puppet martial school near the Blue Mountain Island, you were the one who found it, and it was also you who found the way to get through the death tunnel. Therefore, you should take 2 of them, and the other 3 should belong to me and my sister disciple Qingzhu. What do you think? Thank you so much. Among the 5 flying puppets, Yichen chose a flying-type puppet and a beast-type puppet. The flying-type puppet was in the shape of a rock, while the beast-type was in the shape of a leopard. He had not used the flying puppet yet, so Yichen branded his own mental mark on it before filling in the top-rank spirit stones. He slightly pushed his mental power, and the flying puppet's wings started to flap intensely, bringing up a powerful chi flow that looked like sharp blades. Of course, the main purpose of the wings was not to speed up, but to control the direction. The acceleration came from the 3 nozzles on the back of the puppet, each of which was as thick as a bowl. With 2 flying puppets in his hands, Yichen thought that it was a worthwhile trip. Mr. Yi, most of the treasures have been taken by us, but please do not tell anyone. Right then, Feng Yanrou said. Yichen looked around and nodded, you are right. This ruin itself is a great treasure. For example, that silver protective cover, the building that was made into a huge mechanism, and that death tunnel, they are all enough to make any rank 6 martial school go crazy. Even rank 5 martial schools would want them. Don't worry, I will not take these things away, and I will not burn the bridge after crossing it. But, if your snowy martial school makes too big of a move, it would be hard for you to hide from the other rank 6 martial schools. Feng Yanrou said, indeed, it would be very hard to take the ruin for ourselves. We might even have to share it with the others. But, since it was us who came here first, we will definitely get the biggest share. That is why Yanrou hopes that Mr. Yi will keep it a secret. Yichen smiled. He was not interested in the fights between the big martial schools. since he had already gotten enough, this place had lost its value to him. He suggested, "Let's go back the way we came." The three left the warehouse and came to the tunnel. The death tunnel would be attacked when they came in, but it would be quiet when they went out. Of course, Yichen did not dare to take the risk. After a couple of tests, he flew out the way he came in, afraid that something might happen to the tunnel and he might die. The three came out, and the puppet warriors followed closely behind. After the time it took to make a pot of tea, the three appeared at the bottom of the lake. Looking back at the white gold bone disappearing Qi, Yichen thought to himself, "This place is 40,000 miles away from the Blue Mountain Island, and it is hidden in the deepest part of the lake. Without getting close to 10 miles, I would not be able to sense it at all. If it were not for my powerful soul power, and my sword spirit embryo had given birth to the light of will power, which has a range of 80 miles, it would be very easy to miss it." Exploring the depths of the lake with a radius of 50,000 miles, it was too easy to miss out on 10 miles of area. It was unavoidable. Back in the Blue Mountain Island, Yichen noticed that the foundation of his golden statue had been built. It was 10 meters in both length and width. Judging from the scale, it would not be a problem for the statue to reach 1 to 200 meters tall. 1 to 200 meters tall statue made entirely out of gold. The Blue Mountain Nation was quite careful in this aspect. In the following days, Yichen spent all his time learning the Thunder Beast transformation and the sky-shattering clouds. The Thunder Beast transformation was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, and its fourth transformation, the Thunder Bird transformation, was only slightly less difficult than the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword art. However, Yichen did not plan to master it within a short period of time. He only wanted to use the Thunder Beast transformation as a springboard, preparing to merge the eighth movement of the Sky Cloud sword art with the sky-shattering clouds. The sky-shattering clouds combined with the eighth movement of the Sky Cloud sword arts could be said to be Yichen's biggest goal in the near future. It was not that he was too impatient, but that he had no other choice. The advantages of low-rank profound martial arts were too great. As long as he could comprehend 10%, he would be able to surpass the eighth movement of the Green Lotus sword arts and the current sky-shattering clouds. If he could comprehend 20%, his power would double, and he would be able to challenge those with higher realms. If he could comprehend 30%, then it would be horrifying. Yichen could imagine what would happen if an astral-reaching paragon with a top-rank artifact fought against him with 30% of a low-rank profound martial art. At the very least, he did not have absolute confidence in winning against his opponent, not to mention the 40 to 50%. Yichen did not even dare to imagine it. Although Yichen's battle power was twice that of an astral-reaching paragon, he could not afford to be too far behind in some aspects. How could he not be anxious? Once the sky-shattering clouds is combined with the eighth movement of the Sky Cloud sword arts, its power should be equal to the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. It would be enough to compete with 20% of a low-rank profound martial art. The most urgent thing right now is to reach this goal, and then comprehend the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. Once these two are completed, it will be time for me to comprehend the profound and create my own low-rank profound martial art. Yichen's goal was very clear. He knew that breaking through from the astral-reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm was too difficult. Even Xianxia had to spend 6 to 7 years to cultivate from the astral-reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm. Meanwhile, he had reached the astral-reaching realm at the age of 19. Right now, he was 21, and it had only been 2 years. Even if his talent was higher than Xianxia's, it would still be impossible for him to become a Sea of Souls realm expert in such a short time. Therefore, the development of martial arts was the most important thing. Learning martial arts was not the only thing that Yichen wanted to do. There were a lot of ruins around the Blue Mountain Island, and Yichen would occasionally go there to explore and search for some treasures. His soul power's range was about 5 times that of normal astral-reaching realm warriors, which was too big of an advantage. He could always find some good stuff. Just the day before yesterday, he found an extremely rare blood yuan plant in a herb garden. Although it was not as valuable as the sky demon flower petals, it was still a great healing plant. Plus, the blood yuan plant had an advantage, which was that even if one did not have Jin yuan in their body, they would be able to take effect immediately. Spirit plants, spirit stones, great weapons, martial arts, Yichen had gained quite a lot, and he also had the thought of leaving the Blue Mountain Island. Above the boundless Star Regional Lake, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The sky was clear, and a light breeze was blowing gently, bringing up small waves. A human figure descended from the sky, stepping on the surface of the lake. This place is thousands of miles away from the Blue Mountain Island. There should not be many people passing by. I will use the flying puppet to get there. It was indeed Yichen. Since the Blue Mountain Island had too many people, there were not many remote places. Therefore, after exploring most of the ancient ruins, he decided to leave the Blue Mountain Island, preparing to merge the 8th style of the Sky Cloud Sword art into the sky-shattering clouds. Learning martial arts would not be a bad way to go. In the boundless Star Regional Lake, those uninhabited islands were undoubtedly the best choice. Buzz, the air slightly vibrated, and the leopard-shaped puppet appeared in front of Yichen. The puppet was 4 meters long and 2.5 meters tall. It had a pair of 8 meters long wings. Its claws were sharp, and its eyes were 2 bull-sized gems. Apart from the fact that it did not breathe, it looked very similar to a leopard-shaped beast. From afar, one would definitely not mistake it for a puppet. Flipping over and sitting on the puppet, Yichen pushed his mental power, making the puppet run. Splash, splash. Splash, without spreading its wings, the puppet started to run at an extreme speed on the lake. Because of the energy in its feet, it was running very steadily. Soon, it did not sink into the lake. Yeah, its running speed is about 3 times the speed of sound. Yichen nodded. This speed was already very satisfying for him, since even rank 9 beasts could only run at this speed on the ground. Only by relying on the beast Yuan could they reach 10 times the speed of sound. Even if it were a Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would still be the same. Fly. As he gave the order, the puppet opened its wings and started to flap violently. Waves started to appear on the surface of the lake, bringing up a 100-meter-tall wave. Shoo, a high-pitched sound was heard as the puppet shot into the sky, bringing Yichen up to 10,000 meters in the sky. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, soon, the puppet's speed reached 10 times the speed of sound, which was slightly slower than Sea of Souls realm warriors. At the end of its tail, 3 nozzles were shooting out scorching streams of air. This stream of air could melt gold and iron, even burning the air into nothingness. This speed is too fast. Yichen was shocked. The only time he had experienced 10 times the speed of sound was when Long Bai brought him back to the Windy Nation. His fastest speed was definitely not more than 7 times the speed of sound. With this flying puppet, I will not need to use Jin Yuan to travel anymore. As for top-rank spirit stones, that would indeed be a problem. The flying puppet would need to be filled with 120 top-rank spirit stones each time. If it flew at full speed, it would last for 24 hours, which would cost 120 top-rank spirit stones. In a few days, the 3,500 top-rank spirit stones that Yichen had gotten from the battles would be used up, and he would not be able to afford it at all. Let's see if I can fill in the mid-rank spirit stones. I do not need to travel this fast anyway. Yichen suddenly had an idea as he told the puppet to stop. After digging out the top-rank spirit stones, Yichen filled in 120 mid-rank spirit stones. Then, he continued to fly at full speed. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, after filling in the mid-rank spirit stones, the maximum speed of the puppet was 5 times the speed of sound. This speed is more than enough. I will use mid-rank spirit stones in the future. Different from top-rank spirit stones, Yichen already had more than 2 million mid-rank spirit stones. He could definitely afford it. Moreover, the consumption of Jin Yuan was actually more expensive than mid-rank spirit stones. Once his Jin Yuan was used up, he would need to replenish it with pellets, and a single pellet would cost quite a lot of mid-rank spirit stones. Of course, using mid-rank spirit stones as the energy source could only last for 6 hours, and he would have to change it every 6 hours. Traveling at 5 times the speed of sound, Yichen soon found a deserted island that he was satisfied with. The deserted island was huge, no less than 1,000 miles in size. There were a large number of land beasts living on it, and there were also a few amphibious beasts. Landing in the mountains on the west side of the island, Yichen quickly put away the puppet. Let's comprehend it here. Time flowed like water, and Yi Chen had already lived on the deserted island for 3 days. During this time, Yi Chen's comprehension of the Thunder Beast transformation went smoothly. The Thunder Beast transformation had a total of 4 transformations: Thunder Bear, Thunder Leopard, Thunder Lion, and Thunder Bird. Yi Chen had already comprehended the 3rd transformation a long time ago. Now, he had even trained it to completion, and the 4th transformation, Thunder Bird transformation, was starting to make some progress. Break! Holding the Thunder Sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack towards the mountain in front of him. Boom! A Thunder Lion with 2 wings rushed out and crashed into the middle of the mountain. With a thunderous sound, the huge mountain was blown into pieces. Black rocks flew everywhere, as if it was the end of the world. Thunder Lion transformation combined with Thunder Bird transformation, growing a pair of wings. It is time to study the sky-shattering clouds. I believe it will be a success this time. In fact, to merge the 8th movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art with the sky-shattering clouds, he only needed one opportunity. That was why Yi Chen went to study the Thunder Beast transformation, hoping to find this opportunity from the thunder mentality of the Thunder Beast transformation and use it in his martial arts. What was more troublesome was that this time, he only needed to merge the sword movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art without the cloud mentality, because from mentality to profound, the 2 different elements would gradually separate. It was just like a low-rank profound martial art, which only had 1 profound, so it was impossible to have 2. Previously, he had combined the cloud mentality with the thunder mentality. In the short term, it was indeed a shortcut, but in the long term, it was a mistake. When the 2 complementary mentalities reached their limit, they would eventually separate. Right now, Yi Chen had made great progress in the thunder mentality, so he needed to separate the cloud mentality. White clouds filled the sky, and the sun and moon flew past. On a flat land amidst the mountains, a huge wooden house had appeared out of nowhere. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around the house, preventing some low-grade demonic beasts from entering. Inside the house, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, cultivating. With the upper-grade spirit stones, reaching the peak of late astral reaching realm was only a matter of time, which would save Yi Chen a lot of trouble and time. After absorbing the yuan qi of the 2 upper-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Worthy of being an upper-grade spirit stone. The yuan qi's purity is several times that of a mid-grade spirit stone. There's no need to refine it, as it can be directly transformed into Jin Yuan. The total amount is also dozens of times that of a mid-grade spirit stone. Although its effect is not as good as the earth astral pellet, the remaining upper-grade spirit stones are enough for me to reach the peak of late astral reaching realm. Moreover, there's still more to go. 1 month. I only need 1 month to temporarily complete my cultivation base. Cultivation base was different from other things. The peak of late astral reaching realm was complete, and the next step would be the Sea of Soul realm. Martial skills and sword soul embryo both had room for improvement, as they could allow a martial artist to have the strength to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Kacha, the weather of the Star Regional Lake was constantly changing. A moment ago, the sun was shining high in the sky, and the next moment, dark clouds covered the sky. The lake water was filled with raging waves as if it was the end of the world. One after another, silver snakes tore through the dark void, followed by a torrential rain, pouring down like water from the heavenly river. Such a heavy rain would only need a moment to turn a person into a drowned rat. In a short moment, it could fill a depression in the ground with rainwater. It's time to comprehend sword arts. During these days on the island, apart from cultivating, Yi Chen was comprehending, regardless of rain or shine. He had already experienced this kind of thunderstorm several times. Opening the door, Yi Chen arrived at the open space in front of the house and raised his head to look at the sky. When the rain reached 30 meters above his head, it would slide down to the side, where there was an invisible barrier. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen took a step out of the protective layer. Leaving the protective shield, the rain vented its anger on Yi Chen, instantly turning him into a man who had just been fished out of the river. His clothes clung tightly to his body, outlining the curves of his strong muscles. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up. In fact, if he slightly circulated his Jin Yuan, not to mention the pouring rain, even the rain formed by thunder and lightning would not be able to touch him at all. However, since he wanted to comprehend sword arts, he had to be in close contact with nature. If the first of the 3 layers of sky, the surprising sky, could allow Yichen's thunder mentality to reach its limit, then the natural weather would be the best time to comprehend sword arts. The mysteries of nature were not that simple. The coldness of the rain and the flickering silver snakes in his eyes allowed Yichen to enter the best state of comprehension. My state of thunder evolved from the state of cloud. Now, I need to completely cut off the connection and form a complete system. Only then can I improve further. Crackle, a faint purple bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It was dozens of miles long, breathtaking, domineering, and filled with a lingering sense of shock. The center of Yichen's eyebrow swelled. His soul power instantly radiated onto the faint purple lightning, feeling its unique vibration. He could not see anything from the first one. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, each lightning strike would fall into Yichen's soul power's perception, allowing him to carefully comprehend the changes within, extracting the essence and discarding the impurities. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the lightning was getting more and more destructive. Yichen took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the rain in the sky gathered together like a long dragon, attacking towards Yichen. Break! With his tongue on his palate, Yichen yelled as the thunder sword was taken out of its scabbard, slicing through the air. Ting! The shocking sword sound resonated in the sky. A sword light without any lightning lit up the whole world. With an unstoppable momentum, it sliced out horizontally. Wherever it went, the mountains were cut into deep valleys. The rain was shattered by the invisible power, and a rainless area appeared. Swish! Swish, swish! Swish, endless electric currents flashed on both sides of the valley, scorching the surface. This sword attack, so tyrannical, this sword attack could be said to be Yichen's strongest sword attack. One could see the extreme changes of lightning within it. Only one step away from touching upon the profound of thunder. Finally done. Half a month of accumulation, half a month of hard work, and today, a door had finally been opened for him, a door to the thunder profound. If this sword art was a top-rank Earth Realm sword art passed down from the ancient people, then Yichen would have already trained it to completion. It should be known that even a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors could not reach this level. They would have to train 2 or 3 top-rank Earth Realm martial arts to completion before they could learn the profound. This move has no connection with the cloud mentality. It shouldn't be called sky-shattering. Clouds. I should think of a name related to lightning. Letting out a breath, Yichen started to ponder. After thinking for a while, he decided to name this move Sky Thunder Cut. The first word was related to sky-shattering clouds. After all, it was derived from sky-shattering clouds. The second word didn't need any explanation, but the third word represented the sharpness of this move. It was even more tyrannical than slashing. Sky Thunder Cut. Let's call it Sky Thunder Cut then. Yichen was very satisfied with this name. With the Sky Thunder Cut, the power of my sword attacks would be equivalent to comprehending 20% of a low-rank profound martial skill. If I managed to train the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art as well, then I would have 2 low-rank profound martial skills with 20% comprehension. One would be close to the Thunder Profound, while the other would be close to the Wood Profound. As for the Cloud mentality and the Water mentality, I would have to give them up for now. It was not unreasonable to give up the Cloud mentality, since it was learned from the Earth Realm low-rank Sky Cloud sword art, which was much weaker than the peak-rank Earth Realm sword arts. If he trained the Sky Cloud sword art to perfection, would he be able to comprehend the profound? Of course not. Therefore, the Cloud mentality would not be able to reach a high level, and the Water mentality would also be the same. It was a supporting mentality of the Green Lotus sword art, and its main mentality was still the Wood mentality. Therefore, the 9th movement did not have the Water mentality, only the Wood mentality. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, Yichen's body shook. All the water on his body, clothes, and hair had been shaken into nothingness, and he looked clean and fresh again. Back in the wooden house that was covered by the protective layer, Yichen jumped into the bath. The water in the bath was hot water. As for boiling water, Yichen did not need to think about it. With the mid-rank soul stones as the power source, everything inside was automatic. In terms of the essence of wisdom, this place was way more advanced than the world that Yichen came from. At least, there was no need to generate electricity here. On the second day, Yichen did not leave immediately. Although the Sky Thunder cut had been completed, he had not fully mastered it yet. Knowing it was one thing, but using it to its extreme was another. On the summit, Yichun's figure flickered like lightning. The thunder sword in his hand slashed out with every step he took. There was no sword light, as the true might was restrained. However, the aura of the sword ripping through the void gave off an incomparably shocking feeling. It was a restrained eruption, like a bolt of lightning striking down from the pitch-black sky, shaking one to the core. Sky Thunder cut, nothing it cannot cut. Throwing out a mid-rank artifact, Yichun slashed at it. Clang, a blazing flame shot out, tearing a huge hole in the extremely hard mid-rank artifact. It should be known that without the attack power of Sea of Soul Realm experts, almost no one could destroy a mid-rank artifact. Even the light beam in the death tunnel could not shatter a mid-rank artifact in one go. It would take many times. At this moment, if an astral-reaching expert saw Yichun casually destroying a mid-rank artifact, they would certainly be heartbroken. There were so many astral-reaching experts in True Spirit Continent, and 60% of them had a mid-rank artifact. The remaining 40% didn't even have a suitable weapon, using low-rank artifacts. A mid-rank artifact was worth at least 30,000 mid-rank soulstones. How could they not feel heartache when they lost it just like that? Of course, if they knew that Yichun had destroyed one or two mid-rank artifacts in the puppet school's ruins, they would probably be in a state of panic. However, if they had Yichun's wealth, they probably wouldn't care about mid-grade weapons either. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones could already buy 70 or 80 mid-grade weapons. Moreover, these mid-grade weapons weren't bought by Yichun, but taken by those people who wanted to kill him. Before returning to the Windy Nation, he had left a few mid-grade weapons for the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Yi family, and the rest of the mid-grade weapons were all on him. Sky Thunder Cut can tear apart mid-rank artifacts at close range, but it probably won't work if it's a bit further. Yichun was very clear about this. Only a real attack would be the most powerful attack. Two people with similar strength would not use a long-range attack. After all, without overwhelming strength, the power of the attack would be limited by such a long distance. Distance was the law of nature, and could not be ignored. Clang 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 clang, after tearing a hole on the mid-rank artifact, Yichun's sword art became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already slashed out dozens of times. The mid-rank artifact had been completely shattered into thousands of pieces. It's time to go to the Extremine region. After successfully completing the Sky Thunder Cut, Yichun naturally would not stay on the island any longer. His next destination was the Extremine region between the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region. The Extremine region was very low in altitude, and the earth chi there was very rich, so much so that it had even formed a black mist. The sky was yang, and the earth was yin. That place was the place with the densest earth chi. It was also the most chaotic place. There were no sects there, only countless gangs. It was a very cruel place, and if one wanted to survive there, one must have enough strength. Of course, going to the Extremine region was not because one had nothing better to do. Precisely because the Extremine region was extremely chaotic and lawless, treasures that couldn't be found in the market would often appear. Some of these treasures had unknown origins, and couldn't be sold through normal channels. They could only be bought in the Extremine region. Several hundred years ago, the skeleton of a Life and Death King appeared in an auction in the Extremine region. The Life and Death King's Xianyuan and body had fused into one. Even a drop of blood had its martial imprint, not to mention a complete skeleton. It was simply a priceless treasure. Later on, it was won by an extremely mysterious Sea of Soul Realm Master. After that Sea of Soul Realm Master left, he was besieged by numerous Sea of Soul Realm experts. The source was the Life and Death King skeleton. As for the final result, nobody knew. The Star Regional Lake extended all the way to the hinterland of Misty Snow region, and was also a tributary of the Extremine region's Blackwater Lake. In fact, almost all the larger lakes and rivers of the southern sector were connected to the Star Regional Lake, which could be said to be the largest lake in the southern sector. The Extremine region was located in the northwest direction of the Star Regional Lake. The further one flew, the lower the temperature became. The surface of the lake had already started to form a thin layer of ice. In the sea of clouds, Yichun rode on the leopard puppet and leisurely drank wine. In the Extreme region, Sea of Soul Realm is the king, and extreme astral reaching experts dominate. But, under normal circumstances, Sea of Soul Realm experts won't come out, since they've swallowed too many dirty treasures. Once they appear in the eyes of the world, they will inevitably be hunted down by Sea of Soul Realm experts of big sections. Compared to a powerful 6th grade sect like the Snowy Palace, a lone Sea of Soul Realm expert is too weak. Only Sea of Soul Realm masters have life-saving means, but they still have to flee. But, none of this has anything to do with me. Punching through the sea of clouds, Yichen looked down to see where he was looking. Eh? What he saw almost made him break out in a cold sweat. In front of him, 3 figures were chasing each other, 1 in front and 2 behind. Their speed had reached an astonishing 13 times the speed of sound, and it was still increasing. Wherever they went, the air would be torn open, leaving a vacuum tunnel that couldn't be closed. The space rippled like water, circle after circle, shattering the void. It was 3 Sea of Soul Realm experts, each one of them was a lot stronger than the gray-haired old man from Floating Mountain Sect, almost at the same level as sect leader Long. Especially the one on the left, his aura was as deep as the ocean. Whether or not he was a Sea of Soul Realm master, Yichen didn't know, but he was definitely a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert. Not good, they're coming. Yichen's expression changed as he hurriedly put away the leopard puppet. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his treasures. The puppet mechanism technique of the puppet school had almost been lost, and the leopard puppet was obviously not an ordinary item. If he were to be targeted by one of them, Yichen would have nowhere to run. Xiao, in practically the blink of an eye, the person in the lead had already arrived above the sea of clouds. He glanced at Yichen who was about to dodge, and he didn't even think before casually waving his hand to clear the path. Rumble. The surging energy was like a huge wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall, sweeping everything in its path. Everything in its path was instantly annihilated, and the sea of clouds disappeared. It was as if the sky had split open. Yichen groaned inwardly as he pulled out the thunder sword and executed the sky thunder cut that he had recently comprehended. Puff, the sky thunder cut was indeed powerful, but the gap between their strengths was just too big. Yichen vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying dozens of miles away. Just a casual wave of his hand was enough to seriously injure me. Dozens of miles away, Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining brightly. The person in the lead didn't notice whether Yichen was dead or not, because he was fleeing for his life. As for attacking Yichen, it was only to clear the obstacles. Otherwise, if he used a profound sense martial skill, Yichen would be dead already. Taoist 6 fingers, stay. The person on the left behind used some kind of profound secret art, increasing his speed by 30% and turning into an illusory arc of light, intercepting the person in front. This Sea of Soul Realm expert called Taoist 6 Fingers was a middle-aged man with a long beard. His temperament was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were long and sharp. He coldly said, "You've been chasing me for 2 hours. Aren't you going too far? Do you really think I, Taoist 6 Fingers, am easy to bully?" The yellow-faced middle-aged man in front of Taoist 6 Fingers smiled, "Spit out the things you bought from the auction house, and we won't stop you again. This is something I bought with 60,000 upper-grade spirit stones. If you spit it out just like that, who's going to compensate me for my spirit stones?" In just a short while, the Sea of Soul Realm expert had already caught up and said with a coarse voice, "Where did you buy it from? Who's going to compensate? This upper-grade artifact belongs to my junior brother. Don't even think about taking it away. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Taoist 6 Fingers flew into a rage, "Nobody can make me spit out the things that have fallen into my hands. Since you don't want to let me have an easy time, then bring it on. I'd like to see what you can do to me, Taoist 6 Fingers." "Humph. Senior brother Wang, don't make a move. Let me experience Taoist 6 Fingers methods." A meteor hammer appeared in the robust middle-aged man's hand. The end of the hammer was fastened to a chain, and it was at least dozens of meters long. Holding the chain in one hand and the handle of the hammer in the other, the robust middle-aged man operated his Jinyuan. Surging Jinyuan undulated like raging waves, instantly rising to the peak. Exploding fire hammer. The meteor hammer was flung by the robust middle-aged man, turning into surging flames. Scram! Daoist Six Fingers raised his right hand. From dozens of li away, Yichen discovered that this right hand had an extra pinky finger. No wonder he was called Daoist Six Fingers. Daoist Six Fingers bellowed and slapped at the incoming meteor hammer. In the air, a black, six-fingered palm appeared out of nowhere. The patterns on the palm were clearly visible. This Xingyuan palm was propelled by a special profound, which had an extremely strong corrosive power. The six fingers closed together, grabbing onto the blazing meteor hammer. Bang! The flames wrapped around the meteor hammer fiercely exploded. This was the profound of fire, and the powerful explosive force instantly blasted away the six-fingered palm. Daoist Six Fingers, are you going to hand over that high-grade artifact? The robust middle-aged man's left wrist shook, and the chain connected to the meteor hammer vibrated. The meteor hammer bypassed the black palm and once again struck at Daoist Six Fingers. Clang! Daoist Six Fingers had no choice but to take out a dazzling yellow shield. The shield was extraordinary and actually managed to block the meteor hammer's strike. Right at this moment, the yellow-faced middle-aged man, who had remained motionless, finally moved. His figure flickered like an eagle, arriving above Daoist Six Fingers and punching down. There was a thud. Daoist Six Fingers, who had used the shield to block in time, did not fare well. His figure was sent flying in a rather sorry state. The yellow-faced middle-aged man chased after him and said calmly, Daoist Six Fingers, you can't keep this shield. If you insist on not listening to my advice, then I can only kill you. I only used 60% of my strength in that punch just now. Do you want to see a punch with 100% power? Hearing these words, Daoist Six Fingers' expression fluctuated and turned gloomy. He had underestimated the yellow-faced and robust middle-aged man's strength. The robust middle-aged man seemed to be slightly slower than him, but he comprehended the profound of fire, which gave him an extremely ferocious offensive power. However, Daoist Six Fingers still had the confidence to contend against him. On the other hand, he could not see through the yellow-faced man. The punch just now did not seem to contain any profound, but in fact, it was all contained within the fist energy. If he continued fighting, he would be injured even if he didn't die. Damn it, I didn't think that the mystic armor shield would change hands so soon after I obtained it. Daoist Six Fingers was flustered and exasperated, but he was just pretending to feel wronged. In the land of extreme Yin, there were many dirty things. It would be fine if no one questioned him after he obtained it, but if someone chased after him, he could only rely on his fists to do the talking. Unfortunately, his fists were not as hard as the other two. I'll give you the mystic armor shield. I hope you two will keep your word. Daoist Six Fingers did not intend to waste any more time. The robust middle-aged man sneered, even if you have the mystic armor shield, it won't be enough to kill you. Humph. Daoist Six Fingers coldly snorted and threw the mystic armor shield to the yellow-faced man. The robust middle-aged man's words were harsh, but they were not without reason. With the yellow-faced man's strength, Daoist Six Fingers wasn't confident in escaping. After catching the mystic armor shield, the yellow-faced man lightly said, you can leave. Oh right, you are not allowed to touch that kid. He could see that Daoist Six Fingers wanted to vent his anger on Yichen. After Daoist Six Fingers left, the robust middle-aged man gloomily said, Senior Brother Wang, didn't we agree that I would fight with Daoist Six Fingers? Don't interfere. The yellow-faced man smiled and said, didn't you notice who that kid was? Who is it? Speaking of which, the robust middle-aged man indeed didn't care about Yichen. It's the genius that sect master fancied in South River region, Yichen. While speaking, the yellow-faced man chased after Yichen who was running away. Yichen couldn't be blamed for running away. The three of them would settle their dispute, and it would be too dangerous for him to stay. Therefore, after observing for a while, he decided to leave. Swish, two figures blocked Yichen's path. Yichen's face turned ugly. Seniors, I wonder what business you have with this junior. The robust middle-aged man laughed, speaking of which, Senior Brother Wang and I are your senior brothers. Although you are not Sect Master's disciple, we are also no longer Sect Master's disciples. Sect Master, Senior Brother? Yichen doubtfully said, Seniors come from Dragon God Celestial Palace? The yellow-faced man said, that's right. Me and junior brother Yan were once sect Master Dragon King's disciples. Unfortunately, our talents weren't enough, and we were no longer disciples after reaching a certain age. However, we never forgot our duties as disciples. Since you're favored by sect master, we've already tacitly agreed that you're sect master's disciple. You won't mind if we call you junior brother, right? One of them was called Xianxia, and the other was Yan Kuei. So, it's senior brother from Dragon God Celestial Palace. Yi Chen, sorry for not recognizing you. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. So, it turned out they were on his side, causing him to run for his life. Right, how did they recognize him? He had never seen them before. Immediately, he voiced out his doubts. We've seen your portrait. In fact, everyone with a bit of status in Dragon God Celestial Palace has seen your portrait. That's why we could recognize you at a glance. Xianxia explained. Senior brother Wang, what's going on with this Taoist 6 fingers? Recalling how he was almost killed and heavily injured, Yi Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, with the heavenly demonic flower's petals, this kind of injury couldn't do anything to him. Yan Kuei snorted coldly and said, one of our junior brothers was killed, and his top-grade defensive artifact, the mysterious armor shield, was lost in the extreme region. Senior brother Wang and I were ordered to come here and take back the mysterious armor shield. Once I know who killed our junior brother, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Speaking of which, junior brother Yi is worthy of being a genius favored by sect master. To be able to withstand an attack from Taoist 6 fingers without dying, it truly makes us blush with shame. Yan Kuei faintly nodded. Taoist 6 fingers can be considered an expert among Sea of Soul Realm experts. If news that he couldn't kill you in one attack spread out, it would be enough to shake the younger generation. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Taoist 6 fingers only casually dealt a blow, yet I was already heavily injured. If he were to get serious, even 10 of me wouldn't be able to resist. Senior brother Wang, senior brother Yan, don't praise me. Kid, don't be discontented. Back then, when we were at your cultivation base, let alone Taoist 6 fingers, any Sea of Soul Realm expert could easily kill us. Compared to you, we're the ones ashamed. Yan Kuei scolded with a smile. Brother Yan is right. Compared to most of the people, your talent and comprehensive ability are unparalleled. However, Xia's tone suddenly changed as he said, today is different from the past. If you want to be at the forefront, you will need to work even harder. Otherwise, you will be surpassed sooner or later, and then you will be eliminated. In the past 10 years, the number of martial geniuses has increased by a couple times, or even 10 times. Just our Dragon God Celestial Palace alone has a lot of martial geniuses, who were all selected from different regions. Some of them are unique in terms of martial arts comprehension, some of them have amazing potential in terms of willpower, and some of them are extremely talented. Talent? In Yi Chen's understanding, talent referred to training talent. Xianxia said, Brother Yi, have you heard of spirit bodies? Attributed spirit bodies. Yi Chen recalled all the information that the Battle King had imparted into his brain, and he seemed to have mentioned something about attributed spirit bodies. That's right. Some people are more suitable for training fire element Xin Yuan, while others are more suitable for training earth element Xin Yuan. Letting them train other element Xin Yuan would require twice the effort for half the result, and they would not be able to display their potential. However, these kinds of people's potential would evolve once again, and they would have an elemental spirit body. There are all kinds of different elemental spirit bodies, such as gold spirit body, wood spirit body, water spirit body, and so on. People with gold spirit body would be able to train gold element Xin Yuan several times faster than ordinary people. What's more frightening is that they would be able to comprehend gold mentality or gold profound several times faster. Their body and soul are extremely compatible with the gold element source, and 1 year of training would be equivalent to several years of bitter training for others. Especially after reaching the Sea of Soul realm, they would have an even greater advantage, and could easily comprehend gold profound. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace has a water spirit body genius. I heard that the Thunder Princess of the Thunder region is a thunder spirit body genius. As for what kind of spirit bodies there are in the southern regions, I have no idea. Yi Chen nodded, Brother Wang, don't worry. I have never slacked off. Speaking of which, your Skycloud Martial School is not simple at all. Besides you, there is also Su Jing, who has just become a direct disciple. Her talent is even rarer. She is actually a top martial genius who is born to train chi power. The leader had said that Su Jing's talent is even higher than his, but she has not used all of her potential yet, not even 10% of it. I really do not know if it is true or not. Yan Kuei nodded. The leader values Su Jing a lot, more than any other disciple. I have never seen the leader value someone this much, including his direct descendant. Yi Chen chuckled. It was naturally good that Su Jing was valued. As for Dragon King saying that she was talented, he must have seen something. Brother Yi, our mission has been completed, and we have to go back to report. Are you going to the extreme place? Wang Shi asked. Yes. Then be careful. The extreme place is very chaotic. It is a lawless place. Also, don't cause trouble in the auction houses. The auction houses are backed by 3 life and death kings. Although they can't appear in the extreme place, life and death kings have to give them face. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to chase Daoist Six Fingers so hard. We could just force the auction house to hand over the treasure. Wang Shi reminded. Yan Kuei interrupted, of course, Brother Yi, you don't need to be afraid. If anyone dares to touch you, just fight back. Extreme astral reaching experts are considered top figures. Moreover, if you don't fight back, others will treat you like a soft persimmon. In a lawless place, violence was the only useful method. The 3 had never met before, but they were chatting happily. However, all good things must come to an end. After exchanging a few words, Wang Shi and Yan Kuei flew off into the distance. It's only interesting when there are many geniuses. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Yi Chen had never considered the young generation of the True Spirit continent as pressure. Becoming stronger was his goal, and the process of becoming stronger was his life. What was the point of being invincible after training for 100 years? The value of life was that you were alive, not a dream. The extreme place, throughout the year, it was filled with a faint black mist. This mist was formed by mixing earth chi with other kinds of chi. Staying in here, people would become more and more violent, more and more unruly. With a slight stimulation, blood would flow like a river, and corpses would be everywhere. Of course, this place could also be used to train people. In this chaotic place, if one could maintain their original heart and not be shaken, it would be very helpful to strengthen one's will. A human figure descended from the sky, landing on the ground. What a dense, heterogeneous aura. This was a huge wasteland. Looking down, rolling black smoke like gas gushed out from the ground, rolling and turbulent. It was as if this was not land, but the sky, except that the white clouds had been replaced by black clouds. Even with Yi Chen's powerful sword intent, he could sense that this mixed earth chi had a side effect of affecting his mind. It would be fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, his mind would be eroded by the mixed earth chi, and his personality would change drastically, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. There are a lot of powerful warriors in the extreme place. Some of the hidden areas have Sea of Souls realm warriors. I should not fly in the sky, since it would be too eye-catching. Shoo, turning into a beam of light, Yi Chen kept close to the ground as he flew at a low altitude. After flying for about an hour, Yi Chen saw a group of horses and carriages in the distance. This group was very different from the ones outside. The carriages were made of black wood, and there were some patterns carved on the surface. If one looked carefully, one could see that there was a light shining on the patterns, circulating automatically. Mechanism art. Yi Chen was shocked. The mechanism art was not as good as the puppet art, but there were a lot of similarities. For example, as long as there was a power source, it would be able to provide energy. If he guessed it right, the defense of the carriages should not be weak. When faced with danger, it could activate a protective layer to protect the carriages from being damaged, which was similar to his puppet house. Of course, the puppet house was more advanced, since it would require a mental imprint, which could be controlled with mental power. The carriages were not pulled by normal horses, but a kind of horse-type demonic beast called the Black Submerged Horse. The Black Submerged Horse stepped on the smoke and ran in the sky, causing the carriages to float in the air as well. It was a huge group of carriages flying at a low altitude. It could be seen that this caravan had suffered heavy losses. Some of the patterns on the surface of the carriages had been severed. When the flowing light reached there, it immediately stopped, unable to move freely. The human cultivators on horseback were covered in blood, their faces grave. On the third carriage, the curtain was pulled open, and a pretty head popped out. She seemed to want to see what was going on, but when she saw Yichen flying on the wasteland by himself, her eyes brightened. Her red lips opened slightly, and her voice was like a wind chime. "Child, are you going to the Blackwater City?" The elder sitting on the shaft was startled, and he said with a low voice, "Miss, this guy is not from anywhere. It would be best not to mess with him. Traveling as fast as possible is the right thing to do." The young lady called Miss said, "Steward, we have lost a lot of people. There are still tens of thousands of miles between here and the Blackwater City. I can see that he is so young, and since he has come out to travel, he must be quite powerful. If we invite him into the group, there will be no harm in it." The steward glanced at Yichen and said, "His cultivation is indeed not weak. He is a late astral reaching realm warrior." The steward himself was at the peak level of late astral reaching realm. If that is the case, then it would be even better. Hearing her, Yichen frowned a little. The extremine place was quite vast, and the ground was covered in black smoke. It would be hard to recognize the terrain, and it would be easy to get lost. So, following the group might be a better choice. With that thought in mind, he nodded, "Indeed." The young lady said, "The extremine place is very dangerous. If you travel alone, you will cause a lot of trouble. Why don't you come with us?" "If you don't mind, I will." Yichen moved closer to the group. The steward studied Yichen for a while and realized that he was younger than he had expected, only 21 years old. Such a young man must be one of the top young warriors from some region, which made him feel a lot better. At least, the chance of a young man being a bandit was very low. The young lady pointed at a carriage in the back. "It is empty. You can go in and rest. I will call you when we reach the Blackwater City." "Thank you." Yichen did not say much. His body flashed and landed on the shaft of the carriage. He opened the curtain and went in. "Miss, even if you invite him, he might not help us when we are in danger." The steward shook his head and looked forward. "The extremine place is hard to recognize. I invited him into the group and let him rest in one of the carriages. It is more or less a privilege for him. If we are in danger, he might consider whether or not to help us. Plus, we might not be in danger." "Yeah, we will do as you say." The steward thought about it and agreed. Inviting Yichen in would mean that they would have one more late astral reaching realm warrior. Who knows, he might help them when they were in danger. Plus, one more late astral reaching realm warrior would mean an extra layer of safety. This was without a doubt. The inside of the carriage was very clean. It seemed like someone had been here before, but now that they were gone, they were most likely dead. Yichen sat down and let out a breath. Boom, after an unknown period of time, the carriage started to shake slightly. "It is an earth dragon. 3 rank 7 earth dragons." An exclamation entered Yichen's ears. Reaching out his hand to open the curtain, Yichen looked over. In the black smoke, 3 earthworm-like beasts that were countless times bigger than earthworms broke out of the ground. These 3 beasts were dozens of meters long, and their heads were filled with sharp teeth. They attacked towards the people in the carriages. The extremine place only had demonic beasts, earth dragons. "Evil creatures, you are looking for death." The steward and many of the experts in the group attacked one after another. All kinds of light shone, attacking the earth dragons. The earth dragons loved the earth chi and yin chi the most, and the extremine place was undoubtedly their base. With the power of the terrain, the rank 7 earth dragons were as powerful as rank 8 beasts. Normal astral reaching realm warriors would not be able to compete with them at all. Only the housekeeper could beat them. Skybreaking cut. After fighting for a long time, the steward's Xinyuan started to boil. He held his great blade and slashed on one of the earth dragon's heads. Swoosh! The head of the earth dragon fell off, and the dirty blood spilled everywhere. However, the earth dragon did not seem to be affected. Its tail shot out of the ground, which was also filled with sharp teeth. Is he really an ungrateful person? The young woman glanced at Yichen secretly. Seeing that he was not doing anything, she could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Yichen had his own plan. These earth dragons could not do anything to the experts in the group, and it was only a matter of time. When the time came, he would naturally help out. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The Beast Yuan and Jin Yuan clashed together, bringing up waves of qi. The three earth dragons were wounded badly under the combined attacks of the crowd, their blood splashing everywhere. The earth dragons cannot hold on any longer. Everyone, keep it up. The leading guard leader continued to attack the earth dragons as he tried to boost the morale. Shu, on the other side, the steward was fighting one earth dragon by himself. The blue great blade in his hand was like a beam of light blue lightning. Within a second, the tail of the earth dragon, which was full of sharp teeth, had been cut off as well, leaving only the torso in the middle, struggling on the ground. After taking care of one earth dragon, the steward turned around to help the others. With the help of the steward, the remaining two earth dragons could not do much. One died, and the other escaped. One of the guard team members breathed heavily as he looked at the dead body of the earth dragon on the ground. He said with lingering fear, luckily, it was a rank 7 earth dragon. If one of the 3 earth dragons was a rank 8 one, we would not be able to kill it even with all of us combined. Don't jinx it. A rank 8 earth dragon is not that easy to appear. It is an existence that can kill powerful astral-reaching realm warriors within seconds. I am just saying. Right then, someone looked over at the carriage that Yichen was in and said with disdain, Miss invited him to join the team and take him to the Blackwater City. But he is just resting in the carriage like it is nothing. He does not care about what is going on here. Who does he think he is? I think Miss should not have invited him. He only knows how to enjoy himself. No, we have to talk to Miss and ask him to leave. Yeah, we should ask him to leave. The steward heard the discussion and walked over. What are you guys talking about? Go pack up and get going. Steward Liu, we are not happy about it. Why can he stay in the carriage and rest while we are fighting for our lives here? The steward glanced at Yichen's direction. He is a guest. Seeing that there is trouble, a guest should help out. It is not like it is a life and death situation. Li is also wounded, and we have lost another warrior. Stop talking. I will talk to Miss later. Then, the steward yelled, all right, go pack up and get going. The caravan continued its journey at lightning speed. On the shaft of the carriage, the housekeeper said to the young woman in the carriage, Miss, the guards have objections. Is it targeted at that young master? Yes. It's not easy. I was the one who invited him here, and there was no agreement beforehand. I can't chase him away just because he doesn't want to fight. Moreover, there might not be any danger along the way, so I'll just take him along. That's true. How about this? If he doesn't lend a hand when we encounter trouble next time, we can only politely ask him to leave. Otherwise, it will affect everyone's morale. All right then. The young woman was a little vexed. She saw that Yichen was not a heartless person, so why didn't he help? In the carriage behind, Yichen didn't hear the discussion of the crowd. Even if he had heard it, he wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't intervene in such a small matter. When it was time to intervene, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Right now, all of his attention was focused on the cultivation realm. He had been stuck on the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell for more than 2 years. Recently, there were finally signs of a breakthrough. Once he broke through, his battle power would increase drastically. It should be known that the 14th and 15th realm of top-rank Earth realm martial arts could only be comprehended by Sea of Souls realm experts. It would be extremely difficult for astral-reaching experts to reach this level. Without any exaggeration, it would already be quite amazing for an astral-reaching expert to reach the 13th realm of a top-rank Earth realm martial art. After reaching the 14th realm, the 9 Green Lotus Sword Chi will transform into 1 Lotus Heart Sword Chi. According to the manual, the power of the Lotus Heart Sword Chi is quite horrifying. It can be used as a trump card, and I'm afraid it is not weaker than the Sky Thunder Cut. Moreover, compared to the Sky Thunder Cut, the Lotus Heart Sword Chi is even more secretive. Letting out a breath of impure qi, Yichen sat on the soft cushion and put his hands together, as if he was holding an invisible ball. Inside his body, the green lotus Xinyuan circulated according to the 13th realm Xinyuan map. Vaguely, one could see that this map was different from before, as if there was something extra. In the extreme place, the earth qi was rich, while the yang qi was thin. The sky seemed to be lower than the outside world. It was dark and gloomy, without any bright colors. It was extremely depressing. There was a lone mountain in front of the team, and a group of powerful warriors were standing on top of it. Brothers, get ready. Another batch of fat sheep is coming. Hee, last month, we did not even get a single soul stone. This month, we got lucky. This is already the third batch, right? I hope it will be more profitable. Don't worry. According to the third brother, there are dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors in this team. That lady is not a small figure either. She must have a lot of wealth on her. Plus, their carriages are not simple either. It is a rare mechanical carriage. Any one of them would be worth a lot of mid-rank soul stones. Mechanical carriage. Could it be the carriage of the Blackwater City's Mo family? Who cares about the Mo family? If the leader of the Mo family was here, perhaps I would be a bit scared. But right now, he is just a piece of shit. Brothers, just kill as much as you want. As for that lady, we can play with her for a couple of days. I believe that old man Mo would go crazy. Haha. The leading evil-looking bulky man laughed out loud. The group of astral-reaching realm warriors and a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors all laughed as well. The extreme place was a lawless place. Robberies on the way were too normal, and it happened every day. They, the Black Wind Gang, could be counted as a second-tier gang in this area. They had killed at least 800 people, if not 1,000. Plus, they would always change places. Relying on robberies, they had been living quite well in the extreme place. They are here. Surround them. From dozens of miles away, the evil-looking bulky man had already seen the team in the black fog. He was the first one to rush down the mountain, flying at a high speed. Follow them. More than 30 astral-reaching realm warriors and hundreds of clasping Yuan realm warriors were like a fast-moving dark cloud, flying towards the team. There is a killing intent. The steward on the carriage squeezed his eyes and looked up. There were countless human figures flying towards them, and the few in the front were all at peak level late astral-reaching realm. Not good. Run. The steward could not care less, he opened his mouth and yelled. There were dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors in the team, but they had run into a couple of groups of robbers on the way. After fighting for a while, they had lost a lot of people. Otherwise, they would not be so easily killed. Right now, the only thing they could do was to run. Once they were surrounded, they would definitely die. The young woman lifted up the curtain. Steward, what's wrong? The steward forced a smile and said, we are in trouble. A group of robbers has their eyes on us. They might be the infamous Black Wind Gang. Black Wind Gang. The young woman looked serious. Back in the day, her grandfather, the leader of the Mo family, had killed the second leader of the Black Wind Gang. They had quite a grudge against each other. Now that they were being robbed, it would not be as simple as just robbing them of their wealth. The Black Wind horse stepped on the smoke, pulling the carriage and running at full speed. The guards on the carriage all looked terrified. The Black Wind Gang has killed countless people. They rarely leave anyone alive. I am afraid we will not be able to get through this. Let's fight it out with them. We have dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors, and 3 of them are at late astral-reaching realm. The steward is even at the peak level late astral-reaching realm. If the Black Wind Gang wants to kill us, they will have to pay a price. The young man on the carriage seems to be at late astral-reaching realm as well. What can he do? Without any surprise, once the battle starts, he will be the first one to run. Alright, everyone, focus. Get ready. The team was traveling at a fast speed, but compared to the astral-reaching realm warriors flying at full speed, it was still a lot slower. Dozens of miles of distance had been shortened by half within a second. Miss Mo, you will not be able to get away. Stop the carriage now, and I might let you live. The evil-looking man held his long spear as he talked to the steward through the air. The steward had already taken out his great blade. Don't you dare. Are you not afraid that the Emo family will find out about this and take out your Black Wind gang? The Emo family is nothing. Plus, if I kill you, who would know? Stay. Boom, a spear light shot out in the air, piercing through the carriage at the back. The intense vibration made the whole team shake a bit. Piss off. The steward would naturally not let the evil-looking man attack the team. He waved his blue great blade, and an aggressive blade chi was thrown out. Ting, after shattering the blade chi with one spear attack, the evil-looking man's speed did not decrease at all, as if it was not affected at all. Your power is just SOSO. Unfortunately, it is not worth mentioning in my eyes. If it were the leader of the Emo family, then it would be more like it. Brothers, let's go. Stop them. Not good. They are just as powerful as the leader of the family. The steward's face darkened. The leader of the Black Wind gang was way more powerful than he had imagined. He was almost a top astral-reaching realm warrior. In the Blackwater City, top astral-reaching realm warriors would already be considered as the top warriors, and extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would be the tyrants. As for Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would only appear in the big auctions. After a while, the team was finally surrounded. The young woman, who was the lady of the Emo family, walked out of the carriage. She frowned and said, "You want wealth? I can give it to you." The third leader of the Black Wind gang laughed, "Since Miss Mo is this straightforward, then take out 1,000,000 mid-rank soul stones. We promise that we will not touch you." 1,000,000 mid-rank soul stones. Miss Mo had a bad look on her face. They obviously did not want to let them go. The total mid-rank soul stones they had would not be more than 200,000. Even for a rank 7 family like the Emo family, 1,000,000 mid-rank soul stones would be more than enough to hurt them. Since you cannot take it out, then all of you will die. The leader of the Black Wind gang, the evil-looking man, waved his hand, ready to start the killing. All of the powerful warriors on the team had their hearts squeezed, ready to die. There were so many of them, and there were so many powerful warriors. No matter if they tried to run or not, they would not be able to escape death. Instead of that, they might as well kill as many as they could. Inside the carriage, Yichen woke up from his training. Hearing the commotion outside, he shook his head slightly and walked out of the carriage. The steward and Miss Mo had all noticed him, thinking that he was trying to cut ties with the team. However, the result was not what they had expected. Yichen lifted up his head and looked at the leader of the Black Wind gang. A sharp light shot out of his eyes. "I will give you 3 blinks of time. Piss off." Once he said that, his voice was so loud that it sounded like thunder. The black hidden horses were startled and started neighing. Luckily, all of the clasping Yuan realm warriors from the Emo family were still on the horses. B*****. Who are you? Yichen's voice was filled with killing intent of the sword. The leader of the Black Wind gang felt like he was hallucinating. He could not help but back out for dozens of steps as he yelled angrily. 2. Yichen did not answer the question. Instead, he put his right hand on his sword. Go. All of you. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The leader of the Black Wind gang waved his hand as he yelled with a hideous face. Kill. Kill. 30 astral-reaching realm warriors and hundreds of clasping Yuan realm warriors rushed over from all directions. Among them, the leader of the Black Wind gang had the most powerful warriors and warriors. Let's do it. The steward and Miss Mo did not think that Yichen would be able to handle the Black Wind gang. However, he had stood out in this critical moment, which made them feel relieved. They felt guilty for doubting him before. 3. As he said those 3 words, Yichen took out his destruction sword without any hesitation. He slashed out 3 times, horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. Within a second, the 9 sword lights covered hundreds of meters of area and interweaved together, attacking all of the Black Wind gang members like a light net. Puff. Puff. Puff, blood spilled everywhere, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors and hundreds of clasping Yuan realm warriors had all been cut into pieces. They did not even have the time to scream. Yi Chen's sword had already surpassed their reflexes. By the time the pain reached their brains, they had already lost their lives. What? The two sides who were about to fight stopped in shock. One attack, only one attack, and he had killed 1/3 of the Black Wind gang. This was not a joke, was it? Didn't it mean that all of the Black Wind gang members combined could not even take 3 attacks from him? What kind of person was he? Miss, the team is saved. He is a top martial genius who can fight beyond his cultivation. The housekeeper took a deep breath. His voice was trembling. As the housekeeper of the Mo family, he had seen many geniuses. There were geniuses from the Misty Snow region, the Wavy Cloud region, the Thunder region, and the Mogu Sand region. However, geniuses who could easily kill experts of the same level were absolute geniuses. They were the kings of experts of the same level, and their battle prowess could be described as horrifying. Miss Mo murmured, so he didn't help before because he felt it was beneath him to help. That kind of small trouble wasn't worth his time. At the same time, the Mo clan's guards all understood, and they all felt very ashamed. Impossible. Go to hell. The Blackwind bandits had suffered too heavy of a loss. Without 3 to 5 years of accumulation, it was basically impossible to make up for such a huge loss. With just one move, the other party had destroyed 3 to 5 years of hard work. How could the Blackwind bandit leader not be angry? How could he not hate Yi Chen? His rage raised his battle condition to its peak. With both hands holding on to the fiery red long spear, his body burned with flames that could melt gold and iron. Like a human-shaped pillar of fire, he charged towards Yi Chen. Red flame kill. As he threw out a spear attack, the aggressive fire spear light filled up everyone's vision. The Blackwind bandit leader's power as a top astral-reaching realm warrior had been fully unleashed, and he had even made a breakthrough. Facing his angry spear attack, even an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior would have to avoid it. Don't fight with him head-on. Miss Mo couldn't help but yell out. Yi Chen lifted up the destruction sword with his right hand and said lightly, "It was just a weak spear attack. No need to worry." After he finished speaking, he waved down his long sword. Swoosh, the whole surreal space seemed to have been cut in half. That bright sword light lit up this dark world. Then, everyone stared at the Blackwind bandit leader. He was so powerful, but under Yi Chen's sword attack, he still could not escape the fate of being dismembered. Dark blood splashed out. Even the head leader has been killed. How is this possible? Run. Run. We cannot fight against this guy. Horrible screams were heard. The rest of the Blackwind bandits were like bees that had their nest blown up. They started to run in all directions, wishing that their parents had given them more legs. Yi Chen did not plan to let them go. In the extremine place, there was no room for mercy. It was either you die or I die. Letting go of his enemies would be the same as leaving problems for himself in the future. Even if he was not afraid, he had to think about the Mo family. Either he did not want to be a good person, or he would do it all the way. Countless green lotuses appeared outside of Yi Chen's body. Countless sword chi shot out in all directions at an even faster speed. Basically, everyone had to face 3 to 4 extremely sharp sword chi at the same time. Like it was raining, the Blackwind bandit members who had escaped far away fell down from the sky one after another. That unbreakable sword chi had pierced through their bodies, and the remaining power did not disappear until it reached even further away. After one round of attacks, the rest of the Blackwind bandits had all been killed. So powerful. With his power alone, he had killed all the Blackwind bandits. Even with the advantage of numbers, they could not even handle one attack from him. I am afraid that even the powerful Mo family would not be able to handle one sword attack from him. Is this the power of a top martial genius? Miss Mo and the housekeeper both gasped. Floating in the air, Yi Chen's soul power spread out. He raised his left hand into the air, releasing a wave of suction power. All of a sudden, hundreds of storage rings flew into his hand like swallows returning to their nest. Yi Chen did not even look at them before putting them all into his storage ring. Landing back on the carriage, Yi Chen looked at Miss Mo, trouble solved. Let's go. Ah. Yes. Miss Mo froze for a second, then yelled, everyone, pack up. Let's go. the team started their journey again. Everyone's mentality had changed. On Yichen's carriage, Miss Mo held her hands together and said, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. Please forgive me for the misunderstanding earlier. It was only a small matter. Of course, I would not sit on this carriage for nothing. My name is Emily, a lady from the Mo family in the Blackwater City. Before I met you, our team had been attacked by a couple of groups of bandits, and we had lost a lot of people. Therefore, I invited you to join us, hoping that you could help us out in times of danger. But, we did not make any promises beforehand, so there was no reason for us to blame you. Instead, we were the ones who judged you." Yichen said, "If it were me, I would have done the same. As long as I did not have the intention to hurt anyone, I do not care about anything else." "Sir, you have a big heart. I admire you." Emily let out a breath and laughed. "This must be your first time in the extreming place, right? If there is anything you do not know, I will explain it to you." Yichen nodded. "It is indeed my first time here." "Are there a lot of dark power parties in this extreming place?" In the outside world, it was not that there were no dark power parties, but they were not as arrogant as this place. Plus, because of the existence of the martial institutions, the dark power parties were all targets to be killed. They would usually hide and no one knew about them. Yeah, there are so many dark power parties in the extreming place. Just around the Blackwater City, there are already 5 big dark power parties. The Black Wind Gang is only a second-tier dark power party. The first-tier dark power parties are 10 times more powerful than the second-tier dark power parties. They have hundreds of astral-reaching realm warriors. Any one of their branches would be more powerful than the Black Wind Gang. Our Blackwater City has to pay a protection fee to the first-tier dark power parties every year. Therefore, the first-tier dark power parties would not go out and rob people. It is a place where the dark power parties live. Yichen had a general understanding of the extreming place. With Yichen there, the guards of the Mo family team all relaxed a little. In the extreming place, as long as there were no Seas of Souls realm warriors, there was nothing to worry about. In their opinion, Yichen was at least an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. No, he was one of the top extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Even those top-ranked dark parties would have to respect an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, unless there was some kind of life and death hatred between the two. In the dusky evening, the team finally made it back to the Blackwater City. The Blackwater City was one of the border cities of the extreming place, with a population of millions. The city walls and most of the buildings were built with the unique black stones of the extreming place. It looked very cold, full of killing intent, like a beast crawling in the darkness. "Mr. Yi, my Mo family is in the eastern part of the city." Emily blinked her eyes as she looked at Yichen. Yichen understood what she meant. She wanted to invite him to be her guest and express her gratitude. But for him, it did not mean much. This was just a chance encounter in his life, and saving people was just a small effort. If he wasted his time on her thanking him, then he might as well not save her at all. "Nah, I will stay in a hotel." Yichen jumped off the carriage and searched for the nearest hotel. Emily still wanted to say something, but the steward stopped her. "Miss, we are not the same kind of people as him. You should have known it from the beginning." Hearing him, Emily stopped talking. Indeed, in his eyes, they were just a group of passers-by, and they would not have anything to do with each other in the future. "Let's go back." It was the first time for Yichen to experience the chaos of the extreming place. In the short while of searching for the hotel, he had seen at least 3 murder cases. The first one was a group of people beating a young beggar to death in an alley. The second one was when a husband found out that his wife was cheating on him, so he killed his husband and tore his wife in half. The third one was in front of the hotel, where 2 clasping Yuan realm warriors drank too much, and their argument turned into a life and death battle. In the end, the whole hotel was destroyed, which pissed off an astral-reaching realm warrior, who destroyed their dantian and limbs, and hung them on the flagpole in front of the hotel. As for brawls, they were even more frequent and frightening. The entire Blackwater City was filled with a darkness that was even more eerie than the night, and the air was filled with a bloody smell that made one's blood boil. The first restaurant collapsed, and Yichen went to the second one. "Young master, are you staying in the inn?" It had to be said that in the extremine place, the one with the bigger fist was the boss. Seeing Yichen beat up an astral-reaching expert who had caused trouble, causing him to vomit blood and then casually throw him out of the restaurant, the shopkeeper's attitude changed from formal to respectful as he greeted Yichen with a smile. "I'll stay here for a few nights." Yichen took out a big bag of low-rank soul stones from his storage ring, which was a whole 1,000 pieces, and threw it on the counter. Extremine place was different from the outside world. The cost of living here was ridiculously high, which was very abnormal. But, thinking about the environment of the extremine place, it was understandable. Apart from the big cities, the wilderness outside the cities was filled with all kinds of dangers. There were evil and murderous demonic beasts, robbers who would kill without blinking an eye. Without a certain level of self-protection, going out would be seeking death. All these kinds of dangers had led to a shortage of resources in the city. After all, the food in the stores and restaurants did not just fall from the sky. Emily's caravan was a good example. More than 20 astral-reaching experts and over 100 clasping yuan martial artists had gone out to collect resources, but less than 50% had returned. The death rate was extremely high. Of course, there were pros and cons. Although the extremine place was so chaotic, the martial artists' cultivation base increased very quickly. Everyone had an intense sense of crisis, which forced them to crazily work hard to strengthen themselves. Once they became astral-reaching experts, the extremine place would no longer be dangerous for them. After all, the chances of encountering robbers were very low when moving alone, unless their luck was extremely bad. In which case, they could not blame anyone. Even if they cultivated in seclusion, there was still a chance of them dying from cultivation deviation. Led by the shopkeeper, Yichen arrived at the guest room on the second floor. After taking a bath and eating a sumptuous meal, it was already late at night. He didn't think much of the noise before, but now that he had calmed down, Yichen felt that it was a bit unbearable. Groans, curses, knocking on the door, and the sounds of people walking up and down the stairs were all mixed together. It was incomparably noisy. No wonder there were so few astral-reaching experts staying in this restaurant. It was simply too noisy. "Shut up!" With a low shout, the aura on Yichen's body suddenly erupted, filling the entire restaurant. The aura contained the will of the slaughter sword Tao, penetrating deep into the soul. That kind of frightening feeling of soul and spirit being cut apart made everyone in the restaurant quiet down. "Finally, I can cultivate in peace." Shaking his head, Yichen smiled bitterly. In the extremine place, reasoning was useless. At the crucial moment, violence was still needed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yichen put his hands together. The Zhenyuan inside his body revolved according to the Green Lotus Sword Art's 13th layer Zhenyuan route, continuously searching for a breakthrough point. Under the state of forgetting everything, one could see with the naked eye that Yichen's body and head were emitting green qi, like a layer of faint green flame. Pop, in the middle of the night, a faintly discernible popping sound came from Yichen's body. At the same time, Yichen's aura seemed to have strengthened a bit. 3 breakthroughs. I've finally broken through the first one. Slowly letting out a mouthful of impure qi, Yichen opened his eyes. The further one cultivated the Green Lotus Sword Arts, the harder it would be to break through. From the 13th layer to the 14th layer, there were 3 breakthroughs that needed to be broken through. During the journey, he had already seen the signs, and now, he had indeed broken through the first one. With this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the 14th layer. At that time, he would be able to fight against Sea of Souls realm warriors who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts but had not reached completion. After a quiet night, Yichen purposely went to buy a map of the extremine place. This map was extremely detailed, with a total of 38 pages. Each of them was 2 meters in length and width, and marked with the most obvious topography of the extremine place. The drawing was very vivid, and there was basically no need to worry about not being able to find the location. However, this map was not cheap either, costing Yichen 500 low-rank spirit stones. On the 3rd day, Yichen checked out of his room and left Blackwater City. There were no countries or sects in the extremine place, only gangs and cities. Gangs were naturally black power gangs, while cities were big and small. Among the numerous cities, there were 4 giant cities. The one closest to Blackwater City was Three City, which had a population of over 100 million, more than 20 Sea of Souls realm experts overseeing it, and thousands of astral-reaching experts. In terms of comprehensive strength, even 2 or 3 ordinary 6th-grade sects couldn't compare to it. If it could produce a life and death king, it would be able to enter the ranks of mid-5th-grade sections. Every 3 months, Three City would hold a large-scale auction. At that time, some rare treasures that couldn't be seen in the outside world would appear in the auction. Of course, if one had any treasures worth auctioning, they could also hand them over to the auction. Whether it was clean or not, they would be able to take it all. Moreover, there was no need to worry about being chased, because the auction wouldn't reveal one's identity. Extreme Place was equivalent to the super black market of Southern Sector, a breeding ground for chaos. On the land shrouded in black mist, a figure was flying at an extreme speed while maintaining a height of several hundred meters. Blackwater City is more than 200,000 li away from Three City. After taking a detour around the Blackstone mountain range, I'll be in Three City's territory. It had already been 5 days since he left Blackwater City. During this time, Yichen had encountered a bandit blocking his way. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary bandit, but a first-rate black power among the 5 black powers surrounding Blackwater City. Their comprehensive strength was more than 10 times that of the Blackwind bandits. Unfortunately, although they were powerful, Yichen was even more powerful. 1 man and 1 sword, he killed them all. 3 of the 5 leaders were killed, while the remaining 2 wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they fled. They were terrified to death. How could they have imagined that there would be such a frightening existence in the astral-reaching realm? Yichen could even be considered as the weakest Sea of Souls realm expert. The Blackstone mountain range was left behind, and ahead was a boundless Blackstone plain. It's Morong Qingqing. Dozens of li away, a large group of people was fighting. 2 people were surrounded. One was a young man wearing a silver robe. He had a tall and slender figure, and wore a silver crown on his head. His handsome face seemed to have been carved out by a knife or axe, with distinct edges and corners. Below his sharp eyebrows, his pitch-black eyes gave off an exceptionally dangerous feeling. His gaze contained a bizarre charm that could disturb one's mind. His weapon was an azure dragon halberd. As he brandished it, azure light curled around it, making it seem like an azure dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It easily tore apart the bodies of the people surrounding him. On the other hand, the movements of the people surrounding him were clearly a lot slower, allowing them to be killed as they pleased. If Yichen's guess was right, the opponent cultivated an martial art, a bit like the God I King in the King Will statue. Of course, compared to the God I King, the opponent's martial art was simply child's play, not worth mentioning. At the astral-reaching realm, to be able to cultivate an martial art to the point of affecting experts of the same level. This person's strength is even stronger than Feng Yanro and Mysterious Moon Prince, and not just by a bit. I reckon that he's more or less the same as Feng Yanro's senior brother and Redwater Sect's Redwater Minor Master. If one didn't walk out of South River region, one wouldn't know that there were absolute geniuses everywhere. The head disciple of the Drifting Snow Hall, the Redwater Minor Master of the Redwater Sect, and this incomparably handsome young man wearing a silver crown. Each and every one of them were well-known figures among absolute geniuses. Moreover, according to Senior Brother Wang of Dragon God Celestial Palace, Thunder Region's Thunder Princess was even more powerful. Yichen wondered to what extent. Shifting his gaze, Yichen's attention fell on the body of the absolute beauty beside the young man. She was still wearing a purple dress, and her face was covered with a light veil. Who else could it be but Morong Qingqing? After not seeing her for a long time, Yichen didn't know whether it was his misconception or not, but Morong Qingqing's temperament had become even more profound, and her appearance even more beautiful. If one were to say that the previous Morong Qingqing was a grade and a half above some of the absolute beauties Yichen had seen, then right now, she was completely unrivaled, and could even be considered as a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities. The appearance of an angel, the temperament of a devil. It was nothing more than this. Compared to the slight changes in temperament and appearance, Morong Qingqing's strength had improved by a lot. She used the great sky demon art, sweeping away numerous experts like rain. Soon after, a frightening force field cut shot out, blasting an extreme astral reaching expert to the point of vomiting blood. Peak late astral reaching realm cultivation base. Yichen could see through Morong Qingqing's background with a single glance. She had unexpectedly overtaken him in terms of cultivation base. Of course, Yichen wasn't too surprised. In terms of cultivation talent, Yichen wasn't particularly outstanding. He was inferior to Morong Qingqing in the first place. The reason why he could surpass the young generation of South River region before was because of all kinds of opportunities. However, the competition between geniuses wasn't decided in a day or night. It was a long competition. Moreover, she was a disciple of a 6th grade sect, Sky Demon sect, after all. Ignorant fools, you actually dared to gang up on me and Qingqing. The silver-crowned youngster addressed Morong Qingqing very intimately, as if he wanted to show off in her eyes. His eyes shone with a divine light, and a circle of invisible light spread out in a fan shape. Within the range of the light, the besiegers felt dizzy, and their battle prowess was greatly reduced. In the next moment, the frightening azure dragon Qi arrived, and those who were hit by it were torn into pieces. Blood rained down, and the murderous aura filled the air. Morong Qingqing frowned, but did not say anything. Retreat. Seeing that the two were really hard to deal with, and that they had lost more than 100 subordinates without even touching a hair of the other party, the leader of this group of bandits immediately thought of retreating, and decisively gave the order. The besiegers had long since lost the will to fight. Hearing the order, how could they continue to stay? All of them circulated their Jin Yuan with all their might, and fled in all directions. The silver-crowned youngster still wanted to continue chasing, but Morong Qingqing said indifferently, "Don't chase." They ran fast enough. "Qingqing, are you all right?" The silver-crowned youngster stopped chasing, and flew to Morong Qingqing's side. Morong Qingqing shook her head, "Young Master Duan, just call me Morong." The silver-crowned youngster's expression slightly changed. He and Morong Qingqing were not old acquaintances, but met each other in the Extreme region. When he saw her for the first time, he could no longer move his eyes away. As the head disciple of the soul-sundering sect, a 6th grade sect of Wavy Cloud region, his strength was comparable to the Red Water Little Taoist. The number of beauties that adored him was innumerable. However, compared to Morong Qingqing, they were simply not worth mentioning. It was hard for him to imagine how a small region like South River region could produce such a heavenly being. Originally, he was going to another giant city, Great Yin City. However, after seeing Morong Qingqing, he changed his mind and said that his destination was 3 Yin City, so that he could use this opportunity to go together. Unfortunately, along the way, Morong Qingqing's attitude towards him was lukewarm, and it was hard for him to find a way to pursue her. Fortunately, the Extreme region was chaotic enough, and a group of powerful bandits had appeared. Although he was angry on the surface, inwardly, he was happy. After going through thick and thin together, they might be able to get closer to each other. However, at this moment, Morong Qingqing's tone told him that he still had a long way to go before he could pursue her. Revealing a warm smile, the youth changed the topic. "Great Sky Demon art is indeed worthy of its reputation. I'm afraid it's not below my soul-sundering divine eyes." "Not at all. Soul-sundering divine eyes is a top-rank earth-grade art created by God I King. Wherever his gaze falls, even the soul will be affected." Morong Qingqing was not flattering him. Soul-sundering sect was just like floating mountain sect, having produced a few life and death kings. Among them, the most famous was God I King. God I King's battle strength might be ordinary, but even those stronger than him would be apprehensive. His eyes were truly too strange. A vague complacency flickered in the youth's eyes. God I King was the pride of soul-sundering sect. He was confident that one day, he would also become an existence like God I King. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Morong Qingqing's gaze was not on him. He couldn't help but follow her gaze. In his line of sight, a young man in blue was rushing over. His appearance was not as good as his, but what made him feel threatened was that this person's temperament was quite special. It was like a peerless sword hidden in a scabbard was about to be unsheathed. "Qingqing, no, Morong, who is he?" The youth subconsciously began to view the newcomer with hostility. Morong Qingqing faintly smiled, "A friend of mine, named Yi Chen." "Yi Chen, never heard of you." What kind of genius could a South River region produce? The youth didn't put Yichen's strength in his eyes at all. On the contrary, the faint smile on Morong Qingqing's face and the friend made him very uncomfortable, causing his eyes to squint. Swish, a figure flickered, and Yichen landed near Morong Qingqing. Long time no see. Morong Qingqing flicked her hair that had been messed up by the wind and said, "Indeed, long time no see. Allow me to introduce you. This is the head disciple of Soul Sundering Sect, a 6th grade sect in Wavy Cloud region, Duan Lingyun." Duan Lingyun cleared his throat and looked straight at Yichen. "I wonder which sect you're from. I don't seem to have heard of your name." With the sensitivity of a sword artist, Yichen could sense Duan Lingyun's hostility. However, he didn't put him in his heart. So what if I'm hostile? So what if I'm not hostile? In the end, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Against experts of the same level, he didn't need to care about anyone's face. My sect is not worth mentioning. With an indifferent expression, Yichen didn't reply to the opponent's question. Duan Lingyun's expression turned gloomy. If not for Morong Qingqing's presence, he wouldn't have minded teaching the opponent a lesson, letting him know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. "Yichen, are you going to 3 City?" Morong Qingqing wasn't trying to change the topic. In fact, she didn't believe that Duan Lingyun was Yichen's opponent. Moreover, she hadn't fallen to the point of being a mediator. She wanted to ask, so she asked. Every word and action of hers was directed at her heart. "Indeed." Yichen nodded. Duan Lingyun saw that the situation wasn't right. This Yichen seemed to want to go with them. Originally, he and Morong Qingqing were having a good time together. They had plenty of opportunities to be alone, so he didn't want anyone to interfere. His expression didn't look too good. With a face full of smiles, he said with an obscure tone, "Brother Yi, your destination should be Sunin City. Isn't that right?" Duan Lingyun intentionally emphasized the last 3 words. Yichen's eyes narrowed, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. "Brother Duan, please conduct yourself with dignity. I, Yichen, don't need you to ask where I want to go. You're not worthy." Duan Lingyun clenched his teeth, and the aura that leaked out from the gaps of his teeth contained a piercingly cold killing intent. He was extremely furious. "Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll find an opportunity to let you know what regret is. Then, let's go together." Morong Qingqing shot a glance at Duan Lingyun. She wanted him to leave. The two of them had nothing in common. However, if she let him leave now, he would definitely bear a grudge against Yichen. Duan Lingyun was nothing, and Yichen was more than enough to deal with him. However, Soul Sunder Sect couldn't be ignored. Soul Sunder Sect also had a Sea of Soul Master existence, and was several times more powerful than Floating Mountain. I wonder what level Yichen has reached. No longer paying attention to Duan Lingyun, Morong Qingqing's true concern was Yichen. Every time she saw Yichen, she could feel that he had grown stronger. However, to what extent, she couldn't tell. It was as if he had an undefeatable body, and had never tasted defeat among experts of the same level. Every time she thought she had caught up to him, she would realize that there was still a huge gap between them once they reached a new realm. This was a character hidden in the clouds. Among experts of the same level, Yichen had left the deepest impression on her. The 3 speed was extremely fast, galloping across the black stone plains. Swish, abruptly, a figure that looked both real and fake drilled out from the ground of the black stone plains and soared into the sky. Its speed was unimaginable, and even Duan Lingyun, who was born in Soul Sunder Sect, was dumbfounded. The opponent's speed had already reached 18 times the speed of sound, and it could only be a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert. Therefore, if there were no accidents, this person was either a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert with extraordinary speed, or a Sea of Soul Realm expert. There are actually 3 youngsters with decent strength here. My old lair in the Black Stone Plains should have been discovered by them. High in the sky, the figure's eyes were filled with killing intent. Forget it. As long as I can find the secret of the undying body, it doesn't matter if my lair is discovered. Killing them might cause a lot of trouble. It's better to have less trouble. I should hurry to the auction house and entrust the items to them. Increasing his speed, the figure soon disappeared. So this is a Sea of Soul Realm master. His aura is so powerful that it's even above Long Bai's. I simply can't use soul power to probe. At Astral Reaching Realm, Yichen could release his soul power without the slightest scruple without worrying about being discovered. However, Sea of Soul Realm experts could already use soul power. With just a slight probe, they could discover his uniqueness. Not to mention a Sea of Soul Realm master with a radiant will. If he were to probe with soul power for no reason, he might even lose his life. Let's continue on our way. Morong Qingqing's brow smoothed out. Extreme region was not South River region. In terms of danger, Blood Demon Battlefield was not even 1/10 as dangerous. It was not a forbidden region, but it was more dangerous. Of course, in forbidden regions, one could encounter danger at any moment. Extreme region, on the other hand, didn't reach such a level. Therefore, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad, one wouldn't have to worry about their lives being threatened. This was the difference between Extreme region and Forbidden region. 2 days later, the three arrived at 3 City. Rather than calling 3 City a city, it would be better to call it a country surrounded by high walls. There were mountains, rivers, official roads, small roads, and even a small plain. All sorts of experts were flying in the air, flickering with gorgeous colors. Little Morong. In the distance, a white-haired old man transmitted his voice. Morong Qingqing said respectfully, Supreme Elder is in good health. Hee, come over here. The old man revealed a smile. Please wait a moment. Morong Qingqing greeted Yi Chen and Duan Lingyun, then flew in the old man's direction. A strange expression flickered in Duan Lingyun's eyes. Waiting for Morong Qingqing to leave, he blocked Yi Chen's path and released a frightening aura. Yi Chen, we've arrived at 3 City. Shouldn't you change places? Don't worry, I'll explain things to Qingqing. She won't embarrass you. Yi Chen raised his eyes and spat out a single word, scram. Impudent. I've tolerated you for a long time. I'll ask you again. Are you leaving or not? Otherwise, I'll make you lose all face. If you continue to pester me, I'll definitely kill you in the future. As he spoke, Duan Lingyun's eyes shot out a frightening divine light. This divine light seemed to be able to split one's soul. Even without looking, one could feel the dizziness, the fear of not knowing where one was, and the pain in one's heart. At this moment, Duan Lingyun pushed soul-splitting divine eyes to the limit. He believed that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to block it. Even Red Water Little Taoist wouldn't dare to get too close to him. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Yi Chen's expression calmed down, as if he was planning to bury the hatchet. But, when one saw his eyes, one would not think so. What kind of eyes were these? They were emotionless, colder than ice, more glaring than blood. The endless killing intent was like a volcano erupting, cracking the earth's crust, shooting out with a killing intent that seemed to be able to kill everything in its path. Clang, the two gazes were like two peerless ominous swords clashing in the air, clashing against Duan Lingyun's soul-splitting divine light. That was Yi Chen's slaughter sword intent. Pfft, the soul-splitting divine light seemed to have met its nemesis, being sliced into millions of pieces. Their minds were connected, and Duan Lingyun screamed. He covered his eyes and retreated rapidly. Dark red blood could be seen flowing down from the gaps between his fingers, wriggling like snakes. Yi Chen, you dare injure my eyes? You're dead. Duan Lingyun roared. His shrill voice was filled with anger and killing intent, as well as a trace of fear. Yi Chen walked towards Duan Lingyun step by step. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy, like the countdown of the Grim Reaper, causing Duan Lingyun's soul to tremble. He said in horror, "What are you trying to do? This is 3 City. If you kill me, my soul-splitting sect will definitely know. At that time, no one in this world will be able to save you." Duan Lingyun's confidence had already been crushed by Yi Chen. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid even if his eyes were injured. Moreover, he firmly believed that apart from a few famous peerless geniuses, he wouldn't lose to anyone. What was there to be afraid of? But now, other than anger, there was only fear in his heart. He couldn't muster the confidence to fight to the death with Yi Chen. I don't have the intention to kill you. At least, not now. But don't challenge my bottom line. After brushing past Duan Lingyun, Yichen no longer paid him any attention. Duan Lingyun had an impulse to turn around and punch Yichen to death. Now was the best time and the most likely chance to succeed. However, he hesitated. For the first time in his life, he hesitated to kill someone. It wasn't that he hesitated to kill Yichen, but he didn't dare to. Damn it. Duan Lingyun knew that he'd completely failed, and his body and mind were defeated. His resentment towards Yichen couldn't be extinguished by the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes, and it had already turned from resentment to resentment. Morong Qingqing and the Supreme Elder of the Sky Flying Devil sect noticed the situation. The elder frowned and asked, "That's your friend?" No. Morong Qingqing did not treat Duan Lingyun as a friend. It's good that he isn't. This person's temperament really isn't that good. The elder was not looking down on Duan Lingyun's failure and darkness, but he was looking down on his cowardice. If he could muster the courage to fight a great battle with Yichen, he would have a whole new level of respect for him. Unfortunately, a seemingly powerful person still had to be strong in a hopeless situation to see if he was strong or not. Yichen had already forced Duan Lingyun into a hopeless situation, but he did not encounter a dying counterattack. 10 steps behind Duan Lingyun, Yichen shook his head as a cold smile appeared on his face. He was already prepared for a great battle, but it seemed that his opponent wasn't as strong as he seemed. "Young man, you're Yichen, right?" The elder suddenly transmitted his voice to Yichen. Yichen faintly nodded. "Senior, I am." "Not bad. For my South River region to produce a genius like you, it's all because of luck. Keep it up." The elder was quite satisfied with Yichen. Of course, this was because he was calm and had no conflict with Yichen. If he were Yichen's enemy, he wouldn't have such thoughts. "Alright, you youngsters chat. I won't get involved." The elder said a few words to Morong Qingqing, then turned around and flew toward a 33-story building. His friend was waiting for him there. Retracting his gaze, Morong Qingqing looked at Yichen. "Let's go." Duan Lingyun had already left. His eyes were injured, and he needed a few days to recover. Moreover, he didn't have the face to continue staying by Morong Qingqing's side. One could well imagine the hatred he had for Yichen. On the street, the two were walking side by side. There are many legends about Extreme region. It's said that this land has always maintained the topography of the ancient era. There have never been any topographic changes or volcanic eruptions. There are still marks of the ancient era here, and some cultural relics have been preserved quite well. While strolling, Morong Qingqing introduced Extreme region to Yichen. Yichen said, "The earth qi and yin qi here are too dense. It's too strange." Although there are no places on True Spirit continent that are lower than Extreme region, there are some that are close. However, the earth qi here is not even 1/10 of Extreme region's. An Extreme region is called Extreme region for a reason. In the ancient era, this place was the breeding ground of demons. 3 City was unimaginably huge. The two walked for a long time, but only covered a small area. In the end, the two checked into the same inn. 3 City's western region, in the auction house's reception room. "What wind blew demon ancestor here?" "Welcome." The auction house's president walked in with a smile and cupped his hands towards the newcomer. The figure with his back facing the president turned his head. It was clearly the suspected Sea of Soul Master who had appeared in Blackstone Plains. Of course, his true identity was indeed that of a Sea of Soul Master, and he was called Demon Ancestor. To be able to use the word ancestor as a title, one could well imagine his strength. After all, ancestor usually represented a sect. Demon Ancestor grinned. "I've come this time to entrust something to your auction house." "Oh?" "Something that can make Demon Ancestor take action is certainly not ordinary. I wonder what treasure it is." The president was quite curious. Sea of Soul Masters usually bought things from auctions, and rarely auctioned them. This was because ordinary things were beneath their notice, and they would rather give them away. Good things, even if they were useless, would still be kept. "It's not a treasure, it's a map." "Could it be a treasure map?" Hearing these words, the president blurted out. Since it was a treasure map, the other party wouldn't auction it. Wouldn't it be better to search for treasures themselves? It's an ancient map to search for the secrets of undying body. Demon Ancestor said slowly. What? Secrets of undying body? President Ren, who had seen many treasures, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Undying body. What was an undying body? It was absolutely impossible to kill, or at least extremely difficult to kill. Life and death kings were revered by others, not only because of their strength, but also because they possessed undying bodies. Low-level life and death kings could regrow limbs, and even if their heads were chopped off, they wouldn't die, and could easily regenerate. The only exception would be if they were chopped into pieces. High-level life and death kings were even more frightening, as they could regenerate from a single drop of blood. Even if one were to beat them into a pulp, they would still be able to survive. As for what the undying body represented, the president believed it to be the kind of regrowth of limbs. There had been many rumors about undying body in history, but in the end, it proved that an undying body that could be obtained before reaching life and death realm was merely the same as an ordinary life and death king. It wouldn't attract the attention of life and death kings, and they wouldn't have the leisure to pursue things they already had. Demon Ancestor said confidently, correct, it's precisely the secret of undying body. I wonder if I have the qualifications to let your auction house auction it on my behalf. If it's real, then of course I have the qualifications. But, the secret of undying body is extraordinary. If the starting price is set too high, and it's ultimately determined to be fake, it would damage my auction house's reputation. The president didn't dare to be certain that the mapping demon ancestor took out was the real one. Perhaps it was a fake. Such a thing had happened before. Demon Ancestor said, this is simple. Set the starting price very low, and then declare that you can't confirm whether it's real or fake. Just sell it for as many spirit stones as you can. Very low. Creasing his brows, the president said, this method is feasible, but what do you think the starting price should be? The starting price was set, and he had to give Demon Ancestor half the starting price as a down payment. Therefore, they had to discuss it properly. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Demon Ancestor said in shock. Demon Ancestor, you're joking, right? 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is too low. Even 100,000 or 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be very low, very low. Of course I'm not joking. I've made 300 copies of the map. With a starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones each, 300 copies would be at least 300,000. Exceeding 1 million wouldn't be a problem. Hearing Demon Ancestor's words, the president was a bit stunned. What did he mean by making 300 copies of the map? Was he lacking spirit stones? However, if he lacked spirit stones, he could easily sell one copy for a high price. He believed that with the gimmick of undying body, it wouldn't be a problem for one copy to reach millions of mid-grade spirit stones, or even higher. One shouldn't forget that there were many Sea of Soul Realm experts in Extreme region. Not to mention millions of mid-grade spirit stones, even if they had to take out hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, they would still fight for it. Of course, the premise was that they had to be prepared to be a sucker. And if it was divided into 300 copies, the price might rise to a high level, but it wouldn't be able to create a miracle. I've thought it through. Here are 300 copies of the map. I'll have to trouble your auction house. Demon Ancestor took out a chest from his storage ring and opened it. It was filled with beast skin scrolls with bizarre maps carved on them. All right. The president shook his head and put away the chest. He then paid Demon Ancestor 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He wasn't worried that Demon Ancestor would cheat. If he did, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones wouldn't be worth it. For a Sea of Soul Realm expert, 150,000 upper-grade spirit stones would be too cheap. Then, I'll take my leave. Demon Ancestor turned around and walked out of the reception room. The moment he left, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he felt a bit relieved. He had obtained this map for more than 50 years. During these 50 years, he had painstakingly studied it, wanting to find the secret of the undying body. However, even after 50 years, he still hadn't found a single clue. At this moment, he finally regretted obtaining this map. If he had wholeheartedly cultivated during these 50 years, it would not have been impossible for him to break through to the life and death realm. If he had become a life and death king, why would he need the secret of the undying body? Wasting 50 years without any harvest, no one was more sullen than him. However, directly giving up on studying the map was equivalent to completely wasting 50 years. He was unwilling to accept this fact. Finally, he thought of a method, which was to split the map into 300 copies and auction it. With 300 people helping him study the map, his hope would increase by 300 folds. Who knew, he might even have some harvest. As for why he didn't make 500 copies or 1,000 copies, it was because he was afraid that the map would be too much, which might lead to some accident. If he really wanted to make more than 1,000 copies, he might as well make it public. I hope it won't disappoint me. I'm really looking forward to that day. Demon Ancestor left full of hope. 3 City held a large-scale auction once every 3 months, and there was less than a day left until this time's large-scale auction. All of a sudden, 3 City was packed with people. All the influential figures had gathered in this ancient city, including experts of various sections. Astral reaching experts were as numerous as dogs, and Sea of Soul Realm experts were everywhere. This sentence vividly reflected the current situation of 3 City. Taoist Ironwood, Old Man Sky Eagle, Rock Spirit Warrior, 3 Vein Spirit Warrior, Taoist Black Snake, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior. So many Sea of Soul Realm experts, at least a dozen. In restaurants, shops, and streets, everyone was discussing spiritedly. And this is what we saw. The number of Sea of Soul Realm experts in the entire 3 City should be no less than 50, and perhaps even a few Sea of Soul Masters. Truly extraordinary. This is my first time in Extreme region, my first time in 3 City. Being able to meet a Sea of Soul Realm expert in the outside world is already a stroke of luck. That's because Sea of Soul Realm experts don't come out. Moreover, at our level, we can't come into contact with them. Wait until we reach this level, we might even be able to meet a life and death king. You're right. Each level has its own insight and social circle. On the morning of the second day, the city of 3 which had been silent for the entire night, erupted with astonishing liveliness. A sea of people gathered at the auction house in the western district, and there were even more experts in the sky. They came in groups, like rapidly moving dark clouds. When Yichan and Morong Qingqing arrived at the entrance of the auction house, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. Merely the entrance was several hundred meters wide and more than 100 meters tall. The 2 stone lions in front of the entrance were even taller than the dozens of floors of the tower, giving off an imposing aura. The top of the auction house was at least 1,000 meters tall, and had a domed shape. The 2 had never seen such a vast auction house before. Compared to this, the auction houses they had seen before were no different from thatched cottages, looking rather shabby. Let's go in. Wearing a purple dress and a veil over her face, Morong Qingqing was an existence that attracted attention wherever she went. Although Yichen's appearance couldn't be considered as peerlessly handsome, he was still quite handsome. Coupled with his extremely special sword artist temperament, he attracted a lot of attention. The 2 of them paused for a moment before entering the auction house side by side. The auction house had normal seats and VIP rooms. Normal seats didn't require spirit stones, while VIP rooms required 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Normally, no astral reaching expert would choose VIP rooms, since the total wealth of an astral reaching expert was no more than 10,000 mid-rank spirit stones. 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones was not a small burden for them, so there was no need to be so extravagant. Yichen naturally did not care about 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones and chose a VIP room. The auction house has a total of 5 floors. The first 2 floors are for ordinary seats, the 4th and 5th floors are for VIP rooms, and the auction stage is very high, between the 2nd and 3rd floors, a little far away from the crowd, and there is a layer of isolation zone. It seems empty and spacious. What is more special is that in front of the auction stage, there is a piece of transparent glass. This layer of glass can clearly magnify things about 10 times, to ensure that everyone can see clearly. After all, at a critical moment, if everyone releases their spiritual force, it means that no one can see, it means that accidents are inevitable. The fifth floor's VIP rooms are usually reserved for Sea of Soul Realm experts. Yichen didn't want to be in the limelight, so he chose a VIP room on the fourth floor that had a decent angle. Through the crystal glass of the VIP room, Yichen subconsciously looked around, eventually stopping at a certain angle. In his line of sight, Duan Lingyun and an old man were walking toward the fifth floor's VIP room. It should be a Sea of Soul Realm expert from Soul Sunder sect. At this point, Yichen had no choice but to prepare himself for a battle with a Sea of Soul Realm expert. With his current battle strength, he could contend against a Sea of Soul Realm expert who hadn't cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill, and was a bit weaker than a Sea of Soul Realm expert who had cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill but hadn't reached perfection. As for Sea of Soul Realm experts who had comprehended profound, they were not something Yichen could contend against. They were existences that could instantly kill him. Morong Qingqing also noticed the old man beside Duan Lingyun and said, "There's a ghost swallowing moon on his robe. If I'm not wrong, he should be Soul Sunder Sect's Supreme Elder, Ghost Moon Spiritualist." The titles of Sea of Soul Realm experts were carefully chosen. Those who hadn't comprehended profound were called Spiritualist, while those who had comprehended profound were called Daoist or something else. Above that was the title of Master. In other words, Sea of Soul Realm experts had three major realms in terms of battle strength, and each realm had a title. Of course, there were strong and weak in each realm, and the strong could instantly kill the weak. Spiritualist Ghost Moon was the lowest level Sea of Soul Realm expert. However, according to his identity as Supreme Elder of Soul Sunder Sect, it was impossible for him not to have cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill. As for whether he had reached perfection or not, it was not something ordinary people could know. Duan Lingyun's eyes had already recovered, but his expression was exceptionally gloomy. His cold gaze swept the surroundings as if looking for someone. Yichen didn't need to guess to know that the other party was looking for him. "I hope there's something useful in the auction." Yichen admitted that he wasn't Ghost Moon's opponent, but for now, his potential was still ample. His cultivation base was at late astral reaching realm, his green lotus sword arts had yet to make a breakthrough, and his sword soul embryo was yet to be condensed. These three aspects were still developing. As long as one of them improved, Yichen's battle strength would continue to grow. Ding, about an hour later, the auction house, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was nearly full. At this moment, an old man with a red face walked up from the back of the stage and knocked on the stage with a small hammer. "Everyone, quiet down. The auction is about to begin." As soon as he finished, the sound waves of the auction rapidly weakened. Nodding in satisfaction, the old man revealed a faint smile. "I'm Gao Hua, the auctioneer of this auction. I'm indebted to everyone for participating in this auction. I believe that everyone's trip will not be in vain." After exchanging some pleasantries, the old man cleared his throat and continued, "All right, let's not waste any more time. The auction will now officially begin. Let the first item come up the stage." Immediately, two enchanting beauties carried a wooden tray and walked to the front of the stage. Lifting off the gorgeous silk covering the tray, a simple and unadorned armor appeared. The armor was deep cyan in color and overflowed with colorful lights. A wolf head was carved on the chest, giving it an extremely domineering appearance. At the same time, a frightening pressure spread out. The first item is a mid-grade defensive artifact, Cyan Wolf Armor. After being appraised by our auction house, it's a top-quality mid-grade defensive artifact, capable of amplifying defense by 35%. The starting price is 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. A mid-grade defensive artifact right off the bat. Worthy of being 3 City's large-scale auction house. Although Yichen didn't fancy the Cyan Wolf armor, it didn't mean that it was inferior. The main reason was that the goods on his body clearly surpassed the majority of astral-reaching experts. Merely an upper-grade defensive artifact, the Golden Gilt armor, was enough to tempt Sea of Soul Realm experts. Moreover, he had quite a few mid-grade artifacts on him. Just because he didn't fancy it didn't mean that others didn't. There were many astral-reaching experts in dire straits. Some didn't even have mid-grade offensive artifacts, not to mention mid-grade defensive artifacts, which were even more expensive. If one had a mid-grade defensive artifact for protection, their defense wouldn't be a joke in a decisive battle. At a crucial moment, they might even have a chance to save their lives. 27,000. 28,000. 35,000. 40,000. In a few blinks of an eye, the price of the cyan wolf armor rose from 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones to 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was still rising slowly. In the end, a wealthy astral-reaching expert bought the cyan wolf armor with 48,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Morong Qingqing, what item do you want to auction? Since the early part of the auction wasn't worth paying attention to, Yichen turned his head and asked Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing said, you also need the item I want. It's for tempering the will. Yichen faintly nodded. He indeed needed items for tempering the will. His sword soul embryo contained the immortal intent. To condense it into a sword soul required much more will than ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since condensed a sword soul. He could tell that Morong Qingqing was about to condense the martial soul embryo. Back in the blood demon battlefield, she should have had some gains. The martial soul embryo is easy to condense. As for condensing it, it requires sufficient realm and comprehension. If there are enough items for tempering the will, perhaps it will be a happy ending. Yichen only wanted to raise the sword soul embryo to the critical point. At that time, he wouldn't need too many items for tempering the will. After all, the sword soul couldn't be condensed just because he wanted to. As time passed, the treasures on the stage became increasingly rare. Some seemingly ordinary treasures even caused the crowd to scramble to bid for them, causing the atmosphere of the stage to become incomparably fiery. Many people were enjoying the carefree feeling of spending money like dirt. The 27th item is 3 pieces of demonic evil stone. The demonic evil stone is a crystalline ore found in the depths of the extreme region. It has the effect of tempering the will. Friends who haven't condensed a martial soul should pay attention. This kind of thing is rarely seen in this auction. Let the bidding begin. The starting price is 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing these words, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing's eyes brightened. The demonic evil stone's effect might be inferior to the blood evil stones, but it was still meat. It wouldn't change. 55,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 60,000. 63,000. The peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts, who hadn't made any moves, were scrambling to bid. As for those ordinary astral reaching experts, they didn't have the qualifications to bid. Moreover, they were still far from condensing a martial soul embryo. There was no need for them to spend all their wealth to buy something they couldn't use at the moment. 70,000. In the 5th floor's VIP room, Duan Lingyun also joined the bidding. Yichen smiled. He didn't intend to bid for the time being. 75,000. Morong Qingqing, who was beside him, raised her hand. It's Qingqing. Forget it, I'll give her 1 or 2 when I buy it. Duan Lingyun creased his brows and continued bidding. 80,000. Damn it, 85,000. The auction house was full of dragons and snakes. Duan Lingyun and Morong Qingqing were not the only ones with deep pockets. Therefore, even though the price had been raised to 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones, there were still many people bidding. Morong Qingqing's expression didn't change. 90,000. 95,000. 120,000. Duan Lingyun steeled his heart and increased the price by 30,000, which was already close to the limit of 3 demonic evil stones. Morong Qingqing had clearly come prepared, raising the price by another 10,000. Lingyun, give up if you exceed 150,000. The auction has just begun. Ghost Moon reminded Duan Lingyun. I know. Duan Lingyun nodded and said inwardly, Qingqing, sorry, but I must have the demonic evil stones. Wait until I condense the martial spirit embryo, I'll give you the extra. Thinking up to this point, he extended his hand, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as the price of 150,000 came out, all the voices disappeared. The limit of a demonic evil stone was around 40 to 50,000, and 3 of them would be between 120,000 to 150,000. Exceeding this price would require careful consideration. After all, for peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to their entire fortune, and the auction was not even halfway through. This time, Morong Qingqing didn't continue bidding. She glanced at Yi Chen and knew that he was rich. As for how rich he was, she didn't know. It's about time to make a move. Yi Chen raised his hand and bid 160,000. Whoosh, as soon as Yi Chen's voice was heard, a commotion arose in the auction house. Although demonic evil stones were rare, they were only effective for astral-reaching experts who had yet to condense a martial spirit. After reaching Sea of Soul realm and successfully condensing a martial spirit, a few demonic evil stones wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, the bidders were bound to be astral-reaching experts. However, astral-reaching experts who could bid 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones were few and far between. It should be known that there were many auctions in Extreme region, and many rich people had already squandered their wealth. Yi Chen's voice startled Duan Lingyun. He clenched his teeth and bid 180,000 regardless of Ghost Moon's warning. Humph, I can crush you in terms of wealth. As the eldest disciple of the soul-sundering sect, Duan Lingyun was extremely wealthy. At this moment, he had no other intentions other than to suppress Yi Chen. Almost 4 times the price had moved a lot of people. What did it mean to be rich and overbearing? This was it. An increase of tens of thousands was like a game to him. Many astral-reaching experts felt their hearts twitch. Damn it, comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Each time the other increased the price, it was equivalent to all of their wealth. If they could make it this far, they would be considered outstanding. 200,000, unfortunately, as soon as Duan Lingyun's voice fell, Yi Chen raised the price by 20,000, reaching a huge figure of 200,000. This caused the hearts of the crowd to palpitate. This seemed to be even more ruthless. The tone of the voice was calm, as though 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones were nothing to him. His wealth is at least 500,000 yuan. Morong Qingqing, who was standing to the side, inwardly guessed. Yi Chen sat steadily on the leather chair. He had no intention of giving up on the demonic evil stone. Only with it could his battle power continue to increase. As for mid-grade spirit stones, it was fine as long as he had enough. He didn't need to be a miser with such a huge amount of wealth. The so-called wealth should be used in the right place. Enough. Only by maintaining your rationality can you become an expert. Fighting on impulse won't do you any good. Ghost Moon, after all, had lived for more than 100 years and could see more clearly than Duan Lingyun. He stopped him from continuing. Damn it. Hearing these words, Duan Lingyun had no choice but to give up. However, this didn't mean that his heart had calmed down. The demonic evil stone was a small matter, but his face was more important. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones going once, 200,000 going twice, 200,000 going thrice, sold. The old man shouted several times before smashing his hammer down on the stage. Soon, a beautiful attendant brought 3 pieces of demonic evil stone to Yi Chen's VIP room. After paying enough mid-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen started to look at the demonic evil stone. The demonic evil stone was an irregularly shaped crystal ore. Its shape was like coal, and its color was silver with a hint of black. Holding the demonic evil stone, Yi Chen could feel a dark evil chi penetrating through his arm and into his sea of soul. Its effect is 20% weaker than a normal blood evil stone. Yi Chen quickly distinguished the difference between the demonic evil stone and the blood evil stone. The auction continued. During this period of time, Morong Qingqing spent 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a pair of golden gloves that were emitting a 7-colored radiance. Mid-grade gloves had always been rare, but it also meant that it would be popular. After all, there were a lot of people who practiced hand techniques. In a situation where there were too many monks and not enough meat, the price would be obviously high. Normally, a mid-grade offensive weapon would not be more than 40,000. The 34th auction item is a Bodhi bead. I believe that many people don't know the effects of the Bodhi bead. Here, I will explain it to everyone. The Bodhi bead is formed naturally. Not only does it have the effect of calming the mind, but it can also increase the user's power of understanding. Of course, this power of understanding is not permanent. Only by holding the Bodhi bead can it temporarily increase the user's power of understanding. On the auction stage, the old man explained while observing the crowd's expression. Just as he expected, the atmosphere of the entire auction house suddenly heated up. Temporarily increasing the power of understanding was indeed an amazing property. Countless people were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. If they had the Bodhi bead, they might be able to reach a higher level in a short time. However, the ones who were tempted were still astral reaching experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts had heard of the Bodhi bead. In fact, the effect of the Bodhi bead was to stimulate the soul power of astral reaching experts. Once the soul power was released, the power of comprehension would naturally increase. However, Sea of Soul Realm experts could already release their soul power. The Bodhi bead is useless to me. Yichen shook his head. Battle Emperor had once obtained a Bodhi bead. Therefore, he knew the secret of the Bodhi bead. His soul power was equivalent to a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert. He simply didn't need the Bodhi bead to increase his power of understanding. Humph, it's just a Bodhi bead. My Soul Sunder sect has a 10,000-year ancient tea tree. It can also increase one's power of understanding. Moreover, I cultivate the Soul Sunder Divine Eyes, which can stimulate soul power. My power of understanding is much higher than ordinary people. Duan Lingyun disdained the so-called Bodhi bead. The starting price of the Bodhi bead is 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. The old man saw the anxious expressions of the crowd and revealed a faint smile. 80,000. 90,000. 100,000. The crowd was too lazy to increase the price by 1,000, and directly increased it by 10,000. Such a good thing was something they had never heard of before. 150,000. Morong Qingqing's voice transmitted out. I don't need this Bodhi bead, but there are many people who have their eyes on it. The price will rise to a high level. Yichen said. You don't need it? Morong Qingqing was flabbergasted. She was the most worried about Yichen. Yichen's net worth was at least 500,000, which was not something she could compare with. Unexpectedly, the other side had no intention of bidding. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, rejoicing that she didn't bid for the demonic evil stone. If she had, she wouldn't have enough spirit stones. Moreover, this Bodhi bead would undoubtedly drive people crazy. Even 200,000 or 300,000 spirit stones would be in danger. Damn, are you going to let me live? Increasing the price by 50,000 in one go. The Bodhi bead was good, but without sufficient spirit stones, it would be useless. This made some extreme astral reaching experts gnash their teeth in anger. 160,000. The facts proved that there were astral reaching experts with incomparably deep pockets. Especially the leaders of some dark forces, their wealth was all plundered. 200,000. The one bidding was still Morong Qingqing. Without Yichen bidding, she had nothing to worry about. The Bodhi bead was something she had to obtain. 210,000. In the VIP room, a majestic middle-aged man shrouded in a black robe bid. 250,000. Morong Qingqing raised her hand again. VIP room number 398, I'll remember it. This Bodhi bead will be mine sooner or later. The black-robed man gave up on bidding, not because he didn't have enough spirit stones, but because he didn't feel the need. As for the previous bid, it was purely because he didn't want any accidents to happen. After all, only when he got the item immediately would he feel at ease. Unfortunately, Morong Qingqing increased the price by 40,000 to 50,000 each time, as if she wouldn't give up until she got the Bodhi bead. This made him want to kill her. If he killed Morong Qingqing, not only would he get the Bodhi bead, he would also save a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 270,000. The auction house went silent for a moment, then another bid was heard. It was from the three brothers. Individually, none of them had so many mid-grade spirit stones. But, if they added them up, they would. In any case, the Bodhi bead wasn't a one-time use item, and could be used in turns. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't do this, since they wouldn't feel at ease. However, the three brothers were like brothers, and didn't have such worries. 280,000. Morong Qingqing wasn't an idiot. When the price reached 270,000, there was no one else bidding. There was no reason for her to continue increasing the price by 40 to 50,000. As expected, the three brothers gave up. They had a total of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the two unused mid-grade artifacts, they only had 270,000. They didn't have the ability to increase the price any further. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Morong Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. Coming to Extreme region was indeed the right choice. Not only did she obtain a glove-type mid-grade artifact, she also obtained an extremely rare Bodhi bead. However, these two items had almost exhausted her entire fortune. Congratulations! Yichen smiled. Putting away the Bodhi bead, Morong Qingqing asked with interest, why don't you need the Bodhi bead? If the other party also needed it, her chances of obtaining it wouldn't be more than 30%. Even if she used her other items as collateral, it wouldn't be more than 50%. Yichen said, my comprehension is enough. Of course, he wouldn't say that his soul power was several times that of an ordinary person, equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Morong Qingqing looked pensive. She subconsciously thought that Yichen had a treasure similar to the Bodhi bead. The 48th item is a head-sized demonic evil stone. The starting price is 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000. Just at this moment, the old man dropped a bomb. A demonic fiend stone the size of a human head appeared on the stage. Based on a rough estimate, this demonic fiend stone was at least 15 times the size of the demonic fiend stones that had been auctioned off earlier. It was silver with a hint of black light, causing everyone's hearts to beat faster. A head-sized demonic evil stone. Haha, let's see how you're going to compete with me this time. Duan Lingyun couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, he was inwardly grateful to Ghost Moon. Without his reminder, he would have wasted his mid-grade spirit stones on those three small demonic evil stones. Morong Qingqing's eyes also brightened, but she immediately shook her head. Her fortune had already been exhausted, and she didn't have the qualifications to compete. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, who revealed a faint smile. Brother, we can't eat this demonic evil stone alone. Why don't we join hands and split it? The cake was too big for one person. Many astral-reaching experts in the ordinary seats began to rack their brains, sending Zhenyuan transmissions to the people nearby. Then who should we give the spirit stones to? How can we be at ease? If you turn hostile, won't we suffer a double loss? Someone asked. This is simple. You don't need to give the spirit stones to anyone. Just buy it. After buying it, everyone will hand over their spirit stones, then cut the demonic evil stone in front of everyone. Everyone will split it. What do you think? There was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved, and a problem that could be taken out wasn't a problem at all. This method is not bad. But, just the few of us are not enough. Don't worry, I've already contacted others. This demonic evil stone is equivalent to 15 times more demonic evil stones. Inviting 15 people is no problem at all. Then, each person will pay 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 15 people will be 750,000. Let me make it clear here. Those who don't have 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones will automatically withdraw. Of course, you can also pawn your things to the auction house. I have 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me a bit more when the time comes. Sure. All of a sudden, a lot of people thought of this method and contacted the astral-reaching experts nearby. Those who didn't have enough wealth even invited more than 20 astral-reaching experts who had the same wealth as them. 30,000 for each of them, 20 of them would be 600 to 700,000 in total. 300,000. Finally, someone was the first to bid. 350,000. 450,000. 450,000. 550,000. It was like a plague. The price rose by 50,000, which made some people who didn't know anything dumbfounded. Since when were there so many rich people? Of course, there were also some people who noticed that something was wrong. They immediately came to their senses and contacted others. The old man on the stage saw everything, but didn't make any move. For the auction house of Extreme region, as long as one could afford. the price, it didn't matter what method one used. Even if one gathered several hundred or thousands of people, it was still one's ability. However, if one couldn't afford the price, then one had to apologize. At best, one would be punished as a warning to others. At worst, one would have to work for the auction house for the rest of their lives. 600,000. 650,000. The price continued to climb, making the astral-reaching realm warriors in the VIP rooms frown. They had no choice but to contact the astral-reaching realm warriors in the nearby VIP rooms. Morong Qingqing said to Yi Chen, "I still have 130,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I can lend them to you. However, from the looks of it, this demon fiend rock will not be sold for less than 8 or 900,000. You don't have to worry about that. I can still fork out 800,000 to 900,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Yi Chen wasn't worried about others joining hands to bid for it. After all, no matter how good an item was, it would have a limit to its value. This demon fiend stone might seem large, but if it was divided evenly, it would be less. Therefore, 20 people was the limit. If there were more than 20 people, then it would be meaningless. This little demon fiend stone wouldn't have much use. Moreover, the ones participating in the bidding were all peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts. They couldn't possibly not see how many people participating would be beneficial to them. Hearing those words, Morong Qingqing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Just how much wealth did the other party have? To be able to take out 8 to 900,000, it seemed like it was more than that. As Yi Chen expected, when the price reached 800,000, the number of people participating in the bidding had decreased by 70%, and the remaining 30% were still stubbornly holding on. 850,000. Duan Lingyun didn't expect that there would be so many people participating in the bidding. He was caught unprepared for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, the price of the demon fiend stone had already exceeded his net worth. Fortunately, Ghost Moon had lent him 550,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Adding his own wealth, it had reached 950,000. With 850,000 medial-grade spirit stones gone, the remaining 30% had decreased by 70%. There were less than 10 people participating. Yi Chen didn't bid. He liked to make the final decision. There wasn't much meaning in bidding right now. 860,000. Finally, the increment slowed down. 870,000. 870,000. 880,000. Damn. 18 people joining hands and still can't take it down? What the hell is this? In the ordinary seats, everyone quieted down. Only a few wealthy people in the VIP rooms were bidding. 900,000. Duan Lingyun couldn't hear Yi Chen's voice, so he thought that the latter had already given up. He felt a lot more carefree, thinking to himself, "I'll take down the demon fiend stone and give some to Morong Qingqing. She'll definitely thank me, and their relationship will be much closer." 920,000. The one bidding was an extreme astral reaching expert in the VIP room. His own wealth naturally wasn't that high, only 100,000. He only dared to bid after joining hands with a dozen others. Unfortunately, many of them didn't have many spirit stones left. In the previous auctions, they had more or less won a few things. Duan Lingyun sneered, 950,000. Forget it, let's not compete anymore. The other side is in the 5th floor's VIP room. There must be a Sea of Soul Realm expert behind them. We can't compete. At this moment, no one else increased the price. Just as the old man opened his mouth, a clear voice rang out, 1 million. Absolute silence. The entire auction house was completely silent. 1 million. This was an amount that even some Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't take out. Although the previous 950,000 was close to 1 million and not much different from 1 million, 950,000 was 950,000, and 1 million was 1 million. The weight of the two was different in people's hearts. At least, the latter was more heart-shaking. It's that guy who bought the demon fiend stone again. His wealth is too frightening. Don't tell me he also contacted other astral-reaching experts like us? Regardless, his personal wealth is absolutely abundant. He had just used 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy 3 small demon fiend stones, and now he's aiming for this head-sized demon fiend stone. Someone without a bit of wealth wouldn't do this. B** starred, it's him again. Duan Lingyun clenched his teeth. At the same time, he was astonished at where Yichen got his mid-grade spirit stones from. Could it be that Morong Qingqing lent him some? But, Morong Qingqing had already spent more than 300,000, so there shouldn't be much left. Of course, he must have borrowed some more. Thinking of this, Duan Lingyun's anger flared up. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ghost Moon, hoping that he would lend him some more. Ghost Moon shook his head, lending you 500,000 is already my limit. But, even if I had more, I wouldn't lend it to you. You should think before doing things. Why compete with him in the auction? What's yours will be yours in the end. It can't run away. Supreme Elder, you mean? Duan Lingyun stared blankly for a moment, then thought of a possibility. Ghost Moon smiled strangely, but didn't say anything. Duan Lingyun's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he no longer made another bid. He thought to himself, continue to be arrogant. When we leave the city, I'll personally challenge you and make you spit out everything you've got with interest. My soul-splitting divine eyes can only be used to their greatest effect in battle. I underestimated you that time. Although the soul-splitting divine eyes was very powerful in terms of eyes, combat power was combat power. It wasn't enough to rely on the eyes alone. If he knew that Yi Chen's sword intent was so powerful, he definitely wouldn't have used the soul-splitting divine eyes to fight him. During a battle, Yi Chen's sword intent would only be used to amplify his attack, while his soul-splitting divine eyes could affect Yi Chen's sword intent, greatly reducing his combat power. Feeling that everything was under his control again, Duan Lingyun's mood was much better. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones had already exceeded everyone's psychological bottom line and wealth bottom line. No one had the heart to spare, so they could only watch as the demon evil stones fell into Yi Chen's hands. These 3 demon evil stones are for you. With the large demon evil stones in hand, Yi Chen took out 3 small demon evil stones and gave them to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was actually thinking of buying the 3 small demon evil stones from Yi Chen. She planned to borrow some mid-grade spirit stones from the Supreme Elder, but who would have thought that Yi Chen would give them to her without any hesitation? Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Chen. These 3 demon evil stones cost you 200,000. That's not too good, right? Then you can give me your mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen didn't care about trifles. If he wanted to give, he would. What others did had nothing to do with him. Here are 135,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Morong Qingqing directly handed a low-grade storage ring to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even look at it and put it away. Thank you. Holding the 3 small demon evil stones, Morong Qingqing's face revealed a faint smile. As far as she was concerned, this auction was already a perfect success. Not only did she obtain a glove-type mid-grade artifact, she also obtained a rare Bodhi bead. Now that the demon evil stones were in her hands, what else could she be dissatisfied with? After the commotion of the large demon evil stone, the auction stage began to surge like a storm. The following treasures were all things that left astral-reaching experts dumbfounded. 50th item, upper-grade artifact 3 flower scythe spear, mid-grade. The starting price is 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Not to mention other astral-reaching experts, even Yi Chen couldn't join in. 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones was something even ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't afford. And Yi Chen only had 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones, not even enough to buy a spearhead. 32,000. 33,000. 38,000. The bidding of Sea of Soul Realm experts was a lot more reserved. It wasn't that they didn't want to make the final decision, but that they didn't have that many upper-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were mined from spirit veins. Low-grade spirit veins were the most abundant, followed by mid-grade spirit veins. Upper-grade spirit veins were few and far between. A 6th-grade sect couldn't even occupy one, and had to divide it evenly among many 6th-grade sections. If mid-grade spirit stones could be mined in large quantities, then upper-grade spirit stones wouldn't be mined in large quantities every year, unless they could find a new upper-grade spirit vein. Of course, there was another method, and that was to search for ancient ruins. Some important ancient ruins would have a lot of upper-grade spirit stones. Every time they appeared, the 6th-grade sects would fight to the death. Occasionally, a 5th-grade sect would intervene and take the majority. In the end, this 3-flower scythe spear was bought by Old Man Sky Eagle for 42,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After the 3-flower scythe spear, the most expensive item was a palm-sized demonic fiend crystal, which could help Sea of Soul realm experts refine their martial soul. It was a top-grade demonic fiend crystal, and its entire body was like a crystal, unlike demonic fiend stone, which was like a crystallized coal. The one who had the strength to buy it was naturally not an ordinary person. It was a Sea of Soul realm master, and its price reached 83,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The starting price of the next item is very low, but if it's real, then it's definitely worth it. Everyone should have heard of the legend of Undying Body before reaching Life and Death realm. This item is precisely related to the secret of Undying Body. Undying Body, the old man's words immediately piqued everyone's appetite. From clasping yuan martial artists to Sea of Soul realm experts, not a single one of them didn't care. It should be known that Undying Body was the privilege of Life and Death kings. If one could have an Undying Body before reaching Life and Death realm, then how frightening would that be? Among experts of the same realm, one would be almost invincible. With an Undying Body, one would be able to explore many dangerous forbidden areas. Undying Body. Morong Qingqing's brows twitched. For people under the Life and Death realm, the allure of the Undying Body was beyond imagination. Life and Death realm was hard to reach, this was the common understanding of the whole True Spirit continent. Since the ancient era until now, the number of Life and Death kings born every 100 years did not exceed 10. Occasionally, there would be more, but it would not be too excessive. It should be known that the population of the True Spirit continent was close to 100 trillion. Geniuses were as numerous as the stars in the ocean, and there were countless of them. However, after 100 years, only 10 geniuses would be able to reach the Life and Death realm. How hard was it? Countless people squeezed onto a single log bridge, and only a few would succeed. How hard was it? Only by experiencing it personally would one understand what was going on. Therefore, the Sea of Souls realm was the limit of most people's potential, and it was impossible for them to continue growing stronger. At this time, the Undying Body would be their ultimate goal. With the Undying Body, they would at least be able to compete with Life and Death realm kings in some aspects, which was enough to drive people crazy. Yichen could not help but be moved. The Undying Body of Life and Death realm seemed to have 2 realms on the surface, but in fact, there were 3 realms. The first was regrowing limbs, the second was flesh growth, and the last was blood rebirth. The only difference was that not everyone could reach the second realm. Of course, it did not mean that the second realm was harder than the third, but that some people would directly jump from the first realm to the third realm without going through the second realm, which would take a lot of time. On the other hand, people with great talent and comprehensive ability would advance step by step, and would not neglect the second realm. After all, only after going through the second realm and reaching the third realm would one's foundation be more solid. Moreover, jumping from the first realm to the third realm was simply too hard. More than 99% of people would not be able to make it, and would only be stuck at the first realm. Whether it was the first realm, the second realm, or the even higher third realm, they were all beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could be said that having the Undying Body was equivalent to having a greater potential. Life and death battles, breaking into forbidden areas, and stepping into unknown dangerous areas all required the support of the Undying Body. Living longer was also a talent that could not be ignored. Cough cough cough, on the auction stage, the old man coughed a few times and slowly said, "The auction item I'm talking about is a map to find the secrets of the Undying Body. The starting price is 1,000 medium-rank soul stones. Once again, I can't guarantee the authenticity of the map. If it is a fake, please don't be angry, otherwise, the starting price will be much higher than 1,000 medium-rank soul stones." A starting price of 1,000 medium spiritual stones, Elder Gao, this is too low. Whether it's real or fake, as long as it contains information about an immortal body, it's enough to fetch a sky-high price. Someone voiced out his doubts. It wasn't that he was stupid and wanted the price to be higher because he had a lot of spirit stones. Rather, he was a little worried. No matter how he looked at it, a map that contained the secrets of an undying body was worth more than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There was definitely something fishy about it. Perhaps, the auction house also believed that this map was fake. Yeah. Elder Gao, what's going on? If you don't explain clearly, we won't dare to bid for it. This person had clearly spoken out what everyone else was thinking. All of them looked curiously at Old Man Gao. Old Man Gao smiled and said, because there isn't just one map, but 300 of them. 300 identical maps, the starting price for each is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What? 300? Are you kidding me? The auction house was in an uproar. Old Man Gao was already prepared for this kind of situation. He cleared his throat and said, all right, I won't explain too much. The starting price for each map is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For most people, this is not a high price. As for whether or not you want to buy it, that's up to you. The bidding for the first map begins now. The auction house was quiet. No one called out a price. Most people were just waiting and watching. Old Man Gao was not in a hurry. No matter what, whether the map was real or fake was still uncertain. He didn't believe that no one would bid for it. Once there was a first, there would be a second, and then a third. The auction would only become more and more popular. Right now, no one was bidding. It was just the calm before the storm. There was no need to panic. 1,000. A starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not high. However, if it was 10,000, then it might not necessarily be the case. Therefore, after a moment of silence, the first bid rang out. 1,100. It took a while for the second bid to catch up. In VIP room 398, Yichen raised his hand and said, 2,000. Hearing him, a lot of people looked over at the VIP room Yichen was in. Everyone knew how rich he was, and it was not something normal people could compete with. Plus, there were 300 copies of the map, so there was no need to fight for the first one. With that thought in mind, no one continued to bid. Just like that, Yichen obtained the first map. Morong Qingqing smiled. She understood Yichen's way of doing things. 300 maps seemed like a lot, but there would be a time when they would all be auctioned off. At that time, there would be too many monks and not enough meat. Instead, the price would increase. If she bought it now, she could save a lot of spirit stones. The second map began to be auctioned. Just like the first map, there were not many people bidding for it. It stopped at 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 3,000. The one who made the bid was Morong Qingqing. Although she had given all her mid-grade spirit stones to Yichen, she still had an unused mid-grade artifact. If she mortgaged it to the auction house at a low price, it would be worth 20 to 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for her thoughts, she was the same as Yichen. She wanted to buy it and take a look. Even if it was fake, she would only lose 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones at most. This map is very strange. It's not animal figures, it's abstract figures. Yichen opened the animal skin scroll and found that this map was different from normal maps. There was no road map, but only a line that connected everything together. The starting point was a rooster, followed by a skull, then a toad, 2 circles, and a square. Yichen couldn't figure out what was going on. Morong Qingqing opened her own animal skin scroll, frowned and said, maybe it's a hint, or maybe it's fake. It's just deliberately mystifying. It was easy to tell if a normal map was real or fake. If one put something that they could not understand on it, it would be possible to fool people for a while. Yichen nodded, there will be many people studying this map. We can just watch from the sidelines. 300 copies of the same map. There had never been such a precedent in Threein City. After this auction, it would no doubt cause a huge uproar. Next, the third map was sold for 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. The fourth, 2,800. The fifth, 3,200. Up to the 50th map, the price did not exceed 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. But at the 51st map, the situation finally warmed up. The bids gradually increased, breaking 5,000 for the first time, reaching 5,100. Many people regretted it. If they had known this would happen, they would have bought one at the beginning. Now that they wanted to buy it, the price had doubled. The smart people finally made up their minds and prepared to buy one. Those who were hesitant were still waiting. They wanted to buy it at a low price when there was no one else to bid. Unfortunately, they would not have this chance again. The price of the map kept rising. Occasionally it would fall, but it was very limited. People were strange. When no one was paying attention, they would not pay attention. But when there were too many people paying attention, they could not help it. There were very few people who could keep their hearts. 10,000. Someone bid 10,000 for the 223rd map. You are crazy. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a map whose authenticity is unknown. The person next to him had a complicated expression. In fact, he also wanted the map. I am not crazy. There are already more than 200 maps. If I do not buy it now, even 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones may not be enough. Wait a little longer. Maybe the price will fall quickly. Just wait. I do not want to regret it. The 258th map. 15,000. 16,000. 18,000. The scene finally exploded. There were only more than 40 maps left. Whether they regretted it or not, it was meaningless. Those who wanted it would naturally go all out. Those who did not want it would not be moved even if they died. Of course, the number of the latter was pitifully low. 20,000. The bidder was in the VIP room on the 5th floor. The old man was startled. He could naturally tell that the bidder was a demon ancestor. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. The map might very well be real, at least in a demon ancestor's eyes. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to bid for his item. This was clearly a show for other Sea of Soul Realm experts. After all, there were many people who knew him, and they could tell from his voice alone. This way, people would not associate the map's original owner with a demon ancestor. On the contrary, if he did not buy it, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Which Sea of Soul Realm experts would not be tempted by the undying body? Even Sea of Soul Realm experts were no exception. F***CK. This is too much of a scam. The first 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to bid for it. How could it reach 20,000 in such a short time? Who told you not to buy it earlier? Brother, let's share one map. With your strength, you cannot do it alone. The more people, the more hope. Don't try to take advantage of me. I bid for it with 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me 6,000, we can share. Who are you trying to scam? Wasn't half 4,500? The price has increased. You win. On the auction platform, the old man's face was beaming with happiness. The situation was exactly as he had expected. There was not even 1 in 10,000 people who could remain unmoved by the undying body. Some people knew that they were not strong enough, but they still wanted to give it a try. Of course, this was not because they were overestimating themselves. Strength was important, but luck was even more important. Luck was not always on the side of the strong. There are 3 maps left. After that, there will be no more. The 298th map, let the bidding begin. As soon as he spoke, the bidding didn't stop, reaching more than 30,000. The bidder was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Only Sea of Soul Realm experts could keep their composure. In any case, several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones were nothing to them, so they didn't need to be calculative. The next 2 maps were sold at an even higher price. The second one was sold at 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the last one was sold at 50,000. Both were won by Sea of Soul Realm experts. The astral reaching experts who had spirit stones earlier but didn't bid, and wanted to bid later but didn't have enough spirit stones, were filled with regret. They all made up their minds that if they had such an opportunity in the future, they would definitely be the first to bid. However, it was easy to say, but when it came to the crucial moment, how many people could remember their original determination? The auction of the maps ends here. Next is the final item. As the disturbance of the map passed, the auction reached its end. Apart from the Sea of Soul Realm experts who had some wealth, the majority of the people weren't paying attention to the final item. They were studying the maps in their hands. Not to mention, some people who had studied the history of Extreme region were able to see something. There are 3 places in Extreme region that are related to the rooster diagram. One is Chicken Crow Valley, the other is the nearby Chicken Crow Town, and the last one is the Chaoyang Mountains, where the first 11th grade demonic beast King Xian Radiance Chicken was born. Chicken Crow Valley and Chicken Crow Town don't have any special meaning. It's most likely in the Chaoyang Mountains. On the ordinary seats, an astral-reaching realm expert mumbled to himself. The people around him stared at him like a tiger watching its prey. "What are you guys doing?" The person came to his senses and promptly shut his mouth. Unfortunately, words spoken were like spilled water, unable to be taken back. "Hee, nothing much. Join our group. Otherwise, we'll kill you once we get out." "That's right. Joining our group is much better than the group of Sea of Soul realm experts. At least you'll have a chance to obtain the secrets of the undying body." At this moment, those who had studied the history of Extreme region became highly sought after. Some willingly teamed up with their friends, while others were exposed by those in the know and forced to team up. In any case, the amount of information contained in this map was too great. Only with more people would there be a chance to unravel it. When the final treasure was sold for 120,000 upper-grade spirit stones, the auction came to a successful conclusion, and everyone left one after another. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many steps they can unravel. In the VIP room, Demon Ancestor was leisurely drinking tea. For the first 50 years, he had painstakingly studied day and night, unraveling more than half of the map. Unfortunately, the further he went, the more meaning the map contained. He simply couldn't speculate. Even if he flipped through the history of Extreme region, he still couldn't find a single clue. Of course, history couldn't be studied just because one wanted to. Some seemingly unimportant details might be the key to unraveling the map. Outside the auction house, Morong Qingqing reminded, "You have to be careful of that ghost moon spiritualist. Soul Sunder sect has quite a bit of research in the field of souls and strange things. Because of this, the people in the sect are somewhat unscrupulous. From the ordinary outer disciples to the leader of Soul Sunder sect, none are different." "I know." Yichen faintly nodded. He could faintly feel that Duan Lingyun's soul was very unstable. This kind of instability did not mean that it had collapsed, but because he had cultivated some secret art, causing his soul to become extremely dark and extreme. His appearance was sunny on the outside, but his heart was filled with darkness. True Spirit Continent had many demonic cultivators, but demonic cultivators also had their depths. Duan Lingyun and his Soul Sunder sect were undoubtedly the deeper ones. Their temperament was influenced by their soul, giving others a feeling that they were nothing to be worried about. However, one should never believe the nonsense that evil would never triumph over good. Although one's temperament was important in cultivation, the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. People with bright hearts might not necessarily have great accomplishments, and those with dark hearts might not necessarily have great accomplishments. Just like how good people might not necessarily have good retribution, and evil people might not necessarily have evil retribution. The only thing Yichen could do was to firmly believe in his Tao. The auction continued. The auction continued for the entire morning, and the demon sect's star. The sect. After lunch, Yi Chan and Morong Qingqing walked out of the private room and went back to their own rooms. In the spacious and luxurious guest bedroom, Yi Chan sat cross-legged on the bed and took out a head-sized demonic fiend stone. The demon evil stone was like a huge crystallized coal. It felt cold and sharp when held in one's hand. The dark evil power contained in it even froze the water power in the air. Ice crystals fell on the ground, forming a thin layer of frost. Yichen ignored the gloomy coldness of the demonic fiend stone. His glabella swelled up, and his sword intent surged out, guiding a large amount of gloomy baleful chi into his body. Sizzle, the dark baleful chi was like a leech that had seen blood. After squirming for a while, it followed the meridians that were wrapped in true essence and entered the sea of soul between his eyebrows. The soul sea surged violently, the coldness was wanton, and it was filled with a deathly silence. Refine. When refining the blood evil stone's baleful chi, Yichen didn't have it easy. But now, his sword soul embryo was even more powerful. It even had a will radiance, and its might was second only to Sea of Soul Masters. Therefore, he naturally didn't put the demonic fiend stone, which was 20% weaker than the blood evil stone, in his eyes. The ancient longsword above his Sea of Soul trembled, and a frightening sword-intent halo spread out, dispersing the coldness and refining the deathly silence. The demonic fiend stone's baleful chi was used as nourishment, gradually strengthening itself. The demonic fiend stone's baleful chi was unwilling to become prey. It struggled with all its might, destroying Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. At the same time, the huge demonic fiend stone in Yi Chen's hand poured out even more gloomy baleful chi, reinforcing the vanguard and clashing with Yi Chen's sword soul embryo. Kacha! Kacha! Patches of gloomy baleful chi were shattered by the sword intent halo, unable to form an effective counterattack against Yi Chen's sword intent. With the refinement of the gloomy baleful chi, Yi Chen discovered that his sword intent was becoming increasingly condensed. The ancient longsword, which was the sword soul embryo, grew from 3 fingers long to 4 fingers long, and was still growing. The will radiance was a silver radiance, seeping out from within the sword soul embryo. It didn't change at all. What it needed wasn't refinement, but comprehension. As for the sword intent halo, it had expanded by a fold. Although it was called a halo, it was actually the remnant sword intent ripples emitted by the sword soul embryo, forming a protective layer around it. 4 fingers long, 4.5 fingers long, 5 fingers long. When the sword soul embryo reached 5 fingers long, it finally stopped growing. It had reached a critical point, and if it continued to grow, it would become a true sword soul. Cutting off the connection with the demonic fiend stone, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Half a day and a night had passed outside. From yesterday's afternoon to this morning, the air carried a fresh aura. Huff, slowly letting out a breath of impure chi, Yi Chen looked at the demonic fiend stone. The coal-like demonic fiend stone had lost most of its color, gradually turning transparent. There was still about 20% of the gloomy baleful chi inside. In other words, in half a day and a night, Yi Chen had absorbed 80% of the gloomy baleful chi, condensing the sword soul embryo to the critical point. He was just one step away from becoming a sword soul. Putting away the demonic fiend stone, Yi Chen slightly stretched his body and walked down from the bed. The sword soul embryo has reached the critical point. I wonder how powerful it will be. Locking his eyes on the half-man-tall bonsai in the bedroom, Yi Chen's forehead swelled. A shapeless sword intent shot out, slicing through the interior of the bonsai. Swoosh, the huge bonsai withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually lying down in the pot, without a trace of vitality. A beam of sword intent had killed the life force of the bonsai. This was a sword intent that could kill a clasping Yuan realm warrior's soul. Yi Chen felt that it was not that simple, so he walked over to the bonsai. He reached out his hand and dug out a piece of soil from the pot. The color of the soil had turned yellow, which was a sign of losing organic matter. That beam of sword intent had not only killed the bonsai's life force, it had also destroyed the nutrients in the soil. It had already started to have an effect on reality. Back then, when my sword intent reached 50%, I had also killed the life force of a bonsai. However, that bonsai was only the size of a palm, and it was a delicate species. If I didn't water it for a day, it would fall sick. Moreover, I had only killed the life force on the leaves, not completely. Right now, this bonsai is half a man tall, and it is a very tenacious species, able to thrive in a place like the extreme region. However, once my sword intent was released, all of the life force was still killed, and even the nutrients in the soil were killed. It was more than 10 times stronger than before, or even more than 30 to 50 times stronger than before. At the beginning, the sword intent was incorporeal. Once it reached the level of incorporeal, it would be able to kill some minuscule things. As the incorporeal deepened, it would be able to kill more and more things. Eventually, it would be able to forcefully affect reality, just like the martial will of a life and death king. Under that kind of frightening will, even mountains and rocks would shatter, and a person would be dismembered for no reason. Compared to before, the sword intent's might has increased by about 30%. If Ghost Moon hadn't comprehended the profound left behind by the predecessors, he would be completely confident in defeating him. However, Soul Sunder sect is a 6th grade sect, so it's impossible for them to have no profound martial skills. On the contrary, they would have a lot of them. Ghost Moon must have comprehended the profound of the predecessors to increase his strength. I wonder how much of the profound martial skills he has comprehended. Before comprehending one's own profound martial skill, learning others' profound martial skills was undoubtedly the wisest choice. It could also increase one's own experience. Therefore, Yichen didn't have 50% certainty against Ghost Moon. If his cultivation base could increase from late astral reaching realm to peak late astral reaching realm, then he wouldn't need to be afraid. Soon. After leaving Blue Mountain Island, with the support of enough upper-grade spirit stones, my cultivation base has progressed very quickly. Within 3 days, I should be able to break through to the peak of late astral reaching realm. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Yichen opened his door and went to eat breakfast. At this moment, the door of Morong Qingqing's room also opened. Just like Yichen, Morong Qingqing had also been cultivating since yesterday afternoon. She had completely consumed the evil chi of the 3 demonic evil stones, and her martial will had finally condensed into a martial soul embryo, which could greatly amplify attack, defense, and speed. Her battle power had increased by more than a little bit. It could be said that even if Shen Tujue hadn't died, he wouldn't have been Morong Qingqing's opponent. This was because Morong Qingqing's great sky demon art had already reached the 13th layer, while Shen Tujue was quite lacking. After all, how many people could cultivate a top-rank Earth-grade art to the 13th layer at the astral reaching realm? At least in South River region, they were pitifully few. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, Morong Qingqing didn't have the slightest trace of exhaustion. The hair in front of her forehead was slightly damp. Her eyebrows were lightly swept, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Her skin was abnormally smooth and white, and her nose was tall and straight. She exuded a holy elegance that was astonishingly seductive. Even Yichen couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. "Good morning." Yichen suppressed his somewhat restless chi and blood and greeted her. "Let's eat breakfast together." Morong Qingqing revealed a smile. As she approached Yichen, a fragrant wind blew over. If an ordinary person smelled this fragrance, their bones would go soft. Of course, apart from Yichen, there had never been anyone who could walk so close to her. This morning, a tiny bud was born in the hearts of the two without any reason. Walking down the stairs side by side, the two entered a private room. While eating breakfast, they studied the map together. "I know where the 12th sun pattern is. To the east of the land of extreme Yin, there is a golden desert with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. That is the place with the weakest earth chi and yin chi. It symbolizes the sun of the land of extreme Yin. In the golden desert, a broken shrine would often appear out of nowhere. The sun pattern on the shrine is exactly the same as the one on the map. I saw it in an ancient book." Morong Qingqing put down her chopsticks and took out a yellowed ancient book from her storage ring. She opened it and handed it over to Yichen. Yichen took the book and carefully read it. After a while, he put down the book and said, "According to the description, this dilapidated temple should be a building from ancient times and is located in another space. It will only be connected to this world when the sun rises. However, it will only exist for 3 days every month, and the time of its appearance is uncertain." Morong Qingqing nodded. "Although I know where the 12th sun pattern is, I still need to know the previous 11 patterns. Since this map has no end, who knows what lies beyond the last pattern? And it would be best to find someone who knows the history of Extreme Yin region. However, I want to break through to the peak of late astral reaching realm in the next 3 days. I'll have to trouble you to find someone." In fact, Yichen didn't have that kind of urgent desire for the undying body. However, the opportunity was right before his eyes, and he couldn't ignore it. Who knew what he would discover in the process of searching for the secrets of the undying body? He couldn't act as if nothing had happened. "All right, rest assured and cultivate." When Morong Qingqing heard that Yichen had another opportunity to make progress, she was already used to it. As for finding someone who knew the history of Extreme Yin region, it wasn't too difficult. Regardless of the era, there would always be people who liked to study history. If she couldn't find one in 3 Yin City, she could go to another city. After eating breakfast, Yichen and Morong Qingqing greeted each other and returned to their guest room. "The most important thing right now is to increase my strength. Once my cultivation base reaches the peak of late astral reaching realm, I'll be able to contend against ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts." Without exchanging blows with Sea of Soul Realm experts, Yichen couldn't figure out their strength. Rather than pinning his hopes on Dragon King's will, he might as well strengthen himself. Only by strengthening himself would he have the confidence to contend. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen sat cross-legged on the bed, took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones and started cultivating. The spirit stone Yuan Qi contained in high-grade spirit stones was extremely pure. It did not need to be tempered at all and could be directly transformed into quintessential essence. The only difference between it and quintessential essence was that it was thinner and not as condensed as quintessential essence. 100 strands of spirit stone Yuan Qi could be condensed into a strand of quintessential essence. 3 days passed in a flash. The morning of the 4th day. A powerful Xinyuan fluctuation spread out from Yichen's room like a storm, engulfing the entire restaurant. The sharp qi belonging to the green lotus Xinyuan soared into the sky, even cutting the flowing wind in the sky into pieces, cutting it off from the outside air. He broke through. In the guest room opposite, Morong Qingqing raised her head thoughtfully. His bones crackled as Yichen slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold lightning shot out from his pupils, causing the air to stagnate. I've finally reached the peak of late astral reaching realm. If I don't break through to the Sea of Soul realm in the future, my Xinyuan will not increase in the slightest. The amount of Xinyuan one could contain was also different according to the difference in one's physique and soul. A person with a stronger physique and soul might be able to contain several times more Xinyuan than a person with a weaker physique and soul, or even 10 times more. And in between, there was a relation of utilization. For example, if a person's physique was very strong, but his soul was not strong, then his Xinyuan could only reach the limit of his soul's control. His physique would not be saturated at all. This was the same principle as a wooden bucket, where the water inside would always be at the same level as the shortest piece of wood. Yichen had cultivated the pure jade body-boosting spell, and his body had also been tempered by the heavenly demonic flower. His physique was definitely second to none among astral-reaching experts. Up until now, the only one who could surpass him in this aspect was Su Jing. However, compared to his physique, Yichen's soul was even more powerful, which caused the green lotus Xinyuan to reach the limit of his physique. It had yet to reach the limit of his soul's control. In other words, even if green lotus sword arts broke through to the 14th layer, the total amount of Xinyuan would not increase. Only the purity of Xinyuan was limitless. It's time to leave. Standing up, Yichen felt his whole body brimming with an indescribable aura. This was because his cultivation base had reached the limit of astral reaching realm. Before this, although his cultivation base was very close to the peak of late astral reaching realm, a gap was a gap, and it wouldn't change. However, when the power of this realm reached perfection, a mysterious feeling of control arose, and he had the desire to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Outside 3 City, 3 figures, 1 in the front and 2 in the back, headed east. In Extreme Yin region, the rooster pattern represents 4 places. The first is Rooster Crow Valley, the second is Rooster Crow Town, and the third is the Chaoyang Mountain where the first 11th grade demonic King Cyan Radiance Chicken was born. As for the last one, Rooster Crown Tree, very few people know about it. I only came across it by chance in an ancient book. The one leading the group was an old man in his 70s. His name was Wang Tong. Yichen and Morong Qingqing both called him Old Wang. Old Wang's cultivation base was not weak, having long since reached mid-astral reaching realm. He had been traveling all year round, and had recently returned to his hometown, 3 City. Morong Qingqing had run into Old Wang on the antique street. Seeing that he was knowledgeable, she exchanged some words with him, and eventually decided on him as the leader. The reward that Elder Wang needed was not small at all. A high-rank Earth Realm Cultivation Skill Manual, 3 high-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill Manuals, a Lightness Skill Manual, 30,000 mid-rank Spirit Stones, and 500,000 low-rank Spirit Stones. Adding them all together, it was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Of course, it wasn't that Old Wang was greedy. For someone like him who explored history, whenever he encountered something of research value, he would buy it even if he had to eat. He was often short of spirit stones, both mid-grade and low-grade. Moreover, when traveling alone, his battle strength couldn't be too weak. His cultivation technique and martial skill had to be a bit better, and he also had to have an agility technique manual, which could allow him to escape at a crucial moment. High-grade Earth-grade cultivation technique and 2 high-grade Earth-grade martial skill manuals were given to Wang Tong by Yi Chen. Because Wang Tong needed 3 unique martial skills, the 3rd martial skill manual was given to him by Murong Qingqing, Little Demonic Hand. When cultivated to the late stage, this martial skill could condense a small demonic force field. Be it in battle or defense, it was extremely outstanding, making Wang Tong beam with joy. Yi Chen didn't have the agility technique manual, so it was given to Wang Tong by Murong Qingqing. As for the spirit stones, they were all paid by Yi Chen. With a long sword on his waist, Yi Chen followed closely behind Wang Tong and asked, "Out of these 4 places, which one should we go first?" Wang Tong said, "Chicken Crow Valley and Chicken Crow Town can be eliminated, their history is too shallow. Yang Mountain Range and Coxcomb Tree are the places we need to go. Let's go to Yang Mountain Range first." "Hee, you guys can't go anywhere." On the mountain peak next to them, 2 human silhouettes flew over and blocked in front of the 3 of them. On the left was a handsome young man with a silver crown, and on the right was an old man wearing a ghost-swallowing cloud robe. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. He had long since guessed that Duan Lingyun wouldn't let him off so easily. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he walked forward and said, "That's fine too. Let's settle this trouble today." Duan Lingyun took out his azure dragon halberd and pointed it at Yi Chen. He said coldly, "That's right, it's time to end this. Today, this place will be the place of your death." Boom, azure light exploded from the azure dragon halberd. Duan Lingyun tightened his grip, and the 2-meter-long halberd shot towards Yi Chen with a violent roar. The azure light streaked across the sky like an azure dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's body traversed across the mountain peak, its head stretched out and opened its mouth to bite. Duan Lingyun had used his killing move right from the start. Pushing Wang Tong a few miles away, Yi Chen's right hand grasped the sword hilt, and the azure wood sword was instantly unsheathed. The incomparably sharp sword light was like a wound that split the heaven and earth, and a tearing wool gushed out, enveloping the incoming azure dragon energy. The azure dragon energy was broken into pieces, but Duan Lingyun had already used this opportunity to close in on Yi Chen. The heavy azure dragon halberd fell from the sky with great force. Ding, the sword and halberd collided, and sparks connected, radiating in all directions in a fan shape. The forest was set ablaze, and the mountain peak was burnt. Wherever the 2 went, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Bewitching eye. His attack blocked, Duan Lingyun retreated. While he was retreating, his eyes shone brightly, and circles of misty ripples spread out, affecting Yi Chen's body. And it really came. Yi Chen was already prepared. Although he couldn't pull out his sword intent and use it alone like his opponent could, the gap between his battle power and Duan Lingyun's battle power was too big, and it wasn't something that could be made up for with a mere soul-sundering eye. Break! Withdrawing his Jin Yuan, Yi Chen waved out a sword filled with sword intent. Pop, Duan Lingyun's soul-sundering eye's first style was broken, and his face was extremely pale. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully used the second style, Chaotic Soul Eye, which was also the strongest style he could grasp. Chaotic Soul Eye, as its name suggested, could confuse the opponent's soul. The ripples it emitted did not have any pattern, and were ripple vortexes of different sizes. If one got too close, one's soul would feel like it was about to be sucked away. Wang Tong, who was watching the battle, was shocked. He was several li away from the battlefield, but he could still feel the power of Chaotic Soul Eye. He felt dizzy, and if it wasn't for Murong Qingqing using her martial will to isolate it, he would have lost his composure long ago. He couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Lingyun's strength, and even more shocked by Yi Chen, who was suppressing him. "You're not my opponent. Let the old one do it." Inside the ripple vortex, Yi Chen raised his azure wood sword high, poured a powerful sword intent into it, and slashed down. Puff, Duan Lingyun spurted out a mouthful of blood, looking dispirited. During the battle, he had not only used the soul-sundering eye to affect Yi Chen's battle strength, but also launched sneak attacks. However, Yi Chen's battle strength was beyond his imagination. A casual attack from Yi Chen was able to push him back, and the soul-sundering eye was ineffective. "Lingyun, back off." Ghost Moon moved. His figure flashed, and the surrounding space seemed to sway. His whole person was like a silhouette in a mirror, appearing 100 steps in front of Yi Chen in an extremely strange manner. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ghost Moon looked down at Yi Chen. Kid, it's not easy for you to reach where you are today. I, Ghost Moon, also don't want to do something that will anger the heavens and the people. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Break your own arms and legs, then cut off your own tongue. How about that? In his eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Saying such words was already enough to make him feel honored. He was not like other Sea of Souls realm warriors, who would fight and kill right from the start. He liked to destroy his opponent's faith first, letting him know that no matter how hard he struggled, the result would not change, and then give him a cruel choice. Slowly but powerfully circulating his Jin Yuan, gradually increasing its speed, Yi Chen said indifferently, "Do you think I would be that stupid? You are Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior, and nothing more than a Spirit Warrior. If you were a Sea of Soul Realm Master, saying such words wouldn't be a problem." Hearing his words, the injured Duan Lingyun and Wang Tong were stunned. Hearing Yi Chen's words, it seemed like he didn't put Sea of Soul Realm experts in his eyes at all. For them, this was an inconceivable thing. Although Spirit Warriors were the lowest level of Sea of Soul Realm experts, they were still Sea of Soul Realm experts. They had already shed their mortal bodies, and were no longer considered mortals. If one were to challenge Astral Reaching Realm experts with peak late clasping Yuan Realm cultivation base, there might still be some people who could do it. However, after reaching peak late Astral Reaching Realm, the chance of challenging Sea of Soul Realm experts was infinitely close to zero. The number of geniuses in the southern sector could be counted on one's fingers, which included South River Region, Thunder Region, Misty Snow Region, Wavy Cloud Region, and other 8 regions. Adding up all the geniuses in the 8 regions, they could be counted on one's fingers. On average, there wouldn't even be one person in each region. Moreover, the top 5 geniuses were basically all in the Thunder region and other regions, and the Thunder Princess was one of them. So, he was waiting for Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Morong Qingqing seemed to have understood something. Yi Chen had waited until he reached peak late Astral Reaching Realm before leaving the Three Yin City. He must have guessed that he would have a battle with Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to make a breakthrough. The three's gazes fell on Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior, wanting to see his reaction. The latter's face twitched a bit, and the gloomy killing intent could be felt from several li away. The lush forest below rapidly withered with him as the center, igniting a pale white flame. There is only a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Can I take your attitude as arrogance? Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior sneered. Unfortunately, arrogant geniuses will fall sooner or later. Just like a shooting star in the night sky, no matter how bright it is, it will only last for an instant. A shooting star is short, but it can leave you with an eternal painful memory. You can give it a try. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly swelled. At this moment, it was time to go all out. He couldn't hold anything back anymore. He also wanted to know how his strongest sword intent would perform. How arrogant. Since you're unwilling to do it yourself, I'll personally break your limbs and shatter your tongue. Let's see if you're as arrogant as you are now. Ghost Moon Spiritualist grinned, revealing his sharp teeth with a bone-piercing chill. Seeing that the two were about to exchange blows, Duan Ling and Wang Tong felt that it was not safe enough, so they backed out a couple more miles. Sea of Souls Realm Warriors were not Astral Reaching Realm Warriors, and their destructive power was shocking, as well as the ability to change the terrain. Right then, Wang Tong looked at Yi Chen with a worried expression. Although he did not know where Yi Chen got his confidence from, he had heard about the title of Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior before, and he knew that he was not some fake warrior. Wanting to beat him with a cultivation of peak level late Astral Reaching Realm would be almost impossible. Duan Lingyun sneered. It was indeed a pity that he could not kill Yi Chen with his own hands, but he knew that a dead martial genius would no longer be a martial genius. Only by staying alive would one have the chance to reach the top. The air next to Wang Tong twisted, and Morong Qingqing appeared there. Miss Morong, aren't you worried? Wang Tong asked. Morong Qingqing said, I have seen a lot of miracles from him. He is not the kind of person who can't see the situation clearly. In fact, he is more cautious than anyone else. More cautious than anyone else? Wang Tong was still suspicious. Pap, the air under his feet seemed to have turned into a huge sphere, exploding violently. Ghost Moon leaned his body forward as he opened his right hand, grabbing toward Yi Chen. A huge ghost hand with a hint of green appeared in the air, covering the whole sky and even the space where Yi Chen was standing. Brat, it is too late to regret now. Die. The ghost hand closed up, and the surrounding mountains cracked. Yi Chen's whole body fell into a completely dark world, looking like he was about to be squeezed into a meat paste by the ghost hand. Duan Lingyun laughed viciously, as if he could already see Yi Chen's miserable face. Green Lotus reaching the sky. A muffled sound came out from the ghost hand, carrying a monster sword intent into everyone's ears. In the next second, the green sword light was like a towering tree that took root in the ghost hand. It instantly expanded from a seed to a height of hundreds of meters, breaking the ghost hand and tearing the ghost hand's aura apart. What? He broke my cage ghost hand in one go. Ghost Moon's pupils shrank. He was not surprised that he couldn't kill Yi Chen in one move. But it was hard for him to accept that it was broken in one move. His face was a little red. Breaking through the ghost hand's restraint, Yi Chen was thousands of meters high in the sky. He held the greenwood sword with both hands and slashed down from the sky. A terrifying scene occurred. The sword light, which was branded with the green lotus, was connected to the greenwood sword. It was hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide. It fell from the sky with a momentum that could split the heaven and earth and slashed the chaos. It fiercely fell on the top of Ghost Moon's head. Before the sword light arrived, the mountain below Ghost Moon's head cracked open. It was so dark that one couldn't see the bottom. Sword soul level sword intent? Ghost Moon was quite shocked. Cultivation was divided into different levels, and so were sword intents. Before one formed a sword soul, it would be called sword intent. After forming a sword soul, it would be a sword soul level sword intent. He did not know if Yi Chen had formed a sword soul or not, but this sword intent was definitely a sword soul level sword intent. He had once encountered a Sea of Souls realm sword artist, and that person's sword intent seemed to be even weaker than Yi Chen's. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. So, your sword intent has reached this level. But, if you think that you can compete with me with a sword soul level sword intent, then you are very wrong. Ghost Moon yelled as he crossed his arms and tore them apart. His huge sharp ghost claws blocked the sword light. Try it and you will know. His body slightly tilted, Yi Chen held the sword hilt with his left hand and changed his right hand to a reverse grip. He then slashed down. Chin, the sword light was connected with the greenwood sword. As the greenwood sword slashed down, so did the sword light. The two ghost claws were cut in half like they had been cut by a saw. At that critical moment, a pair of claw gloves appeared on Ghost Moon's hands, which barely managed to catch the sword light. Bright sparks were brought up. Top-rank attacking weapon. Yi Chen sighed. If his opponent did not have a top-rank weapon, he thought that he might have a chance to beat him. But now, the difficulty had doubled. It was not impossible for him to get the upper hand, but it would be impossible for him to beat him. Of course, it was still because he had hidden attacks. Without them, he would not even be able to compete with Ghost Moon. Wang Tong gasped. In that battle, Yi Chen had actually gotten the upper hand, which had completely overturned everything he knew. But, it seemed like it would end here. Ghost Moon was a Sea of Souls realm warrior himself, and he also had a top-rank weapon. There was no way he could beat him. I wonder what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. The battling power of Sea of Souls realm warriors could be divided into a couple of levels on the surface, but there were even more hidden levels. For example, whether or not a top-rank weapon was a huge difference. Ghost Moon was the great master of a rank 6 martial institution in the Wavy Cloud region, so he naturally would not lack top-rank weapons. She believed that Yi Chen must have thought of this, but as for what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves, she did not know. With the claw gloves on his hands, Ghost Moon was angry out of embarrassment. It was not because of anything else, but because he had been forced to use a top-rank weapon to block out the attack. Although part of it was because he had underestimated Yi Chen and did not use all of his power, he was still a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Very good. You have successfully pissed me off. My next attack will kill you for sure. With a top-rank attacking weapon, if he still could not kill Yi Chen, then he would really be ashamed. But of course, Ghost Moon did not think that Yi Chen would be able to escape this attack. 100 Ghost 1000 Kill. The pitch-black claw glove burst out a breathtaking black light. As Ghost Moon waved his hand, countless claw shadows filled the sky, attacking towards Yi Chen one after another. Wherever the claw shadows went, the space started to vibrate intensely, layer upon layer, blurring the scene. Pooh! A mountain nearby exploded, sending dust into the sky. In this chaotic environment, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He put his greenwood sword back into its scabbard and opened his palm, holding the three sword handles together. His green lotus Xinyuan poured into the scabbard through his palm, connecting the three swords together in a special pattern. Ting! A sword sound pierced through the sky. Morong Qingqing, Duan Lingyun, and Wang Tong could feel the hair on their bodies standing up. Right then, the sword intent and sword aura that exploded from Yi Chen's body had perfectly fused together. The whole world seemed to have turned into a sword. The mountain was the sword, the tree was the sword, the grass was the sword, and the water was also the sword. Right after that, a shocking sword light appeared, making the whole world lose its color. Three swords combined into one. Yi Chen took out three swords at once, the greenwood sword, the thunder sword, and the destruction sword. The three swords were connected by Xinyuan, causing their power to increase drastically, reaching the level of top-rank attacking swords. Under the amplification of the three swords combined into one, Yi Chen's sword intent and sword aura naturally blended together. The surrounding environment was affected by the sword intent and aura, becoming extremely sharp. Even a small stone could kill. Even a 300-meter-tall waterfall was drawn over by the sword intent, turning into a huge crystal-clear sword that floated behind Yi Chen's head. Kill! With a wave of the sword, the sky-covering claw shadows exploded one by one. At the same time, the huge sword that the waterfall had turned into also shot toward Ghost Moon. Impossible. Even if he has an upper-rank attacking weapon, it can't have this kind of power. Ghost Moon was shocked. Before, he had only used 60% of his power, and now that he had an upper-rank attacking weapon and his battling power had increased to 80 or 90%, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. All of a sudden, his momentum suffered a huge blow, and he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. There are a lot of impossible things in the world. You still don't have the power to make me feel helpless. Now, take one sword attack from me. With the three swords combined into one, Yi Chen threw out a second sword attack, and the powerful sword chi cut down dozens of mountains. Upon hearing that, Ghost Moon's face took on a ghastly expression. His face turned black, and his long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. A frightening and eerie aura soared into the sky, and as his robe fluttered, he looked like a devil standing in the human world, causing one to be frightened. Ignorant little bastard, you think you can make me regret my words and actions with this little power? You overestimate yourself, and you are too ignorant. At the same time, a white ghost fire ignited on Ghost Moon's body, and the ghost fire gathered into the shape of a skull. Even under the sun, it did not feel hot at all. Instead, there was only endless coldness and horror that could burn all spirits. Boom! With a strike of his palm, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The pale ghost fire flooded the sky, and one could vaguely see the reflection of countless skulls on the surface of the ghost fire, opening their mouths and roaring. How stupid, to actually completely anger Elder Ghost Moon. If I don't anger him, I will be killed at most, but if I anger him, I won't be able to die even if I want to. The feeling of having my spirit extracted and my soul devoured by a ghost is not a good feeling. Duan Lingyun knew Ghost Moon's background very well, and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. An attack that erodes the mind? I'll let you see what the all-destroying destruction sword Daowul is. Yi Chen had three great sword intents. The main one was the Immortal sword intent, and the branches were the destruction and slaughter sword intents. The Immortal sword intent was the most powerful one, which made it unbreakable and unbreakable. Meanwhile, the destruction and slaughter were pure killing intents, which were more advantageous in terms of attacking. Especially the destruction one, which was slightly more powerful than the slaughter one. With the enhancement of the destruction sword intent, Yi Chen did not try to dodge at all. He threw out a sword attack, and that slightly surreal sword chi was like a sharp chi flow, clashing with the pale ghost fire. Boom. 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 Boom, the two were like water and fire, neither giving way to the other. They continued to accumulate power and attack, trying to drown each other. Within a blink of an eye, the two had been destroyed at the same time. It was not that Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was not powerful, but that Ghost Moon's secret martial art was just too strange. Using it to connect with his martial intent and his own Jin Yuan, the attack he threw out was enough to wound a Sea of Souls realm warrior at the same level. It was already very horrifying for Yi Chen to be able to handle it. If he could break it, then even Ghost Moon would have to escape. Destruction sword intent. He has actually learned the sword intent's element. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Ghost Moon felt like he had been slapped in the face. Yi Chen had blocked out his attacks again and again, shattering all of his words. He was about to lose his mind. He was confident that if Yi Chen's sword intent was similar to a normal Sea of Souls realm sword artist, then he would definitely be able to beat him. But, Yi Chen had somehow managed to learn the sword intent that even Sea of Souls realm sword artists could not. So powerful. Is he really an astral-reaching realm warrior? Wang Tong had been traveling around the world a lot, so there was nothing he had not seen before. But this time, he was truly shocked by Yi Chen. With his peak-level late astral-reaching realm cultivation, he was able to fight against Ghost Moon, a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It was beyond his imagination. He did not know how powerful the famous Thunder Princess was, but in his mind, she was probably at this level, perhaps even weaker. Immortal sword intent, destruction sword intent. One person with two sword intents? Morong Qingqing knew everything about Yi Chen. In the early days, Yi Chen had the immortal sword intent. She was indeed surprised, but she didn't think it was ridiculous. Everyone had their own opportunities, it was just a matter of size. However, after having the immortal sword intent, he was able to comprehend the destruction sword intent, which was a bit ridiculous. From the ancient times until now, no one had ever possessed two sword intents. It was not because of lack of opportunities, but because no one could possess two sword intents at the same time. That would cause the soul to collapse directly, and the soul would be destroyed by the backlash of one's own sword intent. A prodigy of the sword Dao. If he could enter the life and death realm, he might be able to become the #1 sword artist throughout the ages, suppressing the ancient Sword King. In the ancient era, the Sword King couldn't become a monarch not because he wasn't strong enough, but because there could only be one monarch. After the ancient era, this rule was gradually abolished, allowing multiple monarchs to exist at the same time. Of course, it had to be said that a monarch from the same era as the ancient Sword King was truly powerful. He was actually able to suppress the Sword King and become a monarch. Miss Morong, what do you think of this battle? Wang Tong had, after all, received payment from the two, and he was very interested in the patterns on the map. Therefore, he was very concerned about Yi Chen's life and death. Morong Qingqing pondered for a moment and said, half and half. Half and half? Wang Tong was somewhat astonished and reminded, Ghost Moon is the supreme elder of Soul Sunder sect, so he must have cultivated a profound martial skill. Even if he hasn't comprehended it to 100%, it's still not something ordinary martial skills can compare to. Morong Qingqing nodded, that's why I said half and half. If Ghost Moon didn't cultivate a profound martial skill, he wouldn't even have half. What? Wang Tong found it hard to understand Morong Qingqing's words. With my understanding of him, there's no way he wouldn't have made preparations. He would have certainly guessed that Ghost Moon had comprehended a profound martial skill. Morong Qingqing said slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingyun was a bit anxious. He originally thought that Ghost Moon would be able to kill Yi Chen as easily as blowing off dust. Who would have thought that the development of the situation wasn't under their control? Yi Chen's strength was absolutely terrifying among geniuses, enough to contend against the legendary Thunder Princess. Before the auction, his cultivation base was late astral reaching realm, and now he's at the peak. If I had known earlier, I would have dealt with him in 3 City, even if I had to bear the wrath of 3 City Lord. Seeing Yi Chen's progress, Duan Lingyun was extremely regretful. He didn't make a move in 3 City because, although 3 City didn't forbid fighting, it was under the premise that it wouldn't cause too much damage. Yichen wasn't a persimmon in their hands. If they wanted to kill him, the aftermath of the battle could destroy dozens of streets, and perhaps even more. Once the city lord was enraged, although he wouldn't kill him, he might be heavily injured, unable to recover for 3 to 5 years. If the city lord was in a bad mood, being killed would be quite normal. Others might be afraid of Soul Sunder sect, but 3 City didn't. At most, they would give some face. Very good. You actually forced me to this extent. Ghost Moon's expression became extremely grave. In any case, Yi Chen's strength had already made him feel a trace of threat. If he didn't go all out, he would very likely be defeated. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. With his sleeves fluttering in the wind, Yi Chen was like a peerless sword hovering in the horizon. His whole body was emitting a sharp aura. Under the influence of his aura, the gale was like a sword, and the dense sword chi locked onto Ghost Moon. Hearing him, Yi Chen said indifferently, "I know you've comprehended profound martial skills. Display them. Otherwise, you're doomed to return in a sorry state." "Humph. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll help you." The deathly white ghost flames on Ghost Moon's body burned increasingly brighter. As he got closer, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It wasn't just a chill on his body, but also on his soul. Buzz, the space trembled. Under everyone's gaze, Ghost Moon's hands moved downwards and joined together in a strange and demonic posture. He quickly formed a seal. As he formed the seal, the space rippled. A ferocious ghost head formed from the deathly white ghost flames was formed. The ferocious ghost's face was long and narrow, and its chin was sharp. Its eyes and mouth were 3 black holes. It was pitch black inside, as if it could devour a person's soul. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear a sinister laughter. Profound martial skill. Haha. He's dead for sure. Duan Lingyun recognized the profound martial skill that Ghost Moon's spirit cultivator was using. He was confident that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to make a comeback. After forming the seal, Ghost Moon's spirit cultivator roared. Both of his hands maintained the posture of forming the final seal and pressed towards Yi Chen's body. "In curse." Silently, the ferocious ghost's head was like an imprint on a seal. Wherever it went, the air melted and the wind stopped. It's actually the Yin Profound. Morong Qingqing had seen a lot of things, so she could tell what kind of profound was used to activate the Yin spell. Among the profound, the most common ones were the natural element profound, such as the wind profound, gold profound, wood profound, etc. The rarer ones would be the slow profound and the cloud profound. There were also some even rarer ones, such as the yin-yang profound and the chaos profound. As the yin profound, this kind of profound focused on mental attacks, and was very mysterious. If the warrior was not careful enough, he or she would be doomed forever. Yi Chen didn't dare to underestimate Ghost Moon's profound martial skill. There were many profound mysteries in the world, and there were many that restrained each other. However, when he saw Ghost Moon's profound martial skill being used, a smile appeared on his face. The yin and yang profound was indeed very powerful. However, once they were separated, it might not be able to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, his thunder mentality slightly suppressed the yin attribute. Although the two were not on the same level, the gap was closed. Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen stepped forward and accurately chopped the ferocious ghost's head. A woo, the ferocious ghost's howl was heard. Morong Qingqing, Duan Lingyun, and Wang Tong stepped back again and again to avoid spiritual attacks. Even so, Duan Lingyun's face was still very pale, while Wang Tong directly puked out a blood mist, looking very dispirited. However, Morong Qingqing's expression didn't change at all. Her eyes flashed with a strange black light. Crackling sounds could be heard as the bright thunder light quickly consumed the ferocious ghost Xianxia. The spiritual attack contained in it was also cancelled out by the destruction sword intent. A few mountain peaks that were far away were even shattered. The mountain tops flew up into the sky and exploded instantly. The asterisk starred, "You actually blocked my yin curse. Is that a perfect peak Earth Realm sword move?" Ghost Moon's spirit warrior seemed to have noticed something, and his expression turned ugly. His Ing curse was created by a Sea of Soul realm expert of the Soul Sunder martial school hundreds of years ago. In the few years since he became a Sea of Soul realm expert, he had already cultivated it to 30% completion, which was already extremely difficult. It should be known that things belonging to others would always belong to others. Comprehending it would be twice as difficult. If he were at astral reaching realm, with his comprehensive ability, he might not be able to accomplish this even after spending 10 years. However, even his 30% Ing curse was blocked by Yi Chen. Moreover, the latter's sword move was clearly a perfect peak Earth realm sword move, only a step away from profound sense martial skill. In terms of power, it was equivalent to 20 to 30% of a profound sense martial skill. To be able to comprehend a top Earth realm martial skill to perfection at astral reaching realm. Such a genius was frightening just by thinking about it. At least, Ghost Moon's spirit warrior didn't even have a single top Earth realm martial skill to perfection. The Yin profound focuses on mental attacks, which are much weaker than physical attacks. I have 3 great sword intents, so as long as the gap is not too big, mental attacks will not work on me. That little bit of physical attack is actually weaker than my Sky Thunder cut. Originally, a 30% profound sense martial skill would be slightly more powerful than Yi Chen's Sky Thunder cut. Unfortunately, the Yin curse, which focused on mental attacks, could not pose an effective threat to Yi Chen. Cut. Performing his sword steps, Yi Chen's whole body was like a sharp sword, piercing through the sky, bringing along a sharp sword chi as he attacked toward Ghost Moon's spirit warrior. Ding! Ghost Moon's spirit warrior backed out in embarrassment, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's body turned, using his body as a sword, performing a sword art. He appeared behind Ghost Moon's spirit warrior within a second, then waved out a heavy sword attack. Not good. What kind of step art is this? Ghost Moon's spirit warrior had never seen such a sharp step art before. Yi Chen could even use his body as a sword, performing a sword art with his body. It was absolutely unimaginable, and it was so unconstrained that it made his scalp go numb. What kind of sword artist was the scariest? Of course, it was the sword artist who did not play by the rules. You want to hurt me? Dream on. Activating his Jin Yuan, a 3-colored light cover appeared on Ghost Moon's body, bouncing off Yi Chen's attack. A top-rank defensive artifact, indeed. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes, performing his Sky Thunder cut for the second sword attack, leaving a sword mark on the 3-colored light cover. The 3-colored light cover was not broken yet, but the cutting power of the Sky Thunder cut had forced Ghost Moon to back out continuously, leaving behind a 3-colored mark in the air. Damn it! Yin curse. Area kill. His face turned green and red as he took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. He formed a spell with one hand and performed his profound sense martial art Yin curse continuously, shooting out light marks one after another. Immortal guide. Yi Chen performed his sword steps, his body traveling between the gaps of the Yin curse. That sharp sword chi formed automatically, following Yi Chen's sword aura as it attacked toward Ghost Moon. Although Ghost Moon's battling power was at the same level as Yi Chen, he was still weaker than Yi Chen in terms of battling techniques. In fact, if it were another Sea of Souls realm warrior, they might not be able to beat Yi Chen in terms of battling techniques. The sword steps that Yi Chen had learned from the 3 great sword arts were extremely mysterious. He used his own body as a sword and performed sword arts with his body, which was something that had never been seen before. If the sword steps were forcibly divided into ranks, it would definitely be beyond the top rank Earth realm step arts, which were equivalent to 50% of the profound sense step arts. Shoo. 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 Taking one step to the east and one to the west, Yi Chen's step arts were just like his sword arts. They were unrestrained and unstoppable, forcing Ghost Moon to back out continuously with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. No, this brat's step arts are unimaginable. If I continue to fight like this, I will lose all of my face. Ghost Moon's mind was still intact. He knew that no matter what, he would definitely lose his face today. But, there were different degrees of it. If he continued to fight, it would only make him lose more face. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, he had to leave first. With that thought in mind, Ghost Moon pushed his Jin Yuan and jumped out, appearing dozens of miles away. Brat, I will spare your life today. When we meet again in the future, I will make sure your blood splashes everywhere. After throwing down those words, Ghost Moon used his Jin Yuan and dragged Duan Lingyun away. After dozens of blinks, they disappeared without a trace. Waiting until Ghost Moon left, Yichen let out a long breath. It was his first time battling against a Sea of Souls realm warrior, so it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. But of course, he was more excited than anything else. It was the kind of excitement of being able to use all of his power and surpass his own limits. For him, normal extreme astral-reaching realm warriors and unbeatable warriors would not be able to interest him at all. I've learned a lot from this fight, and I've gained a clear understanding of my own strength. Ghost Moon was an early Sea of Souls realm warrior. His top-rank Earth realm martial arts had not been trained to completion, but he had 2 top-rank great weapons, one for offense and one for defense. His profound sense martial art had been trained to 30%. All in all, he was more or less a mid-level warrior. He was not too powerful, but not too weak either. In the future, if he ran into an enemy Sea of Souls realm warrior, he would be able to compete with Ghost Moon. Then, he would know who was stronger and who was weaker. Mr. Yi, you have indeed opened my eyes. This is my first time seeing an astral-reaching realm warrior being able to fight evenly with a Sea of Souls realm warrior. I think you might even be able to suppress him. Wang Tong's face had regained some color as he waved his robe and flew over. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yichen said, it was just luck. If it were other Sea of Souls realm warriors, it would be impressive if I could stay undefeated. Wang Tong laughed, Mr. Yi, you are being too humble. Not to mention the others, there are only a few martial geniuses who could compete with Sea of Souls realm warriors in the whole South region. In other words, Mr. Yi is at least one of the top 10 martial geniuses in the whole region. Yeah, Mr. Wang is right. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to Yichen that the competitive atmosphere in our South River region has been brought up. Morong Qingqing nodded to show her agreement. Yichen touched his nose and said to Morong Qingqing, Morong, I am afraid you have not used your real power even once, right? When he was battling with Ghost Moon, even Duan Lingyun could not handle the aftermath of the Sky Thunder Cut and the Yin spell, but Morong Qingqing seemed to be fine. Combined with Morong Qingqing's mysterious and calm demeanor, Yichen had a feeling that she was hiding a deeper level of power. Perhaps. Morong Qingqing knew that she could not hide it from Yichen completely, so she did not say anything definite. After the storm had settled down, the 3 continued on their journey. Rising Sun Mountain, right then, there were a lot of people who were here to explore the secret. When the auction had just ended, there were a lot of people who knew about the Undying Body map. A lot of them were willing to pay a high price for a copy of the map, since it was not that hard to copy a map. Therefore, the 300 maps had turned into more than 1,000, and it was still growing. As for the people who were here to explore the secret, there were more than 1,000 of them. With Wang Tong leading the way, Yi Chan and Morong Qingqing soon found the mountain where the rank 11 Beast King Blue Light Chicken used to stay. The mountain had been burnt and crystallized. Even after countless years, it had not completely decayed. The Blue Light Chicken was a rank 11 Beast King. Although its martial will had disappeared, the mountain that had been refined by the Beast Yuan was extremely sturdy. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to destroy it. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not want to destroy such a valuable research mountain. Wang Tong introduced the Scorched Mountain as he walked deeper into the mountain. Soon, the 3 arrived at a less populated area. Yichen quietly pushed his soul power and spread it out. Soon, he found a painting on the wall of the mountain. Walking in front of the painting, Morong Qingqing said, it seems like the first pattern on the map is indeed this mountain in the Chaoyang Mountain. In the eyes of the 3 of them, there was a ferocious-looking, glowing chicken-like beast carved on the wall. Underneath the feet of the beast was a cave, and inside the cave was a roaring white skull, which was the second pattern on the map. In front of the chicken-like beast, there was a sun in the sky, and around the sun were small dots, like a desert. Yichen thought of something as he took out the map. After opening it, he realized that the positions of the 3 on the wall were exactly the same as on the map. The starting point was the rooster pattern, and the bottom right corner of the rooster was the skull pattern. After reaching the 5th pattern, it started to get higher and higher, and the 12th sun pattern was right above the rooster. I see. Yichen looked pensive. He took out a pen and paper, shrinking the scale of the pattern on the wall and drawing it on the paper. There was no end point on the map, but he could draw a better map with the help of the wall or something else. The map in his hand was only for reference. Leaving the Chaoyang mountain, the three walked towards the second pattern on the map. According to Wang Tong's conjecture, the second pattern represented 3 places. One was the White Bone Mountain, one was the burial ground, and the last one was the Skull Cave. However, according to the mural, the skulls were in the caves, so the skull pattern represented the Skull Cave. As expected, the 3 of them also found a wall in a hidden corner of the Skull Cave. This wall had been eroded by time and had long become blurred. Fortunately, Yichen's soul power could sense what was carved on the wall. It was a kind of deep observation. After the Skull Cave was the Toad River. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the river, which was impervious to water and fire. There were also simple and unadorned wall paintings that had been passed down to this day. As for the 4th pattern, the difficulty began to increase. 2 circles and 1 square formed a strange pattern. Wang Tong pondered for half a day before setting his target on the extreme region's 2 forms ridge. The 3's luck was pretty good, as the 2 forms ridge was the place represented by the 4th pattern. 5th pattern, 6th pattern, 7th pattern, the 11th pattern. Within half a month, the 3 had found 11 wall paintings, and soon arrived at the 12th destination, Golden Desert. There are a lot of people here. Yichen raised his head and saw about 40 to 50 people. Among them, a dozen were Sea of Soul Realm experts, and one was wearing a black robe. Yichen could feel an extremely frightening aura from his body. It was the aura of a Sea of Soul Realm master. This was not the first time Yichen had seen this person. Back when he hadn't arrived at 3 City, he, Morong Qingqing, and Duan Lingyun had seen this person rushing out from the plains. The black-robed man glanced around and revealed a faint smile. Seems like auctioning the map was definitely a wise move. In just half a month, so many people have found the 12th pattern. If I give them some more time, they might be able to find the place I haven't found yet. The black-robed man was precisely Yin Demon ancestor. From the 10th pattern onwards, he had been observing everyone. Being able to find the 10th and the following patterns was enough to prove that they had a deep foundation in historical research. Rumble, right at this moment, the surface of the desert trembled. A lot of sand soared into the sky, covering the sky in sunlight. It was an extremely frightening scene. Ah! Miserable screams resounded as 3 astral-reaching experts were swallowed by something, disappearing into the desert without a trace. Panic spread. Apart from Sea of Soul Realm experts, everyone was nervous. Rumble, another wave of sand shot up, and a huge mouth appeared under the ground. Inside the mouth were sharp teeth that looked like a blender, layered on top of each other, connected to the soft meat wall. Above this huge mouth was indeed Yichen, Morong Qingqing, and the other 2. Great Demon Capture. Morong Qingqing didn't wait for Yichen to make a move. She made a circle with both of her hands, and an invisible force field interweaved, forcibly pulling out the owner of the huge mouth. During the process, Wang Tong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This thing was too big. Its body was more than 2,000 meters long, and the thickest part was 300 meters, while the thinnest part was still more than 100 meters. It was a super sandworm, one that could swallow an entire street. The sandworm struggled with all its might, wanting to break free from Morong Qingqing's grasp. However, Morong Qingqing was not an ordinary astral-reaching expert. With a twist of her right hand, half of the worm's body was twisted in the air. Green juices splashed everywhere, dyeing the surface of the desert. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but after the appearance of the worm, the sky began to brighten. A ray of sunlight sprinkled down, and in the void in front of everyone, the silhouette of a broken building appeared out of nowhere. The Sun Palace has appeared. Someone yelled out. Damn! These gamma sandworms are too hard to deal with. Let's kill them together first. There was still some time before the Sun Palace completely appeared. If they did not take care of those gamma sandworms with huge appetites, then at least 30% of the people here would die. As for those Sea of Souls Realm warriors, they did not even bother to join in the fight. It would already be merciful of them to not kill the astral-reaching realm warriors. Since Murong Qingqing had taken care of a gamma sandworm by herself, a lot of people had come over, wanting to use Murong Qingqing's power to escape this disaster. At the edge of the desert, the sun was half exposed. The top half of the broken sun palace was already very clear, and only the bottom half was twisted and blurry, not completely connected with this world yet. Boom! Boom, boom. Near the Sun Palace, dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors attacked the surface of the desert together. That rich Xinyuan flow gathered together, looking like meteors falling from the sky, continuously attacking the gamma sandworms. Of course, there were some unfortunate people who were dragged into the ground. The moment the sun completely left the Earth's surface, the outline of the Sun Divine Hall twisted for a moment, then completely revealed itself. A vast aura from ancient times spread in all directions. In the sky and on the ground, even the gamma sandworms were stunned. They quietly snuck into the depths and did not show themselves again. This is the Sun Palace. There is also a power vibration coming from a broken stone. Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful. The second the Sun Palace appeared, he could immediately tell that it was not a normal building. It was a magical building with a forbidden power, which was even more powerful than the puppet martial school's branch ruins. The entire Sun God Temple stretched for miles. There were no walls, and there were sun totem pillars everywhere. Beside the totem pillars, there were often stone warriors holding spears. The tallest building in the Sun God Temple was the main hall in the center. It was squarish and over 1,000 meters tall. Every pillar in front of the main hall was like a pillar that supported the heavens. When humans stood below them, they seemed so small and insignificant. Something is not right. My Xinyuan is being suppressed. A man walking in front of them suddenly said. Me too. This Sun God Hall is strange. It seems to be enveloped by a layer of restrictive power. Once you enter, you will be restricted by the restrictive power. They had never encountered such a situation in the previous 11 places. Only the Sun God Temple was a bit unexpected. Of course, a portion of the people who knew did not find it strange. They had been to the Sun God Temple before, but they did not go deep because the Sun God Temple was very dangerous. Those who entered in the past rarely left alive. They all died mysteriously. You guys be careful. Yi Chen quietly released his soul power, reminding Murong Qingqing and Wang Tong. Murong Qingqing looked behind her and said, "It looks like we can't get out." Wang Tong explained, "The Sun Divine Hall appears once a month for 3 days. Within these 3 days, you can only enter and not leave. Only on the dawn of the 4th day will you have a quarter of an hour to leave. If you can't leave, you have to wait until next month. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come." Yi Chen didn't say anything else. He had a feeling that things wouldn't be peaceful for the next 3 days. There were a lot of buildings in the Sun God Temple, but some of the smaller ones probably wouldn't have murals. Only the more important ones would have the possibility. Just as the three were about to enter a slightly more majestic building, a scream was suddenly heard from one of the buildings nearby. It seemed like something horrifying had happened. Before that, there were 3 or 4 astral-reaching realm warriors who had entered. Wang Tong said with a low voice, "According to the rumors, there are blood-sucking monsters in the Sun God Temple. They are unkillable, and only under the sun would they not be attacked." Blood-sucking monsters? Unkillable? Afraid of the sun? Yi Chen frowned. "Mr. Wang, you stay outside. I will go in with Murong." Murong Qingqing nodded. "Yi Chen is right. Mr. Wang, you stay. Then you guys be careful." Mr. Wang knew himself well. He knew that his power would not be of much use, and might even drag them down. Entering the building, Yi Chen immediately sensed a wave of cold power. It was completely different from the warm aura outside. It was hard to imagine that this was the inside of the Sun God Temple. "There are murals here." Yi Chen soon found a wall. There were a lot of carvings on it. Because of the restrictive power, his soul power could not sense it too clearly. He would have to walk over and look with his eyes. Pap. Pap, in the cold environment, the two's footsteps seemed to be coming from another world. There is nothing about the map. After observing for a while, Yi Chen did not find any weird patterns on the wall. It was all stories and stories. Just as the two turned around, a black shadow flew down from above, shining with a sharp cold light. Yichen did not panic at all. He pulled out his sword with his right hand and threw out 3 sword attacks. The first one brought out a bright spark, the second brought out a stream of blood, and the third stabbed right in the center. Yeah. Not dead yet. After the 3 sword attacks, the black shadow was blown into the air, trying to disappear into the darkness. Sky Demon capture. Morong Qingqing was already prepared. She reached out with her right hand and pulled back. The black shadow was caught off guard and was pulled down to the ground, making a huge sound. Caw, a sharp roar was heard. The ear-piercing sound wave was everywhere. Even Morong Qingqing and Yichen had to take 3 steps back. Shoo, seizing the opportunity, the black shadow disappeared. Unkillable blood-sucking monster, interesting. Yichen did not care. He shook off the blood on his longsword and put it back into its scabbard. Morong Qingqing said, "Our Jin Yuan has been suppressed by 90%, leaving us with less than 40% of our battling power. This undying monster is almost at the level of a normal astral-reaching realm warrior." Battling power was a comprehensive power, which included Jin Yuan, martial will, and physical power. For astral-reaching realm warriors, Jin Yuan was the most important, making up about 80% of their battling power. Therefore, the suppression of Jin Yuan would have a huge impact on their battling power. This is a bit tricky. I wonder how many of these undying monsters there are. Yichen had just fought with the undying monster once. The latter's battling technique was not that powerful, but its speed was extremely fast. Under such circumstances, most of the astral-reaching realm warriors would be in danger. Outside, Wang Tong stood under the sun. Seeing the two come out, he let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How was it inside?" "Did that thing appear?" Morong Qingqing said, "It ran away." "Ran away? Is there really a blood-sucking monster?" Wang Tong had never seen one before, so he was hoping to be lucky. Hearing her words, he felt a chill down his spine. Yichen said, "Don't worry. You only need to protect yourself. We will take care of the rest." Inside a huge building in front of them, undying monster. "Let's see how many times you can take damage." The one who was talking to himself was a middle-aged man with a cold face. If there were experienced people here, they would be able to tell that he was the famous Ironwood man in the Extreme place. His power was 1 level higher than the spirit warriors. Although his Jin Yuan had been suppressed a lot, after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, his body was no longer a normal body anymore. It was extremely tough, and only his physical power was horrifying. Combined with his martial will and remaining Jin Yuan, he was able to compete with extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Under his feet was a human-shaped monster. It had long legs and arms, long fangs in its mouth, and extremely sharp claws. Its skin was white and purple, looking very thick. Instead of calling it skin, it was more like a layer of cuticle. It was very muscular, where it should be skinny, but where it should be strong, it was surprisingly strong. Overall, it was a kind of monster that did not care about appearance, but focused on killing. Swoosh, holding the dark blue iron stick in his hand, Ironwood Man stomped on the human-shaped monster's chest, creating a bloody hole there. The human-shaped monster screamed and stared at Ironwood Man crazily, showing its fangs, looking extremely horrifying. Ironwood Man frowned. His opponent's voice contained a sharp sound wave, and its super high vibration frequency made his heart feel like exploding. He opened his mouth and waved his arm. The iron stick pierced through the human-shaped monster's throat. All of a sudden, the scream stopped, as if a duck had been choked by its neck. Still not dead? The chest had been pierced through, and the throat and spine had been broken. If it were a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, they would have been dead by now. However, judging from the struggling power of the human-shaped monster, it was still full of energy, as if the wound it had just received was just a superficial wound. "Let's see if you will die or not." The dark blue iron stick shone with a dark blue light as Ironwood Man used all of his power to attack the human-shaped monster's forehead. Boom, white and red blasted out, looking extremely bloody. The humanoid monster's body twitched a couple of times after being hit in the head, then it stopped moving. "I thought it was an undying body. So disappointing." Throwing down the monster's body, Ironwood Man turned around and walked out of the building. The number of buildings in the Sun Palace was unimaginable. Even though they had only been looking at the big buildings to find something useful, it still took them a whole day to reach the main palace. As the sun set, the horrifying atmosphere started to cover everyone's heart. It is getting dark. Should we enter the main palace? Of course. The earlier we find the painting, the earlier we can relax. Then, we will only need to stay inside a small building, and we will be able to get through the rest of the 2 days safely. Indeed. There is no difference between going in during the day or at night, since the sunlight will not be able to shine in there anyway. On the plaza in front of the main palace, the surviving people were in groups of 3 to 5, and groups of 5 to 6. Only one Sea of Souls realm warrior who was still alive did not want to form a group, so he was alone. During this time, people would enter the Sun Palace from time to join the exploration team, which kept the number of people between 50 to 100. Let's go in. Yichen looked at Morong Qingqing and Wantong. Morong Qingqing looked back from the darkness in the main palace and nodded. As for Wantong, he was holding a shield in one hand and a great blade in the other. As they were talking, a bright moon appeared in the night sky, and a shrill roar was heard. Following the direction of the sound, Ironwood Man frowned. He realized that it was the building where he had killed the undying monster. Perhaps, the undying monster is still alive? There are undead monsters here as well. I can't hold on any longer. Damn. These monsters are unkillable. They are born to be invincible. Let's join hands. Indeed. Only by joining hands can we survive. Originally, there were more than 100 astral-reaching realm warriors in the main palace, and there were only 7 or 8 of them at most. However, under the attacks of the undying beasts, they gradually gathered together, forming a well-organized team with a clear division of labor. Once the team was formed, the success rate of the undead monsters' attacks dropped drastically. Under hundreds of mental power scans, there would always be a few people who would discover the undead monsters' attacks. In the deeper part of the main palace, Yi Chen and the other 2 were fighting as they walked. Shoo! Without stopping, Yi Chen waved his sword, and with every step he took, an undead monster's throat would be cut open. Dark red blood spilled everywhere. Morong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art was undoubtedly the nemesis of the undead monsters. Within the range of the Sky Demon power field, not a single undead monster could get close to her. They would all be discovered immediately, and their bodies would be twisted by the power field and blown away. It seems like I only need to protect myself. Wang Tong thought that something dangerous was waiting for him, but he realized that he was extremely safe between the 2. In front of him, there was Yi Chen with his horrifying sword art, and behind him, there was Morong Qingqing cleaning up the undead monsters. The only thing he could do was to be extra careful. All of a sudden, a lot of undead monsters roared, and the sound wave attacked from all directions. At the same time, 7 or 8 undead monsters attacked the 3 from different angles. Activate your Jin Yuan to protect your heart and head. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had fought against the undead monsters before, so they knew how powerful this sound wave was. They hurried to remind Wang Tong, who did not know what was going on. Hearing him, Wang Tong bit his tongue and did as Yi Chen said. Fast 4 sword strikes. Switching the thunder sword to the destruction sword, Yi Chen shook his wrist, and the sword light jumped out. The 4 undead monsters closest to him were blown away. One had its arm cut off, the second had its waist cut off, the third had half of its head cut off, and the fourth had its heart pierced through. Sky Devil's Palm, Heavenly Rebuke. Behind them, Morong Qingqing's left and right hands struck out like butterflies flying through flowers. The 3 undead monsters seemed to be repelled by the space. They came and went quickly, bouncing back like lightning. A large amount of internal organs spurted out from their mouths. It was extremely bloody. Yi Chen glanced at Morong Qingqing, silently praising her for becoming more skillful. According to the characteristics of the Great Sky Demon technique, as long as she could continue to improve, she would be able to completely subdue anyone who was as strong as her. When gravity and repulsion were developed to the profound level, it would be extremely terrifying. The 3 were moving at a very fast speed, but no matter how fast they would not be able to outrun some of the more powerful Sea of Souls realm warriors. Wherever they went, the undead beasts that were rushing at them would be blown away immediately, they would not even be able to get close to them. Of course, there were some Sea of Souls realm warriors who were slower than Yi Chen and the other two, since they were all Soul realm warriors who were not as powerful as Ghost Moon. Bang, an undying monster exploded, and the black-robed demon ancestor walked to the wall. He revealed a faint smile and intentionally raised his voice, "There's a map here." "What? Where is it?" Hearing him, the people behind him were shocked. "Isn't this the demon ancestor?" Ironwood Man, who was not too far away from the demon ancestor, was a bit surprised. There were a lot of people who knew about the demon ancestor in the extreme place, but not many had seen him before. He came and went like a ghost, and his power was as deep as the ocean. Even among the master-level warriors, he would be above average. Before, the demon ancestor was covered in a black robe, so he did not recognize him. Hee hee. The demon ancestor laughed weirdly as he flew out of the main palace. He thought that the demon ancestor was going to kill him to keep his mouth shut. Outside, he might have a 10% chance of escaping. But, inside the Sun Palace, his Jing Yuan had been mostly suppressed, and there were not many ways for him to escape. If the demon ancestor wanted to kill him, it would not take him much effort. The demon ancestor does not care that I know the pattern on the map. There must be a reason. Never mind, Ironwood Man, will not kill anyone, just in case. Originally, Ironwood Man was planning to kill him to keep his mouth shut, since the fewer people who knew about his undying body, the better. But now, he had changed his mind. So what if he killed those astral-reaching realm warriors? His opponents would be Sea of Souls realm warriors, especially master-level ones who were more powerful than him. Astral-reaching realm warriors might not be able to threaten them, but they would be able to mess up the situation. You guys are lucky. After memorizing the pattern on the wall, Ironwood Man flew out of the main palace without looking back. "Mr. Yi, will they kill us to keep our mouth shut?" Wang Tong suddenly thought of something serious, so he asked with a genuine message. Yi Chen said lightly, "No, and we do not have to be afraid." Outside, perhaps he would be afraid of Sea of Souls realm warriors. But, under the protection of the restrictive power, his advantage had actually increased. His sword spirit embryo had reached the critical point, and he was only one step away from the real sword spirit. His sword will had definitely reached the master level. It should be known that at the same level, the sword will would be more aggressive than the martial will, which was the advantage of a sword artist. Walking in front of the wall, Yi Chen scanned it quickly. There were 4 patterns on the wall. He had already been to the first 2, and the third one was the 13th pattern on the map. The 4th one was not on the map, which looked like an altar with 6 pillars on the edge. There was a bright light shining and a tornado roaring. There are 14 patterns on the map. Could this be the 15th one? Wang Tong thought to himself. Morong Qingqing said, "Perhaps it is the last one, which is the place we are going to." Yi Chen asked, "Elder Wang, can you tell where this pattern represents?" Elder Wang shook his head, "I am not sure yet. Wait until we go to the places represented by the 13th and 14th patterns, then we might be able to find the answer. In that case, let's get out of here first. There are more and more undead creatures here." Casually cutting off the head of an undead creature, Yi Chen said. Following the original path out of the main palace, the 3 realized that there were a lot of undead creatures outside as well. With the full moon in the sky, these undead creatures were dancing under the moonlight, looking extremely creepy and frightening. "Rock, what do you think these undead creatures are? What kind of connection do they have with the undead body?" It was the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior who spoke, and the Rock Spirit Warrior was right next to him. The latter said, "Perhaps it is the forbidden power of the Sun Palace. I saw an undead creature that looked very similar to someone I've seen before." "You are not joking, right? Those people who died in the Sun Palace all turned into undead creatures?" The Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior was shocked. "Most likely. Anyway, we need to be careful. Perhaps some of the dead Sea of Souls realm warriors will turn into undead creatures. Then, it would be troublesome. You are really a jinx." It really came. The Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior lifted up his head. Under the full moon, an undead creature with a red color all over its body swooped down. When it flew up again, it grabbed 2 astral-reaching realm warriors and gulped them down one by one. Their blood had been sucked clean, but it still did not seem to be satisfied. Its red eyes looked at the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and the Rock Spirit Warrior. Come on. Who is scared of who? Although he said that the Rock Spirit Warrior was a jinx, the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior was actually not that scared of the Sea of Souls realm undead creatures. They were still alive, so how could they not deal with the dead ones? Even if they had the undead body. Boom, the first exchange of attacks ended in a tie. Rock attack. The Rock Spirit Warrior seized the opportunity and flashed his body, appearing in front of the undead creature. His fist, which was filled with the profound of earth, landed on the chest of the undead creature, making it cave in. Crack, the undead creature rolled back in the air, letting out a shrill scream. Hee hee. Die. A golden long spear condensed from Jin Yuan appeared in the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior's hand. He waved his arm and the long spear was thrown out, instantly piercing through the head of the undead creature. Right then, a beam of moonlight landed on the undead creature's body. Visible to the naked eye, the wound on the undead creature started to close up and recover. Seeing this, the two frowned. In the dark night, these creatures seemed to be almost unkillable. This undead creature could tell that the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and the Rock Spirit Warrior were not easy to deal with, so it did not plan to attack again. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it had not sucked enough blood, its power would definitely be more powerful than the two combined. After all, in the Sun Palace even Sea of Souls realm warriors would be suppressed, and their power would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, they were like fish in the water, having the best advantage. The only downside was that before becoming an undead creature, all the blood in its body had been sucked dry. After becoming an undead creature, its power would be extremely weak. Therefore, it instinctively wanted to suck the blood of Sea of Souls realm warriors, since only their blood could make its power increase rapidly. Its emotionless eyes turned as it noticed Yi Chen and the other two not far away. From Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, it could sense a powerful qi and blood, especially Murong Qingqing. Her qi and blood were extremely powerful, which was completely different from a human's. It did not know whether she was a human or not, but all it needed was a powerful blood. Shoo, his body disappeared as the undead creature jumped toward the three. Seeing that, the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior laughed, those two little brats and that old guy are going to have bad luck. The Rock Spirit Warrior snorted, greed is a sin. Coming here without enough power, it would not be a pity if they died. The two did not think that Yi Chen and the other two would be able to leave the Sun Palace alive, so they just watched from the side. This undead creature seems to be a lot more powerful. Yi Chen noticed that this undead creature was different from before. He squinted his eyes and the destruction sword in his hand shone with a bright light. Within a second, he had thrown out 49 sword attacks, which contained the slaughter sword intent. Shoo! 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 The sword net was everywhere, and the undead creature was blown backward with blood all over its body. Moreover, even with the moonlight healing its body, its recovery speed was still very slow. Only Yi Chen knew what was going on, since the slaughter sword intent was not something to be trifled with. The slaughter chi on it had reduced its recovery speed. If the slaughter sword intent was powerful enough, then even the undead body would be useless. As long as the slaughter chi did not dissipate, it would never be able to recover. This was the power of the attributed sword intent. What? He repelled the undying monster? The smile on Yuan Gold's face froze, and his face was filled with disbelief. Rock Spirit Warrior retracted his disdain and said, an extremely powerful sword intent. It's at least at the Spirit Master level. No wonder he could repel it in one move. Sword intent at the Spirit Master level? Yuan Gold was astonished. There were 3 levels in the Sea of Soul realm, Spirit Master level, and Master level. Didn't that mean that the latter sword intent had already surpassed the Spirit Master level? How did he train? It was simply unimaginable. Force field cut. Murong Qingqing's reaction was not slow either. She clasped her hands together, and the two opposite forces merged together, turning into an unstoppable cutting force field, which struck the undying monster's chest. Pung, the undying monster crashed into the wall of the building, and was bounced back by the restrictive power. Its chest was badly mutilated, and its stomach was almost cut open. Ga, the undying monster faced the sky and roared. It had thought that the two were soft persimmons, but who would have thought that they would be even more difficult to deal with? Especially that young sword artist in blue, who had dealt it a heavy blow without batting an eyelid. Not only was the wound unable to heal quickly, it had even lost a lot of yuan qi. Shoo, with a flicker, the undying monster left the area, unwilling to provoke Yi Chen. Oh, interesting. He can actually comprehend an attributed sword intent at the astral reaching realm. This is something that even Sea of Soul realm sword artists would have a hard time doing. Yin Demon Ancestor was more observant than Rock Spirit Warrior. He himself knew a master-level sword artist, who could be called a master-level sword artist precisely because he had comprehended an attributed sword intent. Not far away, Ironwood began to pay attention to Yi Chen, thinking to himself, this kid is not simple. In terms of perception alone, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 5 among the geniuses of the southern sector. So powerful. Let's go over. Yi Chen's strength made a lot of astral-reaching experts intentionally draw close to him. They understood that Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing might not lend a hand, but with the two present, the powerful undying monsters would be restrained, and their chances of survival would be greater. Regarding this, Yi Chen did not mind. Regardless of whether the other party came over or not, it would not affect him. Since it would not affect him, why would he cruelly chase them away? It was always good to leave some hope for others. Of course, this was if there was no effect. If there was an effect, Yi Chen was not a good person. He hated things that harmed others. Seeing that Yi Chen and the other two didn't do anything, everyone felt even more relieved as they approached. As for the other Sea of Soul realm experts, it was not that they hadn't considered them. Unfortunately, these people were not amicable. If they had a good temper, they would keep their distance. If they had a bad temper, they would berate them harshly, and there was even the possibility of them killing them. The first night passed. Before dawn, the ferocious undead monsters rushed into the buildings and hid in the darkness, waiting for the night to come again. After temporarily escaping from the danger of death, everyone started to study what the 13th pattern represented. Wang Tong pondered and said, the 13th and 14th patterns are very abstract, I can't tell what kind of patterns they are. If I really want to say, there are at least hundreds or thousands of places in the land of extreme negative energy that fit the pattern. Obviously, this is impossible, so I need to categorize these possible places and find something special and different. Give me some time. No problem? Yi Chen nodded. It was impossible to find the location represented by the pattern, otherwise, the owner of the map would not have taken it out for auction. Yi Chen did not have to think to know that before the auction, the original owner must have spent a lot of time and effort to study the map, and only made this decision when he found nothing. Yi Chen did not want to know what the original owner was thinking when he auctioned the map. All he could do was try his best. If there was no other way, then he would give up. At the dawn of the 4th day, a distorted and fuzzy tunnel appeared in front of the Sun God Palace. Following this tunnel, all the survivors flew out. After leaving the Golden Desert, Yi Chen and the other two stayed in the nearest Molan city. Haha. I got it. The 13th pattern is not a pattern, but an ancient character. An ancient character that disappeared in the long river of history. If you try to analyze it from the pattern, you won't know where it is in your lifetime. On the 2nd floor of the restaurant, Wang Tong excitedly rushed into Yi Chen's room. Morong Qingqing heard the news and hurried over, asking, what character? Tushui River. Tushui River? How come I've never heard of it? Wang Tong explained, thousands of years ago, the Tsushui River existed, but for some reason, the Tsushui River gradually dried up, leaving only an underground river hidden underground. As long as we find the underground river, we can know the exact location of the Tsushui River. Wang Tong was not the only one who had analyzed the 13th pattern. Until now, there were already more than 1,000 people who had joined the search for the map of the undying body. Among these people, there were quite a few who were proficient in the history of Extreme Land. Perhaps, there were a lot of people who knew some ancient characters, but there would always be some. Of course, it did not mean that these people were stronger than Yin Demon Ancestor. After all, everyone had their own blind spots. Eh? Several dozen people are heading in the same direction. Could it be that they have analyzed the 13th pattern? In Molan City, Demon Ancestor sensed something, and his eyes brightened. No one knew that the 300 copies of the map had been tampered with by him. They were branded with his soul imprint. These imprints were not common to ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. They were more ancient and profound, something he had learned by chance. Unless one was a life and death king, no one would be able to detect the mysteries of the map. All of your efforts are for my benefit. Only I, Demon Ancestor, have obtained the secret of the undying body. A confident smile appeared on Demon Ancestor's face. The process of searching for the Shushui River was very smooth. The three of them first found the location of the underground river. Then, according to the pattern of the underground river, they found the specific location of the Shushui River and dug out a stone tablet from the soil. The stone tablet was also engraved with 3 patterns, which were the ancient character pattern representing the Shushui River, the 14th pattern, and the 15th altar pattern. It seems like finding the Takhui River is useless. There is no information left on it. If the 14th pattern is the same, we can directly study the 15th altar pattern. Wang Tong originally wanted to find traces of the 15th pattern from the 13th and 14th patterns. However, he was disappointed. They had already seen the 3 patterns on the stele. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Since we've already come this far, we still have to go to the 14th location. Yichen expressed his opinion. Morong Qingqing nodded. Regarding the altar pattern, we still don't have any clues. Instead of burying ourselves in deep thought, we might as well spend some time looking for the location of the 14th pattern. I believe that the 14th location should have some special benefits. Someone is coming. Yichen raised his head and looked into the distance. Wang Tong said, should we destroy the stele? He didn't have any illusions about the secret of the undying body. In other words, he didn't have the strength to fight for the undying body. Therefore, he hoped that Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing could obtain the secret of the undying body. Yi Chen shook his head. If we destroy the stele, we will become the target of public criticism. It doesn't matter if they know. There are no secrets on the stele anyway. The instant the 3 of them left, 3 to 4 figures appeared near the stone tablet. Soon after, even more people rushed over, including the black-robed Demon Ancestor. The 3rd pattern on the stele is also the altar pattern. It seems that the altar pattern is the 15th pattern, which is also the destination of the map. Demon Ancestor's mood was surging. The day of him obtaining the secret of the undying body was getting closer and closer. He suddenly felt a little regret. If he had contributed the map earlier, perhaps he would have obtained the undying body several decades ago. No matter what, only I can possess the undying body. If humans block me, I will kill them. If demons block me, I will kill them. The location of the 14th pattern. As expected, there are also no discoveries here. There are only 2 patterns. One had to admit that Wang Tong was an outstanding historian. In half a month, he had already analyzed the 14th pattern and found the location. Unfortunately, just like the Great River, there was still nothing worth studying here. The only meaning was that he had found it. No, don't you feel that this mountain is like an arrowhead? Yichen said. Arrowhead? Hearing this, Morong Qingqing released her mental energy, spreading it in all directions. Soon, she discovered that the mountain was different from the rest. Looking from the sky, this small mountain looked very similar to a huge arrowhead. She was very impressed that Yichen could notice this. Could it be that the arrowhead is pointing to the altar? Wang Tong's mental energy wasn't as strong as Morong Qingqing's. His figure flashed, flying high into the sky and looking down. Yichen asked, is there anything special about the arrowhead? Wang Tong said, the arrowhead is pointing to the west. There are many ancient ruins in this straight line. Could it be the stone minaret? The stone minaret was a famous ancient ruin in the land of Extreme Mean. There were no treasures inside, but many experts liked to go there to comprehend. They all believed that the stone minaret contained an indescribable power that allowed them to comprehend things that were normally hard to detect. Several hundred li behind the 3, Demon Ancestor was following closely behind. The 13th pattern was first discovered by Yuchen's group, and the 14th pattern was also discovered by them. There was no reason for Yin Demon Ancestor not to follow them. I've been waiting for this moment. The heavens didn't disappoint my Yin Demon Ancestor. In the distance, the three saw the stone minaret. The stone minaret was composed of numerous stone statues. The smallest one was dozens of meters tall, while the tallest one was over 100 meters tall. These stone statues had different postures. Some were contemplating, some were gazing at the starry sky, some were meditating, some were waving their swords, and some were breathing. Not a single statue appeared superficial. There are many people here. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes roamed about. In her line of sight, there were many experts sitting cross-legged before the stone statues, quietly comprehending. Among them were a few Sea of Soul Realm experts. Let's not beat the grass and startle the snake first. Let's move in secret. Yichen glanced back and discovered that, with the stone minaret as the center, there was no black mist formed by Yin Qi or Earth Qi within dozens of li. It was extremely tranquil, without any ostentation or chaos. Not long after the three entered the stone minaret, Yin Demon Ancestor followed. Stone minaret. It's actually in the stone minaret. This is troublesome. Yin Demon Ancestor creased his brows. There were too many experts in the stone minaret. Although he was a master-level expert, he couldn't guarantee that there were no existences that could contend against him. The stone minaret had always been a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Clenching his fist, a black aura curled around it. Yin Demon Ancestor's eyes scanned the surroundings. What belongs to me? It must be mine. Even further behind, Daoist Iron Wood, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior, and Rock Spirit Warrior appeared one after another. They were quite concerned about Yi Chen and had followed him all the way. High up in the sky, an eagle was spreading its wings. This eagle wasn't a real eagle, but a condensed Jinyuan. Within the Jinyuan eagle hid a black-robed old man. The old man's bones were thick, and his arms hung down to his knees. His eagle-like gaze seemed as if it could pierce through one's soul. He was none other than Daoist-level expert Sky Eagle Old Man. His Jinyuan transformation ability could be said to have reached perfection. Without careful observation, it would be hard to discover that the eagle was condensed from Jinyuan. My age has already surpassed 270 years. In less than 30 years, I'll die of old age and turn into a pile of bones. This undying body is something I must obtain. Even if I have to face a Sea of Soul Master, I won't hesitate. As long as I have the undying body, I'll be able to head to even more dangerous forbidden areas and ancient ruins to search for methods to increase my lifespan and cultivation base. Swish, the eagle spread its wings and dove into the clouds, flying toward the stone minaret. A month passed in a flash, and Yi Chen and the other two didn't gain anything. Stone minaret was not like other places. There were many Sea of Soul Realm experts here, and they couldn't search unscrupulously. Moreover, even if they could, they might not be able to find the slightest trace of the altar. After all, the stone minaret was so huge and had a mysterious power protecting it. Even Yi Chen's soul power couldn't cover such a large area. More than 10,000 meters underground. Haha, the heavens are indeed fond of my Yin Demon sect. Before, I didn't know what use this stone had. Only now do I know that not only can this stone gradually sense the existence of the altar, it is also the key to opening it. 50 years of painstaking effort has finally succeeded. Everything is worth it. The Yin Demon Ancestor was holding a hexagram gem in his hand. The gem was sparkling and translucent, without any impurities. Resplendent rays of light seeped out of it like strands of silk. Near the Yin Demon Ancestor was a hexagonal altar. Each corner of the altar had a stone pillar, and at the center of the altar was a groove. The groove's size and shape were no different from the hexagram gem. This gem was obtained together with the undying body map. Originally, Yin Demon Ancestor did not know the usage of this gem. After reaching the stone minaret for a while, he unintentionally took out the hexagram gem and vaguely discovered that there was a subtle connection between the gem and the altar. Relying on this indistinct connection, Yin Demon Ancestor finally found the altar 10,000 meters below the stone minaret. His eyes landed on the edge of the altar. There were 4 ancient words written on it: Undying Altar. Undying Altar. It must be related to the undying body. That's right, this is it. Demon Master was so excited that his whole body was trembling. As a Sea of Soul Realm Master, there were too few things that could excite him. Creating a new profound sense martial art was one of them, but the undying body was even more important. With a nervous heart, Demon Ancestor carefully placed the hexagram gem into the groove at the center of the altar. Crack, a brilliant light surged out of the groove, locking the hexagram gem in place. Soon after, the 6 stone pillars at the corner burst out with a dazzling light. The light condensed into a beam and shot up at an unimaginable speed. The thick soil couldn't even obstruct it. Not good. Demon Ancestor's face turned pale with fright. He originally wanted to obtain the secret of the undying body in secret. However, if the beam shot out of the ground, it would definitely be discovered by others. With the earth as the sky, stop for me. Demon Ancestor roared. Vigorous ocean-like Xinyuan surged within his body. His right hand seemed slow but was fast in reality. With a flip of his wrist, he pressed down with his palm. This palm strike caused the universe to reverse. Layers upon layers of profound mysteries appeared, as if the heavens were collapsing and the heavens were descending. It was as if the undying altar was trying to suppress the beam. Gotcha, the lid-like Xinyuan sky was torn apart, but the beam's speed didn't decrease. In the blink of an eye, it shot out of the ground and into the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. What's happening? Why are there 6 beams of light shooting out of the stone array? There must be something strange. Perhaps a treasure has appeared. The people in the stone array woke up one after another and rushed toward the direction of the beam. Let's go as well. Yichen shot a glance at the seemingly solid beam of light. His figure flickered as he passed through the densely packed statues. Deep underground, Demon Ancestor's expression changed several times. In the end, he had no choice but to accept this fact. His expression suddenly turned sinister as he inwardly said, "Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for a massacre. Only I, Demon Ancestor, am worthy of the undying body." Rumble, abruptly, with the 6 beams of light as their trajectory, the undying altar rapidly rose up like an elevator, breaking out of the ground and floating in the air. It's an altar. Morong Qingqing blurted out. Yichen said suspiciously, "There's someone down there." With a bang, the ground not far away split open, and the black-robed Demon Ancestor appeared before everyone's eyes. His master-level aura erupted without any concealment. "Irrelevant people, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Demon Ancestor threatened everyone the moment he appeared. Demon Ancestor, you're too overbearing. As the saying goes, everyone who sees a treasure has a share. You don't have the qualifications to chase us all away. The one who spoke was Taoist Black Snake, who had participated in the 3 City auction. Taoist Black Snake, do you want to become a dead snake? Demon Ancestor waved his arm, and a grayish-black chi violently revolved, turning into a sawtooth blade that shot towards Taoist Black Snake. Sky Snake transformation. Taoist Black Snake didn't expect Demon Ancestor to make a move just like that. After all, although his strength was inferior to a master-level expert, he was still a Taoist-level expert. Dealing with him wouldn't be a matter of 2 or 3 moves. From the looks of it, this altar was very likely to be the key to obtaining the undying body. As he thought of this, his heart turned fiery. He used his self-created profound martial skill and faced the sawtooth blade. Dong, the space fluctuated violently. Within several li, the weaker astral-reaching experts were all sent flying, unable to even approach. Careful. Yichen operated his Jin Yuan and protected Wang Tong. At this moment, Wang Tong suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, Miss Morong, the altar has already appeared. The rest is up to you. I wish you all the best." After saying these words, he lightly tapped the ground and floated backwards. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared from Yichen's line of sight. Yichen and Morong Qingqing exchanged a glance and lightly nodded. Taoist Black Snake was, in the end, much weaker than Demon Ancestor. His complexion was pale as he was blasted away, suffering some light injuries. Demon Ancestor looked around and coldly snorted, "I'll say it one more time. All of you get lost. I, Yin Demon Ancestor, will not advise you a second time. Hearing these words, everyone turned silent. A Sea of Soul Master's strength was too powerful. Even 3 to 5 Taoist level experts might not be his opponent. Moreover, Yin Demon Ancestor was a first-rate expert even among master level experts. His strength was not below that of a famous Sea of Soul Master. If he were to be angered, it would be hard to say whether he wouldn't fall. However, they were truly unwilling to give up like this, especially for the Sea of Soul Realm experts who had participated in the 3 Yin City auction. Taoist Black Snake, Old Man Sky Eagle, I think you two aren't willing to let Yin Demon Ancestor have his way. How about we join hands? Taoist Iron would send a Zhenyuan transmission to Taoist Black Snake and Old Man Sky Eagle, then secretly contacted Rock Spirit Warrior, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior, and 3 Spirit Warrior. Taoist Black Snake shot a glance at Taoist Iron Wood. Alright, we'll stand together. Whoever dares to make me cannon fodder, I'll make him die without a burial ground. Hee, now is not the time. You don't need to worry about this. Shwa 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 shwa. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 Sea of Soul Realm experts led by Taoist Black Snake, Taoist Iron Wood, and Old Man Sky Eagle walked out and faced Yin Demon Ancestor. Old Man Sky Eagle sinisterly said, Yin Demon Ancestor, your strength is indeed higher than ours, but you can't let us leave for nothing. If my guess is correct, the map was taken out by you. In that case, don't blame us for interfering. Taoist Iron Wood cautiously looked at Yin Demon Ancestor. Yin Demon Ancestor laughed in extreme anger. Good. You think you can deal with me by joining hands? Seems like I, Yin Demon Ancestor, haven't made a move for a long time. You don't put me in your eyes anymore. Both sides were ready to jump at each other's throats. Many astral-reaching experts saw that the situation wasn't right and retreated from the Stoneman Array. The aftermath of a battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts could easily kill them. Haha, why the need to make such a big fuss? How about we all sit down and have a good talk? There's no need to harm our friendship. The Sea of Soul Realm experts who were comprehending the Stoneman Array couldn't sit still. Although they didn't know what the altar represented, judging from the attitude of Yin Demon Ancestor and Taoist Black Snake, they knew that it wasn't ordinary stuff. If they didn't come out, they would be letting themselves down. 1, 2, 3, 5 Sea of Soul Realm experts walked out. The one who spoke had an aura not below Yin Demon Ancestors. Clearly, he was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Apart from him, the other 4 were Taoist and 3 Soul Realm experts respectively. Their formation was even above Taoist Black Snake's. Master Jade River. Yin Demon Ancestor's pupils shrank. This person was just like him, also a Sea of Soul Realm expert. He had a high attainment in the water profound, and couldn't be looked down upon. If it was Taoist Realm experts, he wouldn't care, but Master Realm experts were something he couldn't disregard. Which Master Realm expert hadn't created 2 or 3 profound martial skills? Without going all out in a battle, no one would know who was stronger. Excluding super powerful Master Realm experts, the gap between the majority of people wouldn't seem too big. At this moment, Yin Demon Ancestor was already unable to suppress the situation. The 6 beams of light on the altar connected heaven and earth like 6 resplendent heavenly pillars, dyeing the altar and its surroundings in a dreamy and illusory manner. The atmosphere in the Stoneman Array under the altar froze. After a long while, Yin Demon Ancestor's expression eased up, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Master Jade River, why are you joining in the fun? Master Jade River was communicating with Ironwood Taoist via Zhenyuan. After learning that the altar was the key to obtaining the undying body, he was extremely astonished. After the astonishment, he became indescribably excited as he faintly smiled. Yin Demon Ancestor, your words are incorrect. Treasures belong to the fated. Since the altar appeared here, it means that I also have some fate with it. How can you say I'm joining in the fun? Humph. Yin Demon Ancestor coldly snorted. He knew that letting Master Jade River leave was impossible, so he said, Master Jade River, I acknowledge your strength. However, apart from you, the others will have to scram. I think you don't want them to follow this. Master Jade River was somewhat hesitant as he glanced at Ironwood Taoist and the others. Ironwood Taoist was anxious, he knows more than any of us. Without us restraining him, the secret of the undying body will eventually fall into his hands. You're courting death. Not waiting for Ironwood Taoist to finish, Demon Ancestor was enraged. A gloomy black aura erupted as he slashed at Ironwood Taoist, even including Black Snake Taoist and Old Man Sky Eagle. He wanted to kill them in one strike. Great Jade Spiral. At the crucial moment, Master Jade River formed a seal with both hands and used his prized profound martial skill, creating a whirling current around the three, blocking Demon Ancestor's attack. Master Jade River, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to fight to the death with me? Demon Ancestor gloomily looked at Master Jade River. Master Jade River cleared his throat and said, they can't be killed. If you want to kill, you should kill those astral reaching experts. What do you think? Not good. Hearing these words, the complexions of the astral reaching experts within the Stoneman array changed. Each and every one of them erupted with Xianxia and flew out like bees. As for Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, they retreated 100 meters, operating their Xianxia to the limit, preparing to retreat at any time. Die. Demon Master didn't think that an astral reaching expert could affect him. However, everything that had happened before had left him with a belly full of anger, and he could vent it out on an astral reaching expert. With the earth as the sky, kill. The Demon Ancestor was proficient in the profound of earth. As he struck out with his palm, the universe reversed. The sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. Not only did it mess up the direction of the escaping crowd, it also made them lose their sense of balance. They swayed left and right, looking extremely battered. Shortly after, an earthen yellow hand descended from the sky, covering the sun as it ruthlessly slammed down. What a terrifying profound meaning. Yi Chen's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. This palm strike of the Demon Ancestor had already surpassed the scope of techniques, and had completely risen to the level of the profound mysteries of the universe. Within the range of the palm pressure, the heaven and earth shook, and the universe reversed. Within it, one would be like an ant, unable to display even 30% of one's strength. Using 30% of one's strength to resist the full power of the Demon Ancestor was like smashing an egg against a rock. The might of a Sea of Soul Master had thoroughly surpassed Yi Chen's imagination. Just as the astral reaching experts within several li were about to be killed, the undying altar suddenly revolved. 6 light beams interweaved into one, turning into a thick beam that pierced through the sky, piercing through stunning sky, extreme void sky, and then zenith sky. Meanwhile, the Stoneman array beneath the undying altar suddenly caved in, revealing a vertical passage of unknown depth. The passage was 10 li thick, and with the altar as the center, the gray tornado rushed up like a huge funnel. The mouth of the funnel went deep into the passage. Ah! 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 Without any resistance, everyone within 10 li was sucked into the funnel tornado. The astral reaching experts within 10 li also couldn't resist the suction of the tornado. They went fast, but the speed at which they were sucked back was even faster. They were sucked inside, including numerous Stoneman statues. What's going on? A Sea of Soul Masters, Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River naturally wouldn't allow the tornado to do as it pleased. They urged their Xianxia with all their might, wanting to break free. However, the tornado's length was unknown, and its powerful suction even swept down the clouds in the sky. The few of them struggled a few times, but were once again sucked in. Inside the passage, nearly 100 people were rapidly descending, creating a scene of chaos. This scene is exactly the same as the pattern of the undying altar. Morong Qingqing recalled the pattern of the undying altar. Apart from the altar, the flickering light and tornado were also carved on it. Presumably, once the undying altar appeared, the scene above would appear. Yi Chen's forehead swelled, and his soul power fanned out. After a moment, he sucked in a deep breath. This passage's depth is over 100 li. This is troublesome. The underground was an unknown place. Although astral reaching experts could go up into the sky and down into the earth, there was still a limit. The sky couldn't be higher than the stunning sky, and the earth couldn't be lower than 20 or 30,000 meters, which was 40 to 50 li. Beyond this range was a place astral reaching experts couldn't go. At present, they had already gone dozens of li underground, but they still couldn't find the end. They were afraid that the depth of the passage was at least several hundred li huff, all of a sudden, the suction inside the passage increased sharply, and everyone's falling speed surpassed 5 times the speed of sound. Astral reaching experts could certainly reach several times the speed of sound when rushing at full speed, but that was under normal circumstances. Right now, things were clearly not normal. They were falling at a crazy speed, and couldn't be controlled at all. Some of the weaker astral reaching experts almost vomited out their internal organs, suffering heavy injuries from the sudden increase in suction. Almost subconsciously, Yichen grabbed Morong Qingqing's soft little hand. Morong Qingqing was startled for a moment, then clenched her soft hand. 50 li, 70 li, 150 li, 150 li, 250 li. We're dead for sure. We've already gone 200 li underground. Some astral reaching experts had long faces. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have joined in the fun. On the other hand, the expressions of Sea of Soul Realm experts like Demon Master and Master Jade River didn't change. A depth of several hundred li was still within their endurance range. Moreover, they firmly believed that this wasn't a disaster, but an opportunity for them. The secret of the undying body must be hidden deep underground. Huff huff, the suction was still increasing, reaching 7 times the speed of sound. Even Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing couldn't adapt to the sudden increase in speed. Their brows gradually creased. The suction is increasing. I'm afraid the true depth is beyond our imagination. Yi Chen tightened his grip on Morong Qingqing's hand and transmitted his Jin Yuan. Morong Qingqing said, there has always been a rumor that there is another world in the boundless depths of the underground. I wonder if it has any connection with this passage. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Yi Chen looked around. Everything was chaotic. Occasionally, he could see 1 or 2 faintly discernible stone statues. In this strange environment, the statues seemed to contain the martial Tao, which was thought-provoking. His mood soon calmed down. 300 li, 500 li, 800 li, 1000 li, soon, everyone arrived at the depth of 1000 li. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts were somewhat frightened here. 1000 li underground was a place they had never been to before. They hadn't even heard of it. How deep the true spirit continent's underground was? From ancient times until now, no one could say for sure. Is the secret of the undying body really underground? Demon Master's face flickered with a trace of fear. 1000 li below was more or less a dangerous forbidden zone for him. Normally, forbidden zones underground were basically impossible to enter, and the degree of danger far surpassed the forbidden zones on the surface. Not far away, Master Jade River smiled bitterly. From time to time, he would urge his soul power to probe the depth, but the result made him extremely panicked. He couldn't find anything. As for Taoist Ironwood, Taoist Black Snake, and the other Sea of Soul Realm experts, their faces were all deathly pale. They were prepared to resign themselves to fate. In any case, struggling would be futile. There was no need to think too much. The suction continued to increase, reaching 10 times the speed of sound from 7 times the speed of sound. More than 10 astral-reaching experts vomited blood and died, turning into mindless corpses. Strangely, an illusory shadow floated out of these mindless corpses, fusing with the similarly descending stone statues. The statues seemed even more mysterious. 2000 li, 3000 li, 5000 li, the endless descent made everyone indescribably frightened. What kind of concept was 5000 li? From the surface to the stunning sky, it was only a few hundred li. 5000 li was more than 10 times that. Moreover, the underground wasn't air, but earth. Every inch of the earth was several hundred times thicker than air. One could imagine how desperate it was to be buried inside. Fortunately, the suction stopped increasing after reaching 10 times the speed of sound. Otherwise, not more than 50% of the 100 people would have survived. 6,000 li, 7,000 li, 9,000 li, after 9,000 li, the suction finally slowed down, dropping from 10 times the speed of sound to 8 times the speed of sound, then 5 times the speed of sound, and then 3 times the speed of sound. At 9,900 li, Yichen measured the end and said with a deep voice, "If nothing goes wrong, we are about 10,000 li away from the surface." This depth is really despairing. Even though Morong Qingqing was extremely calm, she couldn't help but feel heavy, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. The world below them was not completely dark, but rather a slightly dusky day. In their line of sight, everything was dark green, extending to the horizon. This was a huge rainforest, a rainforest in the underground world, and they had just descended from the gray clouds. Whoosh! 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 Coming out of the clouds, the suction suddenly disappeared. Only the statues, because of their weight, fell one after another into the rainforest, creating huge craters. The shockwave radiated in all directions, startling a large number of strange birds and forest beasts. What's going on? I can't feel my Xianxia. Someone wanted to use his Xianxia to slow down, but found that there was no reaction in his body, so he cried out. Me too. Not good. Without Xianxia, how can we survive in this damned place? Being tens of thousands of meters in the sky, once they lost their Xianxia, it would be the same as losing the ability to fly. Even an iron ball would be smashed into a metal pancake, not to mention a human body. Tie up your clothes. In the face of life and death, some people thought of using their clothes to make a huge umbrella to slow down the speed. The good thing was that with the mental power, they no longer needed to pour in their Xianqi and Xianxia to open their storage rings. Otherwise, they would not even be able to open their storage rings. Swoosh, countless colorful umbrellas opened up, looking like mutated dandelions. The descending speed was getting slower and slower, eventually reaching a speed that made people feel relieved. The others imitated him and did the same. Yichen wanted to take out his flying puppet, but if he did so, he would become the target of everyone, since he would not be able to use his Xianxia. One flying puppet would be enough to cause chaos, and he was not sure if he could take on the evil demon master and Master Jade River. You can borrow my clothes. Morong Qingqing was a woman after all, so her clothes were all dresses and underwear, which was not very elegant. Morong Qingqing chuckled, no need, I have this. A black shadow flashed past, and a pair of specially made gliding wings appeared on Morong Qingqing's back. They were black in color, and were 5 meters long when stretched out, looking like the wings of a demon or a bat. With the gliding wings, Morong Qingqing had regained her flying ability. Although it was a bit weak, it was better than nothing. With Morong Qingqing's help, Yichen hitched a ride. Countless umbrellas landed in the deep rainforest. Soon, Morong Qingqing and Yichen landed nearby as well, standing on a huge branch. The trees in this rainforest are indeed huge. Because of the humidity and heat, the trees in the rainforest were very easy to rot. Therefore, it was already quite impressive to have 70 to 80 meters tall trees. However, none of the trees in this rainforest were lower than 100 meters. The bushes between the trees were even taller than the towers. Those vines were like huge pythons, intertwining and climbing all over the place. Damn! What the hell is this place? There were about 80 people in the underground world. An astral-reaching realm warrior took out his weapon and chased away a head-sized mosquito. Buzz, 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 the speed of the mosquito was very fast. The sound of its wings flapping was no different from that of a bomber. In just a flash, it had arrived at the man's neck. Its mouth part, which was as long as a chopstick, was inserted deep into the man's neck. With a strong suction, a large amount of blood was extracted. Ah, the blood-curdling screams echoed out as the astral-reaching realm warrior, whose blood had been sucked by the mosquito, shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, looking like a dried corpse. Meanwhile, that head-sized mosquito instantly expanded to the size of a washbasin, its abdomen swollen dark red, filled with blood. Chi, the astral-reaching realm warrior right next to him, reacted quickly. He shook his long spear and pierced through the mosquito's head. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, a few head-sized mosquitoes flew out of the bushes and headed toward the nearest rock spiritualist. Courting death. The rock spirit warrior's weapons were 2 huge iron hammers. When the hammers were waved, a sonic boom was heard and 3 mosquitoes were killed. However, the last mosquito was more cunning. It took advantage of the time difference and flashed to the back of the rock spirit warrior, then forcefully inserted its proboscis. Not good. My back is numb. The body of a Sea of Souls realm warrior was way too powerful. No matter how sharp the proboscis of the mosquito was, it would only be able to penetrate half an inch. However, the mosquitoes in this rainforest were not normal mosquitoes. Their proboscis carried a powerful paralyzing toxin, which instantly numbed the rock spirit warrior's back, rendering him unable to feel anything. Before the toxin had spread to his whole body, the rock spirit warrior smashed his hammer onto his back. Boom! Blood splashed everywhere as the mosquito was smashed into minced meat, sticking on the back of the rock spirit warrior's clothes. Observing the rock spirit warrior's condition, Yichen said with a low voice, "This place is not simple. If I have guessed it right, this mosquito should be a rank 3 demonic beast, the dragon blood mosquito, which only existed in the ancient times. Its attacking power is not that powerful, but it can pierce through the protective Jin Yuan of clasping Yuan realm warriors. Without Jin Yuan, even an astral-reaching realm warrior would die after being bitten." With the huge knowledge of the Battle King, Yichen knew a lot of things, including the rare dragon blood mosquitoes. Ancient demonic beasts. Hearing him, Morong Qingqing was a bit surprised. Ancient demonic beasts were even more powerful than normal demonic beasts, and they could even challenge those with higher realms. Eh? The numbness has weakened. After killing the dragon blood mosquitoes, the paralyzing toxin on the rock spirit warrior's back disappeared automatically. He let out a breath of relief as he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Right then, more buzzing noises were heard. According to the noise made by the dragon blood mosquitoes, it was still dozens of miles away. The scariest part was that the mosquitoes were naturally very sensitive to fresh blood. If they did not leave this place, they would be caught sooner or later. Let's go. No one dared to slow down as they headed in the opposite direction of the noise. The rainforest was very hot, and the trees and weeds were very dense. The people walking in the front waved their weapons from time to time, cutting down the plants that were blocking their way. Be careful. In this world, the mental power is restricted a lot. Yichen and Morong Qingqing walked in the middle of the group. Along the way, Yichen kept spreading out his soul power to check the surroundings. He realized that in the rainforest, the range of his soul power was not more than 300 meters, and the mental power was even more restricted. It could not even reach 10% of his soul power. It should be known that his soul power was a couple of times more powerful than normal astral-reaching realm warriors. According to the ratio, the mental power of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to reach more than 10 meters. What could he do within 10 meters? Even without his Jin Yuan, Yichen could reach more than 100 meters within a second. 10 meters would be 1/10 of a blink of an eye. Yeah. Morong Qingqing nodded. She had already tried it, and the maximum range of her mental power was around 9 meters. After walking for a while, the surrounding shrubs disappeared and were replaced by bright flowers that ranged from a few meters to a dozen meters tall. The roots of these flowers took up 80% of their length and were thicker than his waist. They were sparkling and translucent with a hint of tender green. Swoosh, without making any sound, one of the flowers at the back of the group quietly bloomed. Its root bent, and swallowed an astral-reaching realm warrior. After a couple of blinks of an eye, that astral-reaching realm warrior had disappeared without a trace. Gradually, someone finally realized that something was wrong. The seemingly harmless flowers around them were man-eating flowers that wanted to devour people. The liquid inside the flowers was highly corrosive and could digest a person in a short period of time. Not even the bones needed to be spat out. It's the bone-eating flower. Yichen had been paying attention to the flowers, and only now did he find the information about them from the Battle King's knowledge. The bone-eating flower was also an ancient species. From the outside, the flower bud was only half the size of a human's body, and seemed harmless. However, once it launched an attack, the flower bud would instantly expand to a couple of meters in size, and could even swallow a small beast. In fact, no one had let their guard down. However, the bone-eating flower did not pick the most obvious places to attack. It only targeted the people who were at the edge of the group. Chop off their roots. Someone held a weapon and started to hack at the roots of the bone-eating flower. Shoo! 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 Something shocking happened. The roots of the bone-eating flower wriggled, spreading out in all directions. Soon, it disappeared into the deep rainforest. F***CK. What the hell is this place? As astral-reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts, when had they ever felt so stifled? Not to mention the fact that their Jinyuan had disappeared, even their mental power had been restricted to a range of 10 meters. It was basically useless. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and they were all paranoid. What was even more despairing was that they did not know how to get out of this place. They were 10,000 miles away from the surface, not 10,000 meters. Including the Demon Master and Master Jade River, everyone was feeling depressed and had a bad look on their faces. Yeah. Yichen suddenly squinted his eyes. Using his soul power, he discovered that there was an image of something moving at a high speed 200 meters away. It was not a demonic beast, nor was it a strange plant. It was a human being, and it looked no different from them. The only difference was that it was topless, wearing a leather skirt, with a beast bone necklace around its neck. There were strange patterns tattooed on its skin. Morong Qingqing saw the change in Yichen's expression, so she asked with a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Someone is watching us." "Someone? A human?" Yichen said, "It should be a human. The situation is not looking good." Beasts were not scary, plants were not scary, but humans were usually the scariest, because humans had the highest intelligence and knew how to use strategies. Shoo, just as he finished talking, a sharp arrow shot out with a loud sonic boom. It went through an astral-reaching realm warrior's body and nailed into a huge tree, the tail of the arrow still shaking. An arrow. Is there someone? Hey, you are also humans who fell down, right? Let's talk. Can you take us out of this rainforest? Someone could not help but yell. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. What answered him was a huge wave of arrows. All of a sudden, he was turned into a hornet's nest, while some of the arrows were still flying towards Yichen. Taking out the destruction sword, Yichen shook his wrist, and his sword's speed increased drastically. A misty sword light flashed, and those sharp arrows were all cut in half. What surprised him was that those arrows contained a trace of invisible power, which made his hand go numb, and his sword speed was greatly affected. Willpower. No, it is very different from willpower. It seems to be even easier to use than willpower. It seems to be another way of using willpower. Yichen was shocked. You are looking for death. A 3 Meridians warrior in the crowd bent his knees and jumped up. As a Sea of Souls realm warrior, even without his Jinyuan, he was still very powerful. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors might not even be able to break through his defense. His body flashed a couple of times, turning into a black shadow and jumping into the depths of the jungle. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. More and more arrows were shot over. The 3 Meridians warrior used his soul power to sense and avoid 99% of the attacks. The remaining 2 or 3 arrows only managed to pierce through his skin, but only managed to go 1 or 2 centimeters in. Die. The 3 Meridians warrior threw out a palm attack, and the huge tree in front of him was broken in half. The top part of the tree flew out, landing on 3 or 4 underground humans. He then grabbed an injured one and went back to where he was standing. Seeing that their own people had been captured, the underground people hiding in the depths of the rainforest were extremely furious. Countless arrows shot out like a torrential rain, 1/3 of which were aimed at the 3 spirit warriors. A bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Go back. The Demon Master had made his move. As a member of the group, although he did not care about the lives of the others, it did not mean that he did not care right now. It should be known that the more people there were, the more power there was. Especially in the situation where they had lost their Jinyuan, any Sea of Souls realm warriors could not be lost. He waved one of his hands, and the sky full of arrows froze before flying back. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, the arrows came fast, but they did not go slow either. The trees were punctured, and the plants were flattened. In the depths of the rainforest, countless underground people were hit by the arrows, nailing onto the nearby trees and ground. Master-level martial will. It was Yichen's first time seeing a master-level warrior using his full power. Although the martial will was not as powerful as the sword will in terms of attacking power, it was way more powerful in other aspects. For example, the attack that the Demon Master had just done was something that Yichen could not do. Glancing at the Demon Master, Yichen thought to himself, in terms of attacking power, both of them are way weaker than me. But, the martial will can not only increase the attacking power, but also the defense and speed. If I fight one-on-one, my chance of winning is not that high. If I fight one-on-two, I will definitely lose. I hope this will not happen. Yichen had not condensed the true sword spirit yet, so his cultivation was not as powerful as the Sea of Souls realm warriors. But, his sword spirit embryo contained the immortal element, which was naturally powerful. Combined with the martial will light that only a master-level warrior could have, it was definitely a master-level sword will. Its attacking power was so powerful that only master-level sword artists could compete with it. Other master-level warriors would not be able to compete with it. However, he understood that powerful attacking power did not mean powerful battling power. Moreover, the body of a master-level warrior would be even more powerful than his. Meanwhile, his body could only compete with normal Sea of Souls realm warriors, and it was still because he had been trained by the petals of the Sky Demon flower. Bang! Seeing that the Een Demon ancestor had taken care of the trouble, the Three Meridians martial artist chuckled coldly. With a shake of his palm, the captive subterranean human's feet left the ground and crashed into a 5 to 6 meter thick tree at the side. With a poochie sound, the Three Meridians martial artist picked up an arrow and shot it. The arrow imbued with martial will was even more ferocious than an arrow shot from a bow. The body of the arrow pierced through the subterranean human's chest all the way to the tail of the arrow before stopping, firmly nailing him to the tree and hanging there. I'm asking you, do you understand me? The Three Meridian Spirit Master asked. Roar, the underground human captive was very strong. His muscles were covered with strange totem tattoos and looked like they were made of steel and iron. His pupils were slightly different from those of a human, and they were more like those of a wild beast. His teeth were much sharper, and his canine teeth were especially obvious. He kept struggling and opening his mouth to let out threatening roars. He was very wild and cruel. Poochie, another arrow pierced through the abdomen of the subterranean human captive. The Three Meridians martial artist raised his voice and said, I'm asking you, do you understand me? Just as the Three Meridians martial artist was asking the question, the two arrows on the subterranean human's body were automatically pulled out. A cold and bloodthirsty light flashed through his eyes as he bent his knees and pushed off the tree with his feet, pouncing towards the Three Meridians martial artist like an eagle. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too big. The Three Meridians martial artist was a spirit-level expert after all, and had condensed a real martial spirit. He smashed the subterranean human's head into pieces with a single palm strike, causing red and white matter to splatter everywhere. Turning around, the Three Meridians martial artist looked at the Een Demon ancestor and Master Jade River. It seems like they have their own language and can't understand what we're saying. Moreover, they seem to have grasped a martial spirit. Not only are the arrows shot out strangely powerful, they can even pull out the arrows that have been shot from their bodies. Master Jade River shook his head and said, they don't have a martial spirit. That formless power is another way of using willpower, and it has the same effect as sword intent. It is indeed another way of using willpower. If I'm not wrong, it should be called willpower, a kind of formless mental power cultivated through cultivation. The Een Demon ancestor said. Willpower. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, not knowing where the Een Demon ancestor had gotten this information from. Soon after, their eyes burned with passion. If they could learn the cultivation method of willpower, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. The opportunity to improve further was not something that could be found anywhere. Seeing everyone's expression, the Een Demon ancestor sneered and did not say anything. Secretly, Yichen said to Morong Qingqing in a low voice, willpower is not suitable for us. We either cultivate willpower or Jin Yuan, which is impossible to coordinate. However, willpower is indeed very powerful. These people have only learned a little bit of it, and have not reached a very deep level. It's said that when willpower reaches a very high level, it can even tear down the stars in the sky and disintegrate anything. Originally, he was still analyzing what kind of power the subterranean humans were using. Hearing the Een Demon ancestor's words, he immediately found information related to willpower, which gave him a fright. This world does not belong to us. I wonder what their strength and position are here. Morong Qingqing frowned and said in a low voice. Yichen nodded. I think the others should have considered this question. Ho, ho. Ho, ho. 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 The subterranean humans quickly recovered from the demon ancestors' fierce attack. They did not shoot out arrows again, but this time, it was an attack that was even more threatening than the arrows. The grass and the surroundings shook like waves, and the sound of rapid movement could be heard continuously. Judging from the height of the grass and the frequency of the shaking, it was not the subterranean humans who were attacking, but some kind of extremely fast creature that was not more than 1.5 meters tall. This made everyone even more nervous, and they all adjusted their postures, ready to fight at any time. Shoo, the first creature jumped out of the grass. It was 2 meters long and 1.2 meters tall, with the body of a dog, but 10 times more powerful than a dog. Its body, which did not have long fur, was covered with black and yellow patterns, which were generally dark in color. For sickle-like claws extended from its huge feet, and compared to its body, its head, which was not too big, was wrapped in a thick bone armor. A pair of fierce eyes shone with a cruel light, and its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth, dripping with a light purple liquid. It was a huge dog from the subterranean world. Ho! The huge dog roared, throwing an astral-reaching realm warrior who was closest to it onto the ground. It opened its mouth and bit down, and the warrior did not even have the time to scream before his head was separated from his body, blood splashing everywhere. Soon after, even more giant hounds pounced out and engaged in a chaotic battle with the crowd. Due to the ferocity of their attacks, the giant hounds had the absolute upper hand. We have become the prey. Based on his intuition, Yichen thought that the subterranean humans were treating them like prey. First, they attacked with arrows, then released the huge dogs. This was the most effective way for the hunters on the surface world. He did not know what was waiting for them. A huge dog jumped into the air, jumping towards Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing's expression did not change. She reached out with her right hand, which was wearing a gold silk glove, and grabbed the huge dog's neck before twisting her body. Using the inertia, she smashed the huge dog onto the ground, making a loud sound. Blood leaked out from the corner of the huge dog's mouth as it struggled with all its might. Gotcha! With a twist of her wrist, Morong Qingqing broke the dog's neck. On the other side, there were 2 huge dogs jumping towards Yichen. With the destruction sword in his hand, Yichen took a quick step back and reached out his right arm, stabbing at a huge dog's right eye at a lightning speed. Then, he changed his footwork, his body moving with the sword. The tip of the sword sliced through the huge dog's face and landed on the other dog's throat. Shoo! Blood spilled everywhere as the 2 huge dogs fell onto the ground one after another. Without waiting for them to struggle, Yichen killed them one by one, cleanly and cleanly. Such a tough skin defense. I am afraid it is even more powerful than most of the people here. Sea of Souls realm warriors did not need to be mentioned. Their body toughness was unparalleled, and Yichen was also at this level. Among the remaining astral-reaching realm warriors, only a few of them had trained body-training martial arts, which allowed them to compete with the huge dogs. The rest of them could only use their skills to kill their enemies. Shoo! 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 Taking advantage of the huge dogs attracting everyone's attention, the underground humans attacked again. Countless arrows were shot out from different angles like poisonous snakes, taking lives one after another. Being attacked passively was not Yichen's style. He pushed his sword steps and turned into a beam of sword light, attacking toward the direction of the arrows. Fast 4 sword attacks. The destruction sword, which contained the slaughter sword intent, threw out 4 sword attacks in a row. 4 beams of sword light crisscrossed through the air, cutting down trees and separating bushes. The whole space seemed to have been torn apart, and blood spilled everywhere. Earth as sky. The Demon Master did not notice Yichen's movement. His body flashed, blowing away the 2 huge dogs that were charging at him. He then jumped into the air, raising his right hand high up and attacking toward the depths of the rainforest. Boom! Without Jin Yuan, it did not mean that he could not perform profound sense martial arts. Just relying on his martial will alone, this palm attack from the Demon Master was not something a normal person could handle. The ground in front of him cracked open and rolled up, sucking in everything within its range. It was quite a visual impact. Master Jade River did not fall behind. He drew half-circles with both of his hands, twisting the air and the yuan qi of the underground world with his martial will, gathering into a huge spiraling force field. He used another method to perform a profound sense martial art that required one to make hand seals, great jade spiral, swish. After killing a lot of underground humans, Yichen was just about to choose a new battlefield when he suddenly frowned. Using his soul power, he sensed that the surroundings had been covered by a layer of invisible net. It was a mental net. Without soul power, one would not be able to sense its existence at all. An even more powerful underground human has appeared. Yichen did not need to guess to know that it was a master of the underground humans. The web of wool was many times more brilliant than the wool contained in the arrow. This meant that the opponent's wool was very strong, able to affect reality alone and create an invisible but substantial net. Destruction. Dealing with living things, the slaughter sword intent would be enough. Against inanimate objects, the destruction sword intent would be more suitable. The slaughter was to kill living things, while the destruction was to destroy everything, including everything. Throwing out a sword attack, the destruction qi spread out. Under this sword attack, the mental power net was like snow in the spring, melting away. The plants around it withered instantly, as if they had been through hundreds of years. A noise was heard from deep inside the rainforest. Soon, an invisible mental power spear was shot out towards Yichen at an unimaginable speed. It went through a huge tree on its way, which did not wither or break. However, that area seemed to have lost a huge amount of substance, turning into powder and collapsing down. However, the speed of the mental power spear did not slow down at all. Facing this, Yichen took a turn and held the destruction sword with both of his hands, waving it out easily. Swoosh, the invisible sword light made the rainforest lose its color, as if the colorful world had turned into a black and white one. The sword light sliced through the mental power spear, cutting it into two. More. Sensing his opponent's movement with his soul power, Yichen jumped up into the air. After stepping over a couple of huge trees, he threw out a sword attack. This sword attack contained no longer the destruction sword intent, but the immortal sword intent that Yichen was good at. As the immortal sword intent condensed into a shapeless sword light, the color in the sky and the earth recovered instantly. The surging mental power seemed to have crushed out all the way, which was even more horrifying than the destruction sword intent. After the destruction came loneliness, and after the immortal sword intent came eternity. That underground human warrior screamed out a couple of times and crazily pushed his mind power, building out layers of mental power defense in front of him. Even then, he was still worried, so he created a thick mental power armor on his body and a mental power shield in his hand. Boom, a horrifying sound came up from the bottom of everyone's heart. The immortal sword light was like a hot knife through butter, cutting through layers of mental power defense and shattering the shield. Eventually, it landed on the mental power armor. The mental power armor kept on repairing itself, but the immortal sword light was like a parasite that would not stop until it reached its target. Its power seemed to be endless as well, crazily tearing apart the mental power armor. Eventually, the mental power armor was shattered, and the immortal sword light rushed into the opponent's soul ocean. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground without making a sound. His originally robust muscles had completely lost their luster, like dead rotten wood. The rest of the underground humans were stunned. The person who had died was the leader of their team. His will was powerful, and he could be ranked in the top 20 in his race. He could fight 100 people by himself. They never thought that he would die at the hands of an outsider. That outsider made them feel a trace of fear. With a swing of his sword, the outsider had completely destroyed the leader's will defense, and even his soul had been destroyed. The next moment, there was a lot of noise. The underground humans communicated urgently in a language that Yichen and the others could not understand. The communication did not last long. In fact, it only took a few blinks of the eye. After the communication, the underground humans retreated in unison, along with the giant dogs with sharp claws and teeth. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. The Yin demon ancestor did not see the battle between Yichen and the leader of the subterranean humans, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master Jade River said, I didn't expect to see another cultivation civilization in the underground world. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing, the Yin demon ancestor said, No matter if it's a good thing or a bad thing, as long as they get in my way, they all have to die. Master Jade River chuckled and glanced at Yi Chen. Although he did not see the battle between Yi Chen and the leader of the subterranean humans, his instinct told him that the retreat of the subterranean humans should have something to do with Yi Chen. This made him quite curious about Yi Chen, since an astral-reaching realm warrior was actually able to force the subterranean humans to retreat. No matter what method he used, he should not be underestimated. After a huge battle, there were only 70 people left. Among them, there were 20 people who were wounded, with varying degrees of injuries. B****. I did not expect that I, old Liu, would be wounded by a dog one day. How is this still a dog? It is obviously an ancient hunting dog that can help humans hunt beasts and kill large beasts. Let's get out of here quickly. Who knows if they will come back or not. After a huge battle, the surroundings were in ruins, and the smell of blood was extremely heavy, which could easily attract the nearby beasts. The group could not take it anymore, so they left behind dozens of corpses and headed in a certain direction. No one knew how big the rainforest was. There was no sunlight or sky above, and no end in front of them. There was only endless heat and horrifying mosquitoes. The group maintained a constant speed as they opened up a small path in the rainforest. While passing by a huge branch, a poisonous snake disguised as a green leaf attacked Yi Chen viciously. Its body curled up like a green lightning, its sharp fangs aimed at Yi Chen's main artery on his neck, trying to bite him. Pap, without even looking, Yi Chen lifted up his right hand and flicked his finger, cutting off the snake's head. Look! There is light in front of us. We are out of the rainforest. The astral-reaching realm warrior who was leading the way was overjoyed as he turned his head and yelled. Hearing him, everyone felt a lot more relaxed, and a smile appeared on their faces. Walking out of the rainforest, they were greeted by a large lake. The color of the lake was not simple green or turquoise. Instead, it was a dreamy rainbow color. Under the dim light, everyone felt as if they had arrived in a magical world. There were some birds playing on the lake, looking very peaceful. Let's row there. Someone suggested. Yeah, I think it would be great too. The three sides of the lake were still surrounded by the rainforest, and only the end in front of them could not be seen. But of course, everyone was more inclined to think that it was not the rainforest. They started to cut down the wood and build the boat. Everyone had their favorite boat, and the one Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had made was very simple. It was just a simple rectangle, but it was a huge one, 40 meters long and 15 meters wide. The bottom layer was very thick, and the 5 layers were stacked on top of each other to make it as sturdy as possible. What wrapped around the wood were the unique vines of the rainforest. These vines had lived for countless years, and were extremely tough. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to cut it in one attack, and would only be able to leave scratches on it. After the ship was built, Yi Chen built 4 paddle stands on top of it, and there were 8 paddles, each of which was 20 meters long. The thickest part of the paddles had been cut into a flat shape, which was 3 meters wide. It looked like the paddles for giants. The lake looks calm and peaceful, but no one knows what kind of danger might occur. It would be best to prepare some small boats. Seeing some people couldn't wait to set out, Yi Chen was not impatient at all. He liked to do things without any mistakes. Even if there was danger, he would have a backup plan. Regarding this, Morong Qingqing didn't have any doubts. After the boats were built, they were placed in their storage rings. Soon, the two boarded the boat. Each of them held a paddle and started to paddle in the water, making the boat move slowly towards the front of the lake. When they passed by some strange birds, they didn't seem to panic at all. Instead, they flapped their wings and tried to keep a distance from the boat. While no one knew what was going on, a huge bird disappeared from the lake without making a single splash. Gradually, the boat moved further and further away, and the rainforest behind them could no longer be seen. There is a holy snake from the wavy saint race in the lake. Some of them are going to die. A group of people walked out of the rainforest slowly. The leader had white hair and a muscular body. His tanned body was covered in white fur, and the white bone necklace around his neck was huge. Each of them was no smaller than a child's skull. He moved his mouth, saying something that normal people couldn't understand. Someone next to him laughed evilly. the wavy saint race likes the sacred sacrifice. They will be great offerings. The leader shook his head. As more and more ancient ruins have been discovered, more and more outsiders have entered the underground. This is the third time in the past 10 years. The previous time, which was a year ago, the billowing sacred clan lost a saintess. That's why we, the Greenwood Sacred Clan, have decided to hunt down all outsiders. Third Master, you are talking about Serenity, right? She is indeed a beauty. Unfortunately, that outsider pretty boy took advantage of her. I don't know what kind of evil spell he used to win Serenity's heart, and brought her out of here. The young generation of the wavy saint race really hates outsiders. Don't look down on the young generation of the outside world. Although their training is different from ours, because of their large numbers, there will always be a king among them. Yes. Let's go. The leader's eyes were gloomy as he glanced at Yichen from dozens of li away, then turned around and entered the rainforest. The lake was endless, looking like a dream. Hearing the sound of the waves, Yichen did not stop paddling. On the left side of the boat, a black light flashed through Morong Qingqing's eyes. She said lightly, "We have been targeted by something. It must be a snake." Yichen answered. Swoosh, just as Yichen finished speaking, the boat in the front was attacked. 100-meter-long black snake jumped out of the water, opened its mouth, and swallowed an astral-reaching realm warrior. A lot of people with good eyesight could clearly see that the snake had a long beard, which looked like the legendary dragon whiskers. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, there was more than one black snake with a dragon whisker. They kept jumping out of the water, taking away the people on the boat. Here it comes. Morong Qingqing put down the paddle and raised her arm, grabbing onto a snake that had just jumped out of the water. She then spun her body, sending this huge snake flying miles away, bringing up a huge splash. Dong, all of a sudden, Morong Qingqing's body shook, and the boat under her feet was blown into the air. Let me take care of it. Yichen jumped down, his left hand grabbing onto the edge of the boat. His body was hanging in the air, while his right hand held the destruction sword and threw out a sword attack, cutting towards an even bigger black snake. The black snake's scales were extremely hard, but Yichen's slaughter sword intent was aimed at creatures with flesh and blood. The snake had a sword mark that went through its whole body, dyeing the surface of the lake red. Feeling the pain, the snake lost all of its power and started to dive into the lake. Meanwhile, the boat had also lost its balance and started to fall from the sky. Right then, another snake broke out of the water and waved its tail. Seeing that the huge boat was about to be cut in half, Yichen reacted quickly and used his left hand to slap the boat away. Boom, Yichen and the boat separated, and the snake's tail went through the gap between them, bringing up huge waves on the surface of the lake. Pap. Pap, pap. Pap. Pap, taking a deep breath, Yichen lightly stepped on the surface of the lake. He twisted his feet, and a swirling power supported him as he started to run at a fast speed. The destruction sword in his hand sliced across the surface of the water. The swirling power under his feet increased drastically as Yichen jumped into the air and landed a solid sword attack on the snake's neck. Shoo! 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 In the next second, blood splashed out like a heavy rain. The snake had tried to go for wool and come home shorn. Its huge head that was like a carriage had been sliced off, and the cut was smooth and clean. Although Yichen looked so relaxed, it did not mean that everyone else was. Besides the 12 Sea of Souls realm warriors, the rest of them were in a bad shape. Their boats had either been flipped over by the snake or dragged into the water. No one knew if they were still alive or dead. All of a sudden, a huge area of the lake turned dark red, filled with the smell of blood. Take care of yourselves. In here, you guys can die very easily, just like rabbits that could be killed at any second. It was a Sea of Souls realm warrior who had been in the underground world for a couple of days. Without their Jin Yuan, everyone's battling power had decreased drastically. However, up until now, not a single Sea of Souls realm warrior had died, which made him think that there was nothing in the underground world that could threaten him. While he was feeling relaxed, he could not help but tease those astral-reaching realm warriors who were risking their lives. Hearing him, some of them made a face. What's so special about it? This underground world is only the tip of the iceberg for us. Who knows how big it is and how dangerous it is? Ah. However, what he said is not wrong. Up there, we can't say that we can get whatever we want, but we are not an existence that can be killed at will. I didn't expect that in the underground world, with our Jinyuan restricted, we are so vulnerable. Even a mosquito or a python can kill us. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have joined in the fun. What's the point of saying all this? The most important thing is how to leave. Voila, amidst the chaotic battle, a 300 meters long python suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. Rather than calling it a python, it was more like a giant loach. It had dorsal fins from its head to its tail, and its tail was like a dragon's tail. The dragon whiskers by its cheeks were crystal white, and they were 50 to 60 meters long. When it opened its mouth, its dense teeth were completely different from a python's. When it flicked its red tongue, 3 to 4 people were sucked in, including the almighty spiritualist. No. He reacted and slapped his opponent's head. However, this ferocious python, which had lived for countless years, had extremely strong defenses. The palm strike that contained martial will merely caused its head to tilt slightly, and it did not suffer any damage. Instead, it became increasingly infuriated and swallowed its prey. Run! Everyone snapped out of their shock and rowed with all their might towards the other end of the lake. After swallowing 3 to 4 people, that ferocious python was still not satisfied. It chased after them with the other pythons, flipping over a boat and eating the astral-reaching realm warriors on it. Master Jade River could not stand it anymore, so he stood at the back of the boat and performed another profound sense martial art that he had created himself. Great Jade Cut. Under the guidance of Feng Xingzhan's martial will, several tens of streams of water flew out from the lake. These streams of water condensed into thin rope-like blades that interweaved with each other like a huge net, encompassing toward the numerous pythons and that huge ferocious python. Shoo! 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 The master-level martial will was extremely powerful, and with the support of the water stream blades, its power was released to the extreme. Besides the fierce python that looked like a loach, the rest of the pythons that were covered were all torn apart. None of them could fight against it at all. However, the fierce python was not having it easy either, as a huge net of cuts appeared on its body. Blood kept pouring out of it, dyeing a huge part of the lake red. Demon Cut. The Demon Master had also attacked. He twisted his arm, and a curved blade shot out. The edge of the blade cracked on its own, turning into a tooth-like shape. It sliced through the wound of that fierce python. Swoosh, blood gushed out like a waterfall in a jagged pattern. The upper half of the fierce python slid down diagonally, dying a violent death in an instant. Master-level warriors are indeed powerful. They are still so powerful even without Jinyuan. Everyone who had noticed this scene was shocked. They now had a new understanding of master-level warriors. The lake was not that huge, but without Jinyuan, they had not reached the end of it even after a week. The lake was still so far away. On a piece of land, a lake was connected to a long river in the middle of the land. The long river divided many unique and wild buildings into two. At the riverside, a young man with golden fur was squatting there, his palm brushing the python's head. There are outsiders coming this way. There are 70 of them, and you have killed 20 of them. 2 of them are very powerful, having killed the Holy Snake Master. The teenager squinted his eyes and patted the python's head, letting it dive back into the river. He then stood up and said coldly, "With me, the Goldwind Saint's son, here, not a single outsider will be able to leave this place alive. They will all die." As the saint son of the Billowing Saint tribe, his power could be ranked in the top 10. Serenity, who had been kidnapped a year ago, was his sworn sister. She was supposed to be married to a more powerful saint son of the saint tribe. But, who would have thought that something like this would happen? If I am not mistaken, those 2 powerful outsiders should be master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Then, I will bring 2 priest elders over. Turning around, he walked toward the tallest building. Another 3 days had passed, and everyone finally saw the land. There were mountains and rivers on the land, which was no different from the outside world. The only difference was that the sky was always dark, and what was shining down from the gray clouds was not sunlight. Instead, it was a kind of light that was full of texture. Dong, the boat reached the shore, and the remaining 50 people jumped down one after another. What is this place? Why does it look a bit strange? Everything in the underground world is not right. What do you expect? After crossing the beach, a forest appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The forest seemed to have gone through countless battles, as the ground was full of holes. Trees had fallen one after another, and some places were even more horrifying than the quicksand. Everyone saw a small snake sink into the ground and never come out again. Carefully entering the forest, everyone did not even have the time to let out a breath before they heard 3 to 4 explosive sounds. 5 astral-reaching realm warriors were blown dozens of meters away like broken sacks, bleeding from every orifice. They died in an extremely sullen way. It's a trap. Yichen frowned. Morong Qingqing said, judging from the vibration just now, it should be a mental power explosion trap. I did not expect the people in this world to have already developed mental power to this level. We have just escaped from the tiger's mouth, and now we have run into a pack of wolves. We can only fight. Being treated as prey by the underground humans would not feel good at all. If they wanted to survive, they would have to fight. Everything else was just empty and unrealistic. On a high slope in front of them, a group of people appeared. The leader was a majestic young man with wide shoulders and a small head. His body was covered in luxurious golden fur, and there was a strange tattoo on his exposed chest, giving off a powerful aura. On both sides of him stood 2 white-haired old men. They also had tattoos on their faces, and their eyes were very sharp. Outsiders, you will die. The majestic young man spoke in a broken human language, which sounded a bit awkward. Old Man Sky Eagle laughed, he can actually speak our language. Although he only knows a few words, there must have been someone who came down before us. Master Jade River nodded, since the underground world exists, it must have communicated with the outside world. It is not strange at all. The majestic young man was indeed Goldwind Saint Sun. His gaze swept through the crowd, pausing on Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River for a while. Then, it landed on Yi Chen. He seemed to feel that Yi Chen was not simple. He sneered, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Finally, his gaze shifted to Morong Qingqing. Breathing slightly hurried, Goldwind Saint Sun said to the priest elder beside him, I want this woman. Don't kill her. Saint Sun's eyesight is not bad. This outsider woman has a good temperament, perhaps even above the saintess. The priest elder on the left grinned. The priest elder on the right said, why don't we bring her back to be our saintess? Today, I want her. As for the others, I will kill them all. Goldwind Saint Sun's eyes flickered with intense desire and killing intent. He raised his hand high and waved it down. Although the crowd did not know what he was talking about, they could tell from his eyes and actions that things would not end well. Damn, they all treat us as prey. Do they really think we are easy to bully? Slaughter them all. Kill. There was no need for any provocation. Including Yi Chen, everyone's heart was filled with killing intent, and their eyes gradually turned scarlet red. Swish 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 swish, the first to attack were Goldwind Saint Sun's group. Their weapons were spears that could be thrown. Under the support of their thoughts, the spears pierced through the air at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound, tearing apart the air and covering everyone. Go back. Anger flickered on Demon Ancestor's face. With a wave of his palm, his master-grade martial will gushed out. Pung! Suddenly, the priest elder on the left side of Goldwind Saint Sun made his move. A mental hammer smashed through Demon Ancestor's martial will, making it impossible for him to block the spear. The next moment, 3 or 4 astral-reaching experts couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying by the spears. Ding 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 ding, the bright sword light danced in the air, bouncing off at least 1/4 of the spears. Behind the sword light was Yi Chen, who was dressed in blue. Right then, he did not plan to hold back much of his power. If he continued to be killed like this, everyone would be killed, which was why this scene had happened. Oh. Interesting. He was actually concealing a part of his strength. Goldwind Saint Sun distinguished his strength based on what he had seen and heard. For example, when Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River joined hands to kill Elder Sacred Snake, this scene was seen by the messenger Sacred Snake, who informed him. As for Yi Chen, He was merely equivalent to an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert and wasn't particularly outstanding. Now that he had erupted, his strength had doubled. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. Glancing left and right, Goldwind Saint Sun said, "I'll leave the two who killed Elder Sacred Snake to you. There should be no problem, right? Saint Sun, rest assured. I, Xianxia, will make sure they never return." The priest elder on the left revealed a sneer. Goldwind Saint Sun was the Saint Sun of the Billowing Saint tribe. His talent and perception were impeccable, and his potential was huge. Therefore, although he wasn't weaker than Goldwind Saint Sun in terms of strength, his status was much lower. In the tribe, the Saint Sun and Saint Daughter were only below the Patriarch, and their status was extremely high. I, Bian, will certainly kill them. The priest elder on the right closely stared at Master Jade River. Goldwind Saint Sun nodded, "Very well, make your move." Hearing these words, the priest elder named Xianxia pounced toward Demon Ancestor. With a thought, an incorporeal consciousness armor condensed on his body. In his left hand was a shield flickering with a silver light, while in his right was a three-pointed, double-edged spear. Although subterranean humans didn't cultivate Xinyuan, because they cultivated body tempering techniques, their physiques were formidable. Their movements were as fast as thunder, as if an ancient mammoth was charging at the enemy at full speed. Courting death. Demon Ancestor's right hand tightened, and a 4-foot-long curved blade appeared in his hand. The curved blade had a thick back and a thin edge. With a wave of Demon Ancestor's right hand, a cold light flickered, and the air was immediately sliced open. Ding, the two exchanged blows for the first time, and they were evenly matched. "Your opponent is me." Seeing that Xianxia and the Demon Ancestor had started fighting, Bian was unwilling to fall behind. His hands danced like a net, creating many afterimages. In the next moment, the sky-covering intent net enveloped the Jade River Spirit Master, layer after layer. The Jade River Master narrowed his eyes and activated the Great Jade Spiral, which was propelled by his martial will. He protected himself in the center and allowed the net of will to envelop him. As for the others, they had been fighting for a long time. However, in comparison, the underground humans still had the absolute advantage. In terms of long-range attacks, the underground humans' mental power was the deciding factor. The long spears they threw out could easily pierce through the bodies of astral-reaching realm warriors. In close-range battles, the underground humans' physical strength was not something astral-reaching realm warriors could compete with. They were like beasts in human form, extremely powerful. However, the people from the outside world were not completely useless. In terms of battling techniques, the underground humans could not even catch up to them. The two were not even on the same level. Morong Qingqing's opponents were 3 underground humans. These 3 people were different from the other underground humans. They weren't in a hurry to take Morong Qingqing's life. It seemed that they had some plans. Ever since Morong Qingqing condensed the embryonic form of her martial soul, she could already use her martial will to enhance all aspects of her qualities. However, when faced with the intangible will, she couldn't end the battle quickly. "To be able to die by my hands is your honor." Goldwind Saint Sun walked toward Yichen step by step, his expression extremely relaxed. As far as he was concerned, personally dealing with Yichen was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, since he had nothing better to do, why not have some fun? Yichen couldn't understand his opponent's words, but it didn't mean he couldn't see his opponent's contempt. He stood in place without moving, his back straight like a sword about to be unsheathed. The sharp aura of a sword artist pervaded the surroundings. Goldwind Saint Sun sneered and suddenly raised his hand. Pucci, an incorporeal will blade brushed past Yichen's neck, leaving behind a 100-meter-long scar on the ground. As for why it didn't hit, it wasn't because Goldwind Saint Sun was lenient, but because Yichen tilted his head at the crucial moment, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad. Goldwind Saint Sun curled his lips. You take a sword attack from me as well. Yichen didn't care if his opponent could understand him or not. The destruction sword was unsheathed instantly, and he slashed upwards, causing a bright sword light. Boom, Goldwind Saint Sun had underestimated Yichen in the end. He didn't expect Yichen's sword attack to be so fast and unexpected. Without enough time to dodge, he could only arrange an indestructible will barrier in front of him, which was then quickly thickened and widened. The invisible sword light condensed from the destruction sword intent clashed with the will barrier, causing the ground to crack and crack. The surrounding trees cracked into pieces, turning into ashes. Goldwind Saint Sun himself was caught off guard and had to back out dozens of steps before he could neutralize the impact of the sword intent. Swinging his palm, he glanced at his left shoulder, where a piece of golden fur had been shaved off. Bits of hair were fluttering in the air, and his face looked terrible. "Very well, you've finally piqued my interest. I wonder how you're going to block this next attack." Goldwind Saint Sun's expression turned serious. Yichen wasn't as easy to take care of as he had imagined. Of course, he still hadn't considered Yichen as a formidable opponent. He was just a bit more serious. "Metal Storm." Goldwind Saint Sun opened his mouth and shouted. The air in front of him was immediately expelled, and countless will blades shot out like a torrential storm without any pattern. Clang! 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 Yichen shattered the will blades one after another. Because of his fast sword speed, it seemed like he had only attacked 3 or 4 times. In fact, he had attacked at least 17 times, and each sword attack would cut apart a straight line of will blades. The asterisk starred, "Die for me." The ground under his feet collapsed. Goldwind Saint Sun took a step forward, and as he did so, more will blades were formed. With a single point as the center, they started to spin crazily, creating a horizontal tornado made of will blades. The tornado had a cone-shaped tip, attacking towards Yichen at a high speed. Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the destruction sword with both hands, Yichen used his destruction sword intent to push out his best and sharpest attack, the Sky Thunder Cut. With a single sword attack, it seemed like the world was being torn apart. The tornado made of will blades was split into 2, causing Goldwind Saint Sun's attack to fail on the verge of success. Impossible. How can his sword intent be so powerful? Goldwind Saint Sun's expression finally changed. In the Billowing Saint clan, he had condensed his martial spirit a year ago. Once his martial spirit was formed, his will was equivalent to a Sea of Soul realm expert in the outside world. Moreover, after the will was transformed into will, its offensive power would increase by several folds. It was definitely not inferior to a master-level martial will. If Yichen could block his full power attack, wouldn't it mean that his sword intent was at the master level? To have a master-level sword intent in his 20s was simply unimaginable. At least in the history of the underground world, such a person had rarely appeared. Due to the huge commotion caused by their battle, Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River both noticed this scene. Their expressions were astonished at first, then turned profound. No one knew what they were thinking. Daoist Ironwood and Old Man Sky Eagle were also astonished. Although they knew that Yichen wasn't an ordinary astral-reaching expert, and seemed to have condensed a sword soul, they didn't expect his sword intent to reach such a level. Could it be that his talent and willpower was a peerless genius that appeared once in 10,000 years? Like the ancient Sword King, his sword Dao aptitude was blessed by the heavens, and he was favored by the heavens? Are you serious? We actually have a true dragon-grade genius among us. If this news were to spread, it would raise a huge commotion. True dragon-grade genius? Isn't this overestimating him a bit too much? Absolutely not. As an astral-reaching expert, he has a master-grade sword intent. If you say he isn't a true dragon-grade genius, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yeah, he's indeed worthy of being called a true dragon-grade genius. In the entire southern sector, there are no more than 5 people who can be called true dragon-grade geniuses. Among them, 2 barely qualify, and can only be considered as true dragon-grade geniuses. Despite the intense battle, the Sea of Soul realm experts were still chatting. The shock brought by Yichen was too great. It should be known that in a certain sector, peak geniuses were the peak geniuses, and their number was around 5. But in a sector, peak geniuses weren't enough. After all, a sector had around 5 peak geniuses, and in 8 or 9 sectors, there would be 40 or 50 of them. It was simply too much, and couldn't reflect their rarity. Therefore, peak geniuses were also divided into different levels. The first level was for ordinary peak geniuses. Needless to say, only geniuses with extremely high aptitude in all aspects could enter this list. Strength was not the only criterion. The second level was for true dragon-grade geniuses. The so-called true dragon had to have the potential to attack life and death realm. As for how to judge them, it was actually quite simple. Apart from reaching the peak level in all aspects, they also had to have a world-shaking ability. For example, Yichen had a master-grade sword intent at astral reaching realm, which was enough to shock the world. Even if you have a master-grade sword intent, I'll still crush you. Goldwind Saint Sun roared and spread his arms, seeming as if he was hugging an incorporeal ball. Then, he fiercely attacked Yichen. Gotcha, the ground was plowed with a curved semicircle mark. This mark was formed so quickly that it seemed to have been formed abruptly without any warning. At that moment, Yichen and the people around Yichen all felt as if time had stagnated, as if space had been frozen. The mental attack from Goldwind Saint Sun had slowed down their thinking. High-density thoughts. Yichen's heart tightened. The strength of Goldwind Saint Sun was truly not to be underestimated. If this thought attack landed, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. But that doesn't mean it has no weaknesses. His willpower was condensed into a ball, which had the most destructive power. But, it was also because it was a ball that it could not be perfectly executed. Pushing his soul power to its limit, Yichen threw out a sword attack at the weakest point of the ball-shaped willpower, which was the most unstable and imperfect place. Pop, the sphere of consciousness dissipated and blasted a large pit. Goldwind Saint Sun's extraordinary strike did not pose much of a threat to Yichen. It was like a thunder roaring but a raindrop falling. Seeing that the first strike was effective, Yichen took a step forward and slashed out a second time before Goldwind Saint Sun could. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Goldwind Saint Sun flew back with a pale face. Saint Sun. Sangqing and Bian were shocked. They were very clear about Goldwind Saint Sun's strength. He was definitely not weaker than them, and could be ranked in the top 10 of the tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the #1 expert of the young generation of the Billowing Saint tribe. But now, he had been defeated by a blue-robed sword artist who was even younger than the Saint Sun. The two wanted to help Goldwind Saint Sun, but Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River were not easy to deal with. Their attacking power might be weaker than Yichen's, but their speed and defense were horrifying. The two could barely maintain the situation, so how could they escape? Shoot! The number of people brought by Goldwind Saint Sun surpassed Yichen's group in the end. Seeing that Goldwind Saint Sun was in danger, some of them took out short spears from their backs and threw them at Yichen. Yichen did not disregard the short spears. His defense could be said to be his weak point. It was worse than any Sea of Soul realm expert who had condensed a martial soul. With the amplification of his consciousness, even if these short spears could not kill him, they could still heavily injure him. It was not worth the risk. The destruction sword brandished several beams of light, chopping down all the incoming short spears. Yichen slightly bent his knees and suddenly shot up. In the next moment, a huge crack appeared where he was just a moment ago. The soil around the crack turned into dust, and the attacker was none other than Goldwind Saint Sun, who had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Yichen. With the support of his subordinates, Goldwind Saint Sun was able to withstand Yichen's attacks. He seized the opportunity and took advantage of the time when Yichen was exhausted from dealing with the short spears to quickly condense his consciousness attack, wanting to catch him unprepared. He truly didn't expect Yichen to react so quickly, easily dodging his killing blow. Puff 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 puff, dodging Goldwind Saint Sun's sneak attack, Yichen did not immediately charge forward and fight a life-and-death battle. Instead, he followed the inertia and floated near the group of subterranean humans that had besieged him. With a shake of his right hand, a sword light shone brilliantly and blood splattered. Psyche Cage. Seeing Yichen killing his subordinates as if he was chopping vegetables, Goldwind Saint Sun clenched his teeth and created a psyche barrier around Yichen, wanting to trap him inside. Then, he would gather his subordinates and launch several volleys. However, just as the psyche cage was formed, Yichen walked out with sword steps. That thin psyche barrier simply couldn't bear his casual sword strike. Too powerful. Is he still an astral reaching expert? Yi Chen had killed a lot of subterranean humans, and the more he killed, the more he saved a few astral-reaching experts. These astral-reaching experts, seeing Yi Chen slaughter the subterranean humans so easily and tear apart Goldwind Saint Sun's ace attack, couldn't help but be stupefied. In their eyes, even Yin Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River weren't this fierce. Even Master Grade Sword Intent couldn't explain Yi Chen's power. Breaking away from the psyche cage, Yi Chen's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in Morong Qingqing's direction. One of the people surrounding Morong Qingqing glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and was greatly alarmed. However, before he could say a second word, his throat was slashed, and he died without any hesitation. The other two were somewhat alarmed and wanted to move closer to Goldwind Saint Sun. However, Morong Qingqing's eyes and hands were sharp. She shot out like a butterfly and slammed her palm on the chest of the person on the left. With a gotcha sound, the chest of the person struck caved in. Blood and minced meat spurted out of his mouth. He immediately suffered a life-threatening injury and lost all his battle strength. The other person was overtaken by Yi Chen, who had a strange footwork, and his neck was pierced. Yi Chen was just about to deal with Goldwind Saint Sun when his soul power sensed a large group of people advancing at high speed. The leader's aura was incomparably powerful. Merely his gaze gave off a soul-tearing oppressive feeling. A peerless expert is coming. Faintly changing their expressions, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing sucked in deep breaths and raised their speed to the limit. In a few blinks of an eye, they were already 1 li away. Goldwind Saint Sun thought of something and roared, "Don't let a single one of them escape." Yes. The group of underground humans dispersed, sealing Yin Demon Ancestor and the rest. Yin Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River exchanged a glance and simultaneously abandoned their opponents, fleeing the battlefield. They were very clear that the newcomer was even more powerful than the two of them combined. In terms of will, it was at least equivalent to a Taoist grade expert. And once the will transformed into intent, it would be more than 3 or 4 times stronger, enough to sweep through everyone present. Pung pung pung, how could the underground humans encircling them be the opponents of Yin Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River? With a single clash, a gap was torn open in the encirclement. Old Man Sky Eagle, Taoist Black Snake, and the other Sea of Soul Realm experts also saw that something was amiss. They closely followed behind Yin Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River, frantically flying away. Rock Spirit Warrior and Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior's luck wasn't too good. Just as they were about to move, they were intercepted by Goldwind Saint Sun. The result was self-evident, and they died on the spot. Just like this, the originally anxious battle instantly collapsed as the reinforcements of the billowing saint race approached. Not a single person wanted to fight to the death, wishing that their parents could give them a way out so that their speed could surpass the others. Kill. Kill. In less than 5 breaths' time, the number of casualties surpassed the previous battle. Less than 20 people survived, and among these 20, there were still 7 or 8 people in the encirclement. Rumble, with a huge sound, the 7 or 8 people in the encirclement were completely annihilated. The one who acted was the white-haired old man who had just arrived. His body was similarly covered in golden fur, and his 2 eyebrows were extremely conspicuous, like 2 flying dragons. Great Elder! Xianxia and Bian bowed. The white-haired old man looked at Goldwind Saint Sun. How could so many people die? Goldwind Saint Sun sucked in a deep breath and said gloomily, "I miscalculated." Apart from the 2 people reported by the sacred snake, there was another more powerful person. I couldn't stop him. Before departing, the clan had already received the news of the outsiders. The arrival of the billowing saint race's great elder was within his expectations. The white-haired old man nodded and raised his eyes to look at Yi Chen and the rest several li away. Suddenly, his brows raised and he said in a low voice, "Not good. That's the conveyor gate of the sacred land. You 3 follow me. The rest of you return to the clan to rest." Swish, as soon as his words faded, the white-haired old man shot out like an arrow leaving a bow. Goldwind Saint Sun, Xianxia, and Bian didn't dare to be negligent and chased after the white-haired old man. The speed of the 4 was too fast, especially the white-haired old man. Under the amplification of his will, each step he took covered 200 to 300 meters. As he caught up to the Sea of Soul Realm experts, he waved his palm, and a frightening will storm instantly crushed them to death. There's a conveyor gate on that mountain. Hurry! At this moment, speed was life. If they were not fast enough, they would be caught by the white-haired old man sooner or later. With the means of killing Sea of Soul Realm experts in an instant, even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be his opponent. Yichen pulled Morong Qingqing's hand. His sword intent surged to the limit, bringing the two with him. Flawless. The white-haired elder's willpower was unbelievably powerful. With a thought, two huge mental power webs were formed instantly, blocking in front of Yichen and the others. It seemed like they were about to close up. Yichen frowned. The white-haired elder's will net could not be mentioned in the same breath as Goldwind Saint's sons. It looked like a huge net, but in fact, it was covered by a thin layer of wool without a single gap. Apart from that, these two wool nets were not just one layer, but 3 layers. If the 3 layers were stacked on top of each other, then it would be fine. However, these 3 layers were unique, intertwining with each other without any connection point. Yichen was very clear that it was impossible to cut open the wool net in a short time. By the time he did so, the white-haired elder would have already caught up. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he had to break through the 2 wool nets before they closed. If he was one step slower, then he would die. Thinking up to here, Yichen's forehead swelled like a diamond bead. The sword soul embryo in his soul sea blossomed with halos one after another. Surging sword intent swept out like raging waves, wrapping around Yichen and pushing him forward at an extreme speed. At this moment, Yichen's sword soul embryo was fully activated for the first time. How could Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River not see how frightening the wool nets were? They also did not have the confidence to tear them apart in an instant. After all, martial wool was still inferior to sword wool in terms of offense, and the difference was not just 1 or 2 levels. Wind Escape. As a master-level expert, Demon Ancestor had created 2 profound sense martial skills. One was Demon Chop, and the other was Wind Escape. As for using Earth as Sky, it was not created by him. Instead, he had cultivated the profound sense martial skills of his predecessors. Wind Escape, as the name suggested, was a profound sense movement art. Demon Ancestor had only created it in the past 10 years. Although he had lost his Jin Yuan and could not display the essence of this movement art, he did not have too many thoughts about it at the moment. With a flash of the grey whirlwind, the figure of the Demon Ancestor disappeared. Master J-Driver's reaction was not slower than Master Demon's at all. The profound movement art he had used was thousandly in one stroke. One could tell that it was extraordinary just from the name alone. In fact, this movement art was indeed extraordinary. It was only a step away from the mid-grade profound, and was at the peak of low-grade profounds. The Jade River Spirit Master's figure paused for a moment, and his speed became more and more exaggerated. There was no obstruction along the way, and even the naked eye could not catch up to him. Xiao, Yichen brought Morong Qingqing and broke through ahead of time. At this moment, the mental power net was about to close up. Just when the 2 mental power nets were about to close up, the Demon Ancestor slashed them apart and rushed out of the blockade with Master Jade River. The white-haired old man's face darkened when he saw the scene. He didn't expect that his all-out attack would still allow the 4 of them to escape. If they were allowed to enter the sacred land through the teleportation gate, where would the billowing saint tribe hide their face? One had to know that this had happened once a year ago. The white-haired old man stretched out his left hand and clenched it. Puff, at the same time, the 2 spiritual power webs merged together and formed a circle, completely trapping Old Man Sky Eagle, Taoist Black Snake, Taoist Iron Wood, and the others. Under their despairing gazes, the spiritual power web suddenly shrunk, squeezing them to death. At this point, only Yichen and the other 3 were left in the underground world. They had suffered heavy casualties, and even the Taoist masters had died. They were less than 50 miles away from the mountain peak with the teleportation gate. In the past, 50 miles would only take 2 to 3 blinks of an eye for a grandmaster. Unfortunately, in the underground world, they couldn't break the speed of sound no matter how hard they tried. There was a huge difference. Shoo 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 shoo, Goldwind Saint Child and the other 2 kept attacking Yichen and the other 3. Mental power blades, spears, and hammers rained down like a torrential storm. If not for the fact that the distance between them wasn't too close, the chances of the 4 escaping was less than 30%. Even now, they were still in a precarious situation. 40 li, 30 li, 20 li, seeing that the four were about to reach the peak, the white-haired old man took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Seems like we have to get serious." Hearing this, Goldwind Saint Child and the other two were shocked. They couldn't care less about attacking Yi Chen and the rest, and frantically retreated. At the same time, they set up layer after layer of mental power barriers, as if something terrible was about to happen. Taking a deep breath, the white-haired old man suddenly roared out loud. With him as the center, a shapeless mass of consciousness began to spin unbelievably, like a rolling snowball. The scope of the consciousness storm grew larger and larger, and the spinning power grew stronger and stronger. It seemed as if a void tornado that connected the sky and the earth had risen in the void, spreading rapidly in all directions, affecting the surroundings. Not good. Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River were behind Yi Chen and the other two, and were the closest to the white-haired old man. As soon as the mental power tornado formed, they felt a suction force sweeping over, reducing their speed. They realized that this mental power tornado was no different from the one they came in with. The only difference was that it was 10 times or even 100 times stronger. The asterisk starred. Demon Ancestor was furious. As far as he was concerned, apart from the high and mighty life and death kings, nobody had ever been able to force him into such an awkward situation. Not even the famous master-level experts could do it. After all, there was a huge difference between being defeated and being beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If we were on the surface, none of us would need to be afraid of him. Master Jade River felt both sullen and helpless. At this moment, they could only think of one sentence: a tiger falling into a plain would be bullied by dogs, and a dragon swimming in shallow waters would be toyed with by shrimps. Even at his peak, the white-haired old man would be equal to them, perhaps even inferior. Come here. The white-haired old man had no interest in the two's sullenness. He continued to push his mental power, and the rotation speed of the mental power tornado suddenly increased, making it impossible for Demon Ancestor and Master Jade River to advance. Of course, the white-haired old man's movements were also very slow. At this critical moment, a cruel light flickered in Demon Ancestor's eyes. Master Jade River sensed it and said in alarm, "Demon Ancestor, you dare, why wouldn't I dare? 2 dead is better than 1 alive. Master Jade River, you can die in my place." A palm imprinted on Master Jade River's chest. Demon Ancestor borrowed the recoil to advance at high speed, while Master Jade River spurted out a mouthful of blood and was swept away by the mental power tornado without any suspense. He still wanted to resist, but the white-haired old man's mental power was so powerful that he couldn't resist at all. In a few moments, he was heavily injured, and his head exploded by the white-haired old man's fist. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen didn't feel anything. At this critical moment of life and death, he would have done the same. Of course, this was on the premise that the two didn't have any deep friendship. Don't even think of escaping. After killing Master Jade River, the white-haired old man looked at Demon Ancestor, Yi Chen, and the other two once again. With a thought, the tornado became more and more powerful. Even the smaller mountains were swept over, shattering into pieces. Some of the rivers even flowed back, seeming to be sucked into the tornado. Soon, feeling that the sucking power of the tornado was getting more and more powerful, Yi Chen had no choice but to push his sword spirit to its limit, activating his sword intent to increase its speed. The good thing was that the sword intent was indeed a great weapon when it came to increasing speed. The sucking power of the mental power tornado had just reached him when it was sliced open, giving Yi Chen more space to escape. 9 li, 5 li, 3 li, 1 li, when there was still 1 li to go, Yi Chen could already clearly see the patterns and the marks left behind by the passage of time. Demon Ancestor was right behind him, and the distance between them was less than 150 meters. The 3 of them, 2 in front and 1 behind, were in a race against death. Several li away, with the aid of the mental power tornado, the white-haired old man could easily sense the 3 of them. He slightly slowed down the mental power tornado, and then suddenly increased it again. This slow seemed insignificant, even superfluous. However, the effect it had was incomparably huge. It was like fishing. If you pulled on the fishing line without letting go, the fish would be in a deadlock with you. However, if you loosened the fishing line and suddenly pulled it up, the fish would be instantly pulled up. Yi Chen and the other two's situation was similar to the fish. Under the white-haired old man's ingenious manipulation, their feet actually left the ground, and instead of advancing, they retreated. Demonic palm imprint, annihilation. A black light flickered in Morong Qingqing's eyes. She turned around and struck out with her palm, and the suction force was reduced by 30%. The demonic palm imprint's annihilation could annihilate all living things, but it did not include will. Unfortunately, mental power was not will. Although mental power was many times stronger than will, it was also because of this that it was no longer pure, and could be traced. Morong Qingqing's palm had directly scattered a portion of the mental power, transforming it into pure will. Naturally, the suction force was reduced by a lot. Of course, it was also because the distance was too far, and the white-haired old man's mental power was relatively weak. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Feeling his body lighten, Yi Chen grabbed the opportunity and arrived beside the passage gate with a few flashes. Then, he brought Morong Qingqing into the whirlpool. You're dead for sure. When we reach the outside world, I'll make you die without a burial place. Yin demon ancestor gnashed his teeth while throwing out 2 high-grade artifacts and roared, "Explode!" Rumble, the high-grade artifacts did not explode, but the Yin demon ancestor's will that was stored inside exploded. This bit of will explosion did not pose much of a threat, but it was precisely because of this bit of will explosion that the deadlock situation became unbalanced. Yin demon ancestor's calculation was correct. 1 high-grade artifact was not enough, and only 2 high-grade artifacts could barely break the balance. The reason why the will could explode was because high-grade artifacts had the ability to store a bit of will. Otherwise, if one's own will exploded, their martial spirit would completely collapse, and they would be deader than dead. Swish, not caring about the heartache of losing 2 high-grade artifacts, Yin demon ancestor's figure flickered, disappearing into the passage gate. The mental power tornado dispersed, and the white-haired old man flew over with a pale face. He reached out his hand to grab the somewhat damaged high-grade artifact, and said with an ashen face, "I don't believe that every outsider can pass the Holy Land's trial. If you can't, all of you will become new stone statues." The Holy Land was not the Holy Land of the Billowing Saint clan, but the Holy Land of the first layer of the underground world. It was said that it was closely related to the Holy Land of the second layer. A year ago, Serenity was supposed to be married to a powerful saint son of a saint clan in the second layer of the underground world. At that time, she and that outsider young man had just left the Holy Land, causing the Billowing Saint clan to lose a lot of face. The Holy Land was very dangerous. If the underground humans entered, they would most likely die. No, not even 1 out of 100 would survive. However, what made the underground humans puzzled was that the chances of outsiders surviving in the Holy Land were much higher. At least, there were many examples of that. The greater the danger, the greater the benefits. The Holy Land had existed since the ancient times, and contained many secrets and treasures. Every 100 years, the Billowing Saint clan would organize a team to enter the Holy Land, and so would some of the surrounding saint clans. This time it had not even been 100 years. Being alone, the white-haired elder did not dare to enter. Head elder, did they enter? Goldwind Saint's son and the other 2 flew over. The white-haired elder said expressionlessly, "This matter is over. Let's go back." No matter how unwilling he was, this mission had failed. Count them lucky. But, I wonder how long this luck will last. Who knows, the next time we enter the Holy Land, we might see their statues. Goldwind Saint's son said coldly. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo, the black gale blew everywhere like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Everywhere it passed, it would let out a woo woo sound, and the towering mountain peaks would be shaved off. The moment Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing appeared, they saw a gust of black wind blowing over. The 2 subconsciously strengthened their defense. What surprised them was that the Zhenyuan that had been compressed in the deepest part of their dantian broke free and formed a layer of protective Zhenyuan outside their bodies, firmly protecting them. The Zhenyuan here is not restricted, Morong Qingqing said after resisting the black wind with some difficulty. Yi Chen said, "My spirit power is still being suppressed." No wonder they did not catch up. When the spirit power was suppressed, the soul would also be suppressed. Once the soul was weakened, the will would naturally be affected. As for how much the will was suppressed in the underground world, Yi Chen did not know. Pitter-patter, as the black wind collided with Yi Chen's protective true essence, it issued a continuous series of explosive sounds. A faint feeling of dizziness suddenly appeared. Yi Chen finally noticed the black wind. After carefully identifying it, he said, "This is the soul-scattering astral wind. It is an astral wind formed from the combination of metal origin energy and dark origin energy. Not only that, but there is also a faint trace of will contained within, making this astral wind comparable to astral energy. The difference between the astral wind and the astral qi was that the former was mixed with the air, which had more impurities. Therefore, its power was not as powerful as the pure astral qi. However, with the enhancement of the weird will, the astral wind's power was not weaker than the astral qi, which was powerful enough to threaten 99% of the astral-reaching realm warriors. I wonder if the Yin demon ancestor has entered?" Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. "He should be coming in. But there is no need to worry." Yi Chen knew what she was worried about. Since this place could not suppress Jin Yuan, then the Yin demon ancestor would be a true master-level expert after entering. Even if the two of them joined hands, they would not be able to defeat him with a single hand. However, they did not have any enmity with the Yin demon ancestor, nor did they have any conflicts of interest. Even if they met, it would not be a big deal. As for the future, they could talk about it in the future. The Yin demon ancestor had indeed entered. However, he was not in the same place as Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. The moment he came out, a strange gale faintly emitting 3 colored lights blew over. Its might was incomparable, almost the same as an all-out attack of an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert. However, the next moment, the Yin demon ancestor let out a sigh of relief. He discovered that he could finally use Jin Yuan. With Jin Yuan, what could these 3-colored gale do? Green, yellow, black. It's actually the soul-leaving astral wind. No, it contains a weird will. Its might is not inferior to the astral qi formed by the fusion of 3 kinds of Yuan qi. The Yin demon ancestor was somewhat astonished. He had never heard of a will contained in the wind. Was it man-made or natural? Walking on the desolate and hard ground, the Yin demon ancestor was fearless. As long as he had Jin Yuan, not to mention his battle power increasing by several folds, his life-saving means had also increased. The only thing that made him feel a bit pained was that he had lost 2 upper-grade artifacts in order to get rid of the white-haired old man. It should be known that even if he was a master-level expert, he did not have many upper-grade artifacts. At this moment, he only had 1 upper-grade artifact left. The Yin demon ancestor's brows twitched. As he retreated, he slashed out with his blade. Poochie, the huge centipede that had just popped out had its head chopped off, black juices splattering everywhere. 9th grade ancient demonic beast, Black Mountain Centipede. The Yin demon ancestor recognized the centipede with a single glance. A centipede died, but it did not stop moving. Although the centipede had its head chopped off, its lower body still broke out of the ground and swept toward the Yin demon ancestor. Courting death. The Yin demon ancestor sneered. Being chased by the white-haired old man had always annoyed him, and he had been wondering where to vent it. With a wave of his blade, dozens of saw-toothed blade chi crisscrossed. The centipede was instantly dismembered, its flesh scattering in all directions. While the Yin demon ancestor had dealt with the Black Mountain Centipede, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were besieged by a group of 7th-grade ancient demonic beasts, snake-scaled wolves. The snake-scaled wolf was a mutated demonic beast. Its body was like a wolf, but it was several times bigger than an ordinary wolf. It was more than 2 meters tall, and it had no fur on its body. Instead, it had scales that flickered with dark blue radiance. These scales were very small compared to its huge body, only the size of a thumb. However, it was precisely because of this that the densely packed scales of the snake-scaled wolf had a very high defense, comparable to some 8th-grade demonic beasts. From time to time, the snake-scaled wolf would spit out a ball of black light, bombarding Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. Like a porcupine, countless sword chi shot out from Yi Chen's body. After a round of attacks, a large number of snake-scaled wolves died. With Yi Chen's strength, not to mention a large group of 7th-grade demonic beasts, Even a large group of 8th-grade demonic beasts would not be able to do anything to him. Just as the two of them were about to eliminate all the snake-scaled wolves, the remaining ones seemed to have sensed something and ran desperately in a certain direction. Yichen did not think that the snake-scaled wolves were afraid. He had killed so many of them before, but they were not afraid at all. Following the gaze of a snake-scaled wolf as it turned around, Yichen turned his head to look. On the horizon, a layer of black chi was moving towards them. The speed of the black chi was extremely fast, allowing Yichen to clearly see its appearance. Rather than calling it black chi, it would be more accurate to call it black mist. This black mist that covered the entire mountain was like a ghostly mist, from which ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Faintly, Yichen could see many blurry human faces and human bodies, as well as the vague silhouettes of some demonic beasts. Wherever the black mist went, the demonic beasts that were hidden in the depths would be swept out. Their bodies would rapidly decay, and a mass of light would merge into the black mist. Soul Devour. Yichen's complexion changed. Not caring about hiding anything, he took out his flying puppet from his storage ring. Yichen had 2 flying puppets, a leopard puppet and a rock puppet. The leopard puppet was equipped with mid-grade spirit stones, while the rock puppet was equipped with upper-grade spirit stones. This way, he could change them at any time at a critical moment. At this moment, Yichen took out the rock puppet. "Get on." Leaping onto the back of the rock puppet, Yichen said. Morong Qingqing was somewhat astonished and quickly jumped on. Swish, with the upper-grade spirit stones as the driving force, the rock puppet's speed was as fast as an aurora. In 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, its speed had increased to 5 times the speed of sound, then 7 times the speed of sound, and then 10 times the speed of sound. It was as fast as lightning, leaving all the snake-scaled wolves behind. "This is an upper-grade flying puppet?" Morong Qingqing asked. Yichen nodded. "I found it in the ruins of a puppet sect branch. Its maximum speed is 10 times the speed of sound. Comparable to ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. However, it consumes upper-grade spirit stones. The black mist speed was at least 6 or 7 times the speed of sound. The snake-scaled wolves were overtaken without any leeway to resist. Their bodies decayed one after another, and their souls floated out. The scene was extremely spectacular and horrifying, as if they had arrived at a hellish world. Half an hour later, the two of them rode on the giant rock puppet and traveled 25,000 miles away, leaving the soul-devouring black fog far behind. Putting away the rock puppet, the two landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, it was a wilderness overgrown with weeds. Strangely, they could see a stone statue every few meters. These stone statues were either standing, sitting, lying on the ground, or buried in the soil. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but the expressions of the stone statues were vivid and lifelike, as if they had a mind of their own. Their originally expressionless faces all had a hint of a strange smile. They don't look any different from the statues in the stone minaret. Yichen recalled that the stone minaret had fallen into the underground world together with the undying altar. There might be some unknown relationship between the two. Kacha. When he passed by a half-buried statue of a stone man, a few cracks suddenly appeared in the soil beside the statue. Morong Qingqing cautiously said, "There's something inside the statue." As soon as she said those words, the statue broke out of the soil. A cold smile appeared on its stone face as it twisted its arm and punched toward the two. Heaven's rebuke. Morong Qingqing's palm met the attack, and the statue was knocked back dozens of meters by the repulsive force. Kacha, Kacha. Kacha, the surrounding stone golem statues all came to life, and the smiles on their faces were either eerie or demented. If it wasn't a cruel smile, it wouldn't look like a normal smile. It gave off a chilling feeling, and it was incredibly evil. Sky Thunder Cut. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. He threw out his most powerful sword attack. The sword light was like snow as it cut down 7 or 8 statues in a straight line. The statues were cut open, and black smoke rose from the broken parts. Then, the upper parts reconnected without a trace of damage. Undying Body. Yichen and Morong Qingqing both thought about the undying body. They had come to the underground world because of the undying body. It was very unlikely that the undying body had nothing to do with the underground world. However, this kind of undying body was too creepy, and normal people wouldn't choose it. Of course, it was just their guess. No one knew what the real undying body was like. Demonic palm imprint. As more and more statues rushed over, Morong Qingqing threw out a palm imprint in the direction with the most number. The palm energy contained the annihilation attribute, caused all the statues in the area to float in the air. As if they had lost their gravity, they were immediately annihilated. However, in the next moment, the black smoke once again gathered the countless stone powders and reformed the statues. The undying stone statue was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Seems like I'll have to use the attributed sword intent. Back in the Sun God Palace, Yichen had used the slaughter sword intent to shave off a lot of the undying monsters Yuan Qi, making them unable to recover their peak battle power in a short period of time. The more they fought, the weaker they became. At this moment, the slaughter sword intent naturally couldn't be used, because the opponent was not a living being. It was the same Sky Thunder cut, but because it contained the destruction sword intent, it was much more powerful than the ordinary Sky Thunder cut. As the sword slashed out, the destructive aura released by the sword was enough to make people tremble in fear. The weeds in a straight line instantly lost their vitality. Not only did they wither, but they were also incinerated into black powder. The blazing sword light swept out in all directions, causing the dozen statues to pause for a moment. Several large and small sword scars appeared on their bodies. At this moment, the black smoke within the sword scars couldn't come out at all. Every strand that came out would be erased by the remnant destruction sword intent. The destruction sword intent had restrained the undying bodies of the statues. Restrained? Morong Qingqing didn't know much about attributed sword intent. She only knew that once one comprehended an attributed sword intent, one's sword Dao would far surpass others. For example, a life and death king who comprehended an attributed sword intent would be stronger than a life and death king with ordinary sword intent. As for why some life and death kings couldn't comprehend an attributed sword intent, it was not only because of their comprehension ability, but also because of their soul. After all, there was a gap between people. No matter how rich a cripple was, he would still be a cripple. As far as she knew, Yichen had more than one attributed sword intent. He should have 3. One person comprehending 3 attributed sword intents was something that had never happened in the history of True Spirit Continent. If he could cultivate 3 attributed sword intents to the life and death realm, his sword Dao would be absolutely terrifying. As for whether he could surpass the ancient Sword King and become the second Sword King or the first Sword Emperor, she couldn't be sure. After all, comprehensive development was much more difficult than a single development. Even if he was 8 in every aspect, he might not even reach 10 in one aspect. Reaching the pinnacle of any aspect would be extremely frightening. However, no matter what, as long as Yichen reached life and death realm, his achievements would not be low. Green Lotus Mountain Splitter. Holding the green lotus sword, Yichen waved it in a circle. Immediately, a huge sword light shrouded in a destructive aura turned into a perfect blue sun, chopping all the statues in its range into 2. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the black smoke gradually thinned out. Let's go. There was no need to clash head-on with these statues. Yichen chose a direction and continued forward, with Morong Qingqing following closely behind. After walking for a long time, the two didn't encounter any new statues. Gradually, the two arrived at the side of a huge river. The river was dozens of li wide and immeasurably long. In this dusky environment, the river gave off a cold and emotionless feeling. On the riverside stood a huge stone stele with 6 large black words written on it. Demon Statue Heart, Soul Extinguishing Wave. For a moment, the two couldn't understand the meaning of these words, but they didn't pay any attention to it and continued forward along the river. After traveling for about 10 miles, the river gradually became turbulent, forming whirlpools. It turned out that this place was the intersection of 3 rivers, and on one side of the intersection stood a huge black mountain. The position of the black mountain facing the river was actually a 100 meters tall stone statue built on half of the mountain. The stone statue was built according to the mountain, and it was one with the mountain, completely indistinguishable from each other. The stone statue's color was azure with a hint of black. It was sitting there, and its hands and feet were not those of a human's, but those of a demonic beast. For some unknown reason, the two felt an extremely frightening demonic intent from the stone statue. Under this demonic intent, the entire stone statue seemed to have come to life. It was clearly a demon statue. Demon statue heart, could it be referring to this demon statue? No matter how I look at it, this demon statue is not an ordinary one. Yichen was very clear that since the stone statue could come to life and surround them, this demon statue should be even more powerful. He just didn't know what the demon statue's heart was referring to. Sitting near the intersection of three rivers, the demon statue overlooked the common people. The turbulent river did not calm down because of it, but instead became even more violent and soul-stirring. If this was the outside world, it was unknown how many cargo ships would have met with mishaps here. Buzz, the demon statue's eyeballs suddenly turned, and as its eyeballs turned, the wind and clouds in the world changed, and waves rose up from the river, rushing towards the two. In the next moment, the demon statue suddenly stood up. The moment it stood up, the space around it trembled, and a terrifying demonic intent covered the sky and earth, radiating out in all directions. Demonic will. Yichen took a deep breath. He wasn't surprised by the demon statue coming to life. What surprised him was that the demon statue contained a completely different martial will. It was clearly the extremely rare demonic will. The demonic will was the same as the sword will, both originated from the martial way, but it had already formed a perfect system. In ancient times, those who possessed the demonic will were the true demons. After splitting apart the waves with a sword, Yichen and Morong Qingqing looked straight at the demon statue. Rumble, the demon statue's body was slightly stiff when it stood up, but when it punched out, one could see how fast it was. Before the fist arrived, the fist pressure had already scattered the gray clouds in the sky. Under the enhancement of the demonic will, the majestic fist force seemed to be able to penetrate through the earth. Without any hesitation, Yichen met the fist force with his sword. Instant, thunder rumbled in the sky, and everything within a radius of dozens of miles darkened. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, pouring down thunder and lightning. The river below was directly evaporated into the sky by the explosive power of the sword chi and the fist force, revealing the pitch-black riverbed. Involuntarily, Yichen glided hundreds of meters away, his clothes fluttering in the wind like flags. Force field cut. Morong Qingqing's intuition told her that the demon statue would be of great use to her, so she also launched an attack. Two completely opposite force fields clashed together, forming a horrifying cutting power, cutting towards the demon statue's head. At the same time, she pushed the sky demon power field to its limit, just in case. Crack, the demon statue's reaction was very slow, and the cutting force field cut out a huge cut on its neck. Of course, compared to its body size, the cut was still a bit small, so it was not a big deal. Its eyes turned to Morong Qingqing, and it threw out another punch. Puff, the sky demon power field outside Morong Qingqing's body instantly collapsed, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood, flying back several thousand meters. However, in Yichen's eyes, it had a different meaning. As far as he was concerned, this was Morong Qingqing's true strength, or close to it. Otherwise, ordinary extreme astral-reaching experts would not be able to survive this strike, even if they had condensed a martial soul embryo. Sucking in a deep breath, the sword intent on Yichen's body became increasingly dense, piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. His entire body seemed like an unsheathed peerless sword. Swish, extending his body, Yichen shot toward the demonic statue and slashed out in the air. The might of this slash was unfathomable. Half of the demon statue's body was almost cut open. What made Yichen a bit surprised was that the demon statue didn't have an undying body, and the cut couldn't be healed. As for what was pushing it, it was probably the remnant demonic will. The demon statue's body swayed, but it still threw out a stiff punch. The range of the fist energy was too large, and Yichen couldn't avoid it. Therefore, he could only block with his sword and retreat several hundred meters, his blood and chi boiling. At this moment, Morong Qingqing charged over with blood staining the corner of her mouth. Facing the demon statue, she used the Sky Demon Palm Imprint's Sky Rebuke. Originally, this palm couldn't pose any threat to the demon statue. However, Yichen's sword strike had cut open half of the demon statue's body, causing its upper body to sway, as if it would collapse at any moment. This caused Morong Qingqing's palm strike to cover its body with cracks. The demon statue, covered in cracks, didn't feel any pain. It punched out, and with a swish, a finger unexpectedly fell off. It turned out that it was already falling off when it clashed with Yi Chen. Now that it punched out, the finger shot out at an unimaginable speed, containing a tyrannical demonic will. Danger! Yi Chen swung out a sword light, cutting off the demon statue's finger. However, the demon statue's finger that had lost half of its finger still hit Murong Qingqing, bringing her body several miles away. In midair, Murong Qingqing's blood stained the finger, and a shocking scene happened. The finger and the demonic will on the demon statue in the distance left the body, pouring into Murong Qingqing's soul sea between her eyebrows. Without the support of the demonic will, the demon statue suddenly collapsed. Only the right part of its chest remained, flying towards Murong Qingqing. The demon statue's heart, so that's how it is. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the entire demon statue was a demonic inheritance. In its chest, there should be the soul destruction wave. Murong Qingqing cultivated the demonic cultivation method, so she naturally accepted this demonic inheritance. As the demonic will poured into her soul sea, a strange look flashed across Murong Qingqing's face. Seeing the piece of the demon statue's chest flying towards her, she reached out and caught it. Pack, the stone shattered, revealing a piece of jade, a black jade. Are you okay? Yi Chen flew over and asked. Murong Qingqing shook her head. I'm fine, but my martial will has directly transformed into the demonic will, and the embryonic form of my martial soul has also become the embryonic form of the demonic soul. Furthermore, it has advanced one step, approaching the true demonic soul. The soul has its own characteristics. Since the demonic will has accepted you, it means that you are suitable for the demonic Tao. With the Battle King's vast knowledge, how could Yi Chen not know about this? Some people couldn't comprehend the sword soul. Apart from the comprehension ability, it was also related to the soul. The soul could only accept ordinary sword wills, so it would be hard for one to have an elemental sword will. Murong Qingqing's martial will had smoothly transformed into the demonic will, which meant that she was naturally suitable for the demonic Tao. Without thinking too much, Murong Qingqing focused her attention on the black jade. It was shining with a soft light, and it was very warm to the touch. As she poured in her Jinyuan, a picture suddenly appeared in her mind and started to play. On the crimson wasteland, a real demon floated under the crimson moon. The demon had black bat wings on its back, 2 horns on its head, and silver pupils. There was no skin on its body, only a layer of armor. The demon was more than 2 meters tall, and from its appearance, it looked no different from a human. However, at a glance, there was only one feeling in the depths of one's heart, and that was that it was strong. It was not strong in terms of strength, but strong in nature. It seemed to be a powerful existence that was above humans. In front of the demon was a human in a black robe. If the demon was a natural demon, then this black-robed man was a postnatal demon. There was a black aura lingering around his body. This aura seemed to have a spirit, wisp by wisp. Boom, the evil demon with bat wings on its back chopped out with a hand-blade, and a dark light covered the sky. Suddenly, the sky was shattered, and the earth cracked. Soul-extinguishing wave. The black-robed man raised his head, and his eyes revealed an arrogant and domineering look. He shook his palm, and the same black light condensed into a ball, which then shot out in a fan shape. Its power increased continuously, and not only did it cancel out the evil demon's attack, it even sent the opponent flying hundreds of miles away. In silence, the evil demon seemed to have lost its soul, and its body fell from the sky without a trace of injury. Murong Qingqing, who was still in shock, tensed up. In her mind, the black-robed man smiled at her, and the fan-shaped light drowned her thoughts. Yi Chen did not disturb Murong Qingqing, who was still motionless. He had the experience of receiving profound sense martial arts, so he knew that during the process of receiving information, his mind would be in a mess, and he would not be able to wake up for a while. If he disturbed her forcefully, it might hurt her spirit. After a long time, Murong Qingqing opened her eyes. So, the soul-extinguishing wave is a low-rank profound sense martial art, and its attack focuses on the soul. If the soul defense is not strong, no matter how strong the body is, it would be useless. Yi Chen was slightly surprised as he said, a low-rank profound sense martial art that focuses on soul attacks. This is almost equivalent to a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. The soul was different from the body. It was extremely fragile. If an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert were to grasp the soul-extinguishing wave, they would be able to kill a Taoist or even a master-level expert. Of course, this Sea of Soul Realm expert would also be instantly killed. Hiss, while the two of them were talking, a horned serpent suddenly shot out from the river that had just been refilled. The horned serpent was unknown in length, and its thickness reached an astonishing 10 meters. Its entire body was covered with scales the size of washbasins, and its head, which was the size of a tall building, was no different from an awl. As the serpent flicked its tongue, it was like a blood-red spear that was more than 10 meters long, and its speed was ridiculously fast. A strong gust of wind swept across, and the horned serpent pounced towards the two of them. The demonic aura that soared up into the sky caused the sky to darken once again. Lightning bolts streaked across the sky, striking down vertically. A few mountains nearby were forcibly blasted away, and charred rocks flew all over the sky. Morong Qingqing wanted to test the strength of the demonic will. Her body did not move at all, and she sent out a palm that contained an unparalleled demonic will. Pung, the horned serpent snapped, and a huge palm imprint appeared on its forehead. Black chi rose from the palm imprint, and the serpent's huge body was blasted away before it could completely leave the river. Its head smashed into the mountain where the demonic statue was, and it died instantly. An 8th-grade ancient demonic beast could not even withstand a palm strike from Morong Qingqing. It should be known that ancient demonic beasts were much more powerful than the current demonic beasts. A 7th-grade ancient demonic beast could contend against 8th-grade demonic beasts, and an 8th-grade ancient demonic beast was equivalent to a 9th-grade demonic beast. Even if it was not as powerful, it was not much weaker. However, it was still killed in one strike. The might of the demonic will was unfathomable. As the owner of the demonic will, Morong Qingqing understood the pros and cons better than Yi Chen. She said, the demonic will is similar to the sword will in that it discards the amplification of defense and strengthens the offense. Moreover, it seems to have some side effects that are not really flaws. The same path of attack? Yi Chen was very clear that there was no strong or weak will. Martial will walked the path of balance, developing offense, speed, and defense. The sword will was the strongest in offense, followed by speed, and the weakest in defense. The demonic will was probably the same. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such power. As for the subtle differences, he did not know. After all, he and Battle King had both comprehended sword will. Let's go. We might be able to find a way out here. At this moment, Yi Chen no longer wanted to obtain anything. His only thought was to leave this underground world. Morong Qingqing nodded. Looking at the hundreds of meters tall stone statue, Yin demon ancestor's face twitched. It was fine if it had the strength of a Taoist, but it actually had an undying body. No matter how he hit it, there was no damage at all. This left him completely helpless. Rumble, the stone statue punched out, and the wind from the fist scraped off layer after layer of the ground. Yin demon chop. Yin demon ancestor raised his blade and went up. One statue and one man fought for hundreds of rounds, but they could not do anything to the other. In the end, Yin demon ancestor had no choice but to give up and use earth as sky to knock the statue down. He then used the Yin wind escape technique and quickly left this place. 1 day and 1 night. After flying for a whole day and night, Yin demon ancestor finally got rid of the statue. The other party's speed almost made him collapse. Fortunately, it was still a bit slower than him. After a whole day, that bit of speed increased to tens of thousands of li-en. There is a huge mountain range in front. On the plains, Yin demon ancestor looked at the distant mountain range. It was very different from the mountain ranges outside. The mountain was black, and the sky was also black like night. However, outside of the mountain range, it was a dusky day. The two formed a sharp contrast. Let's go in and take a look first. Just like Yi Chen, the Yin demon ancestor did not have the urge to get the undying body anymore. Of course, the undying body was placed right in front of him. He just wanted to leave the underground world and return to his own world. Otherwise, he would not be able to guarantee his own survival if he continued to stay here. No matter if it was the underground humans or the stone statues, they both made him feel extremely tired. Swish, increasing his speed to about 8 times that of sound, Demon Ancestor carefully entered the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, 2 figures were flying. They were precisely Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. With the demonic will and the devil soul embryo reaching the critical point, Morong Qingqing's speed was not much inferior to Yi Chen's. Her combat power had even doubled. Her gains could not be said to be small. There's something strange over there. Morong Qingqing's vision was extremely powerful. Even from thousands of li away, she could see the abnormality in the center of the mountain range. That area was filled with a layer of faint white light, as if there was a huge source of light. Let's go over. Yi Chen had also seen it, and his speed had increased by 30%. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the place where the light was shining. The scene in front of them surprised them a bit. What entered their eyes was a vast valley filled with white light. Although it was called light, it was actually a bit like fog. To be more precise, it was countless rays of light entangled together. These rays of light were extremely twisted and wriggling unceasingly. Throwing a stone in, and seeing that there was nothing strange, the two operated their protective Jin Yuan and walked step by step into the valley. The white rays of light made contact with the protective Jin Yuan soundlessly, and there was no effect at all. However, the two could feel that the white rays of light and protective Jin Yuan had made contact. Moreover, there seemed to be some interaction between the two, as if they wanted to fuse together. After walking for dozens of li, the two saw an altar, an enlarged version of the Undying Altar. It was 100 meters tall and 400 meters wide, with 6 pillars that looked like they could support the heavens, reaching all the way into the pitch-black sky. The white rays of light were seeping out from these pillars. However, the higher they went, the darker the light became. The surface of the altar was the most dazzling. Undying Altar, it should be the Undying Altar. I didn't think there would be an Undying Altar here as well. Yi Chen carefully examined it and could confirm that this altar was exactly the same as the one he had seen when he first entered. The only difference was probably the size. Arriving near the altar, Yi Chen found another beam of light shooting out from the center of the altar, shining on the opposite rock wall. The rock wall was as smooth as a mirror, just like the wall of a god. It was grand and vast, emitting a boundless ancient aura. Meanwhile, the light was shining on a hollow in the center. Surrounding the hollow were many human-shaped pits of different sizes. The big ones were around 100 meters, while the small ones were only a dozen meters. In front of the rock wall was a stone stele. On the stele, there were 4 ancient characters, Undying Rock Wall. Could there really be an undying body? Undying Altar, Undying Rock Wall, and the pits on the Undying Rock Wall. Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something, but at the same time, he didn't seem to have thought of anything. He only knew that he needed to remember something, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to solve it. Morong Qingqing said hesitantly, "Don't you think that the size of these pits is the same as the statues in the Stoneman spell?" "Yes. They are the golem statues." With Morong Qingqing's reminder, Yi Chen immediately recalled that these pits were about the same size as the golem statues, even their shapes were similar. In order to solve this puzzle, they would have to replace the golem statues that fell from the surface. However, that rainforest was too far away from here, and the two of them had no way to get out, let alone bring them here. How could they accomplish their goal? Forget it, let's see what mysteries this Undying Altar has. Yi Chen focused his attention on the Undying Altar. Looking at the base of the altar, Yi Chen saw an inconspicuous crack. This wasn't a crack caused by damage, but a crack formed by 2 objects sticking together. The altar seemed to be able to rotate. Clatter clatter, placing his palm on the edge of the altar, Yi Chen pushed it in a certain direction. Just as he expected, the top half of the altar slowly rotated, and the light emitted from the center of the altar began to change colors. 3 colors, 4 colors, when the radiance changed from single to 6 colors, the entire Undying Rock Wall started to tremble. Shortly after, a radiance was emitted from the human-shaped crater on the wall. This radiance was so penetrative that the surface of the wall turned transparent, as if it was a huge piece of 6-colored unpolished jade. In the next moment, the Undying Rock Wall shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. The pitch-black sky instantly turned white, and halos spread out continuously. What's going on? Demon Ancestor raised his head and looked at the center of the mountain range. Outside the Holy Land, in the rainforest of the first layer of the underground world, the stone statues that had fallen from the surface suddenly trembled. All of a sudden, all the stone statues left the ground and flew towards the Holy Land. Along the way, the stone statues suddenly disappeared into the void. This scene was witnessed by the Greenwood St. Clans clansmen. They thought that they had seen a miracle, and their mouths were wide open. The stone statues didn't go through the conveyor gate, but directly broke through the spatial layer and arrived in the Holy Land. A strange thing happened. The stone statues in the Holy Land seemed to have sensed the invasion of the foreign stone statues. All of them revived and roared furiously in the direction of the flying statues. Some of the closer ones even chased after the stone statues and attacked crazily, giving off a horrifying feeling of killing each other. Pung! 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 The foreign stone statues blossomed with a resplendent radiance. All the stone statues that came into contact with the radiance instantly crumbled, and their undying bodies lost their effects. The stone statues flew at a very fast speed, appearing and disappearing in the void. In almost a dozen blinks of an eye, they arrived at the radiant valley, and then arranged themselves in a formation in the air, embedding themselves into the human-shaped pits on the undying rock wall one by one. Originally, the radiance of the undying rock wall had illuminated the heaven and earth. However, when the stone statues returned to their positions, the radiance quickly retracted and concentrated inside each statue. Complicated patterns appeared on the statues' bodies, and these patterns connected with the obscure patterns on the undying rock wall, forming a complete map. The radiance then followed the map to the center of the undying rock wall, right above the hole. Rumble, a dull sound rang out, and a long stone was pulled out. Although the stone was not gold, it emitted a golden light that was purer than gold. Through the slightly transparent golden stone, Yichen and Morong Qingqing could see that there was a scroll sealed inside, a golden scroll. The golden light was emitted by the scroll, and had nothing to do with the stone. Golden scroll. As the initiator, Yichen could naturally tell that the golden scroll was extraordinary. He had a hunch that the golden scroll recorded the cultivation secrets of the immortal body. Buzz, cracks gradually covered the surface of the stone, and rays of even stronger golden light leaked out, causing the stone to look like a golden hedgehog. This was not the end. On top of the stone, a golden shadow gradually took shape. The golden shadow's face was blurry, but the aura it emitted was enough to make people want to worship it. Golden light, golden shadow. Could it be the immortal body? Thousands of li away from the center of the mountain range, Demon Ancestor's face flashed with astonishment. Back then, when he had obtained the map of the immortal body, there was also a picture on it. On the picture was a golden scroll. Within the golden light emitted by the scroll, there was a golden shadow sitting cross-legged, which was extremely similar to the scene in front of him, although he did not see the golden scroll. Immortal body, yes, it's the immortal body. Who opened the restriction and allowed the immortal body to reappear in the world? Bastard, I want him dead. The immortal body belongs to me. All of a sudden, Demon Ancestor went crazy. What was the purpose of his painstaking research for 50 years? It was still for the immortal body. Previously, he had lost the motivation to search for the immortal body. It was not that he did not care, but because he had not found it, and his body and mind were exhausted. But now, the immortal body was right in front of him. Anyone who tried to stop him would die. His eyes turning bloodshot, Demon Ancestor flew toward the center of the mountain range with his fastest speed. Gotcha, the stone shattered, and the golden scroll reappeared in the world. Eh? It's not a physical object, but an energy body. Yichen used his eyesight and discovered that the golden scroll was not a real scroll, but a construct of golden energy. The words on it were faintly discernible, emitting a rhythmic undulation. The golden scroll paused for a moment, then suddenly exploded. Boundless golden light rushed toward Yichen and Morong Qingqing. At that moment, the two even felt that time had stopped, and they could not sense anything. They could not think of anything, and the only thing left was the golden light that filled their vision. Puff, suddenly, Morong Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood and was blown away by the golden light. Yichen, on the other hand, did not receive any injuries, and was drowned in the dazzling light. The requirement of the golden scroll on the soul is higher than low-grade profound martial skills. No wonder. Morong Qingqing looked pensive. She more or less understood that it was not the golden light that repelled her. In fact, she had been eliminated, and her soul quality was not enough. The golden light gradually converged, forming a golden light ball. Yichen was in the middle of the golden light ball, and his emotionless pupils turned golden. If one observed carefully, one could see that there were many strange characters in his pupils. These characters were too small, and were constantly rearranging themselves. The moment the light ball was formed, Yichen had already recovered his ability to think. He was startled, and only checked his mind after realizing his current situation. It is indeed the undying body. And it is the undying body scroll. The cultivation secrets of the undying body contain too many characters. The first ones that were arranged correctly were the ones at the front. After they were arranged, Yichen could finally confirm that the golden scroll was indeed recording the undying body. However, the undying body seemed to have been separated into two scrolls, and he had only obtained the first one. As for whether there was a second scroll or not, it was still unknown. Soon, the characters were also arranged properly. The undying body scroll has 3 levels. The first level is flesh healing. Any wounds without any defects can be healed in an instant. The so-called wounds without defects were wounds that did not harm the foundation. For example, a cut on the body would be considered as wounds without any defects. However, if an arm or a leg was broken, it would not be without defects, but the foundation would be damaged. The first level would not be able to heal the foundation. The second level is limb regrowth. Severed head, severed arm, and legs can be healed in an instant, but it consumes life yuan qi. The more serious the foundation is, the more life yuan qi it consumes. If the life yuan qi is insufficient, it will not be able to heal completely. Once the life yuan qi is exhausted, limb regrowth will lose its effect. Limb regrowth didn't need to be mentioned. As long as one wasn't crushed into meat paste or split into too many pieces, one could recover. However, limb regrowth was different from flesh healing, as it consumed life yuan qi. What was life yuan qi? It was a person's innate yuan qi. Under normal circumstances, life yuan qi was very difficult to increase, and the gap between qi realm and astral reaching realm was not that big. However, from the astral reaching realm to the Sea of Soul realm, life yuan qi would suddenly increase by several folds. After all, after reaching the Sea of Soul realm, one's body would no longer be an ordinary body, and life yuan qi would naturally be incomparably powerful. The third level is flesh regeneration. A piece of flesh can be regenerated, but it consumes a huge amount of life yuan qi. Without enough life yuan qi, the regenerated body will be in a weak state, and the degree of weakness will depend on the amount of life yuan qi. The life and death realm undying body had a total of 3 levels. The first was limb regrowth, the second was flesh regeneration, and the third was blood rebirth. The undying body recorded on the golden scroll also had 3 levels. The first was flesh healing, the second was limb regrowth, and the third was flesh regeneration. In other words, the second and third levels were the same as the first and second levels of the life and death realm. If nothing unexpected happened, the realm of blood rebirth should be recorded in the second volume of the undying body. Unfortunately, there were no more characters here. Although flesh healing is not as good as limb regrowth, it's very important for me right now, and it's also relatively easy to learn. Although Yichen had the 3,000 years old blood sun flower and the greater half of the heavenly demonic flower, recovering from serious injuries would still require a lot of time. If he could successfully cultivate flesh healing, he would be able to recover to his peak state in an instant, and he wouldn't need to consume life yuan qi at all. Just think about it, in a life and death battle, the opponent would be riddled with scars while you were still in your peak state. The final result was self-evident. The golden sphere suddenly shrunk into a golden pellet and entered Yichen's Sea of Soul between his eyebrows. Yichen regained control of his body. At this moment, a figure entered the valley at lightning speed and saw Yichen and Morong Qingqing. He also saw the undying altar, undying cliff, and the statues on the cliff. The newcomer was precisely Yin Demon Ancestor. "Kid, let me ask you, where is the secret art of undying body?" Without any superfluous words, a cold killing intent flickered on Demon Ancestor's face as he unblinkingly stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew that whatever he said would be useless, so he indifferently said, "No comment." "Hee, seems like you've obtained it. Hand it over, or die." Demon Ancestor didn't put Yi Chen in his eyes in the slightest. Under the condition of losing his Jin Yuan, he might be apprehensive of Yi Chen. But at this moment, the latter was no different from an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert in his eyes. He could kill him with a flip of his hand. Yi Chen indifferently smiled, "Perhaps you won't have the chance." Swish, as his voice faded, Yi Chen jumped onto the undying altar. Morong Qingqing received his message and climbed up almost at the same time. "What do you think you're doing?" Demon Ancestor had a bad premonition. He furiously roared and slashed at Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing on the altar. Rumble, the blade light bounced off, and the light of the undying altar protected the two within. "Do you think you can hide inside forever?" Demon Ancestor's aura soared. He extended his right hand, wanting to flip the undying altar. "I said, you won't have the chance." Using some unknown method, Yi Chen activated the huge undying altar, turning it into a beam of white light and fleeing into the distance. Demon Ancestor's face turned ashen as he crazily chased after. The undying altar's speed was unimaginably fast. It gave off the impression that it was leaping through the void. Each leap covered a distance of over 10 kilometers, and after 3 or 4 leaps, it was already over 50 kilometers away. In the end, it was only an illusory white dot. Demon Ancestor was worthy of being a master-level expert. His entire body was shrouded in an indistinct grey whirlwind as he chased after it. "Stay here." Following Demon Ancestor's roar, the space around the undying altar violently fluctuated, and the cosmos reversed. At the same time, a huge earthen yellow hand descended, wanting to grab the altar. Pop, the huge earthen yellow hand split open, and the undying altar broke out of the encirclement. Soon after, it disappeared into the void, completely disappearing from Demon Ancestor's perception. A sawtooth blade light flickered, almost splitting the space apart. Unfortunately, it was a step slower. Demon Ancestor's complexion turned unsightly as he halted. Although he knew that the undying altar was extraordinary, he didn't expect it to be able to escape into the void. No matter how powerful he was, as long as he couldn't tear open the space, he wouldn't be able to catch up. "When I, Demon Ancestor, leave, it will be your death, unless you can cultivate the undying body in a short time." Demon Ancestor wasn't clear on how difficult it was to cultivate the undying body, but compared to the undying body of a life and death king, one could imagine its difficulty. It should be known that entering the realm of life and death was not an easy matter, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the history of True Spirit Continent, the highest number of life and death kings in 100 years was merely 14, and the lowest was merely 8. Therefore, even if there were shortcuts, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to cultivate the undying body in a short time. Even 5 or 10 years might not be enough. White rays of light interweaved into a thin defensive layer, isolating the berserk spatial power outside. Occasionally, the density of the spatial power would increase a bit, and the undying altar would tremble a bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel like it was shuttling through the void. Standing on the vast undying altar, Yi Chen looked outside through the defensive layer. There were no objects in the outside world, only flowing colors. Because the colors were too dense, it was impossible to tell how many colors there were. Some that had been seen before, some that had not. These colors seemed to be liquid yet not liquid, gas yet not gas, solid yet not solid. They seemed to be very close, but they could not be touched at all. This is the power of space. Yi Chen suddenly thought of the void-shattering finger art. As a profound martial art, the void-shattering finger art required the space profound to activate, which was one of the most incredible profound out of all of the profound martial arts. The number of people who had mastered it could be counted on one hand. Therefore, even though he had obtained the third movement of the void-shattering finger art for many years, Yi Chen had never been able to make any progress, and had been stuck at the superficial level. Puff, after a moment of hesitation, Yi Chen flicked his finger. The invisible finger force passed through the defensive layer without any obstruction and came into contact with the power of space. A miraculous scene happened. Within the flowing space power, a spiral-shaped ripple appeared. It was about 10 meters long and 3 inches in diameter. Of course, this was just a visual observation. As for its true length and width, Yichen had no idea. He was currently sensing the connection between the space power and the void-shattering finger art. Space mentality. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed an astonished expression. True Spirit Continent had a saying that time reigns supreme and space reigns supreme. The meaning of this saying was that time reigns supreme among all profound mysteries. If time didn't reign supreme, then space would reign supreme. The reason why Xianhe was so powerful was because she had grasped the space profound. Among life and death kings, her strength was second only to Su King, and she was equally famous as the Evil King and Dragon King. However, this was the ranking of True Spirit Continent. Outside of True Spirit Continent, there was still the boundless ocean. Nobody knew what kind of terrifying characters were there. In any case, all kings were apprehensive of the boundless ocean. Puff. Puff. Puff, Yichen repeatedly used the void-shattering finger art. The defensive layer of interweaving white light didn't obstruct the energy flowing out, allowing Yichen's finger force to have 100% effect on the space power. As the number of times increased, Yichen's comprehension of the space mentality deepened. Space was like a great furnace. Besides time, everything else was its fuel. Grasping the concept of space was like gradually understanding this great furnace. When the concept of space reached its limit, it would approach the essence of space and enter the realm of profound meaning. But, the profound meaning of space was even more mysterious than the concept of space. The concept of space was to understand the great furnace, and the profound meaning of space was to grasp it. Grasping the great furnace was the same as grasping all living things. Faintly closing his eyes, Yichen extended his right hand, raised his index finger, and held his breath, seemingly condensing in incorporeal power. The undying altar shuttled back and forth at a rapid speed without any fluctuations. Standing on top of it, Yichen and Morong Qingqing had different expressions. One was motionless like a statue, while the other was gazing at the other with an unfathomable black light flickering in her eyes. Buzz, all of a sudden, Yichen opened his eyes, and his index finger pointed out without any trace. Outside the defensive layer of the undying altar, a splash appeared on the space power. Then, a spiral-shaped ripple spread out at an extreme speed. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. This time, Yichen broke all the previous records. For the first time, the spiral-shaped ripple broke through 20 meters and reached 25 meters. Huff, letting out a breath, Yichen felt very tired. This finger attack didn't consume a lot of Jinyuan, but the amount of essence, qi, and soul it consumed was beyond his imagination. If he used another finger attack, he might really fall to the ground. Void-shattering finger's third movement. I've finally comprehended 10% of it. However, 10% of the void-shattering finger's power is even greater than the Sky Thunder Cut. The space mentality is definitely several times more powerful than most mentalities. Unfortunately, 2 fingers is my limit. Unless it's a life or death situation, I can only use 1 finger. If 1 finger couldn't kill someone, he could still escape. If 2 fingers couldn't kill someone, then he wouldn't even be able to run. Therefore, from the current situation, void-shattering finger was a double-edged sword. If used well, it could become a life or death ace attack. If not used well, then he would lose his own life. Morong Qingqing couldn't tell how powerful void-shattering finger was. Time and space could never be judged by appearance. Although it looked ordinary, it was actually a fatal attack. However, void-shattering finger, which was powered by the space mentality, shouldn't be too bad. It might be another powerful ace attack. Thunder region, it was the region with the richest thunder yuan qi. It wasn't as big as Misty Snow region, and was considered medium in the southern sector. However, it was the strongest region in the southern sector, and had the most powerful warriors and geniuses, as well as the most sections. Thunder region had 4 great danger zones, and one of them was called Thunder Cry Grave. Thunder Cry Grave sounded like a graveyard, but it wasn't actually a graveyard as people understood it to be. From another perspective, it was a graveyard of thunder and lightning. Thunder Cry Grave was extremely vast, spanning 33,000 li from south to north, and 28,000 li from east to west. Due to the abnormal magnetic field, the air and underground of Thunder Cry Grave was filled with lightning, visible to the naked eye. Therefore, it was called Thunder Cry Grave. Every year, many people would come to explore Thunder Cry Grave, and the majority of the explorers' physiques were inclined towards Thunder attribute. Here, they could obtain Thunder attribute herbs, ores, and treasures, or even comprehend the Thunder mentality. It was also a pretty good choice. Old 6, do you feel that the lightning around us has become even more berserk? At the edge of Thunder Cry Grave's core zone, an astral-reaching expert said to his companion. The middle-aged man called Old 6 revealed an astonished expression. I thought I was the only one who had this feeling. Did you feel it too? That's right. In the past, the lightning's frequency wasn't this fast. I think we'd better leave this place. Thunder Cry Grave is known as a graveyard of thunder and lightning, but the number of people who died inside is also not small. You're right. Let's leave. The two's figures flashed, urging their Jin Yuan and rapidly flying towards the periphery. Crackle, 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 crackle. As the two had expected, the lightning's frequency was getting higher and higher. In just a few blinks of an eye, the frequency had doubled. After a quarter of an hour, the entire area was shrouded in lightning. A glaring radiance burst out ferociously like a blazing white sun. Rumble, the ground within several hundred li suddenly shook. At the center of the lightning explosion, a huge object broke out of the ground and rushed into the sky. It was wrapped in endless lightning, dragging a lightning flame tail behind it. Look, there's a lightning ball shooting out. The abnormality could be seen from thousands of li away. When the huge object rushed into the sky, it looked like a lightning ball with lightning coiling around it. When the huge object reached a height of 10,000 meters, its power disappeared and it fell down. The lightning it brought along collided with other lightning bolts, creating layers of explosions. Finally, the huge object steadily landed on the flat ground, and the lightning was dissipating. Finally, when all the lightning had dissipated, the huge object could be seen clearly. It was a 400 meters wide and 100 meters tall six-pillared altar. In the center of the altar stood two people, one male and one female. The male was dressed in blue and had a long sword hanging from his waist. He looked delicate and handsome. The female was dressed in a purple dress and had a light veil covering her face. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like cold stars. These two were indeed Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. They had been brought out of the underground world by the undying altar and came to the surface world. However, they did not know where exactly they were. Pop, the white light interweaved into a defensive layer, and the two walked out. Swish, suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared beside them, striking the ground and cracking it. Murong Qingqing muttered, if I'm not wrong, this should be the Thunder region. Only the Thunder region's Thunder Yuan Qi is this rich. Thunder region. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. The place of extreme negative energy was several million li away from the Thunder region. As for the strongest region in the southern sector, Yi Chen had long heard of it. To him, even if he did not come this time, he would come again in the future. So, it did not matter. The ground trembled slightly. Yi Chen turned around and saw the undying altar gradually sinking into the ground until it disappeared. Yi Chen, you and I are both new to the Thunder region. Why don't we take a stroll around? Murong Qingqing also didn't have the intention to go back. As one of the top geniuses in South River region, she always wished to look around and see how many powerful geniuses there were in this world. Staying in one place for too long would be detrimental to cultivation. It would be like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Yi Chen nodded, that's exactly what I was thinking. The two had the same destination, so they casually chose a direction. On the way, after some observation, the two found out that this region was one of the 4 great danger zones of the Thunder region, the Thunder Cry Tomb. Its danger was not inferior to the Blood Demon battlefield in the Star Lake. Of course, the danger of the Thunder Cry Tomb was only relative to people below the extreme astral reaching realm. Once one's battle power reached the extreme astral reaching realm, one could basically move unhindered in the Thunder Cry Tomb. When Murong Qingqing met Yi Chen, she already had the strength of the extreme astral reaching realm. Later on, she obtained the demonic evil stone and condensed her martial soul embryo, further increasing her battle power. Later on, she even transformed her martial soul embryo into a demonic soul embryo, and was close to the critical point. She was only a step away from the true demonic soul. Her battle power was not inferior to ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. If she cultivated the soul-extinguishing wave, she could almost rival Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen, even he himself didn't know how powerful he was. Sky Thunder Cut, Sword Steps, Martial Soul Embryo, 3 Great Attribute Sword Intense, Void Shattering Finger, any one of them was enough to shock the world, not to mention the Undying Body Scroll he had just obtained. Exiting the Thunder Cry tomb without any danger, the two rushed toward the nearest city. 10 days later, the two arrived at the bustling Thunder Lake City. Thunder Lake City and Thunder Lake Sword City only differed by a single word. It was the only major city in the Thunder region, the Thunder Empire. Thunder region is worthy of being the strongest region in the southern sector. The average battle power of the young geniuses far surpasses that of South River region. Morong Qingqing said with a sigh. Yi Chen said, humans are social animals, so they will always be affected by the environment. The martial culture in the Thunder region is undoubtedly stronger than the South River region. Along the way, the two often saw geniuses who were about the same age as them. Because of Morong Qingqing's beauty, there were also young geniuses who would come over to talk to her. Not a single one of these young geniuses wasn't an astral-reaching expert. From their mouths, they learned that they were quite famous in a certain region. However, when asked about the whole Thunder region, they were all speechless. They said that without reaching late astral reaching realm, there was simply no way to compete with them. Even if they reached late astral reaching realm, they would only be at the bottom. This made Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing rather speechless. It should be known that in the South River region, being able to reach the astral reaching realm under the age of 30 would be enough to make one famous in the whole region. But in this place, it was nothing. As one of the most important cities of the Thunder Empire, the Thunder Pool City had an astonishing flow of people. Normally, the geniuses of the other countries in the Thunder region would use this place as a gathering point, and there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going. The Storm Restaurant was one of the 3 biggest restaurants of the Thunder Pool City. It had 5 floors, and each floor could accommodate a large number of customers. It was the favorite place for young geniuses and rich and powerful disciples. In the lobby of the 5th floor, 4 young geniuses were talking loudly. I just heard that there was a strange phenomenon in the Thunder Cry tomb. A several hundred meters wide lightning ball broke out of the ground and soared into the sky. Since the Thunder Cry tomb is one of the 4 dangerous places of the Thunder region, it also has some mysteries. We've come all the way to the Thunder Empire. This is not the time to talk about strange things. Let's talk about the martial tea gathering hosted by the Thunder Princess. This is the most important event for the young generation of the southern sector. It happens every 2 years. The last one was hosted by the Edict Prince, and this one is the Thunder Princess' turn. You're right, let's talk about the martial tea gathering. In recent years, the martial tea gathering has become more and more influential. In the past, it was only attended by geniuses of our Thunder region and the neighboring regions. But, starting from the last one, it has already spread to the entire southern sector, including the regions closest to it. The geniuses of the southern sector all consider it an honor to participate. Of course. Didn't you see who hosted the last 2 tea gatherings? The Edict Prince and the Thunder Princess are both leading figures of the southern sector, and their strength is unfathomable. Although they haven't reached the Sea of Soul realm, they've both defeated Sea of Soul realm experts. On the west side by the window, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were listening to their conversation. Morong Qingqing said, I've heard about the martial tea gathering. They're right. In recent years, the martial tea gathering has become more and more famous, especially since the last one hosted by the Edict Prince. It has become a palace where the top geniuses of the southern sector gather. And, the Thunder Princess hosting this tea gathering is a genius on par with the Edict Prince. She's known as one of the top 5 geniuses of the southern sector. Yi Chen lightly drank a mouthful of wine. He had heard about the Thunder Princess from senior brother Wang of the Dragon God's Celestial Palace. She had the Thunder Spirit body, which allowed her to cultivate Thunder Jin Yuan with half the effort. She could comprehend thunder mentality or thunder profound several times faster than ordinary people. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to several years of bitter cultivation for others. 2 years ago, the geniuses of our thunder region were still the most impressive. I wonder what kind of geniuses will appear this time. The four seemed to be in high spirits, and their voices were getting louder and louder as they drank. Comparing the quantity and quality of the geniuses, of course, our thunder region would be the best. However, the region where Edict Prince is from is not to be underestimated either. There are 2 or 3 other regions that are not at a disadvantage, and are right behind the thunder region. Other regions such as Misty Snow region and Wavy Cloud region are also capable of producing powerful geniuses. On the contrary, South River region is at the bottom as usual. Last time, there was only one Xikongsheng. Although his strength is not bad, he can't be ranked at the top in the whole southern region. I really didn't expect him to be one of the top geniuses in South River region. Hehe, any top warrior from our thunder region would be able to sweep across the whole South River region. Even you and me can be the king of the whole South River region. South River region is the last place, but that mountain region is not any better. A young man sitting near the four could not hold it in anymore. His face turned pale as he sneered, "Nonsense. Do you think you can talk about all the geniuses in the world?" Hearing him, one of them looked over with a cold expression and said casually, "Please. Zhao Feng from the mountain region." Ha ha ha. Hearing him say that he was from the mountain region, the four started to laugh out loud. As far as I know, only the Cold Moon Spear and the Star Competition Mountain are a bit more powerful. Who are you, Zhao Feng? Don't come out and embarrass yourself. The four did not give Zhao Feng any face at all. You only talk about being powerful. Do you dare to fight me? Zhao Feng suddenly stood up and yelled. Why not? It is just that the blade is merciless. You deserve to be wounded by me. The young warrior in yellow did not even stand up as he said with a cold voice. What a great skill. Zhao Feng's weapon was an iron spear. Pouring his Jing Yuan into it, the iron spear swept out horizontally. The spear light turned into a roaring huge wolf, attacking toward his opponent. Break! The young man in yellow did not even take out his weapon. He made a grabbing gesture in the air with his right hand, and the huge wolf that was formed by the spear light was grabbed by the neck, shattering into pieces. Go back. With a twist of his right hand, the shattered spear light shot out at an even faster speed. Ding! Ding, dang! Dang! Sparks flew everywhere as Zhao Feng was blown back while holding his iron spear. He spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing through the walls of the 5th floor before landing on the street outside. So weak. The young man in yellow curled his lips. Seeing this, some of the geniuses from the mountain region on the 5th floor lowered their heads. Zhao Feng was not a nameless brat in the mountain region. He was at least ranked in the top 15 or even top 10. Even he had been defeated, so it would be useless for them to go up. Plus, it seemed like the other had not even used 70 to 80% of his power. How could they fight back? Unfortunately, the more they acted like this, the more the young man in yellow and his companions looked down on them. They felt that they had a higher evaluation of the mountain region, so they started to laugh out loud. Someone next to him laughed. Luo Qiu, I haven't seen you for a couple of months, and your power has improved again. I think you will be able to show off a bit in this tea gathering. The person who had attacked was quite famous in the Thunder region. He had reached the peak level late astral reaching realm a year ago, and had formed his martial spirit 3 months ago. It was exactly because of this that Luo Qiu and his 3 companions had the right to be so arrogant and look down on the South River region and the mountain region. Luo Qiu said lightly, beating him is not worth mentioning. If I mention it, it would only be an insult to me. But, I have to say something. People from the mountain region and the South River region should all go back now, in case they embarrass themselves in the tea gathering and lower the standard of the event. As he spoke, his eyes scanned around the 5th floor, his head slightly raised. The warriors from the mountain region were very frustrated, their faces turning red. It was their first time in the Thunder region, and they were planning to go to the tea gathering to see the level of the martial geniuses in the whole South region. But, who knew that they would be defeated before the tea gathering even started? Let's go. Some of the warriors from the mountain region could not stand the atmosphere anymore, so they lowered their heads and left with their companions. Only a small part of them stayed behind. Yichen put down his wine cup and said to Murong Qingqing, "Which one of us will do it?" It was not Yichen's style to stay low-key after being humiliated. Whether it was the South River region or the warriors from the South River region, they were all one. Murong Qingqing was about to reply when she suddenly said, "It seems like we do not need to do it anymore. I, Gu Yuyun, will battle with you." Two young people walked up the stairs. The leading young lady was indeed the number one of the hidden dragon rank from the South River region, Gu Yuyun, a disciple of the Floating Mountain Martial School and the descendant of the Stone King. Gu Yuyun had just arrived at the Wind and Rain restaurant when she heard Luo Qiu and his companions laughing at the South River region from the 4th floor, even asking them to leave the Thunder region. "So it is a girl. Are you from the South River region or the Mountain region?" Luo Qiu did not take Gu Yuyun seriously either. The young man standing right next to Gu Yuyun said without thinking, "South River region. Haha, you guys come together. Saves me the trouble of taking care of you one by one." If he could kick all of the warriors from the South River region and the Mountain region out of the Thunder region, it would definitely make Luo Qiu famous. He licked his lips, showing his arrogance. 2 against 1. It is not a fair fight. I alone will be enough. Gu Yuyun could tell that Luo Qiu was not a normal warrior. If he was in the South River region, he would not be weaker than Yan Qihua or Li Daoxian. However, she was not the same as before. With the bloodline of the Stone King, her cultivation had increased at a tremendous speed, reaching the peak level late astral reaching realm in just 4 to 5 years. If it were other martial geniuses, they would not be able to make it this fast. Because of the bloodline of the Stone King, it would be the most stable for training. Even if they did not work hard, their growth would still be faster than normal people. Of course, once the potential of the bloodline was used up, it would not be this stable anymore. Therefore, it was not without reason that the bloodline of the king was so valued. Martial geniuses could die easily, and they might not be as good as they were when they were young. But, the inheritor of the bloodline of the king would definitely reach a certain height if given enough time. The bloodline of the king was like a paved road, as long as one followed it, it would be enough. Take this. Holding her breath, Gu Yuyun extended her body, ignoring the 20 meters of distance between them. She appeared right in front of Luo Qiu, throwing out a fist that was shining with a yellow light. The corner of Luo Qiu's mouth curled up as he reached out his left hand casually. Dong, the two had hidden their power inside, not leaking out at all. But, the second they clashed together, their power clashed with each other. The aftermath of the attack shook the entire building, as if it was going to explode at any second. All of the young warriors in the lobby hurried to activate their Jin Yuan, trying their best to protect the building. "Let's go out and fight." After her fist attack had failed, Gu Yoyun's body turned blurry as she flew out of the building within a second. She was so fast that most of the young warriors could not even see her clearly. They only knew that she was definitely not someone that Zhao Feng could compete with. Otherwise, she would not be able to compete with Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu was a bit surprised as he chased after her. Judging on movement, he was not weaker than Gu Yuyun at all. He said, "No wonder you are so confident. You do have some tricks up your sleeves, but it is still not enough." The two flew out of the building one after another, hovering in the air above the Thunder Pool City. The rest of the young warriors were very interested in this battle, so they all came to the window seats and looked out. As for Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, they were already sitting by the window, so they could see everything by turning their heads. Boom! Bang 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 bang, in the sky above Thunder Pool City, the two of them fought fiercely. The shockwaves from their battle spread out in all directions, dyeing the sky red and yellow. Strong winds blew in all directions. Break! The red light on Luo Qiu's palm swirled and turned into a giant millstone. The millstone spun and smashed towards Gu Yuyun, who was dozens of meters away. Stone King Protective Fist. Gu Yuyun did not step back. She steadied her qi and blood, lowered her center of gravity, and poured out all of her Jin Yuan. She threw out a powerful punch. After throwing out a punch, Gu Yoyun's protective Jin Yuan layer thickened a little bit. The dark yellow light was like a small yellow sun, which was not blinding at all. Instead of being shocked, Luo Qiu laughed. His hands turned into claws and attacked towards Gu Yuyun. Every time his claws slashed out, a layer of the little yellow sun would be shaved off. It was obvious that Luo Qiu's claw art was much more powerful than his palm art. His extreme fire mentality also contained explosive power. Pap. Pap, pap. Luo Qiu's claw speed was way too fast. After throwing out dozens of claws, Gu Yuyun had only thrown out dozens of punches. The burning flame was extremely condensed, looking like red lava. Each drop of lava would turn into a fireball in the air, exploding violently. Her protective Zhenyuan started to dim down, but Gu Yoyun's expression did not change at all. She used all of her power to defend while attacking back with steady power, giving people a feeling that she would not be shocked even if the sky fell down. Morong Qingqing said, "She is indeed the descendant of the Stone King. Her training speed is extremely fast, and her understanding of the Stone King's martial art is also not the same as before. This Stone King protective fist art has already reached its extreme. I am afraid that with her power right now, she would at least be ranked in the top 5 of the whole South River region. The King bloodline is not just for show." Yichen could naturally tell how powerful Gu Yuyun was. When he was in the Hidden Dragon rank competition, Gu Yoyun's power was only around the top 10. If some of the young warriors who could not join the competition were added in, she would only be ranked in the top 15. However, after 4 to 5 years, Gu Yuyun had not stopped improving at all. It was not hard to tell that as she reached the astral reaching realm, the potential of the King bloodline had exploded. One day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of hard work for others. In terms of training, even Yichen was far behind her. Thinking about that, Yichen could not help but think about the other top martial geniuses in the whole South River region. He wondered how powerful they were right now. Thinking about it, Si Kongxing and Tua Baku would not be slower than Gu Yuyun, since the former also had the King bloodline, and the latter seemed to have the King bloodline as well. Stone King Fury. Every time she was hit by a claw, Gu Yoyun's body would store up a rebounding force. This rebounding force was not released, but it was getting stronger and stronger. When the rebounding force reached its limit, Gu Yuyun groaned and threw a punch with enough power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Boom, the explosive shockwave spread out in all directions. Luo Qiu had backed out for hundreds of meters under that punch, looking a bit messed up. "So, this is your ace attack." Waving his hand to shatter that thick attacking chi, Luo Qiu seemed to be thinking about something as he squinted his eyes. "Luo Qiu, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me that you cannot even beat her." Luo Qiu's friends were laughing, as if they knew that Luo Qiu's power was not just this. "What's the rush? I was just warming up." Luo Qiu did not seem to mind at all. Soon, he opened his eyes back to normal and said slowly, "With a martial genius like you in the South River region, it is not that bad. But, I will not go easy on you anymore. This world is a world of power, and it has always been like this." Gu Yuyun said, "You can do whatever you want. I, Gu Yuyun, will take it on myself." "All right." Luo Qiu took a step forward as he raised his right hand into a claw. 5 beams of red light extended out from his fingers, looking like a massive red sharp claw. The red sharp claw tightened, and the front curled into a hook. It had changed from a casual mode to a battling mode, looking no different from a real sharp claw. Dark red claw. Shoo! Luo Qiu appeared in front of Gu Yuyun, his right hand waving out the red sharp claw. It tore down, leaving a burnt black claw mark in the air. Swoosh, Gu Yoyun's protective Zhenyuan layer was shattered immediately. She could not even handle one claw attack. But, Gu Yuyun was prepared for it. She performed the second ace attack of the Stone King body protective fist art. Stone King double attack. Her left hand turned into a fist, and her right hand turned into a palm. The fist power contained an intense tightening power, while the palm power contained an unloading power. With one punch and one palm attack, Gu Yuyun managed to block out Luo Qiu's dark red claw attack. It was not over yet. The Stone King double attack did not only contain a fist attack and a palm attack, but also a combo attack. As soon as the dark red claw was blown away, Gu Yoyun's elbows attacked aggressively from the left and right. Crack, Luo Qiu, who was supposed to be the main attacker, had his protective Jin Yuan layer broken by Gu Yuyun. It seems like I have to get serious. Luo Qiu looked extremely serious. In terms of the same level of power, he had undoubtedly lost to Gu Yuyun. Although he did not want to admit it, there was no point in lying to himself. The good thing was that there was still a huge gap between him and his opponent, which was that he had already formed his martial spirit 3 months ago. With the help of his martial spirit, his battling power could still increase drastically. Back out. The burning fire element Xin Yuan exploded. Luo Qiu did not take a single step back, but Gu Yuyun was blown away. Martial spirit. Gu Yuyun frowned heavily. In terms of training, she was extremely talented, but forming the martial spirit was a training of the soul and will. She was no different from most of the other martial geniuses. With the martial spirit, her battling power could be increased by at least 40 to 50%. I still have a long way to go before I can form my martial spirit. Even with the Blood Evil Stone, it would not be enough. The martial spirit was not something that could be formed whenever one wanted to. One would have to reach the realm first. Once one reached the realm, there would be 2 choices. One would be to slowly accumulate the willpower, and the other would be to use the power of the outside to train it. Gu Yoyun's realm was not high enough yet. Luo Qiu's friends did not seem to expect that he had already formed his martial spirit. They all had their mouths wide open as they mumbled, "This tea gathering." Luo Qiu's ambition is not small at all. Forming the martial spirit is a sign of progress. We are all not as good as him. We were indeed exaggerating before. But now, I am sure that Luo Qiu would be able to sweep the entire South River region all by himself. As they were chatting, Luo Qiu attacked again. 100 Crack Claw. It was a simple movement, but with the help of his martial spirit, it was extremely aggressive. His attacking power and speed had all reached a new peak. Gu Yuyun backed out again and again, unable to fight back at all. Right then, the space in front of Gu Yuyun started to vibrate. An invisible power field wrapped around the claw shadows, twisting them and shattering them. Who? Luo Qiu was shocked as he looked over to where Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were. Morong Qingqing picked up a wine glass that was half filled with wine. She said lightly, "You said that there is no one in the South River region. I will sit here without moving. If you can get close to me, then you win." Morong Qingqing, Yi Chen. Gu Yuyun had just noticed Morong Qingqing and Yi Chen. It was not that she was not observant, but she was really attracted by Luo Qiu and his friends. Plus, there were a lot of young warriors on the 5th floor, and they were all about the same age. He is Yi Chen. The young man who came with Gu Yuyun was studying Yi Chen. In the South River region, Yi Chen was a legend, and the rumors about him had never stopped. All of the disciples from the powerful martial institutions had set Yi Chen as their goal. Of course, there were also a lot of people who doubted his power, thinking that he might not be as powerful as he used to be after all these years. There are 2 more from the South River region. Luo Qiu, leave them to us. Luo Qiu's friends attacked together, performing their top martial arts. Qin, that bright sword light shone all over the lobby as Yi Chen used his finger as a sword, waving it out casually. The next second, all of the windows on the 5th floor had been shattered, and the tables and chairs had all been blown away. That sharp sword aura had almost blinded everyone's eyes, and their souls were shaking. The 3 who were attacking even thought that they were being cut into pieces. Their confidence and aura had disappeared completely. Pooh, the 3 puked out blood as they were blown out of the 5th floor. What? He beat the 3 of them with one sword attack? No. He did not even use his sword. He only used his finger sword. In the Grand Hall, the young elites from the Thunder Territory and the neighboring territories were all shocked. In their opinion, since these 3 were Luo Qiu's companions, their strength would definitely not be bad. Birds of a feather flocked together, this sentence was applicable everywhere. Plus, that finger sword attack from Yi Chen was way too powerful. Although it was not aimed at them, they all felt like someone was pointing a sword at their forehead. Luo Qiu had a different opinion from the others. He knew clearly that without using his martial will, he would not be able to win against the 3 of them. Therefore, he knew how hard it would be to beat them with one finger sword attack. Was he really from the South River region? Since when did such a powerful martial genius appear in the South River region? Luo Qiu felt a bit dizzy as he stared at Yi Chen, who was still drinking. Right then, Yi Chen was like a great sword that had not been taken out of its scabbard yet. He did not dare to step forward, because once a sword artist's sword was taken out of its scabbard, there would be blood. It was just that he had already spoken ruthlessly earlier. If he were to leave with his tail between his legs, it would undoubtedly be extremely embarrassing for the Thunder region. He did not want to be criticized by the other geniuses of the Thunder region and be despised by them. Thus, he braced himself and continued to endure. Moving his gaze, Luo Qiu focused on Murong Qingqing again. Facing the sword artist in blue, I do not have a high chance of winning. But facing her, I should have a higher chance of winning. Plus, I just need to get close to her. Luo Qiu did not lack confidence. He had not used all of his power during the battle with Gu Yuyun. So, it should not be too hard for him to get close to Murong Qingqing. Letting out a breath, Luo Qiu said with a loud voice, I admit that what I said before was a bit biased. There are still 1 or 2 powerful martial geniuses in the South River region. But, lady, you are too arrogant. How hard can it be to get close to you? Let me show you. Shoo, his body flashed once, and 3 Luo Qius flew out from 3 different angles and in 3 different ways. Murong Qingqing swirled the wine in her glass. The crystal-clear wine swirled in the glass, one round after another. When Luo Qiu was 20 meters away from her, she raised the glass with her left hand and poured the wine out. Rumble, the wine, which could be drunk in a single gulp, poured out in torrents, turning into crystal waves that slammed into the 3 Luo Qius. Luo Qiu sneered, and his Jin Yuan erupted. Raging crimson fire waves clashed with the crystal waves, trying to evaporate the wine. However, the wine was not as simple as he thought. It was wrapped in a terrifying invisible force field, which made the wine look extremely heavy, as if it was made by the compressed water of a large river. With a poof, it pierced through the fire wave and hit Luo Qiu. Suck, everyone gasped. Luo Qiu had been blown away by just a glass of wine. This girl's power seemed to be no weaker than the sword artist in blue. Was the South River region really going to rise? Gu Yuyun had already returned to the lobby on the 5th floor. Seeing this scene, she thought to herself, Murong Qingqing is Murong Qingqing. I thought that my current strength has already surpassed her. Even Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian might not be stronger than me. It seems that I have been too optimistic. Second sister, are you okay? The young man who came with Gu Yuyun asked with concern. Gu Yuyun shook her head, I'm fine. I did not expect Murong Qingqing to be this powerful. I think she is even more powerful than Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian. Most likely, unless Yan Qihua and Li Daoxian have both made a special breakthrough. But even if they did, they might not be able to beat Murong Qingqing. The young man suddenly sighed, our head brother has not been back for 4 years. I wonder how he is now, and how powerful he is now. Second sister, do you think that when our head brother comes back, he will beat Yi Chen? He said the last sentence in a very low voice. Obviously, he did not want Yi Chen to hear it. Gu Yuyun did not answer directly. The young man was Li Jia, a disciple from the Floating Mountain Martial School. He was ranked 10th in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. His talent and comprehensive ability were both very impressive. Otherwise, he would not have the right to join the tea gathering hosted by the Thunder Princess. Li Jia was very young, and because of that, he thought very highly of himself. He did not like the fact that his head brother was not as powerful as Yi Chen. However, only the people who had participated in that year's Hidden Dragon rank competition would know how powerful Yi Chen was. It was not just his power, but that kind of unfathomable power. From the beginning to the end, no one knew where his bottom line was. Just when you thought he had used all of his power, in the next battle, his battling power would increase to the next level, and his hidden ace attacks would be endless. As for her head brother, Si Kongxing, Gu Yuyun still admired him a lot. In terms of talent, he had the bloodline of the Tsang King, which gave him a lot of potential. In terms of comprehensive ability, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the whole South River region. Both his talent and comprehensive ability were among the top. In just a blink of an eye, for years had passed, and her head brother's growth was definitely shocking. It should be known that the bloodline of the king level would only get brighter and brighter until the bloodline's potential was used up. I don't know either, because they are no longer people that we can guess. Gu Yuyun said slowly. Li Jia was speechless. Was the gap really that big? They were all astral-reaching realm warriors, so why couldn't they guess? Plus, now there was also Murong Qingqing. For no reason at all, he started to worry about his head brother. Before, there was only one Yi Chen, and now there was also Murong Qingqing. It had turned into a situation of 3 stars competing for the limelight. A glass of wine had forced me to back off. Luo Qiu's face started to burn, and his eyes started to turn red. It was not that he had not thought about what kind of trick Murong Qingqing would use to force him back off, but he had never expected it to be a glass of wine. Being forced back by a glass of wine in front of everyone, no matter how arrogant he was, it would still be very humiliating. Take my dark red claw. The martial spirit in between his eyebrows started to vibrate, and a light human shadow appeared on Luo Qiu's body. It was the sign of him pushing his martial will to its limit. He yelled and raised his right hand high above his head. 5 beams of red light extended out, turning into dark red sharp claws, attacking towards Murong Qingqing. Crack, the claw light had not arrived yet, but the powerful pressure had already left 5 deep marks on the street. Right then, Luo Qiu's battling power had been pushed to its peak. Sky Demon Palm Print. As Murong Qingqing waved her left hand in the air, a huge black palm print landed on the claw light. Boom! The claw light was shattered, and the huge palm print caused the gravity within hundreds of meters to disappear completely. Some of the buildings had only been scratched slightly, but the top half of them had already started to break down, floating in the air above the Thunder Pool City. Dark red armor. Luo Qiu's expression changed drastically as he crazily exploded his Jin Yuan, forming a thick dark red armor outside his body. It covered his entire body, and even his eyes were covered with a layer of red Jin Yuan crystals, shining with 2-foot-long red lights. However, the power gap between the two was too huge. Even with the protection of the Jin Yuan armor, Luo Qiu still could not handle a casual attack from Murong Qingqing. The armor was shattered inch by inch, and Luo Qiu puked out a mouthful of blood before being blown away. So powerful. Since when did these 2 horrifying martial geniuses appear in the South River region? One of them had beaten 3 martial geniuses from the Thunder region with only 1 finger attack, and the other had blown away the powerful Luo Qiu with ease. This kind of power would be shocking even in the Thunder region. With them participating in the tea gathering, even if the South River region might not be able to shock the world, they would at least be able to stabilize the situation. Calling these 2 the twin stars of the South River region would not be an exaggeration. Twin stars of the South River region. What a great title. If this spread out, the other martial geniuses from the South River region would be able to stand up straight. All of the young warriors in the lobby on the 5th floor started to discuss. They were very interested in Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. The group of martial geniuses from the Thunder region were not as arrogant as before, since they knew that they would not be able to compete with Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. If they were to be arrogant, they would only embarrass themselves, since they were not considered as powerful martial geniuses in the Thunder region. Yi Chen sat on the chair, shook his head and said, "It seems like he has not given up yet. Let's end this battle with this attack." Murong Qingqing said. Boom, the red light exploded like fireworks as Luo Qiu flew back. He did not care about the blood on the corner of his mouth as he said with a low voice, "If you can block out my last attack, then I, Luo Qiu, will admit defeat. Make your move." Murong Qingqing looked very calm. Just as Murong Qingqing finished her sentence, a wave of invisible heat spread out from Luo Qiu's body. Under this heat, all the pedestrians and residents within miles felt like they were on fire. One after another, they ran out of the area, looking horrified. In front of their eyes, all the houses around them started to smoke, and tiny flames started to rise up, bit by bit. Luo Qiu is going to perform his profound sense martial art. On the street, Luo Qiu's 3 friends did not return to the 5th floor of the Wind and Rain restaurant. They were too embarrassed to go back, so they had been watching the battle from below. Great Sun Red God Claw! Luo Qiu roared. The air around him twisted and cracked, and the water yuan qi was evaporated completely, making his silhouette blurry, like a reflection in the water that was being blown by the wind. As the air twisted even more and more, Luo Qiu felt like there was a volcano hiding inside his body, a volcano that was about to erupt. The boiling heat gathered in his right hand from all his limbs and bones. His right hand was originally ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, it was completely wrapped up by the extremely condensed lava Jinyuan. Boom! Throwing out a claw attack, the palm power ignited the fire yuan qi in front of him and burned all the other yuan qi. It was like a real volcano eruption. A lot of people suspected that this claw attack would completely destroy the Wind and Rain restaurant and the surrounding area, turning everyone into ashes. A black human figure appeared on Morong Qingqing's body. The horrifying demon intent spread out in all directions. Up in the sky and down on the ground, half of the people in the Thunder City had sensed this demon intent. They were all shocked, as they had never seen a martial intent like this before. The result was obvious. Luo Qiu had lost. In terms of attacking power, Morong Qingqing had the extremely rare demon intent, which had reached the critical point. She was only one step away from forming a real demon soul. Even if Luo Qiu performed a 20% profound sense martial art, he would not be able to threaten her at all. It came fast and went fast. Luo Qiu had lost again. On top of a building nearby, a young man in red and a young man in yellow stood there quietly. The one on the left had a cold expression and a handsome face, while the one on the right was Huang Kaishan, who had lost to Yichen in the Blue Mountain Island. Just SOSO. Let's go. The young man in red turned around and left. Hee, I did not expect to see the red water little man here. He did not join the last tea gathering because he thought that he was not powerful enough to shock the world. The tallest restaurant in the Thunder Pool City was the 18-floored Treasure Palace, which was one of the top 3 restaurants just like the Wind Rain restaurant. On the 18th floor, a young man in plain clothes watched the battle outside the Wind Rain restaurant from dozens of miles away. The red-robed young man and Huang Kaishan did not escape his sight either. The pretty girl in green chuckled, "Head disciple, you should prepare to shock the world this time as well." The young man shook his head, "I am not powerful enough to shock the world." On the other hand, that Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing are very powerful. Perhaps, this is not all of their power yet. Head disciple, why do you have to look down on your own? The girl in green was indeed Feng Yanrou's sister disciple, Qingzhu. And the head disciple she was talking about was naturally the head disciple of the Floating Snow Martial School, Xianxia. Right then, she made a face, not satisfied with her head disciple's attitude. Xianxia forced a smile. This little sister disciple of his always said whatever was on her mind. Frowning, the beautiful Feng Yanrou in white said, "Qingzhu, when you get to the tea gathering, do not speak without thinking. Everything should be based on facts." Got it. Qingzhu stuck out her tongue. Standing up, Xianxia said to the two, "All right, we have rested in the Thunder Pool City for 2 days. Let's get going. You too, I am Lu Ming from the mountain region, also known as the Flying Hand. This is my first time in the Thunder region, and it is my honor to meet you too. I am Sun Peng from the mountain region. I would like to make friends with you too. You two are here for the tea gathering, right? How about we travel together?" In the lobby of the 5th floor, after Morong Qingqing had beaten Luo Qiu, a lot of young warriors came to greet them. However, most of them were martial geniuses from the mountain region. The mountain region was very similar to the South River region, having been weak for a long time. However, there had been a life-and-death realm warrior from the mountain region 200 years ago, which was better than the South River region. As for the geniuses from other regions, they did not think that it was necessary to make friends with them, since they did not lack powerful martial geniuses in their own regions. After getting rid of these people, Yi Chen and the other 3 walked down the 5th floor and picked a VIP room on the 4th floor, not wanting to be disturbed. Inside the private room, the 4 sat facing each other. Gu Yuyun said, "I should have guessed that you guys would participate in this martial tea gathering. The Thunder Princess reputation is unprecedented. Almost every genius wants to get to know her." Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing looked at each other. The two never expected that after leaving the underground world, they would directly appear in the Thunder region's Thunder Grave and hear the news about the martial tea gathering. Of course, even without the undying body and the underground world, they would most likely come after hearing that the martial tea gathering was about to begin. Yichen asked, "Are there many people from the South River region participating?" You might not know this, but all of the rank 6 martial institutions are encouraging their disciples to join the tea gathering. In the past, the South River region had been weak for a long time, and had never been able to rise up again. The biggest reason was that the circle was too small, and the competition was not strong enough. So, having them join the tea gathering would allow them to see all of the martial geniuses in the whole South region. It would allow them to know how big the outside world is, and how powerful the powerful martial geniuses are. Then, they would naturally train hard and try their best to stand out in the next tea gathering. Gu Yuyun explained. Yichen nodded. That was indeed true. Gu Yuyun said again, "Before me, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, and Lin Yun had all left. I estimate that there would be at least 20 people from the South River region participating in the tea gathering. My head disciple had participated in the last tea gathering, so he would definitely join again this time," Li Jia said suddenly. Yichen glanced at Li Jia. He had a lot of conflicts with the Floating Mountain Martial School. Although it had ended because of Long Biyun, the leader of the school, there was still a knot in their hearts. He understood the reason why Si Kongxing had mentioned him. Plus, he also knew that it was impossible for Si Kongxing to not have made a breakthrough in the past 4 years. He was afraid that his power would be way more powerful than Gu Yoyun's. Gu Yuyun looked at Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing with a complicated expression. To be honest, it would be impossible for her not to feel scared about participating in this tea gathering. The South River region did not have any glorious image in the eyes of the other regions. In their eyes, the South River region was the epitome of weaklings, and there were no powerful martial geniuses at all. She was clear that with her own power, she would not be able to make any waves in the tea gathering. She would not even be qualified to serve as a foil. If she was provoked, she would not know what to do. The good thing was that Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had shown up. Yi Chen was a legend in the South River region. It was his first time participating in the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, but he had already overturned his head disciple Si Kongxing's ruling position. In the past 4 years, the rumors about him had never stopped. Everyone was guessing what kind of realm he had reached, and whether or not he could lead everyone out of the South River region and compete with the geniuses from the other regions. Although a lot of people thought that the current Si Kongxing should not be weaker than Yi Chen, it was just an assumption without any proof. If Yi Chen could maintain his power, the possibility of him beating Si Kongxing again would be much higher than the possibility of Si Kongxing overtaking him. And Morong Qingqing, who was standing right next to Yi Chen, was the epitome of the most beautiful girl in the whole South River region. When people talked about her, they would definitely talk about her beauty. Her power came second, and Gu Yuyun thought that she was just SOSO. But now that she had met her again, she realized that she had left her far behind, reaching a realm that she could not even see. Even without Yi Chen, the head disciple Si Kongxing's position would still be in danger, and Morong Qingqing would definitely have the power to fight for the throne of the #1 young generation in the whole South River region. With the two of them appearing in the tea gathering, Gu Yuyun felt a lot more relieved. Facing some challenges, she would at least have that much more confidence. And this was the most complicated part. In the South River region, they were competitors, and her martial institution had conflicts with Yi Chen. They had never interacted with each other. She did not expect that once they were out of the South River region, Yi Chen would unknowingly hold up an umbrella for them, strengthening their own confidence. She did not know if it was funny or sad. Head disciple, I wonder how powerful you are this time. Gu Yuyun sighed and thought to herself. Time passed like water, and the sky started to turn dark. Yi Chen and the other 3 stayed in the Wind and Rain Pavilion, preparing to rest for a couple of days before leaving. The night was pitch black, and the sky was dotted with stars. The bright moonlight shone into the bedroom through the window, dyeing the room in a soft white color. Sitting on the bed, Yi Chen activated the Undying Body Scroll in his mind and started to study it carefully. The Undying Body Scroll had 3 levels in total. He did not have much interest in the latter 2, but he could still complete the first level. So, the first level of blood-flesh healing is to increase the recovery speed of the body. Normally, warriors with light wounds would not need to be treated, as they would recover after a long time. Only some of the more serious wounds would require treatment. But, once the first level of blood-flesh healing is mastered, the body's recovery speed would increase by hundreds of times, and it would be healed within a second. The more Yichen read, the more surprised he was. He did not expect the first level of the Undying Body Scroll to be so mysterious. Increasing the body's recovery speed was related to the mysteries of the human body. The human brain had the memory function, and so did the human body, which was the natural source of the body's recovery. Without the memory function, the human body would be completely crippled, and even a small wound would be enough to kill you. Whether it was healing or taking pellets, it would only increase the body's recovery speed. If you lost the body's recovery ability, it would be very difficult no matter how you tried to heal it, and it might not even have the slightest effect. On the other hand, the blood-flesh healing realm was the same as the continuous healing process, but the effect was magnified by 10 or even 100 times. Calming himself down, Yichen continued to read. The training of the blood-flesh healing realm was not very difficult, but it was also very difficult. It was not difficult because the process was very simple. There was only one step, and that was to brand the physical body with the mental mark or the soul mark. If the mental mark was successfully branded, the blood-flesh healing realm would be 1/3 completed, and if the soul mark was successfully branded, it would be a great success. As for the difficulty, it was because it was very difficult to brand the mental mark and the soul mark on the human body. After all, the human body was not a treasure that could be branded at will. Moreover, the human body and the human soul were in the same body. It was so familiar that it could not be any worse. It was because of this familiarity that the difficulty increased by several times. It was like you could move your hands, but could you move your hair at will? No matter what, I should try to brand the mental mark first. When I am more familiar with it, I will start to brand the soul mark. Yichen took a deep breath and carefully activated his mental power, branding the mental mark in his body. Failed. The human body was like an hourglass. The mental mark would disappear the moment it was branded. It could not stay for long. At most, it could only stay for a little longer. Try again. I should brand according to the human body's laws. There must be a way. Night. Yichen tried again and again. Fortunately, his soul source was very powerful. No matter how many times he activated his mental power, he would not feel exhausted. Moreover, his choice was quite correct. First, he branded the mental mark. Mental power was weaker than soul power, so he could try many times. If he switched to soul power, he might not be able to persist for a long time. And, this time it is a little bit effective. After countless experiments, Yichen finally succeeded. This time, it was not a complete mental mark, it was incomplete. Because other parts of the body had been lost, only a part of the mental mark was left in the heart. Of course, he also found that an incomplete mental mark would eventually disappear. But at this moment, the body's recovery ability in the heart was the strongest. He suspected that without any Xianxia, it would not be a problem for him to pierce through the heart with a sword. It would be easy for him to repair it. This was a major breakthrough. Taking out a dagger, Yichen made a shocking move. He took off his shirt and lightly inserted the dagger into the heart without activating his Xianxia. Blood slowly flowed. Yichen stabbed 3 inches in, only 1 step away from the heart. However, he did not dare to continue. He just wanted to test the recovery speed of the heart. In a blink of an eye, the blood had stopped, in 5 blinks of an eye, the flesh had started to heal, in 30 blinks of an eye, it was completely healed. Phew! This is too amazing. Without the secret cultivation method of the undying body, even if I knew how to brand the mental mark, I would not be able to succeed. Yichen revealed a smile. The morning of the second day, the lobby of the 5th floor was bustling as usual. Many young warriors who were not in a hurry were chatting while drinking their morning tea. The topic of the morning was who was the strongest among the young generation. In the southern sector, the Thunder Princess, Edict Prince, and Astral Spirit Sun are the leaders. Although the other 2 of the top 5 geniuses are as famous as them, their comprehensive power is still a bit weaker. You are right. But, who do you think is the strongest among the 3? That is hard to say. I personally prefer the Thunder Princess. In recent years, she has been the most famous. Her comprehensive ability and talent are both exceptional. Edict Prince and Astral Spirit Son are a bit less famous. Fame is not the standard of power. I admit that the Thunder Princess is very powerful, ridiculously so. But, there is no way to deny that she is in the most powerful region of the South, the Thunder region. Therefore, she is the most famous. The Edict Prince was famous before the Thunder Princess. 1 year ago, the mysterious girl who suddenly appeared next to him was also very powerful. She was at least in the top 20 of the southern sector. From this, it is easy to see how powerful the Edict Prince is. The mysterious girl and the Edict Prince are inseparable. I heard that she is extremely beautiful, but she never talks in front of people. A young warrior seemed to know some inside information. Hearing everyone's words, Yi Chen, who was drinking his morning tea, smiled. It was useless to guess who was strong and who was weak. For geniuses, 1 or 2 years could change a lot of things. Once they had a breakthrough, their power would improve by leaps and bounds. This was the most interesting part of the competition between geniuses. No one knew who was stronger. Everyone had confidence in themselves and thought that they had improved a lot, which was enough to beat everyone else. Morong Qingqing is still comprehending the soul-extinguishing wave. Together with the profound martial skills of the sky-flying demon martial school, her power should be able to skyrocket in the future. The soul-extinguishing wave was not a normal low-rank profound martial skill. It was a horrifying killing attack that targeted the soul. Without exaggeration, if she could comprehend the soul-extinguishing wave to a certain level, Morong Qingqing would definitely be able to defeat those who were stronger than her in terms of comprehensive power. As for me, I will still focus on the breakthrough of the Green Lotus Sword spell. The 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword art will be second, and then the Undying Body. From the 13th realm to the 14th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell, there were 3 breakthroughs that needed to be made. When he was in the Extreme Yin region, Yi Chen had already made 1 breakthrough. Now, the second breakthrough had also started to loosen. Once the second breakthrough was made, he would not be too far away from the 14th realm. Once the Green Lotus Sword spell reached the 14th realm, his Jing Yuan would definitely be a lot purer, and the 9 Green Lotus Sword Qi would merge into 1 Lotus Heart Sword Qi. Then, his battle power would increase drastically. Next would be the 9th movement of the Green Lotus Sword spell. Originally, he thought that the 9th movement would be just as powerful as the Sky Thunder Cut, but now, he realized that he was wrong. The 9th movement would definitely be a lot more powerful than the Sky Thunder Cut. Otherwise, he would have already mastered it a few days ago. However, the potential of the Sky Thunder Cut was not limited to just this, because the current Sky Thunder Cut had only combined 8 movements of the Sky Cloud Sword art. As for the Undying Body, Yi Chen did not expect to succeed in a short period of time. He could not even leave a mental imprint on his body, not to mention a soul imprint. However, it did not mean that the Undying Body would be useless for the time being. If he was lucky, he would be able to leave a mental imprint on his heart 3 out of 10 times. In this way, his heart would no longer be a fatal wound. Besides these 3 aspects, Yi Chen was also training the void-shattering finger. Although he could not escape into the surreal space, the training of the void-shattering finger would be very slow. However, steady progress was the way of the king. I wonder how strong Thunder Princess, Edict Prince, and that Astral Spirit Son are. I'm really looking forward to it. In truth, Yi Chen did not care too much about fame. He was looking forward to seeing someone in the younger generation who could fight him with all his strength. A crazy battle, a battle to his limits, a battle to his heart's content. Although he could also fight Sea of Soul Realm experts with all his strength, it could not compare to the passion of fighting with the younger generation. At this moment, someone suddenly brought the topic to Yi Chen. What do you guys think his strength can rank in the southern sector? He's very strong. I can't see through him at all. Indeed, I reckon that top 20 is very likely. Top 20? Isn't that too high of an estimate? Apart from the 5 great geniuses, there are still a few geniuses in Thunder region chasing after Thunder Princess. The regions of Edict Prince and Astral Spirit Son also have a lot of powerful geniuses. Moreover, these two tea gatherings will not only have geniuses from the southern sector, but also the neighboring regions. Top 20 is already the peak level. I don't think it's too high of an estimate. Yesterday, the might of his sword finger still makes my heart palpitate. Don't you guys feel it? Everyone turned silent. How could they forget the matter of Yi Chen defeating the three geniuses of Thunder Region? At that moment, it was the first time they had felt such a sharp sword aura, and even their souls were trembling. This martial tea gathering might create a golden age. Someone broke the silence. The night arrived once again, and lightning flickered in the sky from time to time. In an inconspicuous alley, in an inconspicuous courtyard, two mysterious people were conversing. The one on the left was a skinny middle-aged man wearing a dark, colorful robe. His face was purple, as if he had been poisoned. His left hand was playing with a black spider, and his slightly narrowed eyes occasionally emitted a purple cold light. The one on the right was wearing a bamboo hat and hemp clothes. He was sitting there, and if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to sense his existence. He was easily ignored, like a poisonous snake in the grass, waiting for an opportunity to strike. 5 Poison, I didn't expect you to have already entered the Sea of Soul Realm. Relying on your poison arts alone, I'm afraid there are no Soul Realm experts that can do anything to you. A hoarse voice came from the hemp-garbed man. The colorful-robed middle-aged man chuckled, Elder Rain, that kid is not simple. I saw with my own eyes that he was evenly matched with the Supreme Elder of the Sunder Soul Sect, Ghost Moon. It's a pity that my poison arts clashed with my body, or else I would have killed him. Are you sure you can kill him now? In a head-on battle, not 100%. If I'm not wrong, that kid has something you want. The hemp-garbed man said. The multicolor-robed man licked his lips, right. He was also one of the people searching for the secret of the undying body. However, due to his special identity, he didn't appear openly with the others, but acted in the dark. That day, he saw everything that happened in the Stoneman Array. He thought that the person who disappeared would appear in a few days, but who knew that there would be no result after a month. Later on, he heard that the tea gathering was about to begin, so he decided to wait for Yi Chen in Thunderpool City. If Yi Chen came out, he would probably participate in the tea gathering, and Thunderpool City was the only way. If Yi Chen didn't appear, then it would be a waste of time. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would appear in Thunderpool City as he had expected. He had a premonition that Yi Chen had obtained the undying body, and he was determined to obtain it. With the undying body, his poison Jin Yuan wouldn't harm his body, and he could use his poison arts without restraint. As for Elder Rain, he had met him by chance. He didn't tell him about the undying body. He, the 5 Poison Ghost General, wouldn't trust anyone. Let's do it. I really want to see how far your poison arts have progressed. The linen-robed man didn't ask any more. He will. Tonight will be the day he dies. Taking a deep breath, the 5 Poison Ghost General spread out his right hand, and purple Jin Yuan gushed out, condensing into a huge snake head. The snake head was vivid and lifelike, without a trace of falsehood. Fine purple scales were closely arranged, and the snake eyes were cold and emotionless. Hiss, a hissing sound was heard as the snake head opened its mouth, letting out a strand of purple smoke. It didn't have any impurities, and was as dense as water. It stretched longer and longer in the air, becoming thinner and thinner. Eventually, it reached a colorless level and floated out of the window, over the wall, and into the storm tower miles away. At night, the storm tower was still bustling with people coming and going. No one had noticed that a strand of deadly poison gas had entered through the door and climbed up the stairs. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 4th floor, and the west corridor of the 4th floor. After swaying outside for a while, the poisonous gas seemed to have found a gap, which was a crack in the corner of the wall. Inside the guest room, the poisonous gas got in, but didn't corrode anything. It didn't make any sound either. Silently, the poisonous gas floated into the bedroom, and a smaller strand of it merged into the tea on the table next to the bed. Out of 10 times, I have already left a spiritual mark on the heart. Once the success rate reaches 100%, I will be able to spread it to other places. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen reached out his hand to pick up the teacup on the table. Bringing the teacup to his mouth, Yi Chen frowned. Pooh, with a shake of his wrist, the tea splashed onto the ground, and a purple smoke rose up. Poison? When did I poison it? Yichen held his breath. No. It's a poisonous gas. Chin, raising his right index and middle fingers, Yichen pointed at the void in front of him, and a destructive sword intent shot out along with a sharp sword light. Swoosh, a purple mist exploded, and the poisonous gas spread out. Huh. With a cold snort, Yi Chen's forehead swelled, and a circle of sword intent halo spread out, isolating the poisonous gas outside and dispersing it quickly. In the courtyard of the alley, an astonished expression flickered on the ghost warrior's face. What's wrong? The hemp-robed man asked. This kid is more troublesome than I thought. He even sensed my heartless poison chi. Damn it. How could he be so cautious? Even when cultivating, he maintained his peak state. This sword intent can actually restrain my poisonous gas. The ghost warrior was extremely shocked. As the head of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult, his reputation was not undeserved. Before he had reached the Sea of Souls realm, the poison-type Xinyuan he emitted could already corrode most of the Xinyuan, killing people without a trace. After becoming a Sea of Souls realm expert, the power of his poison-type Xinyuan would be several times stronger than before. Dealing with an astral-reaching realm expert would be a piece of cake for him, since it was not a direct confrontation, and the winner would not be decided by offense or defense. Regardless, Yi Chen's Xinyuan was indeed at the astral-reaching realm, while his Xinyuan was at the Sea of Souls realm. Hearing his words, the linen-robed man said, "Sword artists have the sharpest perception. If it didn't work the first time, I'm afraid it won't work in the future. But, you don't have to target him. Your poison isn't just for killing." You mean that woman? The ghost warrior guessed the meaning of the linen-robed man's words. The linen-robed man didn't reply. Hee, you're right. There's no need to target that kid. As long as I can poison his friend, he'll have no choice but to come and beg me. The ghost warrior closed his eyes and attached his soul power to the heartless poison chi, urging it to float toward the Windrain building for the second time. The poison chi was formless and colorless, and its density was even lower than air. Moreover, the way it floated was very strange, as if it was using the air as a channel. Without carefully scanning with soul power, one wouldn't be able to discover the deadly poison chi in the air. The heartless poison chi appeared in Morong Qingqing's bedroom and enveloped her. Morong Qingqing's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a black light flickered in her pupils. She discovered a wisp of purple in the air, one that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. God knows how she saw it, but it was something that even Yichen couldn't see. Reaching out her right hand, Morong Qingqing shrunk in the air. The next moment, the heartless poison chi curled up involuntarily and was enveloped by an invisible force field. Because of the increase in density, the poison chi's color had become very rich. Poison chi. Someone wants to ambush me. The Xinyuan in the sky demon force field was corroded. Morong Qingqing's brows creased, and her deep gaze traced the source of the poison chi, trying to find the culprit. However, just as her gaze reached the outside of the Windrain building, the ribbon-like poison chi dissipated. Pop. Pop. Several people nearby fell down without anyone noticing, immediately poisoned to death. Soon after, the residents in the surrounding buildings also fell down. By the time someone noticed, within a radius of several thousand meters, apart from the powerful clasping yuan and astral-reaching experts, not even a chicken or a dog was spared. It should be known that this was only a wisp of poison chi, but it was diluted by poison element Xinyuan. After spreading out, it could still kill the majority of people within a radius of several thousand meters. Its toxicity was simply unimaginable, more poisonous than any poison on the market. We've been discovered again. 5 Poison Ghost General's face was burning. The first time he attacked Yi Chen, he had failed. The second time he attacked Morong Qingqing, he had also failed. This could no longer be described as embarrassment, but shame. Damn it. He was a Sea of Soul realm expert proficient in poison arts, yet he had been defeated by 2 astral-reaching experts. Even without the Ghost General 5 Poisons reminder, the man in linen had already sensed that many people had died nearby. The deaths meant that the Ghost General 5 poison had lost control of the poisonous gas or dispersed it automatically. Therefore, the possibility of success was negligible. After all, if he succeeded, there was no need for the Ghost General 5 poison to kill so many people and bring trouble upon himself. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first, the linen-clothed man said calmly. The two of them hurriedly left the courtyard and disappeared from the area. Creak, the door to Morong Qingqing's room was pushed open, and Yichen walked in and said, "Someone seems to be targeting me. Are you all right?" After being attacked by the poisonous gas, Yichen released his soul power, radiating in all directions. However, before he could find the attacker, something happened to Morong Qingqing, and the people nearby also started dying one after another. This poison is very powerful. Morong Qingqing raised her right hand in the void, and a twisting force field appeared. The purple poisonous gas squirmed like purple liquid, condensing into a sphere. Yichen sized up the poisonous gas and said, "The attacker should be an expert proficient in poison arts. Moreover, the poisonous gas contains soul power, which is hard to detect." Sea of Soul Realm expert. Morong Qingqing's brows creased. Only Sea of Soul Realm experts could use soul power. Yichen faintly nodded. The attacker was certainly a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Why would they want to attack us? I don't have any clues, but I can think of one person. The head of the 108 ghost generals of 9 ghost cult, the 5 poison ghost general. It's said that the poison he releases is enough to kill thousands of people. Of course, I'm only thinking of him, but I don't have any proof yet. The southern sector is boundless, and he is not the only one proficient in poison arts. Perhaps there is someone else. Yichen didn't remember directly offending any poison arts expert, so he thought of the 5 poison ghost general of 9 ghost cult. Since Morong Qingqing was fine, Yichen bid farewell and returned to his room. The night passed without any words. The next day, the four set out together, heading north. The sky was clear, and white clouds could be seen everywhere. Below them was a vast plain, and on the plain stood a few steep peaks. Swish, a huge black shadow flashed past the left side of the mountain. Then, 2 more black shadows shot out from the other side. The mountain shook a couple of times. First, the left side of the mountain that was grazed instantly shattered into a semicircle, as if it had been bitten. Then, 2 semicircles appeared on the right side as well, making the whole mountain look like a broken apple that had been bitten a couple of times. In the whole southern sector, perhaps only our beast-controlling martial school can travel this easily. A voice came from one of the black shadows chasing them. The speaker was a teenager in brown robes. He had thick eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, and his bones were thick and bulky. The black shadow under him was a huge black eagle, which was more than 10 meters long, and its wingspan was almost 20 meters. It was indeed a top-rank 8 demonic beast, the Black Wind Eagle. The Black Wind Eagle's battling power was not bad, but its most precious part was its speed, which could reach 7 times the speed of sound in a split second. On a black wind condor next to him, a beautiful woman chuckled and said, "Second brother, you've been very happy since yesterday. Are you going to meet your dream lover?" The brown-robed teenager blushed. "Don't make fun of me. I like her, but she might not like me. It would be great if I had the strength of head brother." On the back of the black wind condor, a handsome young man in cyan clothes stood with his hands behind his back. Although the gale was blocked out by Jinyuan, there was still a trace of air current that managed to seep in, making his long black hair dance in the air, making him look carefree and unrestrained. Hearing the voice of the brown-robed young man using Jinyuan, he curled his lips and said in a domineering tone, "Second junior brother, if I were you, I would confess to her directly. It's better for men to be a bit more domineering. Unfortunately, apart from the Thunder Princess, no one has caught my eye yet. Otherwise, I would have said goodbye to being single long ago." The beautiful lady covered her mouth and laughed. "Look, even head brother is supporting you." Scratching his head, the brown-robed teenager's face became even redder. Shoo! 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 The 3 rode the Black Wind Eagle and flew straight ahead, leaving a black trail behind them. The speed of the Black Wind Condor was very fast, overtaking one person after another. When it overtook the 4 people who were lined up side by side, the handsome young man subconsciously glanced at it. With this glance, he could no longer look away. Even when the black-winged condor overtook the four people, he was busy looking back and intentionally slowed down the black-winged condor's speed. In his sight, the four people were 2 men and 2 women. The young man on the left looked ordinary, and his aura was also ordinary. There was nothing special about him. The young man on the right was a beautiful lady with a wonderful figure. No matter where she went, she would be a beauty. However, the handsome teenager had seen many beauties of this level, so he did not pay much attention to her. The one worth his attention was the young man in blue. He had a long sword on his waist, and his face was delicate and handsome. Although his eyes were very gentle, the handsome teenager could feel a sharp will in them. If the young man in blue made him take a few more glances, then the lady in purple next to him made him unable to take his eyes off her. There was actually a beauty that could compete with the Thunder Princess in this world. Be it appearance or temperament, they were all at the level of devastation. Even though the handsome teenager was used to seeing beauties in the world, he still could not help but feel his heart beat faster. Swoosh, the black-winged condor drew an arc in the air and blocked the 4 of them. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong? The beautiful lady and the young man in brown were puzzled, so they turned around as well. Seeing that someone was blocking their way, the 4 of them immediately stopped. It was Yi Chen and the other 3. The 4 of you, I am Xianxia of the Imperial Beast School. The handsome teenager jumped off the black-winged condor and cupped his fists. Yi Chen asked, what's the matter? Xianxia smiled. It's fate that we met. I'm guessing that you guys are going to the Thunder City, and we are going there as well. Why don't we travel together? There are too many things that happen to us. It might not be fate. Yi Chen said lightly. Hee hee. Xianxia did not care. He looked at Xianxia and said, I wonder what your name is. I hope you can tell me. Xianxia was slightly stunned, then said, since you care so much about fate, then let's see what it is. How could Gu Yuyu not see that Xianxia had been charmed by Xianxia? She found it funny. You are right, lady. But I still believe that we are fated. See you in the Thunder City. Xianxia was not angry at being rejected. He knew that he had to know when to advance and when to retreat. If the first impression was bad, he would have to spend more effort to make up for it. Jumping on the black-winged condor, Xianxia turned around. The Thunder City is not as peaceful as you think. If you have any trouble, just tell me my name. See you. Shoo. After that, he left on the black-winged condor without looking back. The confused beautiful lady and the young man in brown smiled bitterly and chased after him on the black-winged condor. After the 3 of them left, Gu Yuyun said, Prince Imperial Beast Xianxia, the eldest disciple of the 5th rank school, the Imperial Beast School. He is a genius second only to the Thunder Princess in the Thunder region. His strength is probably in the top 10 of the young generation in the southern sector. I didn't expect to meet him here. Prince Imperial Beast Xianxia. Yi Chen took back his sight. He could feel that the latter was very powerful, and his aura was very pure. From this, he could tell that the latter's Jinyuan purity had also reached a very high level. In Yi Chen's eyes, he was the strongest young man besides Xianxia. Let's go. The Thunder City was full of young experts, and the group had already prepared themselves mentally. If a Prince Imperial Beast Xianxia could already shock them, then wouldn't they be shocked to death in the Thunder City? Xianxia's incident was soon forgotten as a small interlude, and they rushed towards the Thunder City. End of chapter 446. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.